Just listen, this is the harshness of reality, and also the beauty of fate. In this world, everyone is the main character of their own story, but in the eyes of others, they are merely side characters. Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. Naruto fans sign in, One Piece fans sign in, veteran driver sign in, brain storage. The waves hit the reef, splashing white spray, and the reef was covered with a lot of shells and seaweed. Seagulls circled in the sky, as if they were staring at the fish floating on the water. Two vicious men carried a middle-aged man covered in blood to the shore. After shaking 3 times, the 2 men let go together, and the body fell on the garden reef covered with green algae. The smooth surface pushed him into the sea, and the reef was left with the man's blood. Plop! A huge noise came from the sea surface, causing the seagulls circling in the sky to scatter. The bright red blood mixed with the sea water and soon faded. I don't know how long it took. Gurgle gurgle, a few bubbles sounded in the sea, and there was a splash on the water surface, and a head emerged from the water. Cough cough. Jia Ban's face flushed and he coughed twice, with a stream of water flowing out of his left nostril. Fuck you. Jia Ban cursed on the sea, and then he kept slapping the water with his hands and stomping his feet quickly to avoid sinking. Looking at the bloody reef in front of him, Jia Ban swam over in a doggy paddle and grabbed the bloody stone. What's going on? How did I suddenly appear in the sea? Jia Ban said in a panic. The pain in his back made him realize that he was not dreaming. He glanced behind him and saw an endless sea. The next second, a wave hit and Jia Ban was swallowed by the wave. The waves receded and he wiped the remaining sea water on his face. Suddenly, a memory that did not belong to him rushed into his mind. Jia Ban's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that he had traveled through time. And it was still One Piece. It was now the 1484th year of the Sea Circle calendar, and it was decades earlier than the protagonists had set out to see. The original owner was named Toss. He went to challenge Rocks and was hit on the back by Kaido with a club, and then he knew nothing. After receiving the memory, Jia Ban remembered Toss in the Naruto mobile game and immediately complained, "Damn it. Do you think you are really a god? You dare to challenge Rocks? Is that someone you can mess with?" No matter how much he complained, Jia Ban still planned to get ashore first. From his memory, he knew that this body was quite strong. Jia Ban used his right hand to gain strength from the stone, and suddenly jumped out of the water. Then, he did a backflip and stood steadily on the shore. Is this the body from the pirate world? It's so strong. Jia Ban couldn't believe it. He just used his hand to support himself against a rock and jumped 4 meters high, and did a somersault. If this was placed on Blue Star, he would be simply a Superman, but here, the reward would probably be tens of millions at most, otherwise he would not be killed instantly by Kaido. Thinking of strong men like Rocks, Whitebeard, and Roger, Jia Ban felt helpless. If he were younger, maybe he could work hard to become stronger, but now this body is 36 years old. If he wants to become stronger, he can forget about it unless he looks for a powerful devil fruit. Just as Jia Ban was thinking about what to do next, a voice that Jia Ban thought was the most beautiful in the world rang out. Ding! System? Is it a system? Jia Ban hastily confirmed, his face full of excitement. Jia Ban, who wrote novels in his previous life, was certainly not unfamiliar with this. Yes, host. The system's prompt sounded. Hearing this, Jia Ban was excited and asked quickly, "System, what functions do you have? Introduce yourself." Ding. This system is a template system. The system will provide a turntable for the host to extract the role template. If you draw any of these characters, the host can immediately obtain all the abilities of the character as long as they are used. After the introduction, the system prompts, "Ding. Host, do you want to draw? Extract." Jia Ban shouted in his heart without hesitation. As Jia Ban finished speaking, a light curtain appeared in front of him. In the middle of the light curtain was a disc, and around the disc were many character portraits. Saitama Gojo Satoru Young Son Goku Old Danzo. A Death Tornado Jonghulan Kaneki Ken. Tomioka Jiyutsugo Kuni Yoichi Indigo Dai. Ultra Yapen Dragon Red Eyes Young Kano Amaru. It took Jia Ban about a minute to finish looking through the hundreds of avatars. Some he didn't recognize, but some he did. There was a next to every 4 characters. Jia Ban estimated that it was probably random. By the way, System is the avatar that looks like Louis Kuyanguo from the Return of the Condor Heroes. Ding. Reply to the host, that is Han Tianzun from the Mortal Cultivation. Hearing this, Jia Ban's eyes lit up. If he draws this, he will be able to take off, right? Ding. Host, do you want to extract? The system prompts again. Drawl Jia Ban replied without hesitation. The next moment, a cursor appeared on Saitama's grid on the turntable, and it jumped irregularly on the character portraits at a very fast speed, accompanied by a slot machine-like bell. Give me a Han Tianzun. Give me a Han Tianzun. Give me a Han Tianzun. Jia Ban stared at the screen, muttering non-stop. Stop. Seeing that it was almost time, Jia Ban shouted, and the cursor began to slow down and slid above Akainu. Seeing this, Jia Ban's face turned pale, because the cursor was already very slow. The next one was the young Konoha. It's over, it's all over. My dream of becoming stronger. Jia Ban said in despair. He thought that with the system, he could draw a powerful character, but he never thought that he would get such a weakling. Jia Ban, who had already accepted the reality, was about to see if the system had any other functions. Suddenly, the cursor seemed to have used up its last bit of strength and slid to. Jia Ban rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and suddenly his feeling of loss turned into excitement. The next moment, a small pop-up window popped up, with the avatars of countless strong and weak people flashing rapidly on it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Uchiha Madara, Konoha period character. The moment the system prompt sounded, the character on the pop-up window froze, and a killer wearing red armor and holding a fan appeared on the pop-up window. Oh my god! It's Uchiha Madara. Thank God, it's not Konoha anymore. Jia Ban was excited. Etc. Suddenly, Jia Ban looked a little strange. His name was Jia Ban, and now he had a real Madara. Was it destined that he would become Uchiha Madara? Jia Ban always felt like the system was playing tricks on him, but he had no evidence. Ding. Host, do you want to claim it? The system prompts. Receive it. As Jia Ban's voice fell, he felt a lot of memories appear in his mind in an instant. It was Uchiha Madara's childhood, until he founded Konoha and then left. These included the memory of ninjutsu and fighting moves. To Jia Ban, these memories were as if he had experienced them. At this moment, Jia Ban felt as if there was something more in his hand. He looked down and saw that it was a fan weapon Uchiha round fan. Jia Ban, who had obtained Uchiha Madara's memory, knew that this fan was made of branches of the sacred tree and was extremely hard. It was a rare artifact. There was also a sickle inlaid on the back of the fan, which was a detachable weapon. Then, Jia Ban found that his clothes were changing. The original jacket turned into a red armor with a sense of age. Jia Ban touched his cheek. He didn't know when two long black hairs appeared on both sides of his cheeks, and his right eye was also covered by long hair. Chapter 2. Could it be that I have turned into Uchiha Madara? Thinking of this, Jia Ban quickly walked to the shore, bent down and looked into the sea. The reflection was exactly like Uchiha Madara. Sherry non. Jia Ban shouted, and his eyes began to rotate. 1 Megatama, 2 Megatama, 3 Megatama, Mangekyo, 3 Megatama connected together to form a triangle, and the eternal Mangekyo was finalized. Not bad. Looking at his own domineering appearance, Jia Ban nodded with satisfaction. Jia Ban thought about it and decided my name is too ugly. Now I have obtained the template of Uchiha Madara, so I will be called Uchiha Madara from now on. Ding. Host, would you like to receive the novice gift package? There is also a novice gift pack. Uchiha Madara was a little surprised, and then shouted without hesitation, get it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate level of observation haki. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate level of armament haki. Tips, after receiving it, no need to practice. Your physical fitness will reach the level of Lieutenant General. Ding. Host, do you want to claim it? Receive. As Uchiha Madara finished speaking, a stream of light shot out from the system page and entered Uchiha Madara's body. The next moment, Uchiha Madara felt his body begin to heat up and burn. He spread his hands and saw that the skin on his palms was throbbing, and even the blood vessels on his arms were bulging. Uchiha Madara knew that this was probably the system transforming his body. At this time, Uchiha Madara found that his chakra was growing rapidly. If it was 200 cards before, it was at least 2,000 cards now, almost catching up with the tailed beasts. Then, some memories came to his brain. It was a man without a face who was practicing observation and armament. The opponent used the dodge and prediction of observation, and the entanglement, hardening, and covering of armament. This made Uchiha Madara understand how to use haki. Is this haki? After receiving the memory, Uchiha Madara spread his hands, and black energy began to gather. Uchiha thought of the ninjutsu memory he had obtained, and he formed seals with his hands to perform a great fireball technique, and used the armed haki. The next moment, a fireball with red and black was sprayed out by Uchiha Madara. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Madara nodded. It was just as he expected, and they could be combined. Perhaps because the system is more intelligent, after Uchiha class tried this trick, the prompt sound rang again, ding. The personal panel is now open. Host, Jia Ban. Template, Uchiha Madara, Konoha period. Attributes, fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin. Summoning beast, nine-tailed fox, vacancy. Eye techniques, Izanage, Susanoo. Ninjutsu, fire style, great fire extinguishment, fire style, great fire extinguishment, fire style, dragon flame song, fire style, dust hide, transcription seal, instant body technique, shadow clone technique, impure world reincarnation, Uchiha bounce. Skills, armament haki, observation haki. Chakra amount, 20-30 Kakashi. Uchiha Madara was speechless when he saw the last unit of measurement. Other systems still need to be installed and use Ka as a proxy, but this system is too lazy to even install it and directly uses Kakashi as the unit. Ding. The sign-in system has been activated. Sign-in system, as long as the host survives 1 day, he can get 1 reward point. The sign-in system has enabled automatic sign-in. Note, there is a certain chance of obtaining ninjutsu during the sign-in process. Everything depends on luck. Ding. The mall redemption system is now open. The mall system provides ninjutsu, blood limit, tailed beasts, etc. from the Naruto world, please check it yourself. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara was eager to see the price of the Samsara Eye, and clicked the mall button at the bottom of the personal panel with his mind. The next moment, the personal panel was reversed, and the mall page appeared in front of Uchiha Madara. Immortal technique, inorganic reincarnation, 10,000 dual kamui, 50,000 Rinnegan, 50,000, only 20,000 required to have the eternal Mangekyo Sharinan, Gada Demon Statue, 20,000 Hashirama cells, 15,000 Shiki Fusion, 10,000 8 Gates of Ninjutsu, 50,000 White Zetsu, 2 Sealing Talisman, 1 Chakra Seed, 1 Cell Extraction Needle, 1 Detonating Talisman Production, 1. Uchiha Madara read the whole page and found that this mall only sells S-level secrets, or forbidden techniques, special techniques, and some special items. As for things like Raiznan and Chidori, they are not qualified to appear in it. It's simply outrageous. As for the tailed beasts, they are a little cheaper, 1,000 for 1 tail, 2,000 for 2 tails, and so on. Uchiha Madara looked at the pitiful 1 point of system currency in the lower right corner of his mall, and hurriedly asked the system, is there any other way to get more system coins? Ding. No, host. The system answered mechanically. Uchiha Madara looked at the things in the interface and thought, I want to become the Six Paths Sage, and the 9-tailed beasts are indispensable. It costs 45,000, and the Outer Path statue 20,000. To summon the Outer Path statue, the Samsara Eye adds up to 85,000. According to the system's sign-in time of 1 point per day, it will take at least 233 years. After coming to this conclusion, Uchiha Madara stood there in a daze. Can I live that long? Uchiha Madara said uncertainly. He took a look at the reincarnation ninjutsu and it took 15,000 seconds. If I start saving from now on, it will take about 42 years. Uchiha Madara rejected this idea on the spot. It seems that I can only find a way to get the surgery fruit, and then let someone give me immortality. Uchiha Madara made up his mind and closed the system page. At this time, his biggest dream was to become an immortal, so that he could dominate the world. In his previous life, he didn't finish watching the anime, and only saw Wano Country. He didn't know the strength of I'm. He estimated that at least 6 paths would be needed to defeat him. I don't know if I can beat rocks with my current strength. Since this is Beehive Island, let's go and make a scene. Uchiha Madara decided to test his current strength against the Rocks pirates. Chapter 3. Beehive Island covers a huge area. It is a paradise for pirates and the base camp of rocks. Thousands of pirates are stationed here, and many pirate ships are docked around the island. Some of them are from the Rocks Pirates, and some want to join or come here because of their reputation. From Tsu's memory, we know that Rocks and others were holding a banquet in the square under the landmark building of the island. He was hit by Kaido. Uchiha Madara walked along the street to the square. There were many famous pirates in Tsu's memory gathered here. Most of these people's bounties were tens of millions of baileys, and there were very few that were over 100 million. This group of pirates gathered in groups of 3 or 5 at the edge and drank fine wine. As for the landmark building, the skull, they didn't dare to go there. That was where the cotters of the Rocks Pirates were. Uchiha Madara stood on a stone and looked at the people under the skull building. Sitting in the upper seat was the captain of the Rocks Pirates, Rocks D. Jibek. The first position on the right is Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, followed by Ski, Silveraxe, Longbread, and Bajingam Stussy. Opposite Whitebeard is Charlotte Linlin.G, and below Linlin.G are Captain John, Wang Ji, Flameflower, and Kaido. At this time, Kaido had just gotten rid of the newcomers, and he could only sit at the back according to seniority. Uchiha Madara glanced at the hundreds of pirates around him and decided to use Uchiha Madara's tone. Uchiha shouted to Kaido in a low voice, "That bullheaded kid." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the square looked at Uchiha Madara. Seeing that the other party was staring at him, Kaido looked at Linlin.G uncertainly and asked, "Sister, is he calling me?" Mama. Charlotte Linlin.G showed her flaming red lips, laughed, and said to Kaido, "It seems like I'm calling you, little brother." Hearing this, Kaido was immediately angry, glaring, and said angrily, "You bastard, you dare to call me a brat? Little boy, a dead body flew over here and disturbed me. Did you do it?" Uchiha Madara deliberately made an excuse and asked in a low voice. As soon as he said this, everyone present understood that he was here to cause trouble. Uchiha Madara glanced at the shocked pirates behind him with the corner of his eyes, and felt extremely happy. This was the feeling he wanted. At this time, he also knew why Madara was so pretentious. "Oh my, someone actually dares to come here to cause trouble." Captain John was a little excited. Whitebeard said with a smile as if he was enjoying the show, "Kulalala, you are quite brave. Kaido, go. Kill him." Rocks gave the order in a cruel voice. Kaido picked up the mace and stood up. He had long wanted to kill the other party. With a swish sound, the pirates drinking in the square quickly made way for them and hid far away. "Oh? Just this brat." Uchiha Madara, who was standing on the stone, sat down and looked at Rocks with a playful look on his face. Kaido was furious when he saw that the other party not only sat on the stone but also ignored him, and shouted "asshole." The moment the voice fell, Kaido rushed over at an extremely fast speed, with the armed color domineering wrapped around the mace. "Humph." Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, still sitting in the same place, not even looking at him. Susanoo's arm shot out, with black energy on it, which was the armed color domineering entangled. Bang! The two's moves collided with each other, and Kaido's eyes widened quickly. He couldn't believe that the other party just sat there, and the energy outside his body resisted his attack. How is it possible? Linlin, who is most familiar with Kaido, immediately said in disbelief. He knows Kaido's power very well. "It looks like another strong man," Whitebeard said excitedly with fighting spirit in his eyes. "This kind of person is worthy of my killing." Silveraxe was extremely excited. Rocks showed a sinister smile on his face. He felt it was getting more and more interesting. He actually blocked the attack of Kaido's monster. Still sitting. So strong. In the field, the voices of several pirates were shocked. The reason why Uchiha dared to do this was because he learned from Tsu's memory that Kaido's current strength was probably about the level of Brigadier General. Tsu didn't understand, but Uchiha Madara knew that Kaido was only a Brigadier General, and his haki was not as good as his, only a little stronger. So Uchiha Madara dared to use haki plus the first stage of Susanoo to deal with it. Uchiha Madara looked at Kaido, who was still swinging his stick, and said in a cold voice, "Kid. How dare you attack me?" The moment the voice fell, Uchiha Madara's Sharingan illusion was activated. Kaido, who was holding the mace, trembled, and his face quickly turned pale. Pictures appeared in his mind, countless corpses and wronged souls crawling towards him, including people he knew when he was a child, and Charlotte Linlin. They wanted to kill Kaido with weapons, but Kaido couldn't do it and didn't dare to fight back. In the real world, Kaido started shouting after his body trembled, "Don't come over! Don't come over!" His forehead was covered with sweat, and he stepped back in fear. Seeing her younger brother's embarrassing situation, Charlotte Linlin shouted Kaido's name, "Kaido." As soon as the voice came out, Kaido felt his soul tremble and he woke up instantly. Looking at the man sitting on the stone again, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The experience just now was too terrible for him. At this time, Kaido no longer had the courage to fight the other party. What is going on? Why would Kaido be scared by the other party's eyes? Stussy looked at Whitebeard in confusion. Whitebeard stared at the other party's eyes, then explained, "It's probably that weird eye, it's like a devil's eye. It seems that this is not an easy existence to deal with." Flameflower sighed. "Wang Ji, I don't know what the captain is going to do." Shiji. "No need, Captain, didn't you see that Linlin has stood up?" Charlotte Linlin stood up and walked over slowly, cursing as she walked. "You bastard, how dare you use such a weird method to scare Kaido? What? Are you confident in your strength? Are you planning to fight me?" Uchiha Madara asked 3 questions in a row with a puzzled look on his face. Seeing his arrogant expression, everyone couldn't help but want to take action. "Ha ha ha." Rocks above laughed and said directly to Linlin, "Linlin, teach him a lesson." Even without Rox's instructions, Charlotte Linlin also wanted to teach the other party a lesson. That expression looked so annoying. "Prometheus!" Linlin shouted. The pirates who were familiar with this move fled in fear. A white cloud flew over, and Charlotte Linlin grasped it and injected soul into it. The next moment, Prometheus turned into flames. Linlin grabbed Prometheus and threw it to where Uchiha Madara was. Humph. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, sat in place, took out the Uchiha flame fan from behind and blocked the front. The incoming flames hit the fan, and Uchiha said in a low voice, "Uchiha rebound." The next moment, Prometheus, who had just exploded, was shocked because he felt his body flying backwards uncontrollably. Boom. Charlotte Linlin was stunned and was instantly swallowed by the explosion. Chapter 4. Rox, who had noticed something was wrong, took action just before the explosion hit the hull. A large amount of black smoke blocked the incoming flames and then instantly engulfed them. The black smoke faded from the ground, revealing Charlotte Linlin. At this time, except for some burnt clothes, she had no injuries on her body. Prometheus was a little afraid and didn't dare to look at Linlin. "You, this bastard." Charlotte Linlin looked at Uchiha Madara angrily. The other party actually used her own moves against her and made her so embarrassed. How is it possible? That was Charlotte Linlin's best move, and it actually bounced back. Isn't it? The power of that flame is very great. The sound of pirates talking in the distance was heard. Uchiha Madara turned his head to look at the man, wondering, can this be considered a flame? While Uchiha Madara was speaking, he made a seal with his hands, turned his head and added, "Look carefully, this is a flame." After the voice fell, Uchiha Madara shouted, "Fire style, great fire extinguishment." Boom. A mouthful of fire spewed out from Uchiha Madara's mouth, and the Rocks pirates on the opposite side were stunned for a moment. The next moment, a fire curtain covering the sky and hundreds of meters high rushed towards them. The members of the Rocks pirates stared with their eyes wide open, and they felt as if they were in a world of fire. The pirates behind Uchiha Madara stared blankly at the flames that reached the sky in front of them, and everyone was stunned. Boom. In just a moment, the skulls at the back of the square were engulfed, and the flames extended to the seaside. A powerful person with the haki of observation discovered that the opponent's flames were several hundred meters long, which was simply a natural disaster. At this moment, a loud laugh appeared in the flames. "Ha ha ha. This is Rocks laughing," and then the other party shouted, "Okay, that's enough, I admit that you are strong, put away your moves." Hearing this, Uchiha Madara stopped ninjutsu and didn't plan to show off. If he continued, it would be suspected of being too pretentious. The flames disappeared, and Uchiha Madara looked over and found that there was a lot of black smoke around the banquet. The black smoke was covering their banquet hall. A note of explanation, because the anime is not finished yet and we don't know what kind of fruit Rocks has, I will set it as the dark fruit here, please don't criticize me. Also, don't read novels and prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination. I'm tired of you postgraduate entrance examination candidates, really. When Uchiha Madara made this move just now, he did not use his domineering power, otherwise it would not be so easy for the opponent to take it. Seeing that the opponent's flames were gone and the black mist was gone, Rox laughed again, ha ha ha, join us. Rox thought for a while and added, I think, with you joining, our pirate group will be even stronger. Uchiha glanced at Rox, who was pulling Charlotte Linlin, and it was obvious that he had just stopped the opponent from taking action. How about it? Do you want to join us? Rox continued to ask. Uchiha Madara stood there and thought Rox's power should be the largest among the pirates. With their help, there should be a greater hope of finding the surgery fruit. It would be too troublesome if we build our own power, which would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. Thinking of this, Uchiha made a decision and said in a low voice, okay. Ha ha ha. Hearing the other party agree, Rox laughed. It seems that our pirate group has grown stronger again. Whitebeard said with emotion. Shiki, not bad, not bad. Captain John, now the Navy will be more afraid of us. Charlotte Linlin looked at Uchiha Madara angrily and said, you bastard, don't think you just defeated me, I haven't used my strength yet. Forget it, Linlin. We are all family now. Rox came out to smooth things over and interrupted Linlin, then asked Uchiha, by the way, what's your name? We don't know your name yet. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara seemed to be very frugal with words, and said 4 words in a low voice. How cool. Flame Flower said with emotion. Come on, bring me another table. Rox shouted to the people outside. Soon, 4 pirates came over, the 2 in front carried a table, and the 2 behind carried drinks and food. After they came here, they stood there, not knowing where to put the table. Uchiha Madara walked over and kicked the table. It spun and landed opposite Rox, and then Uchiha Madara walked over and sat on the ground. This move stunned the people present. Some people think that Uchiha Madara is very smart and did not choose to be behind Kaido or Flame Flower, which would mean admitting that he is a newcomer. But some people think that Uchiha Madara is too arrogant and actually sat alone opposite Captain Rox. Rox didn't care. As long as the other party didn't sit in his position, he didn't care. He laughed and said, ha ha ha. Then everyone welcomes Uchiha Madara to join. Charlotte Linlin and the others looked cold. Their positions were based on seniority, or if you were strong and everyone respected you, you could sit in the front, but what about you sitting opposite the captain? Being your own deputy captain? Captain John said sarcastically. Humph. Some people probably won't live long. Who says it isn't? Wang Ji echoed. Kulela, it seems that you have angered everyone right from the start. Take care of yourself. Whitebeard said with a big laugh, with a reminder in his words. Uchiha Madara naturally understood, but he didn't care. He picked up the wine pot and poured a glass. Come on, cheers. Rox shouted, and everyone raised their glasses even if they were not convinced. Uchiha Madara had just joined the party a second ago, and soon after, Marshal Steel Bone Kong of the Navy headquarters received the news sent back by the spies from Beehive Island. I understand. In the headquarters office, Gang Gukong hung up the phone with a grim look on his face. Gang Gukong looked towards the door and ordered, Navy, notify the Navy officers above the rank of Lieutenant Admiral who are still in the headquarters to attend the meeting. The Navy officers at the door took 2 steps and saluted respectfully to Gang Gukong and said yes. Marshal. Soon, the Navy Vice Admiral who received the notice and the General Jean Guo stationed in the headquarters came to the meeting room. 10 people sat in a circle. Ha ha ha, I'm late. Garp walked in laughing. You are the only one missing. Find a seat and sit down. Gang Gukong said unhappily. Jean Guo, when are you going on vacation? Do you want to go to my hometown to play? Jean Guo glanced at the marshal who was about to get angry, and lowered his head. Seeing that Jean Guo did not answer him, Garp asked Xiao He, are you going? He kept blinking at Garp, hinting him to stop talking, but Garp seemed not to see it and asked again, by the way, where is Zephyr? Why is he not here? At this moment, Garp felt that the atmosphere was not right, so he looked at Kong, urging, hurry up and tell me, Marshal, I have to go back to the East China Sea later. I finally have a vacation, tell me quickly, and I'll leave after you tell me. Kong showed a well-shaped mark on his forehead, and then said angrily, you have been talking all the time, what do you want me to say? Ha ha ha, sorry. Knowing he was in the wrong, Garp apologized awkwardly. Chapter 5. Seeing Garp quiet down, Cyborg looked around and said in a serious tone, "Our people just received news from Beehive Island. Another person has joined the Rocks Pirates, and it's a Cotter position." When these words came out, the faces of the Vice Admirals became serious. "The other party is called Uchiha Madara. How strong is he?" Zhang Guo asked curiously. "He once sat motionless on a stone, relying on the blue energy in his body to transform into a bony hand, and under the entanglement of armed color domineering, he blocked Kaido's powerful attack." "Is it a mythical beast?" a Vice Admiral asked curiously. Kong looked at the other party and said, "When I heard this at first, I thought it was, but then the other party scared Kaido with a look." Charlotte Linlin came out to stand up for Kaido, and his fire move was bounced back by the opponent's fan. At that time, there were pirates in the square who were shocked that Uchiha Madara had bounced back Charlotte Linlin's flames. Guess what the other party said? Steelbow Sora looked around. "What do you mean, Marshal?" he asked very cooperatively. The other party said, "Can this be considered a flame?" Then Uchiha Madara used real fire. My subordinates said that Uchiha Madara's flames came out of his mouth, covering the sky and the sun, and were several hundred meters long. "Marshal, are you telling a story? It's not that exaggerated." Kapu obviously didn't believe it. If he said it was done in some other way, he would believe it. How could he spit it out with his mouth? "This is what my staff reported. Also, the other party is aloof, calm, and arrogant. Analyzing from his personality, he dares to cause trouble in the Rocks Pirates. He must be confident in his own strength. Combined with his intelligence strength, what do you think is an appropriate bounty? What big deal was that to me?" "Just this," Garp said with a look of disinterest. He glanced at everyone and said, "You guys can discuss it among yourselves. I don't care. I have to go back to the East China Sea first. Goodbye everyone." Garp said, turned around and left, and Steel Bone Kong clenched his fists in anger. "Forget it, Marshal, he is like this. If you say Roger, he..." Before Zhang Guo finished speaking, Garp poked his head in from the doorway and asked, "Roger? What happened to Roger?" Cyborg looked at Garp with a curious look and roared angrily, "Roger dug up your ancestral graves, get out of here." Garp thought it was serious and said with a puzzled look, "That's impossible. I have a close relationship with him." At this point, Garp closed his mouth. He almost let the cat out of the bag. Garp laughed and said, "What is that? You guys continue, I'm leaving first." Soul Egg. Seeing Garp like this, Steel Bone Kong felt tired. After Garp left, everyone discussed for a while and offered a bounty of 100 million. After all, this was the first time to offer a bounty, and the other party had no history of doing evil. It was given entirely based on the Cotter's status and strength. In the afternoon, the Navy's newspaper had just been printed when Rocks received the news from the undercover. "Captain, the bounty for Madara has been revealed." On the open square of Beehive Island, a pirate reported to Rocks who was in a higher position. "Oh? How much is the reward?" Rocks asked curiously. 100 million. "Captain," the subordinate reported. "It's really too little. It seems that he needs to do something sensational. Even Kaido can't compare with such a small amount." Captain John said drunkenly while drinking fine wine. Stussy said excitedly. "The Navy underestimated Uchiha Madara this time. He should give the Navy a big surprise then. To be honest, he just used that skeleton to block Kaido, which means he has already entered the ranks of the strong. Coupled with the fire that was like a natural disaster, it is simply a weapon of war, just like the ability of Whitebeard's fruit. If he joins the battlefield, a large number of people will die Flameflower Road. The Navy has planted spies here, and Sengoku knows something about the situation, but it's not enough. Let him show his abilities in the next war." Rocks said, and laughed, "Ha ha ha. Uchiha Madara, the person involved in this incident, was not here. He and Whitebeard were enjoying the breeze on the boat." "Hey, what's your dream?" Whitebeard asked the new member out of boredom. "Dream?" Uchiha Madara pretended to be puzzled and looked at Whitebeard. "Yes, dream," Whitebeard said, and then said seriously, "A guy like you shouldn't join Rocks." "Hey, do you have any plan? Why are you asking these questions? As a member of Rocks, are you planning to get information from me for Rocks?" Uchiha Madara asked in a low voice. Kulalala, don't get me wrong, I'm just curious. Whitebeard said with a big laugh. Everyone has dreams, like rocks, his dream is to become the king of the world. I don't know what your dream is, but it should be quite big, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have joined the Rocks Pirates. Uchiha Madara remained silent. He would not tell Whitebeard what he wanted. Whitebeard continued, I hope your dream will not conflict with rocks, otherwise he will kill you without mercy. Hey, are you concerned about me? Uchiha Madara asked curiously. I guess so. After all, there are very few people as outstanding as you in the sea. From the first time I saw you, I thought you were pretty good. Uchiha Madara was afraid that the other party would say, be my son. He quickly said, we are not the same kind of people. As for your dream, it's family, right? When these words came out, Whitebeard was stunned. The other party actually knew his dream. Uchiha Madara continued, I am a few years older than you. Of course, I don't mind if you want to be my little brother. Kulalala, how arrogant, Whitebeard said with a smile. If you want to be my big brother, you must have the strength of rocks. I won't recognize anyone who is weaker than me. If you think you have the strength, you can give it a try. I don't mind having a big brother who is stronger than me. Whitebeard smiled and expressed his thoughts. Forget it, this kind of family that is obtained by winning or losing is meaningless. Uchiha Madara was just talking casually, and he had no intention of accepting Whitebeard as his brother. His road was destined to be full of dangers. Whitebeard valued friendship and loyalty, and Uchiha Madara didn't want him to be involved. Whitebeard looked at Uchiha Madara's departing back, and in his mind there was a sentence that the other party had just said when he left my dream, you will know it later. Chapter 6. In a certain sea area in the New World, a pirate ship is sailing at a high speed. The flag on the ship is the pattern of the Rocks Pirates. On the ship, hundreds of pirates are holding weapons and preparing for war. Behind them is a ship of the world government with a large number of navy. The leading pirate is 2 meters tall and has a Rocks Pirates tattoo on his shoulder. He said angrily, damn it. Why are they chasing us? I guess they came here for that thing. The second in command on the ship analyzed. It looks like there's a spy on our ship. The tattooed pirate said as he searched the crowd, trying to find that person. Boom. A cannon shot out, and the ship behind launched an attack. Their ship is faster than ours, we can't run away. Fight back, kill them for me. This is what the captain wants, we must not let them get it. The tattooed pirate shouted, and the gunners on the ship began to fight back. Taking this opportunity, the tattooed pirate took out a den mushi and began to report the situation. On the other side, on the Hive Road, Rocks pressed the answer button. Captain, it's bad. There's a spy on our ship. The world government knows about that thing. We can't run away. The other side seems to be prepared. I guess we will die this time. We can't save that thing. What did you say? Lox's face darkened. Captain, boom. Before the other party finished speaking, there was an explosion in the phone, and then the call was hung up. Rock's face was extremely ugly. He started to call back, but found that he could not connect. This meant that the other party's den mushi was dead. He started to call another person. As soon as the call was answered, the other party hurriedly said, Captain, many Navy, and CP, they used Garp's moves to fly over. After the other party finished speaking, he did not hang up the phone. The sound of fighting came from it, and soon screams were heard. Rocks understood that his men had been defeated. Bastards! Don't even think about taking my things. Rocks threatened. Hee Rocks, this thing can't fall into your hands. Now that we got it, forget it. The voice of the CP on the other side came. You wait for me? Rocks hung up the phone angrily. Go, gather all the cotters and ask them to board the ship. We will set sail in half an hour. Lox acted decisively and walked towards the shore with his weapons. Soon, everyone heard that they were going to sea, and they all put down their work and came to the ship. Sail. Quick, sail for me, to the world government. The helmsman and the sailors saw that the captain was so angry, and they did not dare to delay and immediately took action. Charlotte Linland and others were shocked. Rocks was actually going to the world government? Was he preparing for a head-on battle? Captain, what is it that you want to go to the world government? Stussy asked curiously, a little scared. It's fruit. Those bastards stole my fruit. That's the key to my becoming the king of the world. Rox said angrily. Captain, I calculated the date, and it seems that in half a month, the celestial dragons will be hunting humans. Do you think they will take this fruit there as a prize? Flameflower analyzed. Hearing what he said, Rox was stunned for a moment, and felt that it made sense. So which island do you think they will hold this event on? Rox asked. This kind of activity is usually kept secret, so it might be hard to guess. Charlotte Linlin said. Everyone nodded. Uchiha Madara, who was sitting by the railing, thought that the plot of Rock's demise took place in the Valley of the Gods. Could it be there? And what is that human hunting activity? Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara looked at Whitebeard and asked, what is that hunting activity? You don't even know this? I'm really curious about where you were hiding to practice before. Shiki the Golden Lion mocked. Whitebeard looked at Uchiha Madara. This is an event held by the Celestial Dragons every 3 years. They choose an island that is not a member country, start a massacre competition on the island, kill all the indigenous people, and then declare that the island belongs to the world government. The major families of the Tianlong people would select the young people they considered to be outstanding to participate, and they would send some of their captive slaves to help their masters kill people and score points. Those with high scores have the chance to win prizes, expand their family power, or have the chance to become a knight of God. Whitebeard explained. So that's it. Uchiha Ban nodded. This fruit belongs to me, they can't get their hands on it. Rox said fiercely. Uchiha Madara saw that Rox was so determined to get it. Could that fruit be Nika? Rox's current fruit is the dark fruit. The 5 elders have been claiming to recycle the Nika fruit, so it is impossible to use it as a prize. The explosion of the Valley of the Gods was not caused by this. What on earth is that thing? Why does Rox want it so much? Uchiha Madara thought to himself. That, Captain, I think we won't be able to get it back if we go to the world government. Stussy said weakly, a little timid. I also think that would alert the enemy. Flameflower echoed. The 2 men were obviously backing off. Are you too scared? Golden Lion asked with a grin, smoking a cigar. Who is afraid? I am just thinking about the captain. Stussy argued, but her voice betrayed her. That's it. Flameflower is not confident enough. Kulalala, if the captain intends to confront the world government, I don't mind giving it a try. Whitebeard said with a fighting spirit. At this time, Rox calmed down for a rare time and agreed with the 2's point of view. What Stussy and Flameflower said just now makes sense. Captain, what kind of fruit is this? It can make you so upset. Captain John, who had been silent all this time, asked with greed in his eyes and curiosity. Uchiha Madara also looked at Rox, waiting for his answer. Do you know the lifespan of the 5 elder stars in I'm? When Kes said this, Uchiha Madara's eyebrows twitched. Could it be? Everyone on the ship knew about this information. Captain, is it the surgery fruit? Captain John asked hurriedly. Rox nodded and said seriously, the recovery ability of those old monsters is amazing, and their vitality is very strong. I need the surgery fruit to weaken them, including I'm behind them. I must get this fruit. Rox said seriously. Everyone nodded as if they had suddenly understood something, but the next second, Uchiha Madara's voice came. Oh? Can you give it to me? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Uchiha Madara. Rox was about to ask the other party what qualifications he had to say this, but just as he opened his mouth, a puff sound was heard in the field. You. Whitebeard and the others turned their heads in disbelief, only to see a blue sword with armed color domineering wrapped around it, coming out from the deck and piercing Rox's body. Rox's eyes bulged out, and his body was suspended in the air. Chapter 7. You, what are you doing? Shiki asked in shock. Obviously, he is here for this fruit too. Captain John took a step back, his eyes alert on the deck. You bastard. Rox, whose body was pierced, gritted his teeth, then, with his right hand wrapped in armament haki and overlord haki, he punched the great sword. Ping. The huge chakra sword was broken, and then Rox poked his wound, and the remaining sword was knocked out of his body and fell into the sea behind him. Thump. What are you still standing there for? Get rid of this traitor. Rox shouted, rolling on the splint, wailing in pain. It hurts, you bastard. All the members looked at Uchiha Madara, and saw that the other party stood there without saying a word after attacking Rox. These people were not stupid and did not come forward to help. Captain Rocks, the opponent seems very strong. If you don't take action, we are afraid that we won't dare to go up, Captain John said cunningly. Kaido wanted to go forward to fight, but was stopped by Charlotte Linlin. Didn't the captain say that? On this ship, whoever is the best can be the captain, Captain. Come on, don't get killed. The Golden Lion Shiki added insult to injury. Ha ha ha, you bastards, I really like you more and more. Rocks was not angry, but laughed, because his injuries were almost under control, and there was a layer of black smoke covering his pierced stomach. What a tenacious vitality. Uchiha Madara said with emotion. Hey, you dare to attack me, if you want something else, maybe I will pretend that this thing never happened, but you actually plotted against me, I'm sorry, I can only ask you to die. After Rocks finished speaking, black smoke began to flow from his body. Oh? Why do you think you can defeat me? Uchiha asked back. Just relying on my fruit, domineering. As he spoke, Rocks gathered his arm with his armed color domineering, and his domineering color domineering was wrapped around his arm. Very good strength. Uchiha Madara nodded, his voice was long, and then Uchiha Madara changed the subject and said but. Uchiha Madara's voice became louder, on this sea, no one with devil fruit ability can stand up to me. The next moment, a bony hand suddenly blasted out from under the deck. The huge ship shattered instantly, and everyone on the ship stared with wide eyes. They couldn't believe that Uchiha Madara actually destroyed the ship. Wang Ji, Captain John, Silver Axe, Long Bread, and the pirate Lulu, who had no ability to stay in the air, all fell into the sea, with panic on their faces. Plop. The sound of falling into the sea continued. Flame Flower stepped on a water snake with an ugly face, and the water snake floated on the sea. In the sky, Linlin sat on Prometheus, and he pulled Kaido's clothes to prevent him from falling. Whitebeard stepped on the moon step, and Stussy lay on his shoulder. Golden Lion and Rocks also stepped on the moon step in the sky with their extraordinary physiques. You bastard, you actually destroyed my pirate ship. Rocks was furious. Compared to the pirate ship, I think the captain should worry about himself. Didn't you see him standing on the sea? Golden Lion said seriously. So this is what you were planning. Do you think you can defeat me without a ship? With my physical strength, I won't fall even if I stand in the sky for 3 days and 3 nights. As he spoke, Rocks gathered a lot of black smoke into a fist and hit Uchiha Madara below. That's hard to say. Crack. A skeleton appeared on Uchiha Madara's body, and the smoke fist landed on it, making a sound. Gradually, the skeleton on the first stage of Susanoo began to gather muscles and bones. Uchiha Madara directly used the third stage of Susanoo, with the armed color domineering wrapped around it, and the skin color changed from blue to black. What kind of fruit ability is this? It can even transform. Golden Lion stepped on the moon step to distance himself from the opponent. After all, this kind of behemoth probably has a wide range of moves, so he had to be careful. In an instant, Susanoo made a move and punched Rocks in the sky. Rocks didn't dare to take it head-on. In the sky, he had no foothold. If he was hit into the sea by mistake, he would be really finished. Rocks dodged sideways with his powerful observation haki, and counterattacked, using his arm wrapped in haki to hit the giant's ankle. Crack with a sound, the third stage Susanoo actually cracked, which made Uchiha Madara realize the opponent's strength. He quickly retracted his hand, jumped back, and leaped high in the air while making seals with both hands, fire style, great fire extinguishment. A blanket of flames mixed with domineering energy spewed out from the giant's mouth. Rocks on the opposite side showed a disdainful smile. He tried this trick last time and was able to absorb it with the power of the fruit. He immediately aimed his hands at the incoming flames and activated the dark fruit power. Boom. The next second, the flames engulfed Rocks. Rocks in the flames couldn't believe it. Haki. In order not to be burned by this move, he hurriedly wrapped his whole body with armed haki, because he couldn't absorb it. He looked at his hands and saw some burn marks. Obviously, this move was extremely powerful with the blessing of haki. 1 minute, the flame was not over. 2 minutes, the same thing. Uchiha Madara maintained the seal posture and continued to input chakra. Seeing that the opponent had no intention of stopping this move, Rocks in the flames wanted to step on the moon step to leave the barbecue area, but no matter how he moved, he couldn't get out of the sea of fire. Rox sensed that the opponent would move when he saw him move. If he wanted to attack, the opponent's giant would retreat, which was very shameless. After 5 minutes of calcination, Rox became anxious and shouted to the people watching the show in the sky, "Hey, you guys, come and help. Do you want to watch him solve me and then kill you? Haha, Captain, don't be ridiculous. Our interests do not conflict with Uchiha Madara's. He just stopped attacking you because he wanted to confirm whether we would help you. Now it seems that he has the answer." "Captain," John said, and looked at Uchiha Madara and asked, "Right? Uchiha Madara. I like dealing with smart people." Uchiha Madara replied. "Damn it." Rox roared, his arm wrapped in domineering aura, and he punched in the direction of the opponent. Because of the distance, plus Uchiha Madara's observation, he easily dodged. This was not Rox's first punch. He had thrown many times, but he just couldn't hit. He used many moves in the sky. Boom. A huge explosion sounded from the sea in the distance. Rox in the flames felt the temperature rising higher and higher. If he continued like this, he would definitely be burned to death. He stepped on the moon steps and hurriedly ran towards the honeycomb island. Chapter 8. Uchiha Madara saw this. How could he let the other party have his way? He urged his chakra again, and used his body to spray out the fire to extinguish it, and used Susanoo to gather the Yasaka Megatama and threw it at Rox who wanted to escape. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The spinning giant Megatama was very accurate under the Uchiha throwing technique, as if it could predict the opponent's flight trajectory. Bastards! Rox saw these things coming and hit them with his fists. Boom! The Megatama collided with the opponent's fist, causing an explosion. The powerful air wave sent Rox flying backwards. Uchiha Madara continued to attack, and the Megatama seemed endless, and kept throwing, making Rox flustered. Gradually, Rox found that he was getting farther and farther away from the Beehive Island. At this time, Rox was very frustrated. If he was on the ground, it would never be like this. His moon step was just stepping on the air with his strong physical fitness, and the speed was not fast, so he couldn't get close. Captain Rox is probably dead this time. Golden Lion came to Whitebeard and analyzed. That should be the case. In the air, Rox can't show his strength. Whitebeard replied. I think we should go back to Beehive Island first. If the other party turns against us, it will be troublesome. Golden Lion expressed his concerns. No, I can see that he is not that kind of person. Whitebeard expressed his opinion. Newgate, let's listen to Ski and go back to Beehive Island first. Stussy on Whitebeard's shoulder was worried about this. In that case, let's do it. Then, Whitebeard and Golden Lion stepped on the moon step and hurried back. Charlotte Linland and others saw that they had left and followed them. Damn it! The king of the sea held the long bread and swam towards the honeycomb island, looking at the people flying in the sky with envy. Hey, Boss Silver Axe, don't die. I'll take you back to the island, and you'll have to thank me then. A pirate hugged the unconscious Silver Axe and said to himself. Flameflower also stepped on the water snake and followed them to leave. On the sea, the battle was still going on. Uchiha Madara felt that he could deal with Rox with just fire style, so he didn't use other forms of Susanoo. With more than 2,000 cards of chakra, Uchiha Madara could afford to burn for a day. But Rox on the opposite side was anxious, and very anxious. He could feel that his body began to emit the aroma of meat. You bastard! You are so despicable! If you have the guts, let's go ashore and fight. Rox roared in the sea of fire. Haha! I just want to see how long you can be burned. Speaking of strength, you don't think that's all I have, do you? Uchiha Madara asked back. To be honest, he doesn't have any other powerful moves except some powerful fire escape and sequel. He is completely inferior to Impure World Madara. You bastard! In the sea of fire, Rox shouted angrily, his voice spread far away, accompanied by the sound of countless Megatama explosions. On the other side of Beehive Island, countless pirates stood on the shore, looking at the red sky in the distance with curiosity. It was just because the noise over there was too loud. I'm going to fight you! Rox yelled angrily, and with the flames on his shoulders, he rushed towards Uchiha Madara with moon steps, swinging his fists non-stop and delivering powerful punches. Uchiha Madara also threw the Yasaka Megatama recklessly. The two were hundreds of meters apart, and the sound of explosions kept ringing between them. This lasted for more than 10 minutes, and Rox was frightened. The next second, he ran into the depths of the sea with moon steps. Uchiha Madara controlled Susanoo to chase him with the sea water, and the flames continued to roast him, and he kept throwing the Yasaka Megatama, hitting Rox, and making him jump up and down. I don't accept it. Rox roared to the sky. He felt extremely frustrated when he encountered this kind of move. Hey, stop it, I'll give you the surgery fruit. Rox had to beg for mercy, because the wound he had been pierced with before had festered, the black smoke could not be stopped, and blood was flowing down his belly. Uchiha Madara behind him remained unmoved. Seeing that the other party did not answer, Rox shouted anxiously, "You bastard, are you really going to kill me?" The one who responded to him was Uchiha Madara's Megatama. Hateful. I really don't believe it. Let's see how long your flame can last. Seeing that the other party would not let him go even if he begged for mercy, Rox was ready to compete with the other party in physical strength. He stepped on the air and continued to run. The two chased each other, and soon 4 or 5 hours passed. During this period, no matter what Rox said to beg for mercy, Uchiha Madara would not reply, as if he was determined to burn him to death. In fact, Uchiha Madara could directly use the complete form of Susanoo to knock him into the sea, but he didn't use that trick because he wanted to see where his limit was. Gradually, the domineering aura on Rox in the air flickered, as if he could no longer maintain it. Is God going to kill me? My dream has not been fulfilled yet. The king of the world, how ridiculous. Rox smiled in the flames, as if he had made his own choice. Uchiha Madara, what is your dream? Rox shouted in the sea of fire. Tell me now. I can't hold on any longer, you win. Rox's voice continued. Whitebeard once asked me the same question, but I didn't answer him. As for you, I can tell you. Uchiha Madara stopped the fire, stood in Susanoo and looked at the other party, and replied. He was not afraid of Rox's sneak attack. A hero like this would accept his fate and be much more noble than a ninja. A ninja might pretend to attack, but Rox would not. Uchiha Madara was very sure of this. Hoo. Rox panted, the hair on his legs was gone, and his whole body was bare. Rox smiled and said, tell me about it. Uchiha Madara said in a low voice, become the first immortal in this world. Sage? What is that? Rox was a little confused. Uchiha Madara's eternal Mangekyo was activated, and Rox on the opposite side felt a spiritual force invading his mind, but he did not resist. The appearance of Six Paths Madara appeared in Rox's mind. Uchiha Madara only showed the other party a few pictures, as well as the immortality that Six Paths Madara talked about when he became a sage. The illusion was lifted, and Rox on the opposite side sighed, it's a great dream. Compared to yours, my dream is much inferior. I lost, but I want to ask you for a favor. Oh? Tell me about it. Uchiha Madara asked curiously. If that day ever comes, I hope you can overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons. This sea needs freedom. Human dreams will never end. I hope you don't die. Rox said, his right hand was wrapped in armed color domineering, and he punched his heart. Gonna. Rox said this with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and fell into the sea. Chapter 9. On the shore of Beehive Island. Whitebeard and his companions were using their observation haki to sense the depths of the sea. Thousands of other pirates had heard that the newly joined Uchiha Madara was going to kill Rox, so they were also standing on the shore curiously, waiting for the result. It's been 7 or 8 hours, isn't there a winner yet? Flameflower asked curiously, and it was clear that no one could answer his question. It seems that Captain Rox is quite capable. He has managed to hold on for so long. Whitebeard was filled with emotion. Newgate, do you really think Uchiha Madara will win? Wang Ji said with a pessimistic look. Wang Ji fell into the water and was unconscious. He didn't know the situation. Kulela, most likely. Whitebeard said with a smile. Hey, what do you think? Should we disband or elect a new captain? Captain John looked at everyone. It's too early to draw conclusions now. Let's see first. Shiki smoked a cigar and expressed his opinion with a worried look. The Navy had already known about the major incident on Beehive Island. There was even a phone in the crowd that was always on the line. The meeting room of the Navy headquarters was quiet, and everyone was waiting for the result. No one spoke, and if they wanted to talk, they went to the next room. Cyborg waved his hand and left a Navy man to record the conversation in the Den Den Mushi. When he came to another room, Cyborg frowned tightly. It seems that we still underestimated this pirate named Uchiha Madara. It has been many hours and it is not over yet. Zhang Guo couldn't help but sigh. Steel Bone Kong glanced at Zhang Guo. How many times have you said this? If Uchiha Madara survived, the bounty would have to be increased to at least 3 billion, and that's still an understatement. He expressed his opinion. Steel Bone Sora said solemnly, if Rox hadn't died, and Uchiha Madara hadn't died, their team would have been even more terrifying. There is already a Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin. Is not too difficult to deal with. If this is the case, I dare not think about it, alas. He said, sighing helplessly. Marshal, there is news. Just then, a Navy officer came running in and reported. What happened? Gang Gukong asked hurriedly. I don't know yet, I just heard Whitebeard's voice saying that he has returned, but I don't know who it is yet. After hearing this, the few people looked at each other, walked quickly to the next room, and listened quietly. Kulela, it's amazing that they killed Rox. As soon as these words came out, several people in the room were shocked. Shiki's voice was also heard. The captain's death was too miserable. If it was on the shore, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. As soon as Shiki's words came out, the Navy got a useful information, that is, the other party could not beat Rox on the shore. Everyone was relieved. If he was really stronger than Rox, they didn't know what to do. What a terrifying ability. A devil fruit user can actually run on the sea. Stussy's voice came, which made the Navy even more uneasy. Several people looked at each other. What did they hear? Running on the sea? A devil fruit user? They originally thought that Uchiha Madara was not as threatening as Rox, but they were nervous again, fearing that they would hear some bad information. On the shore of Beehive Island, Uchiha Madara ran over from the sea opposite Whitebeard and his men, carrying a naked corpse on his back. This was Rox's corpse. With a whoosh, Uchiha Madara arrived on the shore in an instant. Hey, take off your coat. Uchiha Madara shouted at the pirate opposite. The pirate was frightened by Uchiha Madara's look, and hurriedly took off his coat and handed it to Uchiha Madara with both hands respectfully. Lord Madara. Uchiha Madara glanced at him, took it, quickly wrapped Rox's body, then made a seal with one hand and slapped the ground. Everyone didn't know what he was going to do. The next moment, Wang Ji and others widened their eyes. They saw a sarcophagus quickly rising from the ground on the shore, and Uchiha Madara put Rox in it. Then Uchiha Madara slapped the ground again, and the sarcophagus containing Rox sank into the ground. A stone tablet emerged in front of the sarcophagus, on which was engraved, Captain of the Rox Pirates. You can even control stones? Whitebeard asked curiously. Aren't these simple moves just for hands? Uchiha Madara asked back with a puzzled look. Everyone. I really can't stand the way you look. You're really annoying, you know that. Charlotte Linlin complained. The fact that you didn't do anything shows that you are smarter than when we first met. It seems that the previous fight has made you grow a lot. Uchiha Ibn Zenjing's words made Charlotte Linlin even more eager to do something. He simply deserved a beating. Now that Captain Rox is dead, according to the previous rules, whoever is stronger will be the boss. Although you won the battle against Captain Rox, it was not a fair victory. I will not accept you unless you promise to help me find a powerful devil fruit. Shiki smoked a cigar and expressed his thoughts and plans. Uchiha Madara looked at the others. He also planned to temporarily subdue them as his subordinates. When the time came to go to the Valley of Gods to snatch the fruit, there would be someone to share the firepower and avoid following Rox's old path. I don't care who will be the captain, as long as you can protect my country. Flameflower expressed her opinion second. Flameflower came from the Amazon's Nine Snake Island, the country of women. She joined Rox to rely on Rox's strength to protect their country. Captain John said with greed on his face, my dream is to have a lot of treasures and treasures. As long as you promise to give me more, I don't mind. I have no opinion. I don't have one either. Wang Ji and Yin Fu expressed their opinions one after another. Whitebeard's choice is my choice. Stussy said, looking at Whitebeard. I have the same idea as Stussy, I will be wherever Linlin is, said Longbread. Whitebeard, what do you think? Charlotte Linlin asked curiously. Kulela, I don't have any other plans for the moment. If he wants to be the captain, then let him be the captain. And I am more optimistic about him, he is different from Rox. Whitebeard said with a smile. Since Whitebeard has said so, then let you be the king. I am the woman who wants to become the king of the sea. If you have the ability to make our dream come true, I don't mind. Charlotte Linlin expressed her opinion. Uchiha looked at everyone and replied in a low voice, okay. Seeing that Uchiha Madara agreed, Flame Flower asked directly, then Captain, should our pirate group continue to use the name of Rocks or something else? Everyone also looked at Uchiha Madara. The pirate group has changed its name. From today on, it will be called the Akatsuki Pirate Group. Chapter 10. The conversation between the several people was transmitted to the Navy headquarters through Den Den Mushi. Kong Gangu and others listened for a while, but did not get any useful information, so they hung up the phone. Then Kong Gangu looked at the Navy generals present and asked, what do you think? What else can I see, Marshal? Increase the bounty. Zhang Guo said directly. Also, the other party can get the other people to agree, which means that the strength exposed by Uchiha Madara during their battle can shock them, otherwise Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and Golden Lion will not support it. I know these three people well, especially Golden Lion, who is determined to surpass Newgate and Charlotte Linlin. Zhang Guo added. We don't know what happened at that time. I think we should give 3 billion first. Just relying on the support of Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin is enough to pay this price, he suggested. After listening to it, Steel Bone Sora thought for a while and looked at the other lieutenant generals and asked, do you have anything else to add? The lieutenant generals shook their heads. In this case, let's notify the propaganda department and have them start printing the wanted poster. Gang Wukong arranged. As Gang Wukong gave the order, the Navy department responsible for printing got busy. On the other side, on the Beehive Island, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and Longbread were drinking together. Sister, why did you agree to let that bastard be the captain? Kaido thought of the election in the afternoon and asked curiously. Mama. Kaido. In our pirate group, except for Rocks, Whitebeard is stronger than me in terms of strength. He chose him anyway. It's useless even if I object. It's better to join him, otherwise we can only withdraw. Charlotte Linlin explained. Then why don't we quit? The three of us will form a pirate group, and my sister will be the captain. Kaido expressed his thoughts. Kaido. My reputation is not big enough now. I want to use this team to make Charlotte Linlin famous. Only then can I realize my dream. If it's just the three of us, we'll have to go a long way, and that bastard seems to be planning to use the Operation Fruit, and he'll probably go up against the world government, and we'll become famous in that battle. Charlotte Linlin replied. Linlin is right. A pirate group like ours will be famous in the world no matter we win or lose the battle against the world government. Bread echoed. Kaido scratched his head, not understanding why his sister and Bread thought they would fight. They haven't fought yet, have they? The young Kaido was extremely puzzled. On the other shore, Uchiha Madara was standing on the shore watching the busy figures on the boat. Golden Lion was among them. Uchiha Madara told him that he would help him find the fruit in a few days. Golden Lion's attitude changed 180 degrees and he personally took on the task of arranging the new ship. The flag on the ship has been replaced with the pirate flag of the Akatsuki organization, with a red flame cloud on it, a skull in the middle of the flame cloud, and circles of purple in the skull's eyes, symbolizing Uchiha Madara's dream, the Samsara Eye. The map you wanted. Just then, Whitebeard came over and handed a blueprint to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha looked down and saw the Valley of the Gods marked on it. He looked up at Whitebeard and asked, how long will it take to get there? About 7 days. Whitebeard replied, and asked Uchiha Madara, are you sure what you want is there? Uchiha Madara was not sure, but nodded and said it should be. Whitebeard looked at Shiki who was busy on the boat, and said slowly before Shiki gets the fruit he wants, maybe he will help you, as for me, Stussy, and the others, I can't guarantee it. If you don't have the strength to face those powerful enemies, I guess they will completely abandon you, just like they abandoned Rocks. Whitebeard said lightly. If the enemy is too strong, will you leave me behind? Uchiha Madara asked curiously. I think so, but I'm not sure. Although I admire you, it doesn't mean I will risk my life to save you. I will help you to the best of my ability. After all, my dream has not been fulfilled yet. Whitebeard said his thoughts openly. Just your words are enough. Uchiha Madara said lightly. At night, Uchiha Madara lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He thought about today's experience and felt like a dream. Since he killed rocks and came back, he has been wondering if he was affected by Uchiha Madara's memory. Not only did he not feel afraid in the battle, but he seemed to be accustomed to facing Rock's corpse and even carried it so far himself. Am I still me? My name is Jia Ban, and I was a novelist in my previous life. It was me, right? I guess I was influenced by Uchiha Madara's memory. I don't know what happened to my parents. When I came through, did the me on the other side die or disappear? I don't know if I can go back in the future. Alas. Uchiha Madara said to himself, and at the end, he sighed. At 12 o'clock in the evening, Uchiha Madara kept staring at the system interface. Just when it reached midnight from 23:59, a prompt popped up on the system ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Wind-style vacuum Jade -1 exchange point. Boring. Uchiha Madara said disdainfully. He didn't think highly of this kind of ninjutsu. He originally thought he could sign in for something good, but it was so rubbish. Uchiha Madara used his mind to click to receive it. The next moment, Danzo's practice method for the vacuum jade appeared in his mind. Uchiha Madara comprehended for a while, clicked on the system mall, and looked at the balance position. It had changed from 0 to 1. He found the product, White Zetsu. Uchiha Madara used his mind to control the cursor to move on it. At this time, a detailed explanation was written in the upper left corner of the White Zetsu avatar. Uchiha Electric Shock Detailed Explanation. In ancient times, humans who were immersed in the infinite moon reading extracted a species from the outer path demon statue. They are good at pretending to be others, even the most familiar people or perceptive ninjas cannot recognize them. Mayfly Technique. Merge your body with the earth and plants to achieve the effect of high-speed movement. Spore Technique. Spores cannot be detected before they grow. When activated, the spores turn into a swelling similar to the White Zetsu and wrap around the possessed person, absorbing the possessed person's chakra, and can transfer chakra to replenish other people. Just as he imagined, Uchiha Madara clicked to buy. The next second, White Zetsu appeared in Uchiha Madara's room. White Zetsu slowly opened his eyes, looked up at Uchiha Madara who was sitting on the bed, and respectfully called out, "Master Madara." White Zetsu. Look into my eyes. Uchiha Madara shouted in a low voice, and White Zetsu looked at Madara's eyes in confusion. The next moment, White Zetsu was caught in Uchiha Madara's illusion. In the illusion world, Uchiha Madara told White Zetsu about the background of this world, its forces, and what he wanted White Zetsu to do tomorrow. After explaining, Uchiha Madara closed his Sharingan and asked in a deep voice, "Do you understand?" "Okay, Master Madara, I will help you find the fruit." Zetsu promised. "Very good." Uchiha Madara nodded. White Zetsu glanced at Madara and spoke hesitantly. Seeing this, Madara asked directly, "Just say what you want to say." White Zetsu mustered up the courage and asked Mr. Madara, "Do you know what it means to defecate?" Chapter 11. White Zetsu, shut up. If you dare to ask this kind of question again, I will kill you. Uchiha Madara said, and shouted loudly. Get out of here. White Zetsu was so scared that he quickly burrowed into the ground. The good thing about White Zetsu is that he is loyal enough. The only bad thing about him is that he likes to study defecation and things related to feces. Uchiha remembered it clearly from watching anime in his previous life. Early the next morning, Uchiha Madara made a vortex mask for White Zetsu, asked him to wear it, and let him go out to sea with the ship. The place where Uchiha asked them to sail on this ship was not the Valley of the Gods, but another island half a day's journey away from the Valley of the Gods. In order not to alert the enemy, Uchiha Madara didn't even let them hang a flag, and there were not many people on the ship. As soon as White Zetsu left, Shiki hurried over and reported, "Captain Madara, our people who stayed in the Sabayati archipelago said that they saw the celestial dragons of the Riswald family set off. I guess they are going to that event." And just as the captain expected, the direction they were heading to was exactly where the Valley of the Gods was. Very good. Uchiha Madara smiled. You should immediately send people to the islands near the Valley of the Gods to monitor and see if there are a large number of ships heading towards the Valley of the Gods in the near future. If so, then you are right. I guess the prizes they have prepared are not only the surgery fruit, there should be others. When the time comes, you can pick the rest except the fruit I need. Uchiha Madara directly painted a pie in the sky for Golden Lion. In his previous life, he only saw Luffy defeat Kaido, but didn't see the rest. As for the plot of God Valley, he only knew that he joined forces with King Garp and Roger to defeat Rocks. As for when he got the Golden Lion fruit, he had no idea. At this time, Golden Lion was still a two-sword flow, and he was extremely eager for strength. Uchiha Madara used the method of painting a pie in the sky to trick the other party into helping him. After all, he didn't know what the combat power over there would be at that time, and the chances of winning would be greater with one more person to help. Golden Lion grinned, and he agreed with this proposal very much. He began to call his men to make arrangements. Whitebeard was also contacting his former friends, asking them to pay attention to the movements of the celestial dragons. Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and Captain John were still eating and drinking there, and Long Bread was making delicious food. As for Charlotte Linlin, he was instructing Kaido. The last time Kaido was frightened by Uchiha Madara's eyes, Charlotte Linlin, as Kaido's big sister, felt it was very embarrassing, and he was giving special training to Kaido. The two women, Flameflower and Stussy, were also training. Uchiha Madara didn't plan to count on them to help. Except for the cadres of the Akatsuki organization who knew that Uchiha Madara was planning the surgery fruit, no one on the island knew, so the Navy didn't know what Uchiha Madara was going to do for the time being. That afternoon, a message that Uchiha Madara didn't expect reached Beehive Island. Most pirates received a message that the Celestial Dragons were about to hold a hunting event in the Valley of the Gods. After questioning, Uchiha Madara learned that it was a little girl who made a phone call to reveal the event. The other party claimed that there were 6 prizes for the Celestial Dragons competition in the Valley of the Gods. After thinking it over again and again, Uchiha Madara didn't act immediately. He wanted to wait until the Navy let down their guard and the world government thought that their group would not go, and then go over and catch them off guard. In this way, 2 days passed calmly. On the sea, the members of Roger's pirate group were stunned after seeing the latest newspaper. Rocks is dead. Rayleigh couldn't believe it. Is this a message sent by the Navy to trick us? How could Rocks die? Skurba Jabba also didn't believe it. It should be true. Just looking at the photo of this person gives me a strong feeling. Roger smiled. Then, Roger felt a little lonely. He felt sorry for Rock's death. Captain, the other party has changed the name of the pirate group, and those people from Newgate have not left. This shows that the other party is also a strong one, and it is estimated that he is not easy to deal with. Spencer with a ponytail analyzed. I agree with this point. Ordinary strong men can't deter those monsters. Rayleigh echoed. The place where Roger's pirate group was going was the Valley of the Gods. They received news that the Celestial Dragons would use it as a hunting ground. Roger planned to go there to rescue those people. On the sea, after a few days of fermentation, more and more people knew that Rocks was killed by a man named Uchiha Madara, and a reward of 3 billion berries was offered. Uchiha Madara's reputation became famous. A few days later, this was the 7th day of Uchiha on Beehive Island. During this period, Uchiha Madara signed in 2 ninjutsu, namely Raikiri and Water Style, Water Rush Wave. Uchiha Madara calculated the time and found that there were still 8 days before the so-called activities of the Celestial Dragons, so he decided to go out to sea today. Kerala, are you finally going to take action? I've been itching to do it for a long time. Whitebeard stood on the shore, looking at the busy pirates, and said with a big laugh. I don't know how much treasure I can get this time. Captain John looked expectant. Remember, don't let the news leak out before you reach your destination. The Golden Lion, who was the most concerned about this voyage besides Uchiha Madara, warned everyone. You are not the captain, why should I listen to you? Wang Ji said unconvinced. That's right, who do you think you are? Silver Axe echoed. Please give me some face, this is related to my financial report. Captain John said hurriedly. Your face is worthless. Silver Axe said disdainfully. That is, do you think you are Newgate? Wang Ji echoed. Do you want to fight? Why don't you try me and Shiji teaming up, 2v2? Captain John put down the bottle and questioned the 2 men with a fierce look in his eyes. I just happen to have 2 swords, I can chop you down. Shiji's expression gradually turned cold, and as he spoke, he drew his sword. Mama. Charlotte Linlin chuckled and said, I'm curious, is Wang Ji and Silver Axe more powerful together, Or is Shiji and John more powerful together? Are you guys free? If you are, go and help. At this time, Uchiha Madara came over and asked Wang Ji Yinfu indifferently. Seeing that the ruthless man who killed rocks was coming, Wang Ji said to Shiki and John, I'll let you go this time, let's go, Silver Axe. After that, the two ran to the boat and pretended to help. Shiki and John looked at each other and smiled. It was rare for them to agree on the same opinion. Soon, after packing up, Uchiha Madara stood on a high place on the shore and shouted to the pirates who were looking forward to it below, for this operation, those with a bounty of more than 10 million will board the ship immediately, and the rest of you stay here. The pirates with a bounty of more than 1,000 were extremely excited, and those who didn't arrive were dejected. Soon, thousands of pirates boarded the giant ship, and the deck was densely packed. Let's go. With a wave of Shiki's hand, the pirates on the ship started to move, some collected the anchors, some raised the sails, and soon the ship was moving. As soon as the Akatsuki pirates left, the Navy received news from spies. In the busy office of Marshal Marin, Steel Bone Sora asked on the phone where did they go? How come you don't know? Marshal, the other party didn't tell me. I guess only the navigator knows. The spy's helpless voice came from the Den Mushi. Then you keep asking around, and tell me as soon as you get any news. Gangukong ordered. Chapter 12. After Sora Cyborg hung up the phone, he always felt that the other party seemed to be heading for the Valley of the Gods. Half a week ago, the news of the Valley of the Gods reached the pirates, and Sora Cyborg also knew about the leak of the news. Now the Akatsuki pirate group is moving, and the Roger pirate group is also moving. For the safety of the celestial dragons, Sora Cyborg picked up the phone on the table and dialed Garp's number. Garp, who was on vacation in the East China Sea, lay comfortably on a lounge chair basking in the sun. At this time, the Den Mushi rang brew brew brew. Garp opened one eye and clicked the answer button. What's the matter, Marshal? Garp. Stop your vacation and go to the Valley of the Gods in the West Sea immediately to protect the celestial dragons. Gangukong's voice came from inside. Why on that small border island? Garp asked in confusion. Sorry, Cap, I can't tell. The Akatsuki organization has already set out to sea. Now we are not sure whether they are heading there. If they do, it will be terrible. After listening to what Sora said, Garp said helplessly, are you saying that they are heading for the Celestial Dragon's school trip? You underestimated them when you attacked the Beehive Island ship. That thing was the treasure that Beehive Island specifically wanted and had been looking for it on the sea. You stole it, so of course they wanted to take it back. Although Uchiha Madara is now the captain, he would probably want that thing too. No one doesn't want to be immortal. Now is not the time to talk about this, you go there right away, please, Garp. Steel Bone Sora's pleading voice came. Aren't there enough guards? There's nothing to be afraid of. Kappa said with a face full of resistance. It was enough to deal with them, but I didn't expect that Roger would go there too. When this was said, Garp was shocked and sat up from the recliner in an instant. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I'll be there right away. Then, Garp quickly packed up and got on the boat. In a certain area of the West Sea, the Roger pirates were sailing. Rayleigh received a call. You mean, you saw the Akatsuki pirates' actions? Rayleigh asked Den Mushi. As for their old rival Rocks pirates, Rayleigh was very concerned about their whereabouts. Yes. Brother Rayleigh. A voice came from the Den Mushi. So where are they going? Rayleigh continued to ask. It seems to be western. The west. Rayleigh muttered, and then said to the Den Mushi, okay, I got it, thanks. After that, Rayleigh hung up the phone. Captain, the Akatsuki organization has taken action, and the location is in the west, and it is probably heading for the Valley of the Gods. Rayleigh walked up to Roger and said to him, who was sitting in a chair drinking. Do you think they are here to cause trouble, or are they here for the Celestial Dragon's prizes? Roger's cheeks were red, and he was a little drunk. He turned his head and said to Rayleigh. The chances of them causing trouble are low, they should be here for the prize. Although Rox is dead, most of the pirates in their group don't have the fruit. Rayleigh analyzed. Then we can't let them succeed. Roger said with a firm look in his eyes, looking into the distance. A few days later, following the direction of the Akatsuki pirate group's sailing, Steel Bone Sora was 100% sure that they were heading for the Valley of the Gods. The world government also received the news. For the safety of the celestial dragons, Saint Jagalusha Satan and Saint Marcus Maz rushed over. On the other side, at the top of the Valley of the Gods, on the high platform, a celestial dragon was holding a sword and shouting, "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Countless celestial dragons gathered in the front row below, some of them holding knives, some holding guns, and were cheering. A 3-year capability show. The Aboriginal Massacre contest begins now. As the host finished speaking, several of the dragons fired guns to celebrate. Bang, bang, bang. After the gunshots, the host continued, "The country selected as the venue for this competition is a non-member country of the world government, the Island of Gods." In the square below their steps, there were hundreds of slaves wearing handcuffs. These slaves did not dare to move rashly because they were surrounded by Navy and world government personnel. Next, I will introduce 13 SR slaves. The celestial dragon said, pointing to the slaves standing in the first row. These people were all once powerful pirates on the sea. Their reward is 10,000 points. There are 150 other R-registered slaves, each corresponding to 1,000 points. This competition has prepared luxurious prizes for the final winner. 200 World Noble Hunter contestants. As the host announced this, a Tianlong in the field shot and killed a slave. Bang bang. 2 gunshots rang out, and a child slave fell to the ground. Hey, 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 don't shoot yet, obey the rules. The Tianlong people on the stage shouted hurriedly. Ha ha ha. He was responded with a loud laugh. Damn it, why do you treat us like this? Humans actually treat other humans as toys. If this is a dream, let me wake up. The children were shot to death by them. The slaves cried bitterly, and expressions of reluctance, pain, and despair appeared on their faces. Ha ha ha. A little girl looked at these slaves, laughed triumphantly, and said confidently, "The championship trophy must belong to our Mamea family. Don't even think about it this time, I've booked it." A young nobleman said with great confidence. "I won't let you win, Jellinger." The speaker was a child of 12 or 13 years old. "Watch carefully, little brats," said the young man named Jellinger. As the seated player this time, Figand Garanshen stood aside holding his sword and said nothing. "Attention all contestants, the hunt will officially begin in 1 hour. Slaves, if you can survive 3 weeks without being killed, you will be free. Okay, you can run away now." As soon as these words came out, the slaves ran down the mountain. The world nobles looked at these escaped slaves in a joking manner. Some of them curiously asked the presiding Tianlong, "By the way, what is the prize this time?" "Don't ask, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." The Tianlong who hosted the event smiled mysteriously. Seeing that they couldn't get any information out of the question, the curious Tianlong didn't plan to ask any more questions. Soon, an hour later, the contestants swarmed down the mountain. The natives on the island of God Valley didn't know what was going on, so they just did what they had to do. Some smart civilians noticed something was wrong and tried to leave, but were persuaded to leave by the Navy surrounding God Valley on the shore. What the Navy didn't know at this time was that there was a white figure swimming under their boat, and soon the other party came to the shore and hid in the mud. Chapter 13. Ah! Bang bang! White Zetsu used the mayfly technique, and wherever he passed, there were gunshots and screams. In the big tree on the top of the mountain, White Zetsu carefully peeked at the situation in the square. In the field, hundreds of celestial dragons were sitting in the audience watching the real-time broadcast, and the screen happened to show an SR slave being killed. The celestial dragon on the stage was holding a loudspeaker and explaining, "It's amazing, Saint Figand Gallen killed another SR level slave, and now his score has reached 23,000. Jellinger Saint's score reached 11,000, taking second place. The current score of the Mamea family's Zilli Palace is 9,000. If she can kill one more SR slave, she will surpass the Jellinger Saint." Looking at the 6 boxes next to the celestial dragons on the platform, Zetsu murmured curiously, "Is the thing in that box the prize this time? I don't know if what Lord Madara wants is there. I have to find a chance to go and take a look. But there are too many people here. Lord Madara said that the strong people in this world have observation haki, so it's a bit difficult to start. The 6 boxes are placed a little far apart. If you try to take them all at once, you'll probably be attacked. Forget it, let's not alert the enemy yet, find a Den Den Mushi and call Madara-sama to see what to do." After Zetsu finished speaking, he sank into the ground and rushed down the mountain. When he was on the shore, he found a navy holding a den mushi, and Zetsu planned to steal it. After a while, Zetsu came to the middle of the mountain. Why are those people wearing handcuffs, and what are the circles on their backs for? Baiju poked his head out of the ground with some curiosity, and saw that the group of people were standing on the edge of a cliff, looking down. So many naval ships have surrounded the island, haha. The speaker was a little boy with an afro. His serious tone and unusual speaking habits gave people a very weird feeling. The little boy looked at everyone. No one can escape, and this incident will be erased by history. They drove out the indigenous people for resources and started a killing game. In the end, none of the 100,000 people on this island survived, including us. In 3 weeks, we will kill them all without leaving a single one alive. Can you believe it? Haha. A slave asked puzzledly, didn't they say that as long as we can survive within 3 weeks, we can regain our freedom? Before he could finish his words, the little boy interrupted him excitedly, that kind of thing won't happen. All the survivors of the past competitions are dead. Hey, it's a lie, then why do you deliberately give us hope? A slave asked in confusion. It is because of hope that people keep running away, isn't it? Where is the pleasure in killing those who hesitate because of despair? Stop dreaming about surviving this shitty game. We have to escape from this game. The little boy's words confused most of the slaves. A slave who wanted to survive asked hurriedly, but what should we do? Let's remove the handcuffs first. A little girl wearing glasses said below. Everyone looked at her. A whale shark man next to her walked to the boy, lowered his head, and bit the handcuffs with his sharp teeth. With a sound of click, the chain broke under the huge bite force. Very good, it's solved, haha. You are indeed a shark man, the little boy praised. Many, thank you for the compliment. This is the first time I have been complimented, the shark man said shyly. The slaves were excited as if they saw hope. The little boy and girl saw that their will to survive had been awakened, and they looked at each other and smiled. This was planned by the two of them in order to get more people to participate in the escape plan they had already planned. Then, the shark man bit off the handcuffs of a dozen people around him. One of the slaves looked at the little boy and the little girl and asked, then how can we escape? The little girl looked at the man and said confidently, the prize of this competition is the key to escape. Prizes? The slaves wondered. Yes. The little girl nodded, and then continued, it is said that if you eat it, you can transform into the mythical beast Blue Dragon, the strongest level 1 devil fruit. There is another one that can send others or yourself to a distant island. It is called the meatball fruit. They are on the island. That's right. The little boy clenched his fist and agreed. Then he looked at everyone and encouraged them, if any of us can eat those fruits, dozens of people can escape from this hell and encirclement. Hee-haw. At this moment, the little girl took out 2 den mushi from her trouser pocket. How did you get this? One of the slaves asked in shock. I'm an expert in stealing, eavesdropping, and communications. This den mushi was stolen by me from the Celestial Dragon. 2 weeks ago, I leaked information about this island to the outside world, so someone should know about it. Before she finished her words, a voice came from 3 meters behind them, excuse me. All the slaves were startled and turned their heads to look at the tree trunk 3 meters away, only to see a white head sticking out of the tree. The slaves took a step back in fear. Baiju stretched his head and asked curiously, are there any other prizes besides the one you just mentioned? Who are you? The little boy asked loudly, with a hint of nervousness in his voice. Another tall boy thought the other party was a bad guy, so he rushed to the front of the crowd and opened his arms to block the other party. My name is Baiju. After Baiju answered, he turned to the little girl and asked, are there any other prizes? You just mentioned 2, can you tell me about the rest? Are you from the world government? The little girl asked cautiously. No, I am not, I am the will of Madara-sama. White Zetsu said. Mr. Ban. Hearing this name, the little girl was stunned for a moment, then became excited and asked back, is it the Uchiha Madara who killed rocks? Hey, you actually know Lord Madara? Zetsu said in surprise. I have been monitoring the world government's phone calls whenever I have time these days. They said that a very powerful person killed the great pirate rocks. Since you have shown up, it seems that your captain has already arrived, the little girl said, and introduced herself. By the way, my name is Ginny, how about we make a deal? Oh, what's the deal? Baiju asked curiously. Ginny's eyes showed cunning, and she said, if you help us escape, I will tell you all the information I know. This. Baiju glanced at the dozens of people on the other side and felt that it would be a bit difficult for him to rely on himself. There was an ocean outside. If it was land, it would be okay. It seems that I can't do it. Zetsu said directly. Then ask your captain and see if he is willing. Ginny said unwillingly. Silly white Zetsu thought that what the other party said made sense, and nodded and said okay, then I will use your Den Mushi to make a call and see. Chapter 14. At the same time, on the sea not far from the Valley of the Gods, the Den Mushi on Uchiha Madara's body rang. Brew brew brew. Uchiha Madara looked at Den Mushi in confusion, and after thinking for a while, he decided to answer the call. Is that you, Master Madara? White Zetsu's voice came from Den Mushi. I thought it was someone else, it turned out to be White Zetsu, how is it? Did you get it? Uchiha Madara asked in a deep voice. I'm sorry, Lord Madara, I haven't got it yet. I just arrived at the Valley of the Gods, and there are so many celestial dragons, as well as the world government and the navy in the square. I dare not show my head. Also, there are actually 6 treasure chests, I don't know which one is it. Hearing what White Zetsu said, Uchiha Madara frowned and said, White Zetsu. It's been so many days, why did you just arrive? That, I got off the boat at a nearby island. I originally wanted to swim over, but a shark wanted to eat me and chased me for several days. That fish was so big. The voice of White Zetsu came again. Uchiha Madara's tone softened. It's not your fault this time. You keep looking. I'll be there in about half a day. Uchiha Madara was about to hang up the phone when White Zetsu on the other side hurriedly said, Madaram, there is a little girl here who seems to know information about the fruit. She wants to make a deal with Madara. Oh? Who is it? Uchiha Madara asked curiously. At this time, a young voice came from the Den Mushi. Captain Uchiha Madara, my name is Ginny, and I was the one who spread the news about God Valley a few days ago. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara understood and interrupted, tell me your purpose. Ginny on the opposite side was stunned for a moment, glanced at White Zetsu, then looked at everyone, and mustered up the courage to say, we are slaves of the celestial dragons, and the nobles on the island are hunting us. I want to use this information in exchange for your protection to help us leave here. Yes. Uchiha's crisp voice came. All the slaves present heard it and they were immediately excited. Tell me, you better not lie to me. What fruits are there on this island? I just want to know this news, I'm not interested in anything else. Uchiha Madara's low voice came. Captain Uchiha Madara, I only detected 3 devil fruits, namely the fish fruit, the mythical beast, the blue dragon form, the meatball fruit, and the ice fruit. As for the others, I don't know. Ginny heard that Uchiha Madara's tone was not right in the Den Mushi, and hurriedly added, but I can continue to monitor for you. I have told you what I know, and I hope you can help us as agreed. In the Den Mushi, Uchiha Madara was silent for a moment, then said, White Zetsu. You take them into the ground first, and you continue to inquire. Yes, Mr. Ban. After Zetsu answered respectfully, Ginny found that the other party hung up the phone, and she began to feel uneasy, because she was not sure whether the other party would save them. Ginny also heard the tone of Uchiha Madara, as if there was no fluctuation, which meant that her information was useless. If she wanted the other party to save her group, she had to play to her strengths. Her original plan was to let Ivankov and herself steal the fruit, and then let some of them be bait to lure away the celestial dragons. Now she didn't know whether she should bet her hope on Uchiha Madara. You also heard what Master Ban said, I will open a cave underground, you stay inside first. Baiju said to the little girl and went into the ground, which made some slaves present see hope. What should we do, Ginny? The other party is a person with special abilities, and he is also a subordinate of the great pirate. I am afraid we have no chance to carry out our plan. If we don't do as the other party asks, I guess the white man will kill us. Ivankov whispered to Ginny. Now we can only do our best to monitor intelligence for the other party, and bet on whether the other party will keep their promise. Ginny said helplessly. Don't be afraid, Ginny, Ivan, if he wants to kill us, I will stop him for you. The 2-meter-tall bear said in a muffled voice. Ginny and Ivankov found that the bear's expression was more serious than ever before. Bear, let's think positively. Ginny smiled reluctantly and consoled him. Boom. The ground shook slightly for a long time, and Zetsu emerged from the soil and said, I have opened up the cave, I will take you down now. Then, Zetsu activated his ability, wrapped one person after another, and brought them down. Zetsu said to everyone, this is 10 meters underground, those people with guns should not be able to find you. Then Zetsu looked at Ginny and said, you just help Lord Madara monitor the situation here, I'm going to go out to get information. Ginny nodded, took out 2 den mushi, and began to eavesdrop. Zetsu used the mayfly technique to disappear in the cave. On the other side, on the top of the mountain, the celestial dragon host was still explaining passionately, oh my god, it's been less than half a day, and the Figan families, Gallon Saint, actually got 100,000 points. His targets seem to be slaves to high scores. Other contestants, come on. Several Tianlong people frowned in the audience. Hey, I say, if this continues, that bastard will definitely win first place, and then the treasure will definitely fall into his hands. The speaker is a gloomy man with triangular eyes. If he gets it, it will definitely consolidate their family's position. If the fruit awakens, a long-lived person will appear in their family. We can't let him get it. Another bald man echoed. How about this, let's secretly exchange the treasures. Another celestial dragon who was missing 2 front teeth suggested in a low voice. The triangular-eyed celestial dragon looked around and whispered, there are too many people here, it seems difficult to operate. It's almost noon, those people will definitely go to eat, when there will be fewer people, the 3 of us will go together to force the commentator on the stage, with the power of our family, I don't think he dares to speak out. The Tianlong man who was missing 2 front teeth expressed his thoughts. The other 2 Tianlong men looked at him, only to see him say mysteriously, he and I are sworn enemies, I have already found out that he has a bastard outside, and I brought the child with me. After saying this, the triangular-eyed Tianlong man was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, it seems that you, this guy, have already guessed that he can win the championship, and you specially prepared this gift for him. Not bad, not bad. The bald Tianlong man echoed excitedly. Humph, he knocked out my front teeth last time, I will make him lose all reputation this time. The Tianlong man with missing front teeth said viciously, and added with a morbid face, when the award is presented, when the box is opened, it is found to be a baby. Do you think he will be so angry that he will stab it to death with a sword? Then I'll explain that this is his bastard, what do you think his expression will be? The other 2's eyes lit up, and they gave him a thumbs up and praised him, you're really smart. Chapter 15. At noon, 3 celestial dragons came to the backstage stealthily. One of them, who was missing a front tooth, threw a stone at the host who was watching the video. The host looked back and saw that it was someone he couldn't afford to offend who was waving at him. He pretended to be nothing and walked into the backstage. The 3 celestial dragons began to threaten the host. Due to the host's strong power, the host didn't dare to disobey and secretly took the unconscious baby and exchanged it with the devil fruit. The 3 celestial dragons took the devil fruit and quickly ran to their temporary resting place. Is this the operation fruit? Hehe, that guy still wanted to eat this, but now he can't eat anything. The celestial dragon who was missing 2 front teeth said excitedly. Although the other 2 celestial dragons wanted it, they didn't dare to pay the price. Now this fruit is a hot potato for them, and they dare not touch it. They can't bear the wrath of Saint Figan Gallon. Lewis. What bad things are you doing, little brat? Jago Lucia Satan walked behind the 3 people with a cane. Without, nothing. Hearing the voice of the patriarch, Jago Lucia Lewis immediately hid the fruit in his clothes and replied in a panic. Lewis. Don't rely on my status to do bad things. You and Figandigaran don't get along. It's okay to fight each other in normal times, but don't do anything embarrassing in this game, okay? Satan said majestically. Got it, got it. Lewis, who was missing 2 front teeth, replied hurriedly. The 5 elders, Saint Satan, glanced at his useless juniors and left with his cane. You are in trouble this time. The 5 elders are here. If he finds out that you have swapped the fruits, you will definitely be beaten up. The triangular-eyed celestial dragon looked at Lewis with sympathy. I think you'd better find a slave to feed this fruit first, otherwise your elders will know and will definitely ask you to take it out, and then that bastard Gallon will get it for free. The bald man fanned the flames. When Lewis heard it, He thought it made a lot of sense, and gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go. I'll feed this fruit first so that he can't get it." After Lewis finished speaking, he went straight to the place where he imprisoned the slaves. The two people behind him saw that their goal was achieved, looked at each other, and smiled. After a few hours, Baiju saw that it was not easy to start, so he hid in the ground and rushed to where Ginny was. He had just found out that the first prize was the surgery fruit, and it was in one of the 6 boxes. When she came to where Ginny was, Ginny smiled, and said, "You are here. I have already found out that the first prize is the surgery fruit, a floating fruit, and the bird fruit mythical beast phoenix form. Originally they were going to use 2 natural type, 2 superhuman type, and 2 mythical beast type, but they didn't have all of them, so they used the surgery fruit instead. I have just reported to the captain. The captain asked you to protect us here. He will be here soon. I have already told the captain the location, and he said he will come to pick us up after he has grabbed the fruit." Captain. Zetsu was a little confused about the other party's title. Uchiha Madara's voice came from the Den Mushi Zetsu. "Protect them, this kid has made a great contribution, she is now my crew member." It turned out that Ginny's phone had not been hung up. "I understand, Lord Madara." White Zetsu replied respectfully. On the sea, the Akatsuki pirate group was sailing rapidly. On the deck, Uchiha Madara hung up the phone. He had a talent for the little girl. She was good at eavesdropping, and she had found out the whereabouts of the Operation Fruit for him. Uchiha Madara invited her, and she agreed. After asking about the other party's situation, what Uchiha Madara didn't expect was that the other party became a slave at the age of 4, and now she was only 11 years old. She could judge the situation and even provided him with tactics, allowing him to use a loudspeaker to shout and let the other pirate groups that arrived rush together with the Akatsuki pirate group. At that time, Uchiha Madara asked curiously, "How do you judge that there are others besides our pirate group?" Ginny replied, "It is impossible for a big pirate like you not to attract attention with every move. There are devil fruits on the island. Some pirate groups will see you set off and they must want to get some benefits. There are also many who are not afraid of death. This is easy to guess." Uchiha sent out an invitation at that time. It was rare to meet a smart person in the pirate world. In his previous life, he watched anime and only knew that the people here were pitifully stupid. In his impression, there were only a few smart people. "Captain, those pirates seem to be still watching." At this moment, Shiki walked up to Uchiha Madara with a telescope and reported. Uchiha Madara opened his main Jikyo Sharingan and looked ahead carefully. A large number of pirate ships gathered on the sea. They did not continue to move forward. "Don't worry about them. If someone is blind and blocks our way, you should know what to do, right?" Uchiha Madara looked at the Golden Lion. "Leave it to me." Golden Lion took a puff of his cigar, pulled out his 2 famous swords, and walked to the bow. The pirate groups in the distance also discovered the large ship coming from behind, and the captain of the pirate group on the ship hurriedly shouted, "Quick! Make way!" The 2 pirate groups blocking the Akatsuki pirate group hurriedly controlled the ship to make way. The Akatsuki pirate group slowly sailed forward, and the island of God Valley was exposed to everyone. Stussy looked back at the dozen ships behind him and reported, "Captain, those guys are following us. Don't worry about them, if they want to die, just let them go." Uchiha Madara smiled and said in a calm voice, Hey, there are so many navy ships." At this time, Stussy found the densely packed navy ships ahead, and cold sweats broke out. Perhaps because of fear, he even jumped onto Whitebeard's shoulder. "What a shame, Stussy." Flameflower sighed. Aren't you the same, Giroliosa? Your legs have betrayed you." Everyone turned around and saw that Flameflower's legs were trembling. Ha, the treasure up there belongs to me," Captain John said excitedly. "I should be able to get the powerful fruit I want," Shiki said with anticipation. "The prizes should be pretty good. I'll give one to my future family members." Whitebeard expressed his thoughts. "Those who just fantasize about stealing things quietly and then run away are called masters." Charlotte Linland laughed. "Roger seems to have also come out, over there." Kaido pointed to the side with a serious expression. Linlin shouted to Kaido, "Calm down, little brat." Uchiha Madara looked at the navy with a fighting spirit. In the past 8 days, he has signed up for several good moves, namely water style, water rush wave, storm style, Lightning Fang, Lightning Style, Chakra Mode. On the other side. On the shore outside the Valley of the Gods. The Navy on the Navy ship was observing with a telescope. Suddenly, the ship of the Akatsuki pirate group slowly emerged from the end of the sea. The Navy shouted, "Everyone pay attention. To the east of the island is the Akatsuki pirate group." When the Navy on the ship heard this, some of the timid ones swallowed their saliva, and some complained in their hearts why they were so unlucky to be sent to guard the east. Wrong. They are not the only ones. Famous pirates are showing up one after another. Instantly, the Navy in the east was facing a formidable enemy. Chapter 16. Everyone get ready. Shoot. The Navy Commodore on the warship shouted, and more than a dozen shells flew towards the Akatsuki pirate group. The Golden Lion stood at the bow, drew out a sword, swung it and shouted, "Chop the wave." The next moment, a white crescent slash was shot out by the Golden Lion, hitting the incoming shells. With a swoosh sound, the Golden Lion's slash split a row of shells in two, and the slash flew towards the distant warship without slowing down. The Brigadier General on the warship was shocked, drew out his sword, covered with armed color domineering, and also swung a slash. However, his slash was much smaller than the Golden Lion's. The Golden Lion's slash knocked away the opponent's attack, and with a loud bang, the deck of the hull exploded. Ah! The Navy on the ship screamed and was blown away. "Fire and blow them away." Then, Shiki waved his hands and shouted. Boom! 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 The pirates on the ship were already on standby and fired their shells. Not only the Akatsuki pirate group, but also the other pirate groups launched their shell attacks. The dense shells hit the three warships in front. Bastard! A lieutenant general flew into the air, swung his sword and slashed with sword energy, trying to block the incoming shells. "It's useless, Navy!" Shiki yelled. Then, Shiki used his two-sword style to strike, and two yellow slashes quickly attacked the lieutenant general who was stepping on the moon step in the air. Seeing the attack coming, the lieutenant general stretched out his sword to block it. Bang! The body of the Vice Admiral flew backwards and hit the cliff of God Valley. A large number of rocks rolled down from the mountain and fell on the Navy ship, hitting the Navy and making them scream. On the top. The Navy responsible for protecting the Celestial Dragons received the news of the attack by the Akatsuki pirates, and immediately ran to the Celestial Dragon who was hosting the competition, and shouted respectfully, "Report, there are a large number of pirates attacking below, including the Akatsuki pirates, and the Roger pirates are also here. For the safety of all the Celestial Dragons, please let the contestants return to the top of the mountain immediately." The host was startled when he heard this, and hurriedly ran with his accomplices holding the treasure chest. At this time in the woods of God Valley, there was a Den Mushi broadcasting the latest news every few dozen meters, so these people also heard the Navy's report. Here, what happened? Some of the pirates who had escaped were stunned. In the forest, Figure and Garen took out two Den Mushi, dialed the numbers respectively, and ran down the mountain at a very fast speed. Soon, the call was connected. It was a brigadier general in the east who answered the phone. "All the Navy, retreat, go protect the Celestial Dragons." Another call was also connected, and Saint Figand Garen shouted to the Den Mushi, "The Knights of God attack, target the Akatsuki pirate group." On the sea in the south, the Roger pirates have broken through the shore's defenses, and the number of pirates following them is no less than that of the Akatsuki pirates. A large number of pirates jumped off the ship, and Roger took the lead in the charge. His members were ready to fight. Roger had two purposes for this trip. One was to snatch the fruits that the Rocks pirates wanted, and the other was to release these slaves. On the east coast, the Golden Lion waved his hand, and a large number of pirates jumped off the ship. Uchiha Madara took the lead in rushing forward. And where they passed, countless Navy officers were lying on the ground, dead and wounded. The Roger pirates and the Akatsuki pirates came to the only way to go up the mountain on the island at the same time, and the two sides looked at each other. On the uphill, a large number of Navy officers pointed their guns at the pirates below. The Navy officers' hands holding the guns trembled, and they looked at the large group of pirates in fear. In addition to the terrible existences of the Akatsuki organization, there were also members of the Roger pirates and some famous pirates in the New World. "Hurry, get the reinforcements from the west and north, they are going up the mountain," a commodore shouted. The sailors began to call and urge the rest of the Navy to come quickly. "You are Uchiha Madara, right?" Roger called out, but Uchiha Madara ignored him and continued forward. With a whoosh, a red light flashed past, and Uchiha Madara stopped. A cut appeared on the ground in front of him. Uchiha Madara looked down and saw a shocking depth. "Stop. I won't let you succeed," Roger said seriously. "If someone doesn't know, they would think you are a lackey of the Navy." Uchiha Madara turned his head and replied, then looked at Whitebeard and others and said, "Stop them, I'll go get the things." "Kulela, I haven't fought Roger in a long time, leave it to me." Whitebeard laughed and rushed towards Roger with Kusanagi. "Rayleigh, don't try to stop our captain." Golden Lion raised his knife and shouted at Rayleigh. "Mama mama." Charlotte Linlin laughed and said to Shiki, "You are afraid that you can't beat Rayleigh. Kaido, go help him." "Jabba, let Captain John meet you." Captain John pulled out his gun and shot Jabba. "Asshole!" Jabba roared, raising two axes and hitting the incoming bullets. Wang Ji, Silver Axe, Flameflower, and Stussy each chose their opponents, and the minions of the Akatsuki organization also rushed towards each other. The other members of the pirate group who followed Uchiha Madara rushed up the mountain desperately. Just as Uchiha Madara was about to go up the mountain, a slash came from the mountain in the distance. Uchiha Madara dodged sideways, and the huge slash extended to dozens of meters away from the ground with a boom. It exploded. At the same time, Whitebeard's fist collided with Roger's ace, and the collision of their moves was louder than the explosion. "Uchiha Madara, don't even think about going over there." Figurand Garen Saint stood in the center of the navy and said in a cold voice. Uchiha Madara looked up and found that there were a total of 6 people coming. "Tell me now. Where is Roger?" Suddenly, a loud shout came from the bottom of the mountain, and the people fighting in the field tacitly chose to stop. I saw Garp leading a large group of naval elites running up. There was someone beside Garp who Uchiha Madara knew, that was Bogart. "Reinforcements have arrived, it's Vice Admiral Garp. We are saved." The navy on the hillside was very excited when they saw Garp coming. "All navy retreat, go to the mountains to protect the celestial dragons." Figuranda Gallan Saint waved his hand and gave the order to the navy. "Go," the brigadier general shouted, and the sailors rushed up the mountain with their weapons. "Roger! You bastard!" As soon as Garp approached, his eyes were fixed on Roger, and he shouted excitedly. "Ha ha ha! Garp, it turns out it's you, the old immortal." Roger responded with a laugh. "Roger, what have you been doing lately? I haven't heard from you much." Garp seemed to pay no attention to the situation on the battlefield and started chatting with Roger. "I haven't been out to sea for more than a year. I'm practicing. How about you?" Roger was also very nervous and seemed to have a lot to say. He asked hurriedly. "Hey, Lieutenant General, pay attention to the atmosphere in the field." Bogart reminded awkwardly. "Sorry. I forgot, ha 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 ha." Garp scratched his head and laughed, then looked at the Uchiha class, Whitebeard, and others who were all indifferent. "Hey, you are Whitebeard's captain, Uchiha Madara, right? Now I'm here, if you're smart, leave immediately." Garp looked at Uchiha Madara and said confidently. Uchiha Madara pretended to be puzzled and asked Garpo, "What if I'm not smart? What are you going to do?" "I'll make you smarter," Garp said seriously, and gave a look to the elites behind him. Bogart and others stepped forward. "In that case, come on, let me weigh you, what confidence do you have to say this?" Uchiha Madara said in a low voice, and waved to Garp. Chapter 17. "You guys go deal with Whitebeard and the others, I'll take care of Uchiha Madara," Garp said, and without waiting for Figuranda Gallanshen's consent, he rushed forward with his fists clenched. Before Garp could get close, Uchiha Madara shouted in a low voice, "Wind style, vacuum ball." Puff, puff, puff. 3 black air bullets with domineering aura shot towards Garp, corresponding to Garp's eyes, throat, and lower body respectively. "Be careful!" Roger in the distance shouted. Garp's armament haki wrapped around his right fist and punched out. A powerful shock wave was instantly released. Uchiha Madara in the distance did not expect that the opponent's fist was so powerful. He took out his fan to block it. Garp took advantage of the victory and launched a shave. He disappeared on the spot and appeared behind the shock wave with his fist, trying to cause a combo on Uchiha Madara. The voice of Uchiha Ban came at this time, "Uchiha rebounds." The next moment, the shock wave that attacked the fan flew back. Garp's eyes widened. In the dazzling white light, Uchiha blew out a black light from his mouth, shooting directly into Garp's eyes. Garp was shocked. While turning his head to avoid it, he crossed his hands in front of his chest to block the rebounding shock wave. Storm release light fang, Uchiha's voice sounded. With a bang, Garp was blown away by his own energy. The Figure and Garen saints who rushed towards Whitebeard and others, as well as Whitebeard and Shiki, all looked at Garp. They saw a long scar on Garp's cheek, with blood on it. This was caused by Garp's extreme dodge with his powerful observation haki. Asshole. Seeing Garp injured, Roger was more excited than Bogart and others. He raised his sword and attacked Uchiha Madara. A red light over 30 meters long cut through the sky and fell from the sky. Uchiha Madara made a seal with one hand and performed a substitution technique, exchanging positions with the stone on the side. What kind of move is this? Roger was stunned for a moment. Captain, you look a bit like the ninja in the Wano Country storybook. Rayleigh analyzed. Whitebeard. Quick, let's go deal with Roger and Rayleigh, don't let him disturb the captain. Shiki was worried that Roger and Garp would join forces, and then the captain would lose, and he would not be able to get the fruit. After Shiki shouted, he shouted to Charlotte Linlin, those dem guys are left to you. When Shiki spoke, his eyes looked at the Knights of God. Ma. Linlin laughed loudly, showing a cunning smile and said haha, Shiji, don't tell me what to do. Those people are obviously not so easy to deal with. Even if you and Whitebeard can hold back Rayleigh and Roger, people like Jabba and Spencer are not easy to deal with, and we also have to deal with the Celestial Dragon's lackeys. I don't plan to join this good show. Charlotte Linlin.G said, looking at Kaido and said, brother, let's go. Charlotte Linlin.G said, turned around and ran. Kaido and Longbread followed behind. Since Linlin has left, I'm sorry, Captain. Wang Ji said, and also chose to escape. It was Roger's gang, the Knights of God, and Garp's elite. Wang Ji chose to betray without hesitation. Silver Axe followed Wang Ji without even saying hello. Flame Flower gritted her teeth and said, Captain, I don't want to die here, I'm sorry. She had the same idea as Wang Ji. You bastards, are you just going to betray the captain like that? Captain, let me deal with these traitors. John shouted angrily and chased after Charlotte Linlin. You don't need to look to know that this is also a person who escapes without fighting. Stussy stood there with a pale face. Whitebeard was still here. She actually wanted to slip away. The ordinary crew members who followed Uchiha Madara were stunned. The Cotters actually ran away. Hehe, it seems that your subordinates are not that good, they are not united at all. Roger said with a smile as he looked at Uchiha Madara who looked normal. Kulela. Captain, it looks like there are only 3 of us left now. Whitebeard laughed and said to Uchiha Madara. Then, Whitebeard shouted to Stussy, leave here first, you can't participate in the next battle. Stussy nodded, cast an apologetic look at Uchiha Madara, and disappeared on the hillside in a few seconds. Captain, are you sure? Shiji smoked a cigarette, his face showing an unprecedented seriousness. Hehe, let's give it a try. Uchiha Madara smiled strangely while speaking, which made Shiki unsure whether Uchiha Madara was sure or not. Thinking of the other party's promise, if he left this time, he didn't know when he would encounter the powerful fruit, so Shiki decided to fight. Captain, Shiki, and I will help you hold back those Celestial Dragon's lackeys. If I find any signs of failure in you, I will leave. Whitebeard said seriously. Uchiha Madara looked at all the people in Roger's pirate group, and Garp and other Navy officers, and said with fighting spirit okay. Roger, Garp, and others looked at each other with excitement and squatting slightly. Rayleigh said with emotion, how arrogant, you are even crazier than rocks. Uchiha Madara on the opposite side said in a flat voice, then, next steps, let's deal with the miscellaneous soldiers first. As he spoke, Uchiha Madara put his hands together and made a seal. What is he going to do? Except for Whitebeard and Golden Lion, everyone present was puzzled. The answer was Uchiha Madara's low voice, fire style, great fire extinguishment. In an instant, Roger's group and Garp's group were shocked. The sky was full of flames reaching the sky, and the black flames rushed towards them, with a width of hundreds of meters. The pirates who wanted to fish in troubled waters were scared. Is this a move that humans can use? Rayleigh. Roger shouted, and Ace's domineering aura gathered on his sword, and he swung it forward, and Rayleigh did the same. The two combined their moves, and a huge tornado appeared in an instant. The tornado with a diameter of more than 100 meters spun into the flames, and the black flames and the tornado entangled together. In a few seconds, the tornadoes slashed by Roger and Rayleigh were swallowed up by the huge flames. The flames rushed over and instantly swallowed Roger, Garp, and others, as well as the pirates behind them who were trying to fish in troubled waters. In the flames, screams were heard continuously. Only a few powerful pirates ran madly to the shore and escaped. On the shore, Wang Ji, Captain John, Fireflower, Stussy, and Silveraxe, who were already standing on the boat, looked at the flames spreading from the mountain and were shocked. Fortunately, the flames stopped when they reached the shore. The next moment, more than a dozen pirates ran out of the sea of fire naked. They were all black, obviously armed domineering masters. Only a few of them were severely burned, but fortunately they saved their lives. Captain John activated his observation haki and found that it was Uchiha Madara's move. He was instantly destroyed. If he had known that he would do this, he would have been very disappointed. If he is strong, he should help. When the time comes, Uchiha Madara will win, and then all the treasures will be his. On the other side, Kaido was sitting on Charlotte Linlin's thundercloud, while Linlin and Longbread were sitting on Prometheus. The purpose of their trip was to go to the mountain, and they wanted to take advantage of Uchiha Madara and others delaying the strong men to get there first. Charlotte Linlin.G was shocked for a long time as she looked at the flames that reached the shore. The last time she saw Uchiha Madara perform, it was not as powerful as today. She understood that Uchiha Madara was holding back. Thinking of her own, Kaido, and Longbread's betrayal, Linlin decided, let's go to the mountain and get the fruit down quickly, and then help Roger and others to kill Uchiha Madara. We betrayed him, and if he wins, we'll be in danger. Chapter 18. Asshole. Hateful. Damn it. I'm going to kill you. Several angry curses came from Garp and Roger. At this time, Uchiha Madara had stopped the fire. There were only 7 or 8 people left in Roger's pirate group. The others were either burned to ashes or lying on the ground with severe burns. Garp's side was even worse. There were only Garp, Bogart, and another 3 marines, looking lonely. As for the pirates who planned to fish in troubled waters, thousands of them died, and only a dozen of them escaped with their outstanding domineering. Figurand Galinshan and others and Whitebeard Golden Lion had not made a move yet, and stood there. Figurand Galinshan had cold sweat on his forehead. He was frightened by the area of this move. Garlin, what a terrible flame! A young member of the Knights of God said in fear. In front of his juniors, Saint Figurand Garin regained his confidence and said to his companions, his method can only be used against ordinary people, it is useless against domineering and powerful people like us. Kulela, Roger is going to be angry this time. Captain Uchiha Madara, are you ready to face the wrath of Roger and Garp? Whitebeard laughed. Uchiha nodded and said, good look. If this look can make your attack stronger, I don't mind taking care of some ants behind you. Bastard. Jabba was the first to be unable to bear the other party's attitude and rushed over with 2 axes. Cap immediately started to shave and followed closely. With a sound of swish, the axe-carrying armament haki chopped down at Uchiha Madara's forehead. Uchiha Madara, who possessed observation haki and Sharingan, reacted in advance. He dodged sideways and noticed Garp's fist coming from behind. Uchiha Madara launched an illusion at Jabba. The next second, Jabba swung his axe at Garp, but as soon as he chopped it off, he came to his senses. Garp, who was originally attacking Uchiha Madara, changed direction of his fist and blocked the incoming axe. Garp shouted, Jabba, what are you doing? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Uchiha Madara made a side kick, with armament haki wrapped around his right foot, kicking Garp. Bang! Garp flew backwards, and then Uchiha Madara kicked Jabba again. Bang! Jabba also flew out. The next second, the first stage skeleton of Uchiha Madara's Susanoo took shape, and wrapped in armed color domineering, it chased Jabba who flew backwards. As soon as Rayleigh caught Jabba, he saw the skeleton's fist attacking. Roger, who wanted to attack Uchiha Madara, turned the blade and chopped at the skeleton. Boom! The huge skeleton shattered instantly, and Roger's long slash hit the ground, causing an explosion. Bogart took this opportunity to perform a shave, raised his sword and rushed towards Uchiha Madara. As soon as he appeared and was about to chop, a big hand suddenly stretched out, with a dark patch on it, and grabbed his throat. "Do you want to dance too?" Uchiha Madara asked in a low voice, his Sharingan glared at it. Cough cough. Bogart's face turned red and he started coughing violently. "Stop looking down on others." Garp shouted, jumped high, and suddenly blasted a shock wave in the air 3 meters away from Uchiha Madara. Originally, Garp wanted to attack from behind, but seeing that Bogart's throat seemed to be crushed, he had to attack in advance. A layer of skeleton appeared behind Uchiha Madara, grabbed Bogart's sword, and then flew out with a bang, and the position was exactly to Rayleigh's side. Uchiha Madara flew out of the air like a cannonball, used the throwing technique, turned around and threw, and the sword shot at Garp, who continued to rush over. Seeing that he was about to get close to Rayleigh, Rayleigh's blade chopped at him. Storm release, light fang. Uchiha Madara adjusted his body shape and spit out a 4 or 5 meter long black energy. Uchiha Madara tilted his head and the black beam followed his head like a laser, and the position was right on Rayleigh's wrist. Rayleigh had seen this move before, and it could cut through Garp's defense. He quickly retracted his hand, and the slashing became a pulling and cutting method. The beam and the blade collided with each other, making a sound of steel hitting each other. With a ping, Rayleigh's blade sank with great force, slid down along the beam, and chopped towards Uchiha Madara's body. Uchiha Madara, who had just landed, swept his right leg towards Rayleigh's legs. Rayleigh didn't expect his opponent to react so quickly, and to be able to use such a move while lying on the ground. His legs were swept by the sweeping kick and he was unstable and his body was in the air. Uchiha Madara supported himself on the ground with both hands, wrapped his feet with armament haki, and kicked Rayleigh. Rayleigh's observation haki was also not to be underestimated. While in the air, he quickly changed his moves and stabbed Uchiha's right foot with his knife. When the two's legs and swords were about to touch each other, Roger's slash came. Uchiha Madara supported himself on the ground with one hand, jumped back, and quickly took out his fan with armament haki wrapped around it, blocking Roger's slash in the air. Bang! The slash attached to the fan sent Uchiha Madara flying. Uchiha Madara, who was flying backwards, swung his hand vigorously, activated his rebound ability, and sent Roger's slash back to Roger with a fan. Seeing Garp rushing again, Uchiha Madara made a seal with one hand and whispered, "Fire style, Dragon Flame Song Technique." 4 fire dragons attacked Garp from the top, bottom, left and right directions at the same time. When Garp saw that this move seemed to block his trajectory of movement, he had no choice but to resist. 4 fire dragons shot towards Garp. Garp crossed his hands and gathered his armed color domineering all over his body, and whispered, "Iron block." Boom! The moment the flames engulfed Garp, an explosion occurred. Bulmaline and Spencer from Roger's pirate group, who were just checking the injured crew with the ship's Dr. Crocus, now had their hands free, and the 2 of them and Jabba rushed towards Uchiha Madara, who had just landed. Seeing the 3 people attacking, Popo glanced at Bogart and another Navy who were also attacking from the side. Uchiha Madara clapped his hands and shouted in a low voice, "Water style, water rush wave." The strong men present, Roger, Garp, Rayleigh, Whitebeard and Shiki, who were fighting with the Knights of God, and the members of the Knights of God, all looked at the ground under Uchiha Madara's feet. Water. This question popped up in everyone's mind. A pool of swirling water appeared under Uchiha Madara's feet. When several people attacked at the same time, the water rose from the ground and quickly grew larger, forming a water tornado. The attacks of several people hit the water tornado. Ha! Uchiha Madara shouted in the water tornado, and his chakra burst out. Hwalala! The water spout rose several dozen meters higher again. The next second, the water spout spread out to form a waterfall. A huge waterfall of 70 to 80 meters rushed towards Roger and others. The nearest Bulmaline, Spencer, Bogart, and another Navy were swallowed by the waterfall. How is it possible? Roger was stunned. Can you actually use water to fight? Shiki, who was fighting with the Knights of God, looked incredulous. Fake, it's fake. Whitebeard was also shocked. Seeing the water curtain coming, Roger and Rayleigh did not dare to be careless. They launched a powerful sword flow and slashed at the sea water. In an instant, the water curtain in the sky was divided into 3 by the huge slash. The water curtain was like 2 4-meter wide passages separated. The waterfall flowed past them. Rayleigh and Roger were standing in it. Then, the waterfall splashed down the mountain, and the water level on the mountain began to drop. As the water level dropped, a ray of light emerged from the water. The next second, the sound of thunder, zzz, came from the not good. Garp, who was stepping on the moon in the sky, was shocked. Uchiha Madara had approached the navy, who was posing with the iron block at some point, and stretched out the domineering black lightning knife to attack the opponent. Puff. The navy's eyes widened, his throat felt sweet, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The navy slowly lowered his head and saw a dark arm holding thunder on his chest. Chapter 19. Bulmaline, Spencer, and Jabba, who were closest to the marine, reacted instantly. The three of them wrapped their weapons with their armed haki and attacked in a triangular shape. Jabba was above the two men, and Bulmaline and Spencer were on the left and right. Uchiha Madara, who was piercing through the marine's body, turned his head suddenly, and red light flashed in his eyes. In an instant, Bulmaline and Spencer, the two of them, didn't know what went wrong. They kept their sprinting posture and stomped their feet on the ground. They both held their weapons and slashed at Jabba in the sky. Roger Riley's face turned pale. Puff. Jabba's blood splashed on Bulmaline and Spencer's faces. Bulmaline and Spencer, who attacked Jabba, also woke up at this moment. Snap. Bang. The sound of two legs falling to the ground and Jabba falling to the ground rang out at the same time. Jabba! Roger Rayleigh shouted at the same time. Then, Rayleigh looked at Bulmaline and Spencer and asked loudly, "What are you doing?" Us. Bulmaline and Spencer had guilty and puzzled expressions on their faces. Jabba, who had lost his legs, lay on the ground and looked at his companion's guilty eyes. He realized what was going on and shouted, "Captain! Don't blame them. That bastard has a problem with his eyes. That bastard was the one who caused me to attack Garp just now." As soon as he said this, everyone present looked at Uchiha Madara's eyes. Roger and the others only took that strange pair of eyes seriously at this time. Garp also understood what had happened before. "You bastard!" Roger yelled. "How despicable!" Garp said gloomily. "Despicable?" Uchiha Madara sneered. "Since the moment you stopped me, you should have known that either you were killed by me here, or I died here. Since you have chosen to fight me, you should have gambled your life, but unfortunately, those who died did not win the gamble." While Uchiha Madara and Roger and others were confronting each other, a battle also broke out on the mountain. It was Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and Longbread. They were fighting a large number of Navy NCP. The five elders, Satan, looked at Charlotte Linlin and others with a cold face. He did not expect that the other party would dare to come here to make trouble. If he had not considered that there were so many people here, he would have taken action himself. Satan did not want to expose his ability in front of these people. "Linlin.g, let's retreat quickly, the five elders are here." Longbread shouted hurriedly. Longbread was older than Linlin and knew more. The moment he sensed the five elders, he planned to escape. Charlotte Linlin also noticed the old man. Rox had once told them how terrible the other party was. Linlin naturally didn't dare to stay any longer and used Zeus to take Kaido and Longbread away. The Navy NCP wanted to chase them, but Satan waved his hand and shouted, "No need to chase, your first priority is to protect the safety of the celestial dragons." Charlotte Linlin and the other two sat on the clouds, and the strong men on the mountainside all sensed Linlin and the other two in the air. Uchiha Madara saw that they came down from the mountain, his face turned cold, and he immediately activated the ability of Susanoo. A bone hand quickly took shape, and then a large number of Yasaka Megatama gathered on the bone hand. Uchiha Madara calculated the opponent's flight trajectory and threw it at them. "You still have the mood to care about others. Die for me." Garp took advantage of this opportunity and clenched his fist to hit Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's skeleton crossed together and adjusted the position, gathering the armed color domineering on it. Bang! A punch was thrown, the skeleton shattered. Garp's fist hit Uchiha Madara's fan, which was exactly what Uchiha Madara wanted. Uchiha Madara flew out with the help of Garp's force, and his target was Charlotte Linlin. When everyone present saw Charlotte Linlin coming down the mountain, they all thought that Charlotte Linlin had obtained the fruit. Roger came here for one purpose: to prevent Uchiha Madara and his pirate group from obtaining the fruit, and the other was to rescue the slaves. Now there is one more thing, that is, to avenge the crew, and naturally it is impossible to let the other party escape. Let's chase them. Roger waved his hand, and Rayleigh Garp and his men chased after them. Not good. On Zeus, the Longbread shouted. He discovered the flying power Megatama and Uchiha Madara, who was attacking from behind like a cannonball. On Zeus, Charlotte Linlin.G held the Emperor's sword in her hand, gathered strength in both hands and shouted Waiguo. Charlotte Linlin.G swung her sword vigorously, and a powerful shock wave was instantly released, attacking the incoming energy Megatama. Boom! A huge explosion sounded in the sky, and Charlotte Linlin's slashing wave passed through the explosion and attacked Uchiha Madara, who was flying. Uchiha Madara used a fan to block in front, blocking a large amount of the impact, and Universe Wave shouted, Uchiha rebound. In an instant, Charlotte Linlin.G saw the other party waving the fan, and her own Waiguo actually flew back. Charlotte Linlin.G was stunned for a moment, and the moment she reacted, she swung the knife again. Red lightning jumped on the Emperor's sword, and it collided with the attacking Waiguo. Suddenly, Kaido on the thunder cloud shook his body, picked up the mace and hit Charlotte Linlin.G. Bang! Charlotte Linlin was looking for trouble with the enemy, and couldn't believe that Kaido actually attacked her. She was hit like a ball and fell to the ground, making a big hole in the ground. Charlotte Linlin lay in it and roared Kaido. Sister Linlin, it's not me, it's that guy. Kaido also woke up at this time, pointing at Uchiha Madara standing on a tree, and said angrily. Just now he just looked at the other party's eyes, and his hands and feet were out of control. Roger, Garp, and Rayleigh, who came over, discovered this scene. Among them, Rayleigh hurriedly said, that bastard's eyes can control people. Just now, Jabba, Bulma, and Spencer were controlled by the other party. Rayleigh added. Rayleigh said this to ask Kaido and Linlin not to fight each other. It would be great if they could cooperate. After fighting for a while, Rayleigh realized that Uchiha Madara was not so easy to deal with. The other party was the person with the strongest combat awareness he had ever seen. If the fight continued, he didn't dare to think whether Bulma and Spencer, who were slightly weaker, would die here. You bastard! Kaido roared at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara didn't even look at him, and shouted to Charlotte Linlin.G, who had already crawled up from the ground, hand over the fruit I want, and you can take the rest. Upon hearing this, Charlotte Linlin.G said angrily, I didn't get the fruit, you guy. If you want the fruit, go to the mountain and get it. Even though you betrayed me, I am not heartless. As long as you take out the fruit, I can let you go. Uchiha Madara didn't believe the other party's words at all, and his eyes searched the other party, as if he wanted to find the place where the fruit was hidden. You bastard, even though you killed rocks, don't think you can control me at will. I didn't take the fruit. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Charlotte Linlin was not afraid at all. Very good. Uchiha Madara nodded, not intending to waste time talking to the other party, and said coldly, then you will die here. Chapter 20. You bastard, I have found a way to crack your eyes. I won't let you control it this time. Kaido cursed and then closed his eyes. Oh? Are you planning to use your observation haki to sense it? What a bad idea. Uchiha sighed. So. Uchiha Madara changed the subject and looked at the others next. Try this trick. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath while speaking, and his chakra boiled to the extreme in one breath. Seeing Uchiha Madara's action, Garp felt something was wrong and shouted, let's go and stop him. As soon as Garp finished speaking, Rayleigh, Roger, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and others all raised their weapons and rushed towards Uchiha Madara. The next second, Uchiha Madara shouted in a low voice, fire style, dust concealment technique. Huh. Uchiha Madara quickly spit out a ball of high-temperature domineering dust to the front. After the dust landed, it quickly spread around. The people who were surrounded by Uchiha Madara suddenly felt the temperature was terribly high, and they hurriedly displayed their armed domineering. In the distance, Roger's ship Dr. Crocus saw that the captain and others were swallowed by the smoke, and the smoke was spreading towards this side. He hurriedly grabbed the brothers who were less injured on the ground and threw them down the mountain. Then he picked up the two seriously injured brothers and ran down the mountain. Spencer held Jabba in his left hand and Jabba's legs in his right hand and chose to evacuate temporarily. In the dark dust, Roger shouted, hurry, rush out. This dust can block the observation color. Roger's words were still too late. Ugh! Kaido screamed, covered his neck with both hands, and hurriedly ran out. Kaido! Charlotte Linlin.G heard Kaido's cry, shouted, grabbed the thundercloud and smashed it to the ground. Crack! The moment the thundercloud landed, a dazzling flash of lightning burst out. The dark dust brightened for a moment, and Charlotte Linlin. Suddenly turned around and shouted, "Be careful!" Puff! Uchiha Madara's sickle cut the throat of the running Bulma-Lin. Bulma-Lin looked at Uchiha Madara, who disappeared into the dust from his side in disbelief. "Boat, Captain, ha ha ha." Bulma-Lin stretched out her right hand and fell to the ground with unwillingness in her eyes. Garp, Rayleigh, Roger, and others stepped on the moon step and ran towards the sky. Roger felt a pain in his heart when he heard the shout. Charlotte Linlin. In the dust was surrounded by lightning, and Prometheus was watching the surroundings above his head. The insidious long bread had already turned the ground where he was standing into bean paste, and he himself was hiding in it, and had not become the target of Uchiha Madara's attack for the time being. Uchiha Madara's move has a large range, with a height of more than 20 meters, which is very wide. After Garp and others flew out, they looked down. Uchiha Madara, who was sensing the situation in the dust with one hand, planned to take the fruit first and then deal with the opponent when he saw Roger and the others came out of the smoke. He was afraid that if he dragged it for too long, the fruit would be taken away, which would be troublesome. He also planned to take the fruit during this smoke, and killing people was just a byproduct. Then, Uchiha Madara put his hands together and made a seal. Bang! A cloud of smoke exploded. The next second, Uchiha Madara sensed several attacks coming at him at the same time. Uchiha Madara also knew that he had done something stupid, but fortunately he reacted quickly, pulled out his fan, and used the armed color domineering to gather and block, and pulled the clone back. Uchiha Madara was knocked out, along with the clone. Uchiha Madara, who was rolling on the ground, was about to fly out of the smoke, so he stuck his fan into the ground to stop rolling and used a move of earth escape rock hiding technique to sink into the ground. The clone immediately formed a seal and cast a ninjutsu to cover, fire escape great fire extinction. A huge fireball spewed out of the smoke and shot at Rayleigh and others in the sky. Seeing the move coming, Roger raised ace and slashed. The red slash split the fireball into two, and then exploded, and a large amount of flames fell into the dust. Uchiha Madara's clone left the smoke in an instant and formed a seal. Boom! The smoke was instantly ignited and exploded. Charlotte Linlin. In the smoke roared asshole. She didn't take the Prometheus to leave just now, fearing that she would be attacked by Uchiha Madara in the air, so she stood there on guard. She didn't expect the other party to actually detonate the smoke. Although Charlotte Linlin was not injured, she was really angry that she was covered in dust by this move. Don't even think about escaping. Roger discovered that Uchiha Madara was actually running down the mountain, and he shouted and chased after him. Garp and Rayleigh followed closely behind. Charlotte Linlin sensed Kaido for the first time and found that he was covering his neck with a pale face, so she asked, "Brother, is there anything wrong?" "Sister Linlin, luckily I have a thick skin, otherwise my throat would have been cut," Kaido said as he loosened his left hand that was covering his neck, leaving a bloody mark on it. "Be careful. If you are not sure, stand far away and don't die." Charlotte Linlin.G gave some instructions and followed Garp. On the other side, the battle between Whitebeard and Golden Lion was still going on. They had fought from the east to the south, and the sound of explosions from the battle could be heard from time to time. 1 kilometer away, Uchiha Madara crawled out of the mud with a phone in his hand and asked, "Ginny, did you get any news?" "I just intercepted the news that the host hid the fruit under his bed." Ginny's voice was full of pride. "Very good, you did a good job." Uchiha Madara praised and said, "Originally I was planning to go there in person, it will be easier now that I have a target. White Zetsu, go steal the fruit." Uchiha Madara had just finished speaking when Ginny's voice came from the other end of the phone, "Captain, White Zetsu has already gone." "Really?" Uchiha Madara was a little surprised. Baiju was afraid that the captain's fighting power would scare away the celestial dragons, and then it would be difficult to find them if they left with the fruit, so he went first. Ginny explained. "Very good." As soon as Uchiha Madara finished speaking, he felt the information fed back by his clone was that he was chopped to pieces by Roger. The next second, a roar came from the shore, "You bastard, how dare you lie to us?" This was the voice of Charlotte Linlin. "Okay, the enemy has found me, let White Zetsu get the fruit and call me, I'm going to continue. Uchiha Madara said, hung up the phone and looked at Roger and others who came over. If you are a man, fight us with real weapons and put away those cheap moves. Garp shouted angrily. The opponent was using water and smoke, and he couldn't use any of his strength. Garp felt very aggrieved. Uchiha Madara was helpless. The template he got was the template when Uchiha Madara left Konoha. There were only a few moves that could be put on the stage. If he got the Impure World Madara, he could change his moves, but now. Obviously not good enough. Of course, if Uchiha Madara wants to kill these people, he can do it in a ninja way without using big moves, but it will take some time. I have used the Great Fire Extinguishing and Storm Release Light Fang several times, which is really embarrassing for this character. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara was ready to pretend. He looked at the people opposite him and asked with a puzzled look, what? Are these little moves difficult for you? A little trick. Several people were stunned. As for the real fight you mentioned, you can't even resist 1/10 of my strength. What qualifications do you have to say that? Uchiha Madara sneered. Roger and the others turned cold. Garp clenched his fists tightly, his teeth creaking. The other party's words were simply too infuriating. Damn Uchiha class, show us your strength if you can. Charlotte Linlin shouted angrily. She still didn't believe that they couldn't beat the other side today. Chapter 21. Shiki seems to be a little bit exhausted. By chance, Uchiha Madara sensed that Golden Lion Shiki was a little bit overwhelmed, and used this as an excuse to say. Everyone's observation haki attainments were not low, and they clearly sensed that Shiki was 1 vs 4, and there were some dangers. Although these little tricks that are not very presentable are more than enough to deal with you. But the delay is indeed a bit long. Uchiha Madara nodded to himself. Then, Uchiha Madara looked at Garp and said, in this case, let you try my medium-level moves. Medium move. Thinking of this word, Garp immediately became angry and shouted, stop looking down on me. Uchiha Madara didn't care about the other party's anger and directly launched Susanoo. The next moment, the skeleton of Uchiha Madara quickly took shape, and arms and legs grew out. Susanoo's body quickly grew taller, and meridians and muscles gathered on his arms. Armor appeared on Susanoo, and 2 wings grew behind Susanoo. Susanoo clenched his hands, and 2 chakra swords instantly appeared in Susanoo's hands. This. Kaido in the distance widened his eyes and looked at the giant who was over 100 meters tall with a trembling voice. Fake, it must be fake. Garp's angry expression disappeared, replaced by shock. How is this possible? Charlotte Linlin couldn't believe it. Captain, it seems to be even harder to deal with. Rayleigh stared at the giant, trying to find the giant's weakness. I know. Roger replied seriously. The battle on Whitebeard's side stopped when the giant appeared, and they were all stunned. At the highest position in the Valley of Gods. Saint Satan looked at the giant and said solemnly, what kind of fruit is this? It seems that this is not included in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, it should be a new mythical beast. We don't know how powerful this giant is, let's wait and see. Saint Makasmaz replied. Halfway up the mountain. Uchiha Madara's voice came from above. What? Are you so scared that you dare not take action? Humph, what's the use of being big, watch me beat him to pieces for you. Garp was stubborn and unwilling to admit that the opponent's move shocked him. He replied, and then gathered his armament haki in his right hand. Uchiha Madara, who was hit by Susanoo, certainly would not let the opponent beat him. He directly gathered his armament haki into a chakra sword. He swept towards Garp who was rushing. In an instant, the huge chakra sword hit Garp. Garp felt like he was hit by a speeding warship, and his body flew backwards. The lightsaber's slash was too fast. Roger, Rayleigh, and Charlotte Linlin had no time to respond, and could only use the blade to block in front of themselves. With a bang sound, the 3 people were chopped away by the giant sword, and their bodies shot into the sea like cannonballs. The powerful slash followed them. Boom! Susanoo's slash made a huge explosion on the sea surface, splashing the sea water hundreds of meters high. The huge waves caused by the explosion overturned several ships on the shore, and the huge waves rushed from the shore to the middle of the mountain. How is it possible? On the top of the mountain, the 2 5 elders who witnessed the attack said in disbelief. The power just displayed by the opponent was not inferior to theirs, and the 2 of them became very alert. Such people cannot live in this world. Saint Satan said directly. That's right, he must be eliminated. Marcus Masson nodded in agreement. Bastard! Roger's shout came from the sea. Don't think you are great just because you are big. The next second, Roger ran from the shore at a very fast speed, with Garp on his right. When they were 50 meters away from Uchiha Madara, Roger and Garp kicked their legs on the ground, and the two jumped 30 or 40 meters high. Roger's domineering aura wrapped around Ace, and shouted God avoid. Uchiha Madara, who had read Roger's information in his previous life, did not dare to be careless. Roger's flying slash attack would avoid the opponent's weapon and hit the body directly. Uchiha Madara immediately covered Susanoo with armed aura, and slashed at Roger with a huge sword blade, and slapped Garp with another. Bang! With a loud bang, the earth shook. Garp was slapped to the ground like a fly by this huge sword, and a deep pit in the shape of a big character appeared on the ground. Roger's flying slash flew past the side of Uchiha Madara's lightsaber and hit Susanoo's waist. Roger's blade hit Uchiha Madara's lightsaber. Crack! There was a trace of cracking at the waist, but it was quickly repaired. With a whoosh sound, a shockwave and a slash came from a distance. They were Rayleigh and Charlotte Linlin. Their attacks went straight to the Susanoo prism. Humph! Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, ignoring the attacks of the two. Susanoo's prism is the hardest part of Susanoo, and now it has the blessing of domineering. Uchiha Madara doesn't think that the opponent has the strength to break it. If Roger hits there, he will have to be cautious. Red lightning flashed on Roger's blade, and his ace was like a small match in front of the chakra sword. Uchiha Madara swung hard, and Roger seemed to know Uchiha's plan. He turned sideways in advance, turned the blade, and crossed his chest with the blade. Then, at the moment when the lightsaber passed by, Roger stepped on the lightsaber, used it as a springboard, and shot at Uchiha Madara's Susanoo's body. Boom! With a loud noise, Uchiha Madara's prism exploded. The two slashes were not to be underestimated. Susanoo's head was knocked back by them. At this time, Roger was about to swing his sword, but the blade in Susanoo's hand disappeared and he punched Roger. Roger underestimated Susanoo's speed, and his fist was too big, so he didn't have time to dodge. Bang! Roger, who was hit hard by a punch, smashed to the top of the God Valley mountain. Roger Rayleigh was knocked away, and while running quickly, he charged a blow and shouted, "One sword style draw and cut." The slash of 100 meters flew out of his hand, and the position was exactly the calf of the Susanoo giant. Uchiha Madara swung the lightsaber in his right hand. The powerful shock wave instantly knocked away the opponent's slash. Boom boom boom. 3 consecutive explosions sounded, and the shock waves generated by the explosions blew away Charlotte Linlin and Rayleigh. The God Valley was shaking. After a few seconds, the light of the explosion dissipated, and Garp, who came out of the soil with the moon step, found that the hillside had disappeared, and a large amount of seawater was rushing over, and even several ships were brought over by the surging seawater. When Garp was shocked, he suddenly realized that danger was coming. Not good. With a bang, Garp's feet and head hurt, and stars appeared in his eyes. The smell of moist soil entered his nose, and a trace of blood flowed from the top of his head to his face. Garp, who was dizzy for several seconds, looked up and found that he was back in the pit. Chapter 22. Garbage should be put in the trash can, right? In the cave, Garp heard Uchiha Madara's voice coming from above. Then, Garp felt darkness, and the only light disappeared. On the ground, Uchiha Madara's Susanoo stepped on the cave entrance with his right foot. Garp in the cave pushed his feet on the ground, and when he jumped to 7 meters, he clenched his fists and punched. The thing blocking him above did not move at all. At this time, Garp understood what it was the giant's foot. Garp in the cave roared asshole. The other party actually stepped on the cave entrance with his feet and humiliated him in this way. In order to prevent Garp from breaking Susanoo, Uchiha Madara even gathered a lot of domineering energy under his feet. Boom boom boom. Kappa punched again and again, but his feet failed to break free, and a large amount of soil collapsed, almost burying him alive. "You bastard, if you have the guts to let me out, I will never let you go." Garp was furious in the cave. In the distance, Kaido was terrified as he watched the giant humiliating Garp. On the sea, Rayleigh sat on Charlotte Linlin's thundercloud, staring solemnly at the giant in the distance. "The opponent seems to be ridiculously strong. We don't seem to have a chance to get close. What should we do?" Charlotte Linland looked at the giant in front of her solemnly and asked Rayleigh. With our strength, it seems that we can't break the opponent's turtle shell. I guess only the captain can do it, but the opponent doesn't give the captain a chance to get close. After Rayleigh finished his analysis, he looked towards the top of the God Valley, wondering why the captain hadn't come down yet. Boom boom boom. The ground beneath Uchiha Madara's feet made a loud noise. With a bang, Garp jumped out of the mud 5 meters away from where the giant was standing. But then, a big foot stepped on Garp. Damn it! Garp roared and immediately used the shaving skill. The next second, he appeared 10 meters away, and a black shadow immediately attacked him from above. Not good. Garp was shocked, and gathered his armament haki in his hands, making a gesture of supporting the sky, and the big foot stepped on Garp's hands. Uchiha Madara and Susanoo controlled Susanoo to exert force. Wow! Garp screamed. A huge force came over him. He couldn't resist this force and was trampled into the mud. Uchiha Madara and the Susanoo sensed the golden lion and found that he had a lot of knife wounds on his body. Uchiha Madara was ready to help him. Uchiha Madara controlled Susanoo's legs to bend slightly. The next moment, Susanoo made a powerful jump. The 200-meter-long giant Susanoo jumped over there. Here, the golden lion was surrounded and beaten by 5 people. There was a corpse on the ground not far from them. That corpse belonged to one of the unlucky guys of the Knights of God. With the arrival of Uchiha Madara's giant, the faces of the members of the Knights of God changed. Saint Figurand Gallon hurriedly shouted, "Get out of the way!" Saint Figurand Gallon was distracted, and Whitebeard seized the opportunity and hit Figurand Gallon's head with a fist with concussion force. Bang! With a loud noise, the tall Susanoo fell. The members of the Knights of God who narrowly escaped looked at the giant in front of them, their hearts trembling. Humph! Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and kicked the man who had attacked Shiki the most vigorously before. Seeing the attack coming, the man was shocked, and his armed color domineering covered his whole body and hands, and he put his arms together on his chest, trying to block it. Card. Ugh! Bone breaking and screaming sounded at the same time. The opponent flew into the depths of the sea like a ball. After doing all this, Susanoo grabbed the big sword and swung it at the other 4 members of the Knights of God. Be careful! One of the members of the Knights of God shouted, and then they felt the power of the giant. The 4 of them showed fear in their eyes, and flew backwards, disappearing on the shore in the blink of an eye. The surrounding ships were overturned on the sea by the sword wind. Boom! With a loud noise, an explosion occurred on the sea surface 2 kilometers away. Apparently, the 5 people were chopped down 2 kilometers away in an instant. That was a close call, Captain. Seeing that there was no more attack, Shiki wiped the blood off his face and said with a look of fear. He underestimated the strength of the Knights of God. If Whitebeard hadn't slashed him from time to time, he would have died. Uchiha Madara and Susanoo glanced at the golden lion, then turned his head to look at the members of the Knights of God, and said coldly, "You can die now." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard jumped back and moved away from the opponent. The next moment, the 40-meter broadsword chopped down with black domineering and impact. Seeing that the opponent's broadsword had a large range and knew that he could not dodge it, Figand Gallenshen quickly inserted the sword into the tip of the sword, then pulled it out and shouted, "One sword flow gathering God's strike." A 100-meter-long black flame slash was instantly launched, hitting the attacking sword. Uchiha Madara, holding the chakra sword, felt the opponent's attack was powerful and heavy, and Uchiha Madara controlled Susanoo and pressed it hard. The next second, the slash exploded, and the Susanoo sword passed through the explosion and continued to slash at the opponent. Seeing that his attack could not be blocked, and he could not cut off the opponent's sword, Fergal and Garen Saint showed fear on his face. Bang! The giant blade slashed the ground and exploded. When the explosion ended, the place where Saint Figolanda Gallon was standing disappeared, and the sea water poured in. In the water, Saint Figolanda Gallon's nostrils, ears, mouth, and eyes kept bleeding, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. Kulalala, you're so powerful that you defeated your opponent with just 1 strike. It seems that my choice was right. You are more suitable to be the captain than Rocks. Whitebeard picked up the weapon on the ground and said with a laugh. Shiki took out a cigar from his pocket, lit it and took a deep breath to calm his nervous mood. After exhaling the smoke, Shiki grinned and said, "It seems that the fruit is stable this time. I made the right bet. These so-called strong men are nothing more than this." Uchiha Madara said disdainfully in Susanoo. Uchiha Madara saw that White Zetsu hadn't called for such a long time, and was worried that he had failed, so he wanted to go to the top of the mountain to see what happened. Let's go. Let's go to the top of the mountain. Uchiha called out, and Susanoo's big hand grabbed the defensive golden lion and the stunned Whitebeard, and then soared into the sky. Hey, Captain, you just scared me. I thought you were going to attack me. The golden lion was held in his hand, and his heart was beating fast. Kulela, the captain probably thinks that we are too slow to travel by moonwalking. Whitebeard said with a smile, and then said, but I really don't like being caught by others. On the top of the mountain, 2 of the 5 elders were standing next to Roger. When the 3 saw Uchiha Madara flying over, they were as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Boom! The giant fell to the ground. Uchiha Madara controlled Susanoo and put down Whitebeard and Golden Lion. He looked at Roger and said, I thought you ran away. I didn't expect you to be with these 2 old guys. Are you planning how to deal with me? Roger was shocked when he heard this and asked, how do you know? Uchiha Madara was speechless. After all, he had read so many novels in his previous life. He knew that the other party had not left for so long. The 5 elders next to Roger were confused by Roger's words. No, you just tell them what they ask you. They were thinking of a sneak attack later, but now they are exposed. Chapter 23. Uchiha Madara, this is not the place for you to act recklessly. If you don't want to be wiped out by the world government, leave here immediately. Satan said in a deep voice, with threats in his words. Satan was worried about the celestial dragons behind him and didn't dare to fight on the top of the mountain, so he wanted Uchiha Madara to go down the mountain first before taking action. At this moment, the Den Den Mushi on Uchiha Madara rang. Brew brew brew. Uchiha Madara and Susanoo pressed the answer button, and the voice of White Zetsu came. Master Ban, it's already in my hand. I'm back to the cave now. Come and get it. Uchiha Madara smiled when he heard this, and then he looked at the 5 elders. Uchiha Madara sneered and said, haha, old man, you dare to talk to me like that. Seeing that White Zetsu was no longer on the mountain, Uchiha Madara had no scruples, and the hand of Susanoo quickly drew the sword and slashed. The 5 elders on the opposite side were about to say something harsh after hearing Uchiha Madara being so arrogant, but the next second, they saw a huge slash coming. The 2 were shocked, including Roger. There was no sign that the other party was taking action. When the slash hit the 5 elders, Uchiha Madara, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and even Roger, who was resisting with a knife, were stunned. Boom! Bastard! The roar of Makasma's saint came from the explosion. This time, the explosion of Uchiha Madara did not appear in the distance, but 100 meters in front of Uchiha Madara. I didn't expect the person in charge of the world government to be like this. Golden Lion said with an unusually serious expression. Kulela, it's really scary, the fruit ability has awakened. The flames of the explosion dissipated, and Makasma's saint had a drastic change from his previous appearance. The opponent has become a huge strange bird with a long beak and a row of sharp teeth in his beak. The opponent is spreading his wings, and black flames are wrapped around his wings. Uchiha Madara's slash just now was blocked by the wings of this strange bird. Makasma had to transform just now. If he didn't block this move, the celestial dragons behind him would be in danger. It's really eye-opening. Uchiha Madara and Susanoo sighed, looked at the short 5 elders and asked, what about you? What kind of ability do you have? Show us. Humph. Satan Saint didn't want to be exposed at this time, so he snorted coldly. Master Ban, I didn't find the fruit you wanted. There was a baby in one of the boxes. At this moment, the voice of White Zetsu came from the phone that Uchiha Madara had not hung up. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara's face suddenly darkened. Didn't you say you have the operation fruit? How come you don't have it? Uchiha Madara asked hurriedly. I don't know. After I stole it, I was afraid that others would find out, so I checked one of the boxes. It was filled with fruits, so I carried the boxes all the way back. Zetsu explained hurriedly. Captain, I think the box that originally contained the operation fruit has been replaced. Jinny's voice came from the receiver. The information I got before was that there were 6 fruits, but now one is missing. I guess someone took it away in advance, or it was a prank by the celestial dragons. The fruit should still be on the mountain, but I don't know who has it. Jinny continued to analyze. After listening to Jinny's analysis, Uchiha Madara felt that what she said made sense. Originally, he wanted to directly destroy everyone on the top of the mountain, and then the idea of leaving stopped there. The observation haki of several people in the field was also strong, and they also heard the conversation between Uchiha Madara and his men. Golden Lion was extremely excited. Doesn't that mean he can choose 5 fruits himself? Whitebeard looked regretful. He regretted that the captain's men did not steal the surgery fruit. When Saint Satan heard that the box that originally contained the surgery fruit was replaced with a baby, he immediately thought of his junior Lewis in his mind, and he guessed that it was probably him who did it. Lewis made a great contribution this time, and Saint Satan planned to go back and reward him well after this matter was over. We can't let him take those fruits away, they were originally meant to reward the Knights of God. Marcus Maz said in a deep voice. Roger, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and the 5 elders all used their observation haki at the same time, wanting to check where Uchiha Madara's men were. After sensing around, they found no abnormal personnel. Saint Satan took out his phone and wanted to ask Lewis about the whereabouts of the Operation Fruit. Uchiha Madara and Susanoo thought that the other party wanted someone to take the fruit away, so he attacked directly. Seeing the huge sword blade coming, Marcus Maz's beak turned black, with the domineering aura wrapped around it, and his wings trembled, and he flew towards the attacking giant sword at an extremely fast speed. Ping! The two's moves collided with each other, and the next second, Uchiha Madara was shocked. Kaka! A lot of cracks appeared on the chakra sword. Seeing this, Roger, who was standing by, thought that his chance had come. He raised his sword and dived down, close to the ground, to attack the giant's feet. Roger planned to chop off the opponent's feet first. Halfway through the rush, Roger saw Whitebeard coming to disrupt the situation, and he gathered his strength to slash. Ping! Whitebeard jumped to the place where Roger must pass with Kurosaki Kyurei in his hand. Whitebeard's Kurosaki Kyurei was stuck in the ground, and Roger's slash hit it. The next second, Roger's sword seemed to bend, and the blade stopped at Whitebeard's neck. Whitebeard, who was squatting and holding Kurosaki Kyurei, was stunned for a moment. Don't mess with me, Newgate. Roger didn't chop down, but drew back his sword and rushed towards Susanoo of Uchiha's squad again. How can it be? Before, Whitebeard could have fought with the opponent, how come it turned out like this? Shiki looked at Whitebeard, who was stunned in the spot, in disbelief. Whitebeard couldn't understand why the opponent's moves could change. At this time, Whitebeard also understood that when they fought with swordsmanship in the past, the opponent had always given in to him. Now that the opponent has spared his life, it is not easy for him to attack again. Because of Whitebeard's interference, Roger was delayed for a few seconds and lost the best opportunity to attack. Roger accumulated power remotely and slashed hard. The domineering slash attacked Uchiha Madara's abdomen. Uchiha Madara stabbed the blade of his left hand towards the ground. Boom! Roger's slash hit it, and a not-so-serious crack appeared on the chakra sword, and the Susanoo giant slid back a few meters. Jia Maz's strange bird form screamed and flew over quickly, his bird's beak like a sharp sword. Without the chakra sword, Susanoo punched out with his right fist. The bird's beak and fist collided with each other. The huge explosive force caused bursts of black and red lightning to emit between the fist and the bird's beak. The giant bird kept flapping its wings to stabilize its body. Crack sound. Susanoo's fists broke in waves. Uchiha Madara was surprised again. He hurriedly controlled Susanoo to raise the blade in his left hand and slashed at the strange bird. The strange bird turned around and grabbed the blade with both claws. Dang! The powerful domineering energy was beating on it. Maz's bird's eyes condensed, and the power of its claws was activated. Kaka! The domineering chakra sword collapsed and shattered the moment it was grabbed. Chapter 24. Uchiha Madara was in disbelief. The opponent's beak was powerful, and his claws were also so strong. This was a complete Susanoo with intermediate domineering power. The chakra sword was made of energy and was stronger than Susanoo. How could it be destroyed like this? Uchiha Madara was stunned for only a second. After reacting, he pushed his feet on the ground and controlled Susanoo to jump high. He wanted to distance himself from the opponent and not let the opponent get close. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. Uchiha Madara and Susanoo made seals with both hands and started the ninjutsu while jumping up. A huge flame instantly attacked Maz. The strange bird saw the flame coming, and its wings were wrapped with domineering power, and it waved vigorously. Gusts of wind blew out from its wings, and the huge flame was blown back. So strong. Whitebeard was shocked. Shiki was sweating coldly and thought of leaving first. Uchiha Madara in the air saw that the flames could not blow past him, and stopped using the great fire extinguishing technique while gathering a large number of megatama in his right hand and throwing them at the strange bird. Roger! Marcus Maz shouted, flapped his wings, and flew towards Susanoo again. Roger charged his energy, and when his attack was about to reach Marcus Maz, he slashed at the megatama energy in front of him. Bang! An explosion sounded, and in the explosion, Marcus Maz shot towards Uchiha Madara's Susanoo like a bow and arrow. So fast. Uchiha Madara was extremely shocked. The huge body became a sitting duck. Crack! Susanoo's belly exploded, and Marcus Maz flew into Susanoo. Then he spread his wings, surrounded by powerful domineering aura. Every time his wings flapped, a slash would appear, and the opponent's claws kept scratching at the air, and waves of attacks also came out from the claws. The inside of the huge Susanoo collapsed, and Susanoo's bones and muscles were broken. Uchiha Madara saw that Susanoo could not be maintained, and the moment he lifted it, he spit out a black energy at Marcus Maz below while falling down. A beam of light as long as 100 meters shot at Marcus Maz, and the opponent blocked it with his wings, making a sound of steel colliding. Dang! Die! Suddenly, a loud shout came, and Uchiha hurriedly took out his fan and raised it to protect his head. Roger had appeared 100 meters in the air without knowing when, and the opponent was slashing with a huge blow. Boom! Roger's slash seemed to have become real, pressing heavily on the fan. Uchiha Madara's body fell rapidly. Boom! With a loud noise, a big hole was smashed in the ground. Uchiha Madara was about to get up when he suddenly realized that something was wrong underground. He gathered his powerful domineering aura all over his body and made a defensive move. Puff! A tentacle pierced through his back and emerged from his stomach. How is it possible? Uchiha Madara couldn't believe it, and his observation haki was activated. He wanted to see who did it. He saw that the 5 elders who had not used their abilities before had turned into a bull ghost. The lower body was similar to a spider, and the upper body had a mutated human head. There were 2 bull horns on the top of the head, and there was a black flame cloud on the back. The opponent's 5 legs were standing on the ground, and the claws of each leg were very sharp. One of the legs was inserted into the ground. Uchiha Madara looked down again and found that the sharp horns that pierced himself were exactly the same as the opponent's claws. In other words, the opponent's feet became longer, and they penetrated the ground and launched a sneak attack from underground. Whitebeard and Shiki in the distance couldn't believe that Uchiha Madara had failed. Moreover, the opponent was so insidious, launching a sneak attack from underground. Puff! The leg that had penetrated Uchiha Madara was pulled back from his body, and then it retracted from the ground. Roger and Marcus Maz came to the ground and looked at Uchiha Madara, who had been severely injured, without saying a word. Uchiha Madara quickly used the palm magic to press the wound. What's going on? What on earth is this numb feeling? It's over. Satan said coldly. You have been poisoned by me. I have just injected the poison into your body. You are finished. Is your bright light a treatment method? It's useless. The poison has probably already entered your nerves. You won't live for 10 minutes. Satan Saint said coldly. Uchiha Madara's face was extremely ugly. He was actually ambushed. I didn't expect that. I underestimated the ruler of this world. I am not the real Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara sighed. The numbness became more and more severe, and Uchiha Madara knew clearly that he was finished. He was unwilling to accept it. He had finally traveled through time and obtained the template of Uchiha Madara, but he was going to die in less than a month. Izanagi. No, it seems useless. Thinking of this move, Uchiha Madara immediately rejected it. This move is only useful when used before a sneak attack. Its function is to record the state of the caster with the Sharingan at the moment of its launch, and then within the effective time of the spell. The effective time is different for each person. Any damage suffered by the caster, even including the caster's death, can be physically restored to the state recorded by the Sharingan. System, I seem to be finished. Is there any way? Uchiha Madara, who didn't want to die, hurriedly asked the system. Ding. Please find a way yourself. The system answered mechanically. Uchiha Madara was furious. He was about to die, but the system didn't help. Jia Ban recalled Uchiha Madara's memory, and it seemed that there was no way to suppress the onset of the poison. Suddenly, Jia Ban thought of Uchiha Madara's impure world transformation in the original play. Why not do the same? Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara hurriedly asked the system, if I die, and someone uses impure world transformation to revive me, can I still be resurrected like Uchiha Madara, the Hokage? Ding. Okay. The system replied. After receiving the system's reply, Uchiha Madara was not so panicked. He looked at Whitebeard and said, I'll entrust this thing to you. Then, Uchiha Madara threw the fan to Whitebeard, who took it in his hand without knowing why. The next moment, Uchiha Madara made a seal with both hands. This scene made Roger alert and said, be careful, the opponent probably wants to counterattack before dying. The two five elders naturally understood this truth and were about to attack. The next second, Uchiha Madara took a deep breath and whispered, fire style, ash burning. In an instant, everyone present was engulfed by smoke. The five elders and Roger who were about to attack were blocked by their observation haki, and Uchiha Madara's figure was lost. A large amount of smoke gathered at the top of the God Valley mountain and had a tendency to disperse downwards. In this move, Uchiha Madara used 70% of his chakra. In the smoke, Uchiha Madara quickly ran to where White Zetsu was. He didn't have much time. Shiki and Whitebeard saw that Uchiha Madara was defeated, and the two quickly left in the direction they came from. In order to get rid of the dangerous man like Uchiha Madara, Roger stood in the smoke and did not leave, keeping alert. In the smoke, Uchiha Madara ran while casting the Palm Immortal technique to maintain himself. Soon, he came to the place Jinny said. At this time, the smoke and dust gathered outside, and Uchiha cast the rock hidden technique to sink into it. Plop. Uchiha Madara was a little distracted after entering and fell to the ground. The sudden appearance of the person startled Jinny and the others. Master Ban! White Zetsu shouted. Jinny was shocked when she heard that the other party was Uchiha Madara. The other party seemed to be seriously injured. White Zetsu also discovered it and quickly ran to Uchiha. He used his ability to merge with Uchiha Madara, inputting a large amount of chakra and physical strength to rescue Uchiha Madara. It's useless. Uchiha Madara said, and sat up with his hands on the ground. Zetsu, come down, I want to tell you something. Uchiha Madara shouted with a pale face, and Zetsu quickly faded from Uchiha Madara. Then Uchiha Madara exchanged 3 cell extraction needles and 3 chakra seeds from the system space and handed them to Zetsu. Look into my eyes. Uchiha Madara shouted to Zetsu. Zetsu met Uchiha Madara's gaze, and the next moment, Uchiha Madara's illusion was activated, and the two came to the illusion world. Uchiha Madara explained some things to Zetsu, and then Uchiha Madara stopped the illusion, and the two returned to reality. I understand, Master Madara, I will do as you say. White Zetsu promised. Are you going to die, Captain? Jinny asked hurriedly when she saw Uchiha Madara's breath was getting weaker and weaker. Uchiha Madara nodded and said, I don't have much time left, I can't send you away, you choose one of those fruits, the blue dragon-shaped, meatball fruit can take you away. Jinny was silent. Uchiha Madara looked around at the slaves, his eyes fell on a 2-meter-tall child, and asked what's your name? My name is Bartholomew Bear, the boy replied. Big Bear. Uchiha Madara muttered the name and remembered that the other party was moving. He was transformed and denied his plan. He looked at the afro next to him. Help me keep these eyes, and I can give you a fruit. Uchiha Madara said to the afro. I already have the fruit. Ivankov was a little afraid of Uchiha Madara and said fearfully. Can you give it to me? I can help you store your eyes. Bartholomew Big Bear was eager to use the fruit to save more people and asked directly. Ugh. The poison was getting stronger and stronger, and Uchiha Madara groaned. He could no longer hold on. At this time, Uchiha remembered that it was still too early for Big Bear to transform, so he decided to put the Sharingan on the other party first. Come here. Uchiha Madara shouted, and Bartholomew Kuma walked over obediently. Squat down. Seeing that the opponent was too tall, Uchiha Madara asked him to squat down, and the opponent did so. Before preparing to change his eyes, Uchiha Madara looked at Jinny. You are very good, I will teach you some moves. Then, Uchiha Madara cast an illusion on Jinny, and taught the impure world turn in some ordinary ninjutsu to the other party. Then Uchiha Madara stretched out his hand and dug out the bear's eyes. With this move, the bear screamed ah. Ginny and others were shocked. When they were about to ask the captain why he did this, they found that Uchiha Madara had buckled his eyes and put them in the bear's eyes at an extremely fast speed, and then they saw green light in the other party's hands. Ivankov was stunned for a moment. 10 seconds later, Uchiha Madara slowly pounded his hands and said weakly, "Please take good care of these eyes for me." "Big Bear, your eyes," Ivankov said in shock. Big Bear slowly opened his eyes and found that Uchiha Madara's eyes were empty. He looked down and saw a pair of eyeballs on the ground. His eyes had just been dug out. What about now? Bartholomew Kuma was stunned, because he felt that his vision was much wider now. There was no other problem except a little stinging in his eyes. He also realized that his eyes must have been replaced. Bartholomew Kuma looked at Uchiha Madara with empty eyes and assured him, "Don't worry, I will keep it well for you. Take it." Uchiha Madara exchanged another needle from the system, threw the needle and chakra seed to Ginny, and then lowered his head. Chapter 25. Master Ban. Seeing that Master Ban didn't respond, Zetsu cried out in pain. Such a powerful person is dead. Alas. Ivankov sighed. There was no sadness on Ginny's face. She was recalling what Uchiha Madara taught her with illusion. He glanced at the chakra seed in his hand and swallowed it. The next moment, Ginny felt the special energy appearing in her body. According to the explanation of Uchiha Ban, she had a card of chakra. Ivankov was afraid that White Zetsu would regret after Uchiha Madara's death, so he hurriedly asked in a tentative tone. "Zetsu, your captain promised Big Bear and Ginny that he would give us 2 fruits. White Zetsu stretched out his hand and said, "You two make your choice." Hearing this, Seong and Ginny hurried to the box. This was related to their hope of survival, and they could not afford to be careless. Ginny and Seong opened the box, and without hesitation, Ginny picked up the fruit in the shape of a blue dragon. Seong asked curiously, "Ginny, which fruit can save more people?" Ginny looked at the fruit with 3 bulges and introduced it, "That's it." Seong picked it up without hesitation and chose to eat it. "Big Bear, you are so kind-hearted," Ivankov said with emotion. "How do you feel, Big Bear?" Ginny, who had no experience eating fruit, asked curiously after Big Bear finished eating the fruit. "It tastes so bad." After the Big Bear replied, he suddenly felt a strange energy in his body, and there seemed to be something on his palms. He raised his hands and saw 3 meat balls on his hands. "It looks like the fruit ability is working, Bear, try it out," Ivankov said hurriedly. "This is 10 meters underground, I'll take you up," Zetsu said, and then took them to the ground. Finally, Zetsu moved the boxes and Uchiha Madara's body to the ground. With the appearance of Uchiha Madara, Garp, and Charlotte Linlin, who rushed to the mountain, and Golden Lion and Whitebeard who came down from the mountain sensed the dead Uchiha Madara, the box on the ground, and the fruit in Ginny's hand. "Hurry up and give it a try," Ivankov urged. The bear walked up to a slave and was about to cast his spell when Charlotte Linlin drove Prometheus over and snatched the fruit from Ginny's hand. "That was a close call. You almost ate me," Charlotte Linlin, who had obtained the fruit, said in fear. Ginny looked at the pirate who suddenly appeared with trembling hands and took a step back in fear. "Sister, the boxes over there should all be filled with fruits. These fruits are all ours." When Baiju saw these strong men coming, he was afraid that he would be caught by the other party, causing the plan of Mr. Ban to fail. He didn't even care about the bodies and disappeared underground. Charlotte Linlin glanced at the disappeared white man and didn't care. He drove Prometheus towards the boxes. The next second, Shiji rushed into the crowd and slashed at Charlotte Linlin's hand with a knife. Ding! Charlotte Linlin reacted, and the armed color domineering gathered in her right hand, colliding with Shiki's blade. "Kulela, you just got it, but there's no share for you." Whitebeard rushed over from a distance with a big laugh and picked up a box. Shiki found that he was fighting against Charlotte Linlin, and was taken advantage of by Whitebeard, and he was very angry. "I only want one, you already got one, the rest is for you," Shiki said. Charlotte Linlin thought about it and nodded. Shiki saw that the other party agreed. There were 3 boxes on the ground. He opened them one by one. The first box contained a baby. He was stunned for a moment, then opened the second one. Inside was a mythical beast phoenix form, and the third one was a floating fruit. Both were flying fruits, and Shiki was a little difficult to choose. "Hey, Whitebeard, what's that thing of yours? Show me." "Kulela, I didn't expect that I was so lucky to get a natural one," Whitebeard said with a smile after opening it. "Hey, Whitebeard, let's switch," Shiki suggested. "That won't work. Whoever gets it first gets it." Whitebeard refused. "Damn it." The golden lion cursed inwardly, and chose the Piaopio fruit out of helplessness. "Haha, the rest belongs to me." As Charlotte Linland was talking, she was about to pick up the box on the ground when a shock wave hit her from a distance. Charlotte Linland didn't expect someone to attack her by surprise and flew backwards. Then, Boge rushed over, grabbed the box containing the fruit, and used shaving to distance himself from them. "Damn little devil." In the distance, after Charlotte Linland got up, she shouted at the bear who was patting the slave to let him leave. If the other party had not been using his ability to slap people, causing noise, and disturbing her, she would not have been attacked by Garp, and the fruit would not have been robbed. Ivankov saw that there was a big pirate staring at him and others, and hurriedly urged Big Bear. "Hurry." Big Bear sped up. Charlotte Linland was about to kill them when Garp's loud laughter came. "Ha ha ha. This fruit belongs to me, I'm so lucky." This laughter and sigh successfully diverted Charlotte Linland's anger. She looked at Garp and said, "Hand over the fruit, otherwise there are so many of us here, you're dead." "I don't think you will," Garp said with a smile. Now that Uchiha Madara is dead, he doesn't believe that someone like Whitebeard will join forces with Charlotte Linland. "I have already got the fruit. Unless you give me the Azure Dragon fruit in your hand in exchange, don't expect me to help you," Shiji said directly. "Kulela Garp is very tough. It may not be that easy to deal with him. I don't want to participate." Whitebeard laughed. After Whitebeard finished speaking, he added, "The two monsters on the top of the mountain are very powerful. They ambushed Uchiha Madara and are now dealing with Roger. If you don't want to die, you'd better leave here early." Charlotte Linland, Kaido, and Longbread were stunned for a moment after hearing this. Charlotte Linland glanced at the top of the mountain. There were constant explosions on the mountain, and the momentum was amazing. Just now he wondered who was fighting on the mountain. It turned out to be Roger. "Roger!" Garp heard Roger being attacked, shouted, and ran up the mountain holding the fruit. "Linland, let's go." Longbread knew the horror of the five elders, and shouted. Linland looked at Garp's back with hatred, turned around and left. "Don't worry, I will bury you next to rocks," Whitebeard said to the corpse on the ground, and then carried Uchiha Madara's body and left. After all of them left, Big Bear breathed a sigh of relief, and then he walked to the box on the ground and said to the baby inside, "Let's go save people together, and after we save people, we will leave." Then, Big Bear walked towards the mountain holding the box. Big Bear wanted to save more people. Chapter 26. At the same time, on the top of the mountain, Roger's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He looked down at his scratched chest, which was the wound that had just been scratched by the sharp horn of Saint Satan. Rayleigh was beside him, carefully watching the two people opposite him. "How do you feel?" Rayleigh asked solemnly. "The opponent's sharp horns are poisonous. It has probably spread to my blood. It's a bit hard to breathe," Roger replied. "Of course, my poison will damage your body. Although the poison you are infected with is not as strong as Uchiha Madara's, your strength will be greatly reduced. Both of you will die here," Satan Saint said coldly. "Damn it!" Roger cursed angrily, and then said, "It's fine that you didn't keep your promise, but what I didn't expect was that you were so insidious and attacked me. Humph, since we have chosen to wipe out the Valley of the Gods, how could we let it go? You are too naive," Satan Saint replied. It turned out that after Roger was beaten to the top of the mountain by Uchiha Madara, the five elders deceived him and asked him to join forces to get rid of Uchiha Madara. Roger was also afraid that Uchiha Madara would cause too much killing in the sea in the future, so he agreed, and put forward a condition, that is, to release the slaves on the island and cancel the plan to hunt the indigenous people. Originally, they had planned to wipe out Roger after Uchiha Madara died, but seeing that Roger foolishly agreed, they continued with the plan. At that time, Satan Saint and his men planned to use domineering, physical skills and immortality to join forces with Roger and his men, but they did not expect that Uchiha Madara's attack broke their plan and caused their abilities to be exposed. Garp, who came from a distance, also heard this, and he shouted angrily at the 5 elders, "Why are you doing this? Roger just helped our navy. Garp, you have nothing to do here," Satan Saint said with a somewhat unhappy look on his face. "Garp, you're here," Roger said to Garp with a smile. If it weren't for Roger and the others, Uchiha Madara would have rushed over to destroy the island. "You can't do this to him," Garp said, using his razor to block Roger. "You bastard, do you know what you are doing?" The 5 elders asked angrily. "I know. I, Garp, am not like you," Garp said, turning back and shouting at Roger, "Go, Roger. I'll help you stop them." "You." Roger looked at Garp in disbelief. "Captain, let's go." As a smart man, Rayleigh quickly made a decision. He reminded the captain loudly and pulled him away. "Garp." Roger was forced to run away by Rayleigh. Roger stretched out his hand and shouted at Garp. Garp turned around and smiled. "You bastard!" Satan shouted angrily, and Marcus Maz flew away in the form of a giant bird, trying to keep Roger. Garp jumped high and punched him. "Do you really want to protect them?" Marcus Massane asked in a deep voice. "I only know that he helped our navy this time. Public is public, private is private, even if it means dying here. I will catch them next time." Garp expressed his determination and assurance. Saint Satan was helpless. With Garp's interference, Garp could hold back one of them. Only one of them wanted to keep Roger, who wanted to leave. It would not be easy. Saint Satan sighed, "Well, since you promised, I'll give you face this time. Remember, this time it's also for your son and your many years of service to the world government. There won't be a next time." Satan said, turned around and left here with Marcus Maz. Roger and others ran all the way and soon came to the middle of the mountain. They saw a big bear wearing slave clothes and holding a box. With a whoosh sound, Rayleigh grabbed the box at an extremely fast speed. The two of them ran down the mountain at a fast speed. Rayleigh and Roger thought that there were fruits in it, and Roger did not stop Rayleigh's behavior. Big Bear stared blankly at the two people who disappeared at the end. The baby in his hand was actually snatched away. Big Bear wanted to rescue it, but after taking 2 steps, he thought that he had to save other people, and it would be easy for him to be in danger with the baby. Finally, he gave up and prayed in his heart, "I hope you can survive safely." Then, Big Bear rushed all the way up the mountain from the middle of the mountain. Every time he met a slave, he slapped him away. Along the way, he saved 300 or 400. As he was about to reach the top of the mountain, his actions were discovered by Saint Satan. The bear slapped the last slave away, and the 5 elders came over with crutches and kicked the bear with their feet. The bear screamed, flew out, and fell to the ground. Seeing the tall figure of the other party, the 5 elders immediately recognized that it was a slave of the Bakaniya tribe. "I didn't expect you to eat the meatball fruit. That fruit is not meant for slaves like you," the 5 elders said coldly. "I am not a slave, I was just captured." The bear got up and looked at the 5 elders, retorting, "Those eyes." When the 5 elders saw the bear's eyes, Uchiha Madara appeared in their minds. "Why do you have those eyes?" the 5 elders asked directly. Seong took a look at the other party's clothes. Anyone who could appear here and dressed gorgeously must be a celestial dragon. Seong did not intend to tell the other party and said directly, "I was born with these eyes." "Uncle, why can't I eat the fruit?" Seong asked innocently. "Child of the Bakani tribe, your only choices in life are to be a slave or to die. This is determined by history. Slaves are not qualified to eat such precious fruits." After hearing this, Big Bear couldn't understand why those people were so high and mighty while he was a slave. "Uncle, are you a person with power? It's strange to have rights from birth. Since you are born a slave, why are you born? It is totally meaningless. If I had any power now, I would be like Nika. I must do my best to save those pitiful people like me," Bear said at the end with determination in his eyes. Then he slapped himself and disappeared in front of the 5 elders the next moment. The 5 elders were stunned for a moment, but he didn't care. He turned and walked towards the mountain. On the sea, several ships were sailing at high speed. Kaido, Charlotte, and Linlin were on one ship, Whitebeard and Golden Lion were on one ship, and the rest had already run away. Whitebeard sailed for a long time and was caught up by a warship behind him. Garp on the ship warned the people behind him, "Remember, don't fire. Yes. The Navy who followed Garp back to the headquarters replied respectfully. Newgate, it seems that Garp is chasing us. The Golden Lion floated in the air and said to Whitebeard. Kulela, he is not here to arrest us. I think he is here for our fruit. Whitebeard said with a smile. Hey, Whitebeard, do you want to exchange a fruit? Garp shouted with a loudspeaker on the warship. Garp also wanted to get a natural fruit for his son to eat. Kulalala, do you think I'm stupid? This is the natural type, I won't change it. Whitebeard replied loudly. Garp also guessed that the other party would say that, and said with a smile, I heard that your dream is family. The phoenix form can recover from injuries. People who take the fruit have strong vitality and are not easily injured. Now that you have the fruit, you can get one for your son to eat. Even if you don't have a son now, you can have your companions in the future. I think you would not want to see your family get hurt, right? Garp added. After hearing what Garp said, Whitebeard felt that it made a lot of sense. After thinking about it, he agreed, Kulalala, you are right, I agree. At the same time, in the western waters, Roger was lying on a lounge chair on the deck. There was a needle inserted into his body and a bottle hanging on his head. There were some drugs in it. Crocus was using drugs to treat Roger. There were 9 people lying on the ground next to Roger. All of them were injured, including Jabba. I'm sorry to my brothers this time. We're the only ones who survived. Roger said with some regret. Although I didn't solve the problem of slavery this time, having a piece of fruit is still a comfort. Spencer sighed. I don't know what kind of fruit it is, let me take a look first. Roger said, and opened the box. A sleeping baby came into Roger's sight. How could it be a baby? Rayleigh exclaimed. This hair is still red. Spencer echoed. Chapter 27. The third day of the Battle of Kami-sama Valley. Garp's name resounded throughout the sea. The great pirate Uchiha Madara, who killed Roxy Beck, and more than 20 famous pirate groups were all destroyed, with only 7 or 8 captains escaping. The Roger pirates were annihilated by Garp, with only a few people escaping. Garp was awarded the title of Navy Hero for his meritorious service in the extermination. On a warship heading to the headquarters, Garp held a newspaper in his hand and clenched his fists tightly. Although he didn't know how a terrifying existence like Uchiha Madara died, he could imagine that it was probably related to Roger and the 5 elders. He couldn't even lift Uchiha Madara's giant feet, and those pirate groups were all burned to death by Uchiha Madara's flames. How could he be qualified to be awarded such a title? Those who witnessed this battle and survived will definitely laugh at me when they see the newspaper. Bogart. Garp was in low spirits. Bogart was silent beside him. The image of Uchiha Madara stopping him with one move kept appearing in his mind. He would never forget those strange eyes. South China Sea, Solway Kingdom. Big Bear, Ivankov, and Ginny were reading today's newspaper. It turns out that Uchiha Madara was killed by Garp, and even the Roger pirates were almost destroyed. The Navy is really terrible. Ivankov, who didn't know the truth, was shocked. I don't think so. If Garp really had that kind of power, they would have destroyed Beehive Island long ago and would not have let Rox live for so many years. There must be some unknown secrets in this. Ginny analyzed. Why don't you resurrect him and ask him? Ivankov joked. I won't. We finally regained our freedom. If we resurrect him, he will definitely invite me to be his crew member, and then I will be separated from you too. I can't bear to give up this hard-earned freedom. Ginny said directly. Ginny told the two of them all the moves that Uchiha Madara taught him, so Ivankov knew about it. But that White Zetsu will resurrect the other party sooner or later. If that terrible existence knows that you didn't do what he said, he will definitely kill us. Ivankov said solemnly. Ginny was silent. Thinking of the hard-earned ordinary life, she could only say sorry to Uchiha Madara in her heart, and said, I will pass the news of Uchiha Madara's possible resurrection and the information about White Zetsu to the Navy headquarters, so that the world government will definitely find a way to destroy the other party. As soon as these words came out, Big Bear immediately retorted, Ginny, you can't do this, he has helped us. Big Bear, you are too kind. The other party has been taking advantage of Ginny. Aren't you also the container for him to store his eyes? On the day he is resurrected, his eyes will be taken away by the enemy, and you will become a blind man. Ivankov threatened. I have saved so many people with this fruit, even if I become blind, it is worth it. Big Bear was not afraid at all. Xianzhe, if a terrible person like Uchiha Madara were to be resurrected, many people would suffer on the sea, and then I would be a sinner. Think about it, the other party is a pirate, landing on the island to burn, kill, and rob. The surviving orphans will definitely not survive, and they will be sold as slaves for a bite of food and become people like us. You definitely can't bear it, right? Smart Ginny only said these 2 sentences, and the kind bear didn't know how to refute. At the same time, on a pirate ship in the West Sea. Villi, what are you doing? A one-eyed sturdy man carrying an axe came to the warehouse with a gloomy face and questioned the man named Virali. Behind him were 7 or 8 pirates. When they were having dinner, they found that half of the people on the ship were missing, so they led everyone to look for them. I'm treating him. There was panic in Vilri's voice. After Vilri finished speaking, he pointed behind them with a shocked look and shouted, Uchiha Madara, why are you on this ship? Those people looked back at the same time and found nothing. They knew they were deceived. They turned around and found that Vilri had disappeared. Where are the people? The captain rushed into the warehouse in surprise and looked around, only to find several corpses and a bucket of blood on the ground. There was also a strange pattern on the ground, and a person was lying on the pattern. In the sea, Zetsu looked at the departing ship in despair and sighed, it's so difficult, this is not something I can learn at all. After leaving the Valley of the Gods, Zetsu swam for a day and met a pirate group that came to watch the fun but was late. He sneaked onto the other party's ship and took the opportunity to sneak attack several weak pirates, wanting to practice with this, but found that he could not learn it at all. Alas, just as Madara-sama thought, I am a waste. It seems that I can only refer to the plot that Ban-sama showed me and look for an ambitious person or an extremely desperate person. White Zetsu made up his mind to continue swimming to the next island. On the 4th day, Steel Bone Kong of the Navy headquarters received a piece of information, that is, Uchiha Madara's crew said that Uchiha Madara might be resurrected soon, and he also asked his subordinate White Zetsu to prepare for the resurrection ceremony. When the news came out, the admirals of the Navy, the 5 elders and others were shocked. The 5 elders did not think about it and directly issued a bounty to White Zetsu, and indicated 5 billion berries. Originally, the 5 elders wanted to offer a bounty of 1 billion, but when Garp saw that it was only so little, he contacted the 5 elders directly and explained that the opponent's giant move was just a medium-level move. This made the 5 elders understand that it was pure luck to kill the opponent at the beginning. The 5 elders were terrified and directly increased the bounty to 5 billion, which was higher than Roger. For a while, the sea was boiling. The Wanted Order of Akatsuki organization, White Zetsu with a reward of 5 billion berries spread across the sea. A few days later, on the sea of the New World, a pirate ship was sailing rapidly. Whitebeard stood on the ship, collected the latest newspaper, and laughed. Kulela, is this your backup? It's called the Impure World Reincarnation Technique. Don't worry, I will keep your weapons for you. This is a man's promise. At this time, Whitebeard was ready to go back to his hometown. Stussy wanted to go with him. Since the death of Uchiha Madara, the people who returned to Beehive Island had different dreams and chose to go their separate ways to fulfill their own dreams. On another sea, Charlotte Linland looked at the newspaper with an ugly face. Little boy, you have to master the power of the fruit. That guy will definitely come to trouble us when he is resurrected. Charlotte Linland said to Kaido, who was also holding a newspaper. I think we should find a way to eliminate the man called White Zetsu. We can't let that bastard Uchiha Madara be resurrected. Longbread said with some fear. Charlotte Linland nodded and said, it seems that we have to form our own force so that we can find White Zetsu. I will not be so embarrassed next time. Kaido put down the newspaper, his heart furious. Beehive Island. Wangji, John, and Silver Axe were frightened by the news, and immediately sent a large number of pirates out to sea to find White Zetsu, and promised that whoever killed White Zetsu would get the position of 4th in command. For the high bounty and status, the pirates went out to sea in an endless stream. Above the sky of the New World, the Golden Lion Shiki was flying with a small boat. There were only a few people on the boat. He grinned while smoking a cigar. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the captain to have other means. It seems that those who betrayed us are in trouble. After saying this, Golden Lion turned around and looked at his men and said, let's gather some people and find White Zetsu to help him revive Uchiha Madara. I want to join forces with him to dominate this ocean. Captain, Uchiha Madara is the captain of the Akatsuki organization. Now that you have set up your own organization, will he agree to join forces with you? The subordinate asked curiously. I didn't expect that guy had a backup plan. Since he can be resurrected, I will change the pirate group back. From now on, I will be the vice captain of Akatsuki. That guy's dream must be the same as Roxas. Only if he and I join forces can we succeed. Golden Lion Shiki said confidently. Chapter 28. 1522 of the Sea Circle Calendar. In the desert of Alabasta. 3 figures are walking on the yellow sand. The 2 people in the front are talking, and the man 4 or 5 meters behind is too hot to speak. These 3 people are the Straw Hat Pirates, who have recently become famous in the Grand Line. In front, Zoro is explaining to their new crew member Chopper some things about his boarding and some of Luffy's personality. The 2 are talking and laughing in this hot weather, which is in sharp contrast to Luffy, who is hot like a dog behind him. Suddenly, Luffy's eyes are attracted by the rock 10 meters in front, and he is immediately revived and shouts, "I found a cool place." This shout scared the 2 people. Zoro and Chopper turned their heads to look, and Luffy shouted again, "Rubber rubber." Luffy shouted a move and quickly stretched out his arms. Zoro and Chopper hurriedly tilted their heads to avoid it. Luffy's arms extended from between the 2 to the rock 10 meters away. A contraction, Zoro and Chopper were shocked. The next second, Luffy bumped into the 2 and took them over. Boom! A loud noise came from the cave. In the cave, Zoro was sprawled on a large rock, and then he fell to the ground with a loud bang. Ha 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 ha, it's so cool. Luffy laughed happily while sitting on a rock. I'm going to chop you up. Zoro got up from the ground, drew out 2 swords and said madly. Ah, sorry. Luffy raised his hand and said apologetically, then burst into laughter again. Ha ha ha. After laughing twice, Luffy realized that Chopper was gone. Hey, where's Chopper? Luffy looked around curiously. Zoro stood up and looked outside. Chopper was lying on the sand outside, motionless. It was obvious that Chopper had bumped into a rock when Luffy used his ability to lead the 2 of them into the cave just now, and now he was fainted. Luffy, who was confused, put his hand on his forehead, stretched his head and looked at Chopper and said, "What are you doing there? Are you trying to be funny?" Swish. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and Zoro put the knife on Luffy's neck. Luffy's face turned green immediately, and he realized that he did it. He hurriedly whispered, "Yes. It's all my fault, I'm sorry." Seeing Luffy admitted his mistake, Zoro complained really. While Zoro was speaking, he inserted the knife into the tip of the knife and prepared to sit down and argue with Luffy. "I blame you just now." Zoro, who was sitting on the stone, had just said half of his words when his eyes suddenly widened and he screamed, "Wow!" He suddenly sank down. Zoro disappeared in the cave. Luffy looked at the pit that suddenly appeared and thought that Zoro was imitating Chopper, and complained, "Hey, I didn't ask you to be funny." Below the cave, Zoro shouted, "I didn't make you laugh." Luffy walked to the cave entrance where the gravel was still sliding down, and looked down. Zoro was lying in the cave on the lower level. Damn it! It hurts so much. Zoro covered his head and grimaced, looking around. He was puzzled and asked, "What on earth is going on?" Huh. Zoro's eyes stopped at a few transparent glass bottles, and he was stunned for a moment and said, "What is that?" "Hey, Luffy. We seem to have found a treasure, it's gold." Zoro shouted hurriedly. Luffy above heard this and said in surprise, "Really? Hurry up, there seem to be a lot of them." Zoro shouted hurriedly. "Yoshi." Luffy stretched out his arms excitedly and jumped down from the sky. After landing, Luffy first looked around and found that it was an empty cave. There was a green stone tablet 5 meters to the side. Then Luffy looked in the direction that Zoro was looking. There were several layers of shelves there. The shelves were divided into 5 rows. Each row had 10 glass bottles. The glass bottles were as big as water cups. Each bottle contained a round object. The ones in the first row were already black, the ones in the second row were a little gray, and as for the third row, it was strange. There were corn kernels on the round stick-shaped objects, some had chili powder, and some had things like green grass. As for the fourth row, it was all muddy things, some were red, blue, green, and black. Zoro and Luffy didn't know what was in it. Until the 5th row, all the golden stick-shaped objects were placed in the bottles. It really is gold. Luffy excitedly stretched out his arms and grabbed 2 in his hands. "Now I'm rich, I can buy good wine. Sauron said happily with a grin. Haha, then I can buy a lot of meat. Luffy said with a laugh, and twisted the bottle cap hard. The cap was very tight, and Luffy used a lot of strength to open it. As the cap was opened, suddenly, a smell of dead rat came out from it, and the smell rushed into Zoro and Luffy's noses. The faces of the two turned green instantly, and the next moment, Luffy and Zoro tilted their heads at the same time. Ugh! What the hell is this thing? Why is it so smelly? Zoro's face was ugly, and he covered his nose and said, "Why does gold smell like this?" Luffy reached out and took out the golden stick, playing with it in his hand. It's so light it doesn't seem to be worth much. Luffy weighed the golden stick back and forth in his left and right hands. Zoro covered his nose with one hand, and held the bottle with the other hand to observe the items inside, and said doubtfully, "Hey, it doesn't look like gold. I heard that biting gold will leave teeth marks, let me try it." Luffy put the golden stick into his mouth while speaking. Crack! A sound like foam was heard. Luffy touched a little with his tongue and felt that it tasted a bit sweet. He said in surprise, "It's edible." Beiji, Beiji. Luffy bit off a golden stick and swallowed it into his stomach. "Hey, why do you eat everything?" Sauron said with cold sweat. "Hello, Luffy, Zoro. Where are you?" At this time, Chopper's voice sounded from above. "We are down here, Chopper, come quickly, there is food." Luffy waved his hand and shouted at the hole above his head. "Are you in there?" Chopper stretched his head and looked down. "Come down quickly, Chopper, it's cool in here, and there are food, dozens of bottles." Luffy waved and shouted. "I'll be down right away." Chopper replied, transformed into a human form, and jumped down from above. Plop! Chopper landed on the ground. The next second, Chopper sniffed his nose and looked at the bottle in Luffy's hand. Chopper asked curiously, "Who is so disgusting that he put this thing in a bottle?" Luffy looked at Chopper in confusion and asked, "Huh? Chopper, do you know this thing? I just ate one, and although it smells a bit stinky, it's quite delicious." As soon as Luffy said this, Chopper's eyes widened, and he looked at Luffy in shock, and said word by word, "You actually eaten it? What's wrong?" Luffy asked back. "Do you know what this is?" Chopper asked in a shocked voice. "What is it?" Luffy tilted his head with a curious look on his face. "It's shit." Chapter 29. Luffy's puzzled expression gradually disappeared, his eyes widened, and then his face turned green, and he bent over and vomited. Ugh. "Hey. You actually ate shit." Zoro was shocked for 10,000 years. Ugh. Luffy put his fingers on his throat, trying to spit it out. Looking at Luffy like this, Zoro laughed, "Ha ha ha ha. This person is really disgusting. If I'm not mistaken, he collected all kinds of feces." Chopper said this, pointing to the third row, and said, "Look, there are corn kernels on the third row. I guess he ate corn but didn't digest it and then collected and sealed it in a bottle." Ha 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 ha. Zoro kept pounding his thighs, and tears of laughter came out. Luffy on the side stuck out his tongue and spit out bitterness. "Bastard, this is unforgivable," Luffy said angrily. Chopper looked at the stone tablet, which was full of words. Chopper walked over and saw it, his eyes widened. "Hey, Chopper, Zoro, come and see. There is something terrible written on it." Chopper's shout attracted the attention of the two. Luffy stopped vomiting and followed Zoro. He saw that it was written. "Rox D. Jibek was here." Below is a line of small words. "I accidentally discovered the historical text of Hades. I was afraid that future generations would not understand it, so I translated it. Pluto is a terrifying weapon. He has two forms. One is the battleship mode, which can sink an island with one shot. The other mode can merge with the person and become a 1,000-meter steel warrior, which can destroy a 10-kilometer island with a single blow. To summon Hades, you need a DNA of Hades' previous master, and then combine it with the spiritual method to summon him. Spiritual communication requires chakra. I put the chakra seeds and DNA in the dam outside the deep-sea prison. Those who want to master Hades can try it. Below is the method of spiritual communication." Zoro and the other two looked down. It was a method of summoning Hades using a living person's body as a container. How to make a seal and how to carve runes were explained clearly. "It's really evil, using living people as vessels to summon Hades' weapons," Zoro said in surprise. "Zoro, what does it say?" Luffy asked curiously. He couldn't read. Luffy, this is an evil method. Zoro told Luffy what he saw. When he heard about the 1,000-meter-long Iron Samurai, Luffy excitedly shouted, "Iron Samurai!" His eyes were full of stars. Zoro continued to tell the story. At the end, Luffy's face turned ugly. He actually needed a living person to summon. Luffy didn't think twice and punched the stone. With a bang, the stone did not break. Luffy quickly withdrew his hand, shook his hands and said, "It hurts." "Hey, Luffy, what are you doing?" Solon asked in confusion. "This kind of evil method cannot be seen by others." "But he seems very hard, I can't break him," Luffy said with a serious expression. Zoro drew his sword, activated the sword style, and chopped at the stone tablet. With a ping, the sword only left a small mark on it. Zoro's eyes widened. How can it be so hard? Zoro couldn't believe it. This should be made of special materials. "Let's bury it when we leave, so no one can find it," Chopper suggested. Luffy and Zoro nodded in agreement. The three turned around and prepared to go out. At this time, they found a small door in front of them. "Hey, there's a door over there, let's go check it out." Luffy ran in first out of curiosity, followed by Zoro and Chopper. After entering the small door, there was a secret room with a small table and a bed. There was a small box on the small table, and next to the box were a few pens. "It's a treasure chest." Luffy stretched out his hand excitedly and took the box in his hand. He opened it and saw a dry book inside. Luffy couldn't read, so he took the book out and asked Zoro what's written on it. "Zoro, take a look, is it a treasure note?" After Zoro took it, he said, "What's written on the cover is the White Zetsu diary." Then, Zoro turned to the first page. "Lord Madara, after you died, I asked someone to try the impure world reincarnation. I was too stupid and kept making mistakes. You won't blame me, right? Master Madara. I met a man named Jesse on Luian Island. He deceived me. He ate 2 chakra seeds and destroyed 2 of your cells. It was really abominable. I didn't expect that he was so honest that he dared to deceive me. I almost fell into his hands. Madara-sama. This is the last chance, and I'm afraid those people will cheat me, so I chose the most ambitious crocodile. You won't blame me for letting you revive decades later, right? That's a big event, and I believe you will definitely like that scene, so I chose that time period. Lord Madara, I heard that bastard Roger won't live much longer, he deserves it. Madara-sama. That traitor Ginny taught chakra to the Revolutionary Army, and now many people on the sea know how to do it. Master Ban. It's a day worth celebrating. I heard that Ginny was captured by the Celestial Dragons. He is finished. This is what happened to him for betraying Master Madara. Mr. Ban, I'm so bored, and that crocodile hasn't come yet. Lord Ban, I have been studying poop all day long. When you come back to life, you must tell me what poop means. Mr. Ban, I collected corn poop. Madara-sama, I collected some vegetable leaves and feces today. The next few pages were all about the other party recording his feces. To take care of Luffy, Zoro read as he read, the rest of this is all about recording feces. Zoro turned to the last page, which read, Madara-sama, Crocodile is here. I don't think it's safe to keep your cells in the Impel Down Dam. I plan to retrieve them and lead them to his altar. Then you can be resurrected. After Zoro finished speaking, he said, that's all. I didn't expect that this diary actually mentioned One Piece. It seems that he has a grudge against Roger. Luffy said with an interested look. What exactly is this resurrection that the other party is talking about? And who is Lord Madara? And he seems to have come here many years ago. The diary means he is waiting for Crocodile. I don't know what he is going to do. Chopper asked curiously. No matter what he does, I will defeat Crocodile. Luffy shouted with a solemn oath. You can take this diary back to Usopp, he should like it. Zoro said as he put the diary in his arms. Usopp will definitely be very happy when he gets it, because it contains the story of One Piece. Although it doesn't mention much, Usopp will definitely like it. Chopper said. Come on, let's go out first. Zoro called out, and the three of them left the cave. Chapter 30. A few days later. At the bottom of the kingdom's altar. King Cobra of Alabasta sat on the ground, his hands behind his back, and a hand behind him firmly grasped his wrist. Nico Robin was reading the inscription in front of her. After Robin finished reading the main text, She looked to the side, where it read, Rox Jibek was here. After reading the translation, Robin found it completely irrelevant to the text, so he asked directly, is this what Rox Jibek left behind? I don't know. When I was young, I didn't see it. It seems someone added it later. Cobra explained. I guess this is someone's prank. Cobra added. Nothing else. Is this all that this country has hidden? Robin asked, turning back. Are you dissatisfied? I have kept my promise. Cobra asked. That's right. Robin said with emotion. Da-da-da. Just then, a very rhythmic sound of leather shoes came from the entrance. Nico Robin glanced at it. It's a state secret indeed. No matter how hard you try to find it, you won't be able to find it if you don't know the mechanism. Crocodile walked over with emotion. Coming to Nico Robin, Crocodile asked Nico Robin, is this the main text of history? Nico Robin. You came really quickly. Nico Robin said, then pointed to the side of the stone tablet and said that's the translator, the great pirate Rox who was once killed by Uchiha Madara. It was left by Jibek, go and have a look. Nico Robin didn't want to tell him the content, and wanted to use that false information to tell Crocodile. Huh. Crocodile was stunned for a moment, then he quickly walked to the side of the inscription and read the words on it. When he saw that Pluto had 2 forms and could transform into a 1,000-meter giant warrior, he was excited. When he saw the method and chakra seeds below, Crocodile laughed, ha 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 ha. After so many years of searching, I finally found it. I thought it would be somewhere, but I didn't expect that I would need to use chakra to channel it out. Crocodile was extremely excited. Hee hee. Nico Robin laughed secretly in her heart when she saw Crocodile being deceived. Crocodile has been planning for many years to defeat Whitebeard. Now that he saw the summoning method of Pluto, he didn't care about Robin and memorized it seriously. This memory lasted for several minutes. After Crocodile made sure that he had memorized it, he put his hands on the ground and shouted sandstorm. In an instant, the ground under the inscription turned into yellow sand, and quickly swallowed up the stone tablet. In the blink of an eye, the stone tablet disappeared. Then, Crocodile turned his head with a fierce face and looked at Robin and Cobra and said, this kind of secret can't be known to you, so please die here. As he was about to start, a long fist hit him. A few days later. On the sea. The Straw Hat Pirates are sailing fast. On the ship, Usopp is reading the diary that Zoro gave him today with great interest. After reading it, Usopp wondered, who is this Madara-sama? His subordinates seem to hate Roger very much. Nico Robin stepped forward and said with a smile, let me see. After 2 days of getting along, Usopp was not so wary of Nico Robin and handed it to her. After Nico Robin quickly read it, she said seriously, I know who the owner of this diary is, and I also know that Mr. Ban. As soon as these words came out, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, and Nami gathered around. Luffy hurriedly asked, then tell us quickly. Nami and Sanji had just read this diary. Nico Robin said solemnly, more than 30 years ago, this person called White Zetsu was offered a reward of 5 billion Baileys by the world government. How much? Usopp exclaimed. Several people widened their eyes, and Nami stuttered and asked, are you serious? Nico Robin nodded and added, this guy seems to be planning to revive their captain. The world government is afraid that the other captain will be resurrected, so they offered a reward of 5 billion Baileys, but they have not caught him yet. If his subordinates have 5 billion, then wouldn't the captain have even more? Sanji asked in shock. His captain only has 3 billion, but if I'm not mistaken, the Mr. Ban written on it is the man named Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. Sanji said the name in surprise. Sanji, have you heard of it? Luffy asked curiously. Sanji nodded and looked at Luffy and the others. I heard the guests mention this name when I was in the restaurant. The opponent's moves can make people walk on the sea. Most of the Navy can do it. How cool! Luffy said excitedly when he heard that he could walk on the sea. It seems that what is recorded here is that White Zetsu has been plotting against Crocodile for many years, wanting him to resurrect his captain. If this kind of person is resurrected, it will be very scary. Speaking of this, Robin was a little nervous. Seeing Robin like this, Sanji asked, Sister Robin, is this Uchiha Madara very powerful? Robin nodded, her eyes blank, as if she was lost in memories, and then said, during my years of wandering, I met several pirates who had witnessed that battle. The other party said that at that time, Pirate King Roger and his crew, as well as the elites brought by Navy hero Garp, joined forces to fight Uchiha Madara. Robin's words made Luffy unbelievable. The others felt like they were listening to a mystery. Uchiha Madara actually needed Roger's pirate group and Navy hero Garp to join forces? Then what? Usopp asked hurriedly. That time, dozens of pirate groups went there, and more than thousands of pirates stood there watching. As a result, Uchiha Madara just used his fire ability and spit out flames that reached the sky, instantly killing thousands of pirates. Only a few powerful pirates rushed out of the flames, and the few who escaped were all burned, some severely. How is it possible? Nami was shocked. Usopp's legs were shaking, obviously frightened by these words. Kill thousands of pirates with one move. Zoro stared at Robin with wide eyes. It's absolutely true. Robin looked at Zoro and said seriously. Sanji took out a cigarette and lit it tremblingly. He was shocked by Robin's words. On the other side, at the port outside Impel Down, Crocodile glanced at the place under his feet and murmured in his heart, is this place? What are you standing there for? Go! Magellan shouted, urging him, and even pushed Crocodile. I can walk by myself. Crocodile glanced at him, his face angry. Slowly, Crocodile walked into the prison, unwillingly saying in his heart, damn it, if I can still use my ability, I must open it to see if there is any summoning DNA inside. Soon, Crocodile came to the first floor, put on prison clothes after high-temperature disinfection, and was taken to the 6th floor of Impel Down by Magellan. Straw Hat Boy, I won't let you go. Crocodile shouted in his heart, unwillingly in prison. Crocodile spent his days in prison like years. The dark prison made him unable to distinguish between day and night. When he was bored, he chatted with the cellmate next to him. Slowly, Crocodile thought he would never get out in this life, until one day, there was an explosion in the prison, and a loud shout. Ace, where are you? Crocodile was stunned for a moment. He was very familiar with that voice, it was the Straw Hat Boy. Chapter 31. The sound came from above? Is Straw Hat Luffy coming for Fire Fist Ace? Crocodile stood up and walked to the cage, talking to himself. It seems like someone broke in. How courageous. The other party seems to be looking for someone, and the riot must have been caused by them. Let's see if I can get him to let me go later. I've had enough of this place. On the 6th floor of the prison, the serious criminals were discussing. I have to find a way to get out this time, even if it means losing face and begging him. Crocodile decided in his heart. Da-da-da-da-da. The sound of rapid running was getting closer and closer, and Crocodile became more and more excited. Soon, Luffy came to the cage where Ace was imprisoned before and stopped. We are trapped on the 6th floor of this underground building. There is no way to escape. Umizuna said solemnly. Ace Boy has been delivered to the Navy headquarters for sure, let's give up. Ivankov said regretfully. In order to prevent Luffy from doing stupid things, Ivankov added, no, the only thing we can do now is bet on Whitebeard. He is not a man who will abandon his subordinates, and he will definitely take action. Looking at the life value in his hand that was burning to the size of a fingernail, Luffy said firmly, I'm going to the Navy headquarters. If I give up, I will definitely regret it. Luffy's words represent his determination. Don't talk about whether to go or not, we can't escape from this floor. Umizuna spread her hands and said helplessly. Crocodile heard that they were worried about getting out, and he didn't need to beg them with words, so he laughed, hee 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 hee. Luffy heard the weird laughter and turned his head curiously. The laughter continued, hee 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 hee. If you want to leave here, let me go. I can make a hole in the ceiling. Crocodile said, approaching the cage, and the chains on his body made a rattling sound. It's you. Crocodile. Luffy was surprised to see him. Long time no see, Straw Hat. Crocodile greeted. Luffy looked at him, sweat dripping from his forehead, nervous. Crocodile looked at Luffy and said calmly, I thought it would be boring to escape, but Whitebeard wants to fight the Navy. I didn't expect to have a chance to take that old man's head. I am interested in that war. As long as I have the power, you and I can escape from here. Isn't this a good idea? It's good for both of us. In order to get out, Crocodile told his goal and his value. He was sure that Straw Hat Luffy would agree. What a joke. Luffy shouted angrily, remembering what the other party had done. You are the one who messed up Waiwei's country. Before Luffy could finish his excited words, Crocodile interrupted him and said, "How long ago was that? I am not interested in that country at all now." Ta-da! The sound of high heels came from behind Luffy. Crocodile was stunned when he saw the person coming. "Let him go, Straw Hat Boy. If he joins, it will indeed be a powerful force," Ivankov said directly. "Eh? Little Ivan, that guy." Luffy pointed at Crocodile and exclaimed, but before he could finish his words, Ivankov interrupted him, "You can't stop, let alone go to the Navy headquarters." Crocodile in the prison saw Ivankov and gritted his teeth. "Ivankov. Hey, long time no see, Crocodile Boy." Ivankov put his hands on his hips and greeted him. Luffy was surprised to see that Ivankov knew Crocodile and asked, "You know him?" "A long time ago, when this guy was still called a rookie." Ivankov paused and continued, "It's okay. Even if he betrays us, I will suppress him. Although he is not trustworthy at all, I know his weakness." At this point, Ivankov became proud and smiled. "Hey, stop talking nonsense." Crocodile's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he hurriedly shouted to stop the other party from continuing to speak. "Can you put on this kind of airs with me? Now I can make your past known to the public," Ivankov threatened with a smile. "As long as you help us, I can help you keep the secret." When Ivankov said the last few words, he emphasized them deliberately, as if to remind the other party. Hip hop. Crocodile saw the other party's smug look, and secretly hated him. He decided that after summoning Hades, he must kill this man first. Crocodile had a secret in his heart that he didn't want to mention. That was that he once went to sea to become stronger and joined the other party. He also heard that the shemale boxing was very powerful. In order to obtain this method of practice, he played the role of a younger brother in it. His gender was also changed by Ivankov, and he played the role of a shemale every day. Now he is also a famous figure on the sea. He doesn't want people to know his past black history. If people know it, it would be better to kill him. Crocodile looked at Ivankov's smiling face and sneered in his heart, "Wait until I summon Hades, and I'll see how you laugh." "What's going on? Hey, can you let me go too? And me, I have a grudge against Whitebeard. Please let me out too." The pirates in the nearby prison saw that they were going to release Crocodile, so they shouted to Ivankov in order to get out. Suddenly, the noise and shouting resounded throughout the 6th floor of the prison. "Shut up!" Ivankov turned around and shouted, but these mortals didn't stop shouting and continued to shout. "Death Eyes!" Ivankov opened his eyes and attacked the screaming pirates. Ah! One scream after another rang out, and the prisoners in the prison were so frightened that they dared not make any more noise. "Please!" At this moment, a deep shout came from a cell in the distance. "Take me with you too, I will definitely help you. We have known each other since Mr. Ace joined the Whitebeard Pirates. He often tells me about his brother. I was put here because I opposed this war. I want to save Mr. Ace. Please, let me die a worthy death." Luffy stared into the other's eyes, not blinking. After more than 10 seconds, Luffy decided okay. Chapter 32. A warship is sailing at high speed. Ace, the Fire Fist, is holding sea stone handcuffs with both hands. He looks at the sky, and the memories of Luffy, his father, Sabo, Dodon, etc. emerge in his mind. Take a good look at this last bit of sky. Once you are shackled on the execution platform, you will never be able to watch again. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider stepped forward and said lightly. The warship sailed quickly and soon arrived at the Gate of Justice. Ghost Spider took the communication telephone bug and reported, "This is Ghost Spider. Marin is numerous, Ching is ready to open the door." At the same time, at the Navy headquarters, an officer rushed to the temporary meeting room, pushed open the sliding door, and shouted respectfully, "Marshal Sengoku. What's the situation?" Jean Guo asked hurriedly. As expected, he couldn't find it anywhere. There were still more than 5 hours before Ace was executed. During this most dangerous time, Whitebeard could appear at any time. We searched the entire island, but couldn't find the 7 warlords of the Sea Blackbeard, the naval officer said excitedly. Another thing, a warship without permission to sail has now arrived at Impel Down. What? Sengoku was shocked, his forehead covered with sweat. Pushing into the city. With the addition of Crocodile and Jinbe, they rushed forward and soon reached the 4th floor. After defeating an enemy, Luffy turned around and asked in confusion, "Where is Crocodile? This guy is missing." Ivankov was shocked. "Look, there's a hole up there, is that where he ran away from?" Jinbei pointed to the roof of the third floor, where there was a big hole. "I guess it's this bastard," Ivankov said angrily. "Yoshi, there is a hole there, let's go up there too," Luffy said excitedly, stretched out his arms and grabbed the top, making one arm longer, wrapping around more than a dozen people, and flew up at once. At the same time, they pushed into the city entrance. Blackbeard was laughing at the Navy lying in a pool of blood at the door. "Ha ha ha guys, let's go in." Blackbeard looked at the door that had been opened, called out, and walked inside. Blackbeard and his group quickly ran to the first floor. At this time, Blackbeard stopped. Da-da-da, the sound of leather shoes came from the darkness. Crocodile in a suit walked out. Blackbeard saw the person coming and said in surprise, "Oh, it turned out to be you, Crocodile. I didn't expect you to be the first to escape." Ha 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 ha. Crocodile smoked a cigar and laughed dryly. "Now that you have been stripped of your status as a Shishibukai, how about it? Do you want to join us?" Blackbeard asked. "Not interested," Crocodile replied while smoking a cigar. When Blackbeard saw the other party's refusal, he spread his hands and said with some regret, "Well, what a pity. Captain, what should we do?" Lafitte asked in a low voice. "Don't worry about it, our target is the group of people inside." Blackbeard finished speaking, grinning, and waved to the crew behind him, saying, "Let's go." Seeing that the captain had let the other party go, several people looked at Crocodile provocatively, and then quickly passed by him. After Crocodile watched them go away, his originally calm expression suddenly became excited, and then he rushed to the outside of Impel Down. After a while, Crocodile came to the outside of Impel Down. He subconsciously glanced at the sea. The sea was empty, without a single ship. "Damn it," Crocodile said with an ugly face. "Forget it, let's find the DNA first, and then Jinbei and his people will probably find a way. The cells recorded on Pluto should be here." While Crocodile was speaking, he looked towards the dam in the distance. "Let me see if this is true." Crocodile's words fell, and he pressed his hands on the concrete floor. The devil fruit power was activated, and in an instant, the surface of the dam began to be sanded, the edge of the dam began to tilt, and a large amount of sand flowed into the sea. As more and more sand flowed into the sea, the dam became shorter and shorter, and gradually, a box emerged from the gravel. Crocodile was extremely excited when he saw this, and he immediately used the fruit power to gather a pair of sand hands to pick up the thing in his hands. With a nervous mood, Crocodile opened the treasure chest. In the box, 2 sealed glass bottles lay quietly, one of which contained a tube of blood, and the other contained a seed. "This is the DNA, right? It seems to be true." Crocodile's hands trembled. The Hades he had been looking for many years finally appeared in the world. "I have memorized the psychic ninjutsu, now all I need is the sacrifice." Crocodile stopped talking and looked in the direction of Marin. "Whitebeard, just wait, this time I have Pluto, you are dead. And the Navy, and the world government, keep your eyes open and watch. I, Crocodile, will scare you." Crocodile was just finishing his heroic words when a large group of people came running behind him. Crocodile looked back and saw Buggy the Clown and hundreds of pirates in prison uniforms. In order to prevent others from discovering what he had in his hand, Crocodile quickly hid it in his arms. "I didn't expect you to run away early, how insidious of you," Bucky said madly. "Haha, I just came out to see if there is a boat, but it seems there is none," Crocodile said with a smile. "Hey, why is there no boat?" At this time, Bucky saw that the shore was empty and exclaimed, "The guards of Impel Down probably let the ship sail away so that we could not leave here." Crocodile analyzed. "What should I do then?" Buggy was a little mad. Crocodile took a puff of his cigar, then he looked at the little LOL behind Buggy. He wanted to use one of those people as a sacrifice to summon Hades. As soon as this idea came up, it was rejected by Crocodile. No. If it is in battleship mode, it needs human control. If these guys see Hades, they will definitely fight for their lives. There are also some good players here, which is a bit troublesome. As for the giant warrior mode, Crocodile thought the water here was too deep. If the warriors swam over, it would be too embarrassing. Crocodile decided to wait and see. On the other side, at the harbor of the Navy headquarters, Among the many naval forces gathered, the logistics troops were carrying explosives and distributing detonating tags. The crescent-shaped bend and the entire island were already filled with 50 warships with heavy artillery. For this battle, the Science Corps has produced 1 million detonating talismans. This time, no one can get 10, and 10 now. Lieutenant General Jesse shouted through the loudspeaker. Great, I can make a rich account this time. This is also the first time I got so many detonating talismans. My throwing skills are absolutely accurate, and I won't waste any of them. The Navy members said excitedly. Don't be careless. No matter what happens, there are only 3 hours left. Everything will be over by then. The giant Vice Admiral stood on the steps and shouted to the Navy below. At this time, the harbor was filled with many heavy artillery. Standing at the forefront were several members of the 7 warlords of the sea. They were Gecko Maria, Doflamingo, Hawkeye Mihawk, Empress Hancock, and Bartholomew Kuma wearing sunglasses. Behind the 7 warlords of the sea were 8 giant vice admirals, who faced the sea. What's going on? This suffocating feeling of oppression. A marine with sweat on his forehead turned around and found that it was the 3 admirals who were slowly walking up the steps behind the giant vice admiral. When the marines saw the 3 admirals appear, their emotions suddenly became high, and they cheered with their sabers in their hands. Huala huala huala. The sound of slow footsteps and shackles attracted the attention of many Navy officers. They looked towards the execution platform. Fire Fist Ace was being held by 2 executioners and walking slowly towards them. Chapter 33. The atmosphere in the Marin Square suddenly became quiet. All the Navy looked at the man in shackles on the platform. A camera den mushi had already been set up on the side of the Navy headquarters. Every time Fire Fist Ace took a step, the camera den mushi lens moved with him. This public execution was carried out in real-time live broadcast. The Navy originally planned to place live broadcast receivers and screens on large islands. At the suggestion of Vice Admiral Jesse, the Navy of the world took action before the execution and covered every island with a large number of residents. Jesse, who hated pirates, claimed that only by letting those civilians see the world's strongest man defeated with their own eyes could they curb their idea of going to sea. The Navy's top brass also approved this proposal. At this moment, people from countless islands on the sea gathered together to watch this execution. Windmill Village Dodon clenched his hands tightly and cried out Ace's name with tears. Ace. Onigashima. Except for Kaido, everyone in the Beast Pirates gathered together. Their equipment was provided by Quinn. Yamato looked at the man in the picture and shouted excitedly, "Damn it, I'm going to save Ace." Hualala. Quinn pressed Yamato's shoulders, and the chains on Yamato's body made a sound as he struggled violently. "Master Yamato, don't be impulsive. I only let you out because the boss is not here. Don't make things difficult for me." Seeing Yamato so excited, Quinn hurriedly said, "Damn Navy." Yamato stopped struggling and yelled angrily. Seeing Ace walking up the stairs step by step, as if he had accepted his fate, Yamato felt very sad. His good friend was going to be executed, and she could do nothing. Is he the man who might become the fuse that shakes the world war? The Navy in the audience looked at the Fire Fist Ace walking up the stairs, and one of them said in shock. Ace walked up the stairs slowly and walked to the execution platform step by step. Arriving at the execution platform, Ace knelt on the platform. This time, he cooperated very well and wanted the Navy to end his life as soon as possible, so that his father would not come. Click. The 2 executioners locked Ace's handcuffs and chains to the wooden board of the platform to prevent him from escaping. Ace, who had lowered his head, slowly raised his head and looked at the densely packed Navy below, hoping in his heart don't come. The Navy did not execute the execution immediately, they were waiting for Whitebeard to come. The 2 executioners put knives on Ace's neck, and Sengoku walked towards Ace alone. When Sengoku came to Ace, Sengoku said to the 2 executioners, "Get out of the way." After hearing what Sengoku said, the 2 members in charge of the execution immediately pulled back their knives and walked aside. "Bring me the den mushi." Sengoku turned around and shouted to one of the executioners, who respectfully handed over a den mushi that had been prepared long ago. Zhangguo took 2 steps forward with the den mushi in hand, then she looked at the Navy below and said, "There is something I want to convey to you first." Sengoku's voice was spread far away by the den mushi, and the Navy present heard it clearly. Then, Sengoku continued, "Poor Gas Ace, about the great significance of this man's death here today. Garp, who was on the side, was very sad when he heard this. He knew what would happen next. Garp, who was upset, kept touching the scar on his face. This scar was left by Uchiha Madara. Whenever he was impatient or upset, he would subconsciously touch the scar. It has become a habit. At this moment, a navy trotted to the bottom of the execution platform and hurriedly said to Sengoku on the stage, "Marshal Sengoku, the gate of justice opened automatically without receiving any instructions, and the power room could not be contacted." "What did you say?" Zhang said in shock. At the same time, a warship slowly sailed into the gate of justice, carrying Luffy, Jinbei Kaikyo, Crocodile and others. Because of the passage opened by Crocodile, Luffy did not encounter Blackbeard, and the battle did not break out. A large group of them went directly to the first floor along the passage, and then Jinbei used a piece of wood to lead Crocodile and others to rob a warship. In order to allow Luffy to escape smoothly, when they robbed the ship, Von Clay used the imitation fruit to transform himself into Hannibal, and coaxed him into opening the gate of justice. "Drive faster, or we'll be late," Crocodile shouted to the pirate in charge of driving the boat on the deck. "It's already the fastest." The pirate in charge of navigation replied cautiously. "Croco boy, why do I feel like you are more anxious than Luffy boy?" Ivankov asked with some confusion. "Ha ha 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 ha." Crocodile didn't intend to tell the other party before the plan was implemented, leaving only a series of laughter for the other party. At the harbor of Marin, Sengoku ordered people to see what happened, and then he continued to turn on the loudspeaker Den Den Mushi and asked Ace, "Tell me your father's name." Ace on the execution platform heard Sengoku's culture and awakened the man in his memory. Ace turned his head to look at Sengoku, and after thinking for a moment, he replied, "My father is Whitebeard." As soon as these words came out, Sengoku directly denied no. "There is no god or devil, there is only Whitebeard, no one else." Ace shouted excitedly. He guessed what Sengoku was going to say next. Ace was very resistant to this. He didn't want to hear that name, nor did he want to admit that Pirate King Roger was his father. The only father he recognized was Whitebeard. At that time, we kept our eyes wide open and desperately searched for pirates who might have left that man on a certain island. With the little information and possibilities that CP had, we conducted a thorough investigation of the newborn babies, the babies to be born, and their parents, but we still found nothing. Zhang Guo's words were heard by every navy present through the loudspeaker. After Zhang Guo finished speaking, he paused, and continued, "No wonder. Your birth was exchanged for your mother's life, or it can be said that it was a conspiracy with ulterior motives. She deceived our eyes." At this point, Zhang Guo felt that the wording was inappropriate and quickly corrected it, "No. It's the eyes of the world. There is an island called Bartolilla in the South China Sea. Your mother's name is Botkas di Luju." Ace trembled all over when he heard this name. This woman's actions are far beyond our common sense. She kept the child in her belly for 20 months just for the sake of the child. Zhang Guo's words made the navy below stand there in shock. Then, while giving birth to you, she was exhausted and died on the spot. When Zhang Guo said this, Ace clenched his fists. 1 year and 3 months after his father's death, a baby with the world's most evil bloodline was born. After saying this, Zhang Guo looked at Ace and said, "That's you. You can't not know that your father is." At the end of the war, Sengoku looked at the navy below and added loudly, "One Piece, Gold Roger." Chapter 35. The navy was stunned. The Shishibukai looked at the man kneeling on the stage in disbelief. Most of the navy thought that the execution of Fire Fist Ace was to start a war with Whitebeard, but they didn't expect that there was such a hidden reason behind it. Windmill Village, Onigashima, and people watching the live broadcast all over the world were stunned. Fire Fist Ace, he is actually Gordy Roger's son. A civilian at the bottom of the screen of the Sabayati archipelago said in disbelief and shock. "This is big news." A reporter was snapping photos at the screen. "Quick, notify the headquarters and prepare to publish a special edition." Another reporter shouted. On the execution platform, Sengoku gave the shocked navy some time to digest this matter. When it felt about right, Sengoku continued, "You started using your mother's name. As the captain of the Spade Pirates, you relied on your outstanding strength and speed. When you were galloping on this sea, we finally noticed that Roger's bloodline was not cut off." After saying this, Zhangguo paused and continued, however, at the same time as us, we realized that Whitebeard let his son, who was once his opponent, board his ship in order to train you to be the next pirate king. As soon as Sengoku said this, Ace hurriedly retorted loudly, "No, I boarded that ship just to make my dad the pirate king. You are the only one who thinks so. In fact, we cannot attack you at will because you are protected by Whitebeard." When these words came out, Ace was stunned. Sengoku didn't care about the other party's thoughts and continued, "If you just ignore it, you will definitely stand at the top of the next generation of pirates. So, taking your head here today is of great significance." After Zhangguo finished speaking, he looked at the navy below and said with a firm face, "Even if a full-scale war with Whitebeard breaks out, it will not hesitate." Zhangguo's firm words reached the ears of every navy, and the navy present suddenly became excited. Seeing that the momentum of the navy was mobilized, Zhangguo stopped speaking, and then stood there waiting patiently. As soon as the time came, he would immediately execute Fire Fist Ace. He believed that Whitebeard would come. During the long wait, the navy present fell silent. A few hours later, the navy on the watchtower found the shadow of a ship and hurriedly shouted it appeared. In an instant, the bell of the Hao Navy harbor rang. "Everyone, get ready!" Sengoku shouted through the loudspeaker, "Den Den Mushi. There seems to be only one ship." The Navy officer in charge of lookout suddenly felt something was wrong and stopped talking. "And what?" the naval officer asked hurriedly. As the ship got closer and closer, the Navy on the lookout finally confirmed that this was not a pirate ship at all, but a warship. "Sorry, I misread it. It was a warship." The Navy on the lookout admitted his mistake. "No." At this moment, another Navy officer in charge of lookout shouted. Everyone looked at him, including Sengoku on the execution platform. The Navy officer in charge of lookout said with horror, "It's the prisoner who escaped from Impel Down." "What?" Zhangguo was surprised. The 7 warlords of the sea, Jinbei, Crocodile, Ivankov, Straw Hat Boy, and some famous pirates, about a few hundred people. "They are coming this way," the Navy on the lookout said excitedly with cold sweat. As soon as these words came out, all the Navy present looked at each other. "It's really scary." "In the area where the 3 admirals are," Kizaru said with a playful look on his face. "These villains actually dare to drive towards this side." Zhangguo's face was full of confusion. "Marshal, are we going to attack?" the Commodore asked. Zhangguo thought for 2 seconds and decided, "I want to see what they want to do, let them in." Zhangguo just laughed at the suicidal behavior of those jailbreakers. He also had the idea of letting the Navy eliminate the jailbreakers before the war, so as to better boost morale. Hey, let's get out of here, this is not a joke. There are dozens of warships." Buggy came to Crocodile and shouted frantically. Buggy spoke in a low voice with a tremor in his voice, and his legs kept shaking. How could Crocodile leave? He still had to summon Pluto in front of the Navy to make him famous. Crocodile smiled with interest, "Haha, see if you can convince them." Buggy followed Crocodile's gaze and found that the Straw Hat Boy on the bow stood straight, looking at the warship in front with a firm face. "Look, the warship has made way. Is it because of Captain Buggy?" "It is certain that Captain Buggy is a big shot, and the Navy dare not attack him. They are afraid that Captain Buggy will join forces with Whitebeard, so they respectfully invite Captain Buggy in for a talk. I guess they want to ask Captain Buggy to leave." Bakey's newly recruited men discussed with each other, and after they finished speaking, they looked at Buggy with fanaticism. "It's obvious that the Navy is planning to let us in to encircle us." Brother 3 complained madly in his heart. Soon, the warship sailed to the harbor. Ivankov on the deck looked at the warships on both sides worriedly. The Navy on them was watching them. "Straw Hat Boy, it seems that Whitebeard hasn't arrived yet. I'm afraid we can't do it with just a few of us." Ivankov stopped talking here, feeling helpless. He also decided not to resist after entering and let Jinbei walk through the water with Straw Hat Luffy. Ivankov saw the 7 warlords of the sea in front of him, as well as the giant Vice Admiral and the 3 generals in the stands. Even if the leader came, he would be defeated here. He didn't think he could help Luffy save Ace. Seal their retreat. When Luffy and his crew entered the center of the harbor, Sengoku's loud shout came from the headquarters. The next moment, the warship that let Luffy and his crew in slowly moved and surrounded the warship where Luffy and his crew were. "I can't escape this time, it's over." Brother 3 looked at the warships surrounding him and said in despair, "Ace." Luffy stood at the bow, took a deep breath, and let out the loudest sound of his life. On the execution platform, Ace lowered his head and had already accepted his fate, but when he heard this familiar voice, he raised his head suddenly, staring at the small figure on the warship in front of him with wide eyes. Then, Ace's face quickly turned pale, and he hurriedly shouted, "Luffy! Run away! No! Ace! I'm going to save you!" Luffy yelled again. Ace was extremely desperate, because he felt guilty for involving his father, and now Luffy was here. Ace didn't dare to think about what kind of attack Luffy would encounter in a while. "Luffy! This is not a place you can come to. Run away!" Ace yelled hysterically. Luffy responded with a firm shout, "Ace! I'm here to save you." Seeing Luffy so persistent, Ace panicked. He looked at Garp on the side. In order to let Luffy leave here alive, Ace used the name he had used many years ago, "Grandpa, hurry up. Let Luffy run away." "Garp, don't be impulsive." Lieutenant General Tsuru saw that Garp was about to get up and held him down tightly. "Damn Luffy!" Garp yelled. His face looked extremely ugly. Even Luffy came to make trouble, how could he come to such a place? Bang! There was a sound of wood hitting stone, and the warship docked at the shore of the harbor. "Long time no see. Marshal Sengoku." Crocodile walked to the bow and greeted Sengoku with a smile. "You criminals, why don't you stay in Push City and dare to show up here?" Jean Guo on the stage said angrily. "I was originally planning to take off Whitebeard's head, but it looks like he hasn't come yet." Crocodile looked around and said with some regret, "Haha, just you." Jean Guo on the stage laughed disdainfully. "Haha, I definitely couldn't do it before, but now." Crocodile hadn't finished speaking when a horn interrupted his shout. It appeared. Once again, the bell of the Navy port rang. "Everyone, get ready." Jean Guo shouted directly at the loudspeaker, "Den Den Mushi." Crocodile saw Jean Guo's eyes behind him and was extremely angry. "It's the big fleet." The Navy on the lookout shouted in surprise. "Ranger Doma. Thunder Lord Makuga. Decker and Madara brothers. Giant Whirlpool Spider. Squadron. Each of them is a first-class master, and each of them is a captain who is famous in the New World. A total of 42 ships." After the report, the Navy officer in charge of the lookout continued, "We didn't find Whitebeard and the captains. But there is no doubt that these are the pirates under Whitebeard. Straw Hat Boy, it looks like Whitebeard and the others are here. Don't be impulsive. Wait until there are more people before you take action. That way, someone can share the firepower and it will be easier to rescue Ace." Ivankov said hurriedly, fearing that Luffy would suddenly attack. Luffy nodded. Crocodile stared at Sengoku, and seeing that the other party's eyes were always behind him, he shouted to Sengoku, "Sengoku! You will face me, who is more terrifying than Whitebeard, in a moment. Are you ready to die? I don't have time to talk to you, I advise you to stay there honestly." Jean Kuaji glanced at him, and continued to look into the distance after speaking impatiently. Crocodile, who was confident, saw that Jean Guo looked down on him so much, and shouted angrily, "I am a more terrifying person than Whitebeard, how dare you talk to me in this tone?" This time, Sengoku didn't even reply to him, and chose to ignore him directly. This made Crocodile very angry. Crocodile clenched his hands and trembled with anger. He decided to summon Hades now and make Sengoku, who looked down on him, feel fear and regret. Then, Crocodile's elemental right hand grabbed the pirate closest to him. Chapter 36. Crocodile, let me go. The captured pirate grabbed Crocodile's sand hands with both hands, his face flushed. "Hey, Crocodile boy, what are you doing?" Ivankov asked in surprise when he saw Crocodile pinching a pirate's neck. Crocodile was about to speak when a bubbling sound was heard from all around the ship. Ivankov's attention was drawn to the bubbles. "Something seems to be emerging from underwater. Everyone be careful," Jinbei warned loudly. The dense bubbles grew larger and larger after emerging from the water, and burst after rising into the air. Sengoku and the three admirals stared at the center area behind the warship. Crocodile looked around and saw that those people were all looking at the center of the harbor. He couldn't bear it anymore, so he brought the pirates to the roof of the warship cabin, trying to get these people to look at him. In the field, only Doflamingo, Hawkeye, and some Navy officers near him looked at him. "Humph. Wait for me, Sengoku." Crocodile said angrily, taking out DNA cells, cut the pirate's arm, whose mouth was covered by sand. A large amount of blood oozed out, and Crocodile began to carve with the pirate's blood according to the pattern in the historical text. What is he going to do? Hawkeye looked at Crocodile in confusion and asked. Phew, it's probably some kind of sealing ninjutsu. The opponent should be coming for Whitebeard. He wants to use this trick to take his head, right? Doflamingo said uncertainly. Akainu on the stage glanced at Crocodile, and then stopped looking at him. At this moment, the water in the center of the harbor boiled, and huge waves splashed, as if something was about to come out of it. The boiling sea in the center of the harbor finally made Sengoku understand what was going on. Sengoku suddenly realized, so that's it. All their ships came from the bottom of the sea after being coated. As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, a huge ship emerged from the water. The flag of the Moby Dick slowly appeared in front of the navy. This way of appearance directly shocked everyone present. With a bow sound, the protective film on the outside of the hull broke, and Whitebeard's ship appeared safely in the harbor. Remember, 3 more pirate ships, like Moby Dick, surfaced from the water. The harbor is being invaded, shouted the admiral in charge of the outer perimeter defense. All 14 captains are here. The navy in the watchtower shouted out the number of personnel he saw. The 3 admirals stared at the Moby Dick, and the whole place was silent. Clang. Clang. Block. On the Moby Dick, the sound of metal hitting the deck was heard. With every step taken by the tall man on the ship, the ordinary navy present would become nervous. Whitebeard, holding the Kusukumokuri, climbed the stairs slowly. At the end of the stairs was a platform several meters high. After reaching the top, Whitebeard's appearance was exposed to the sight of the navy and Luffy and others. Whitebeard was naked from the waist up, with a white cloak on his shoulders, standing majestically on the bow with Kusukumokuri in his hand. Whitebeard first glanced at Luffy and his group who were shocked in front of him, and then looked at Sengoku on the execution platform in the distance, and shouted, "We haven't seen each other for decades, right? Sengoku." Whitebeard. Sengoku responded loudly and seriously. After greeting, Whitebeard asked Ace next to Sengoku, "My dear son, are you okay?" On the execution platform, seeing that his father had really come, Ace's eyes turned red, and he shouted with emotion, "Dad." Whitebeard glanced at Ace on the execution platform, inserted Kusunomokuri on the deck, and then crossed his arms across his chest to gather strength. The next moment, Whitebeard moved his hands. He punched hard on both sides with his fists, and Whitebeard's 2 fists hit the air like broken glass, and cracks appeared in the air. Crack! Countless Navy officers stared with their eyes wide open. How could they even shatter the air? To their shock, the seawater beneath the Moby Dick suddenly boiled, gradually forming a huge wave, causing the Moby Dick to sway non-stop. Damn it! Crocodile, who had carved half of the rune, hurriedly used sand to build a defensive layer above himself. He was afraid that the seawater would hit him in the next second and delay his carving. As for the fact that he himself had a devil fruit and could not be hit by the seawater, he temporarily forgot about it. Crocodile's focus was all on the rune. The sea tremor actually shook the sea. Jean Guo, who was standing on the execution platform, was shocked. Many Marines also saw Whitebeard use the tremor fruit for the first time, and they were all stunned by the scene before their eyes. Ace, who was on the execution platform, looked at Whitebeard and the captains on the ship, and fell into memories. "Dad. Everyone," Ace muttered as he looked at Whitebeard and the captains. Thinking of how his former companions told him not to look for Blackbeard, but he didn't listen and now he is a prisoner, and how Dad and the others actually came to save him, Ace blamed himself and shouted, "It was obviously me who ignored the advice and ran away. Why didn't you abandon me? I am so willful that I ended up like this." "No," retorted Whitebeard on the Moby Dick. Whitebeard added, "I told you to go, son. Stop lying, what nonsense are you talking about?" Ace retorted in agitation. "You clearly stopped me, and I..." Before Ace could finish his words, Whitebeard interrupted him and said, "I told you to go. Right? Marco?" Whitebeard looked at Marco and asked. "Yeah, I heard it too. You've suffered so much, Ace." After Marco finished answering, he looked ahead and said, "Everyone in this sea should know what the consequences will be if they attack our companions. We will never let go of anyone who hurt you." One of Whitebeard's other captains added loudly. Just as the captain finished speaking, Crocodile's voice came from the front. What if I want to take Whitebeard's head? At this moment, Crocodile saw that more than 100,000 people were looking at him, and his face was full of smiles. It turned out to be you, little brat. Whitebeard recognized Crocodile. But now I advise you not to attack me. If you want to challenge me, wait until I save Ace. Whitebeard said to Crocodile, who was standing in front of him and was as tall as him. Ha 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 ha. Crocodile's low and rhythmic voice rang out in the field. Then, he looked at the Sengoku on the high execution platform and said, originally, I only planned to take the head of Whitebeard, but you just ignored me. Crocodile paused at this point, looked back and forth between Whitebeard and the three admirals, and shouted domineeringly, Crocodile. I have decided to kill the three admirals and Whitebeard here. Chapter 37. The Navy, Whitebeard members, and the 7 warlords all looked at Crocodile in disbelief. Is he crazy? How can he say such a thing? Ivankov looked at Crocodile in shock. The next second he saw the rune under Crocodile's feet. No. That thing seems to be a seal, and I have never seen the pattern before. Could it be a new move? Ivankov's face changed from surprise to confusion. It's so scary. Kizaru looked at Crocodile, who opened his arms and enjoyed the attention, as if he was looking at a clown. Arrogant. Akainu said disdainfully. Kulela, what a great statement. Instead of getting angry, Whitebeard laughed. Crocodile. Have you become stupid from being in prison? Jean Guo shouted angrily on the execution platform. He could not participate in such an occasion. Jean Guo was very unhappy that Crocodile used words to disrupt the situation. He. Crocodile didn't care about what Jean Guo said at all. Thinking that he only needed to make a seal and the thing would come out, Crocodile laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. Why are you laughing? Even with your current strength, you can't be a match for Dad. I advise you to give up this thought and run away as soon as possible. This kind of occasion is not for you to attend. Marco said with a cold face and kindly reminded him. Crocodile looked at Marco and nodded, that's right. With my current strength, I am indeed no match for Whitebeard. It's good that you know. Marco said. Crocodile looked at the Navy and said to himself, ever since I failed in challenging Whitebeard, in order to defeat Whitebeard, I have been searching the sea for something that can defeat Whitebeard for 25 years. So that one day, Whitebeard can be killed. I joined the Shishibukai and have been operating in Alabasta for many years, and finally I found that thing. Thinking back to his previous life, Crocodile sighed. Sengoku thought about what the other party said, that he wanted to kill the three admirals and Whitebeard at the same time. Could it be that the source of the other party's confidence was what he called thing? Thinking of this, Sengoku asked into the loudspeaker, what did you find? Hee. Crocodile smiled proudly and said, I found Pluto. What? Sengoku's shocked voice came from the loudspeaker. The faces of the three admirals changed immediately. Kizaru looked at Crocodile with vigilance and looked around, trying to find where Pluto was, so that he could escape as soon as possible if he was attacked. The Navy below knew that Pluto was powerful and their legs trembled. That was a super battleship that could sink an island with one shot. You bastard. Jean Guo said with an ugly face. Kulalala, that's amazing, you actually found that thing. Whitebeard praised with a smile, but he was not afraid. Crocodile looked at Buggy who was trembling with fear and said, I'll give you a task later. Help me grab the camera Den Mushi and aim it at the thing I summoned. Remember, if you want to leave alive, just do this. I want the world to see how terrible I am. After Crocodile finished speaking, he opened his arms. Crocodile and Buggy's words were heard by the strong man with super observation haki present. Is it that rune? And what about that person? Could it be that Jinny's summoning technique? Thinking of this, Sengoku's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted to the loudspeaker Den Mushi, quick. Kizaru, the other party wants to use the summoning technique to summon Hades, stop him. Kizaru didn't dare to delay when he heard it. If the other party really let him summon it, the Navy would be finished. Crocodile, who was standing on the highest platform of the warship, also heard this and was shocked. Fearing that Kizaru would come to disrupt the situation, he immediately slapped his hands on the ground and shouted, summoning technique. The next moment, the platform shook rapidly, the person on it disappeared, and a coffin rose from the platform. Kizaru, who was using the 8-foot mirror to fly over with refraction, kicked the coffin with his right foot. The next moment, Kizaru felt like something was about to come out, and hurriedly dodged. Boom! The coffin lid exploded instantly, and a large amount of white smoke spewed out. Crocodile behind the coffin was puzzled. Why did he summon a coffin? Uchiha Madara in the coffin opened his eyes, and the system's prompt sounded ding. Congratulations on the host's successful resurrection. The system will give you a free appearance ceremony. Pada. Uchiha Madara put his right hand on the coffin and walked out slowly. Whitebeard, who was closest to him, used his observation haki to sense the vague figure in the smoke. His eyes widened, and he was shocked and said, "Could it be? I have finally waited for this day." Uchiha Madara's voice was filled with emotion. Tap tap tap. Slow footsteps sounded, and Uchiha walked out of the coffin. "Who is it?" Ivankov asked curiously. The three admirals of the navy, as well as Sengoku, Garp, and others stared at the smoke. Whoosh! A breeze blew, the smoke dispersed, and Uchiha Madara appeared in front of the navy. That is. When Garp saw the person who appeared, his face turned pale instantly. "How is it possible?" Zhang Guo on the execution platform exclaimed. "Yes, it's you." Ivankov's legs were shaking, and there was fear in his voice. Later, he learned about the battle from some important people. He was terrified when he thought of Jinny's betrayal. How could he appear here? Vice Admiral, he was shocked. "Kulalala, I didn't expect you to be resurrected." Whitebeard said with a big laugh. "Dad, who is he?" Yi Zhang asked curiously. "My former captain, Uchiha Madara." Whitebeard said seriously. "What?" The Navy and Whitebeard members present were extremely shocked when they heard the name. They were shocked that the other party was actually the captain of Whitebeard. Everyone present looked at the black-haired man, who was crossing his arms and looking at the Navy in front of him expressionlessly. "That's the legendary pirate, huh? The one who once defeated Roger's pirate group and Garp." Kizaru had already flown back to his position, looking at the black-haired man in front of him in shock. Not only that, after Vice Admiral Garp was humiliated by the opponent, he came back and practiced Iron Fist for 10 years, and once lived in the shadow of the opponent. Aokiji explained with cold sweat. "Bastard! How could such a strong man be resurrected?" Sakasuke said angrily, very puzzled. He had also heard of the other party's legend, which was very scary, even more terrifying than Whitebeard. "Is this the legendary pirate? It's getting more and more interesting." Doflamingo grinned, hoping that the world would not be in chaos. "I don't know who is stronger, him or Whitebeard." Hawkeye's eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. "Is this the strong man that Granny knew was talking about?" "He is really domineering," Hancock said with emotion. He, it seems like Kaido used to be this guy's subordinate. If I collect his shadow and then deal with Kaido, Kaido will definitely be scared, he. Gecko Mariah said excitedly. Among the 7 warlords of the sea, Bear's originally lifeless eyes suddenly moved, and he murmured, I'm sorry. Jinny, regretted it." At this time, the camera was pointed at Uchiha Madara, and his appearance and heroic demeanor were presented to the audience. Chapter 38. "Little Ivan, I see you seem very scared. What is there for him to be afraid of?" the naive Luffy asked in confusion. Hollow. The three brothers, Buggy and Ivankov, frantically winked at Luffy and made gestures to keep quiet, fearing that Luffy would say something bad and implicate them. Jinbei even rushed to Luffy and covered his mouth. Uchiha Madara didn't even look at them, looking at the Navy in front of him without saying a word. At this time, Uchiha Ban didn't want to speak, but was confused by the system prompt. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining -10 redemption points for Hashirama cells. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting 10 redemption points. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ninjutsu Wood Release, Tree World Advent -10 exchange points. Ding. Sign in successfully. A large number of sign-in sounds appeared in Uchiha Ban's mind. Uchiha Ban glanced at the prompts on the system interface, one after another, and the exchange points directly increased tenfold, more than when he was alive. This made him understand that some kind of bug should have been triggered after his death. With his arms crossed, Uchiha Madara felt something on his chest, and a lot of memories came flooding back. It was the memory of Uchiha Madara fusing Hashirama's cells. This should be the face of Hashirama Senju. I didn't expect to get it in this way. It can be regarded as saving exchange points. Uchiha said with great satisfaction. He glanced at the location of the exchange point, and the value on it soared to more than 138,730 points. Uchiha Madara opened them all without hesitation and clicked on the Samsara Eye to buy it, but at this time a prompt popped up from the Samsara Eye, ding. Because the host has the eternal Mangekyo, the host is now a body of the impure world reincarnation. After purchasing at the original price, the host will grow a pair of Samsara Eye out of thin air. If you buy at half price, the eyes deposited by the host will be automatically upgraded and can be used as long as you take them back. Ding. Buy at half price, in the impure world state, you can also use the power of the Samsara Eye. Uchiha Madara glanced at the big bear in the distance wearing sunglasses and looking at this side. Feeling that his eyes were still in the other's eyes, Uchiha Madara directly spent half the price of 20,000 to buy the power of the Samsara Eye. The next moment, the bear in the seven warlords of the sea felt a hint of warmth in his eyes, and the eyes under the sunglasses changed from scarlet eyes to circles of purple. Crocodile, you bastard, do you know what you have done? At this time, an angry voice came from the navy. It was Garp shouting through the loudspeaker. You see, Vice Admiral Garp seems to be very afraid of the other party. Is it my illusion? Didn't Vice Admiral Garp defeat the other party? Why does it feel a little wrong? Didn't you see that the Lieutenant General was sweating coldly? Could it be that the other party could really scare Garp? In the Navy crowd, a large number of Navy officers began to discuss. Crocodile was also confused. He summoned Pluto, but why did he summon the loser of the old era? I summoned Pluto, why you? Crocodile asked loudly in confusion. He had finally enjoyed the attention of the crowd and was about to kill Whitebeard and his men, but now his hopes were dashed and he became a clown. With his intelligence, he could understand that he had been fooled. This was not summoning Pluto at all, but the resurrection event that had once caused a sensation on the sea. But he was unwilling to accept it and wanted to ask what was going on. Where's White Zetsu? Uchiha Madara glanced at him and asked calmly. He did not attack Crocodile because of his tone, because the other party resurrected him. Seeing that Uchiha Madara did not answer the question, Crocodile said angrily, I want Pluto, why is it you? Tell me. It seems that Ginny did not keep her promise. If it was you who resurrected me, it means that it was done by that guy. It seems that the guy's plan did not go smoothly, and it took me so many years to resurrect. Uchiha Madara replied with emotion, which made Crocodile even more confused. Gradually, Crocodile understood from the other party's words, and he said with an ugly face, so that's how it is. The historical text does not record the summoning of Pluto at all, but a means to resurrect you. Crocodile seemed to have suffered some kind of blow, and lost his spirit. He stood there and laughed at himself. I am so stupid that I actually believed that kind of nonsense. Haha. As soon as Crocodile said this, the strong men present also understood why Uchiha Madara appeared here. It should be the work of Uchiha Madara's subordinate White Zetsu. Crocodile was deceived. Kulalala Captain, you have a great plan, and this method is amazing. I buried you myself, but I didn't expect you to be resurrected in this way. Whitebeard said with a big laugh. Newgate, there are 100,000 Navy here, and those 3 newcomers, are they admirals? The Navy takes it so seriously, you are not a loser to me. It seems that you have grown a lot over the years. Uchiha Madara said lightly without turning his head. Kizaru and Aokiji on the stage did not refute each other's words, because what the other party said was true, and in the eyes of the other party, they were newcomers. Akainu clenched his fists, extremely angry at the arrogant words of the other party. Whitebeard didn't mind Uchiha Madara's words at all, and said with emotion, because this is a war. After Whitebeard finished speaking, he added, it's a war between our Whitebeard pirates and the Navy. They captured my good son, and we have to rescue him. Ace on the execution platform heard Whitebeard's words and was moved and said, Dad. The Navy officers in the field could not imagine how strong Uchiha Madara was in the past. The opponent could actually say that Whitebeard had grown up and did not say it, and what shocked them even more was that Whitebeard did not refute it. In the ranks of the Vice Admirals, Jesse's heart trembled. He was the one who knew this trick best, and knew clearly the current state of Uchiha Madara. He could not be killed, and even if he was beaten to pieces, he would recover quickly. because his parents were also alive through the Impure World reincarnation. Now he is struggling whether to say this trick or not. He has also studied the way to deal with this trick over the years, which is sealing. Thinking that if the opponent is not eliminated, the opponent will definitely have a huge impact on the sea. For this reason, Jesse could not care so much. Even if he exposed his trump card and sealing technique, he had to do it. Jesse secretly waved to the 7 or 8 vice admirals. After the few people gathered together and whispered a few words, they left here. Chapter 39. Look, what is that? At this moment, a Navy officer in charge of observation shouted while holding a telescope. All the Navy officers looked in the direction pointed by the officer and saw a violent wave crashing in from a distance. The ground in the harbor was shaking violently. It's coming. The earthquake that guy just caused has turned into a tsunami and is coming. Garp shouted hurriedly. It's a tsunami, it's huge. The sailors saw the tsunami coming from both sides of the harbor and shouted in horror. Ah! Kobe, Belumber, Iron Fist Finbody, and Zongjao looked at the huge waves that were more than 100 meters on both sides, screaming in fear, and their legs were shaking. Not only them, but even some lieutenant generals and brigadiers were also so scared that they stood there. I'm dying. I'm dying. It's over, we'll be drowned. Bucky and Sanji screamed. Dad, why is he so calm? Isn't he afraid? He is in the attack range of the huge wave. Looking at Uchiha Madara, who was standing still with his arms crossed, looking ahead, Izzo asked in confusion. Kulalala, my dear son, a strong man like your dad doesn't need to be afraid of this kind of move, let alone Captain Uchiha Madara, who is stronger than me. Just watch carefully. After Whitebeard finished speaking, he asked Uchiha Madara, Captain, what do you think of my move? It's pretty good, right? Not a bad move, it's already half as powerful as my move. Uchiha Madara looked at the tsunami in the sky and nodded in praise. What did Izzo and the others hear? It's half as powerful? How is it possible? Vista was shocked. He obviously didn't believe Uchiha Madara's big talk. Kulela, my dear son, what the captain said is true. I will always remember the move the captain made before he died. Just one move covered the huge island of God Valley. It is simply not something a human can perform. Whitebeard said seriously. Some captains who didn't know about the war that year looked at the man who was not as tall as them in shock. It was hard for them to imagine where the energy in the other party's body was hidden. On the Navy side, the huge waves were about to hit. Aokiji stretched his legs and jumped into the sky. He shot out 2 cold air with his hands, corresponding to the tsunamis on both sides. At the moment when the cold air connected with the huge waves, Aokiji shouted Ice Age. Kaka. A series of freezing sounds were heard, and the tsunami that was coming was frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into an ice sculpture standing in the air. In the sky, Aokiji's cheeks and curly hair were covered with ice, and waves of cold air came out of him. It seems that there are also capable people in the Navy. Uchiha Madara praised lightly. I'm saved. Belumbo's eyes were filled with tears, and he almost peed himself out of fear. It's Admiral Kuzan. Kobe said excitedly. Countless Navy officers saw Hatsun frozen, wiped the cold sweat from their fear, and felt like they had walked through the gates of hell. Aokiji in the sky didn't know what Uchiha Madara was going to do, so he didn't attack him. Instead, he gathered 2 ice spears with his hands and shouted at Whitebeard, Ice 2 thorns. He wanted to boost morale in this way. In an instant, 2 ice spears shot towards Whitebeard in the distance. Seeing the attack coming, Whitebeard turned slightly, and at the same time, he gathered power in his right hand and smashed it towards Aokiji in the sky. Bang! The air in front of Whitebeard shattered, and the 2 pieces of ice shattered along with Aokiji's body in the sky. Alala! Aokiji sighed, turned into a pool of ice, and fell into the sea. The moment Aokiji fell into the sea, a human-shaped ice sculpture with the appearance of Aokiji appeared on the sea surface, and then the sea water under the ice sculpture began to freeze and spread to the surroundings, with a continuous sound of freezing. Luffy and others turned their heads and saw that not only the bottom of the warship they were riding on, but also the bottom of dozens of pirate ships in the distance were all frozen. The turbulent sea water disappeared, and was replaced by an ice battlefield where people could stand. The ice surface was endless and the range was extremely wide. Wow, so awesome! Luffy said in shock. Seeing that Aokiji had actually set up a battlefield, Sengoku on the execution platform regretted not telling Aokiji not to do this. Now he didn't know Uchiha Madara's attitude. If the other party joined forces, their headquarters would be finished. In order to find out Uchiha Madara's plan, Sengoku directly shouted, "Uchiha Madara, since you are resurrected, get out of here quickly." As soon as these words came out, the navy present looked at Marshal Sengoku in disbelief. The other party could actually say such insulting words. Suddenly, the morale that had been raised with great difficulty became low. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Uchiha Madara asked coldly. As soon as he said this, Zhanguo's face became extremely ugly. "Kulela, Captain, you haven't changed." Whitebeard laughed and sighed. Marco's eyes swept back and forth between Sengoku and Garp. Thinking of what his father had told her, he wanted to confirm it and said directly, "Captain Uchiha Madara, I heard from my father that you once suppressed Roger's pirate group and the elite team led by Garp. Is that true?" This was recorded by the live broadcast and spread to various sea areas. In Windmill Village, Dodden looked at the question coming from the screen and said in shock, "It's hard to imagine. If it's true, then the opponent is too terrible." In Dodden's heart, what he feared most was Garp. Even Roger couldn't compare to him. Sabayati Archipelago. Big news, it turns out that Garp and Roger were once crushed. Hurry up and notify the headquarters, and prepare the materials immediately. The reporters kept filming the scene and shouted in shock. "Onigashima." Yamato kept struggling and yelled, "Let me go, I want to inherit the will of Master Ban, go follow him." "Master Yamato, he is Kaido's enemy, you can't say such things." Quinn said with cold sweat. "No, I'm going. The bastard Kaido didn't let me find Master Ban's body, and he sealed my chakra. I deserved death for not being able to revive Master Madara in time. Now you dare to stop me from following him. I will never coexist with you." Quinn. Jack. The two of them felt tired when they saw the troubled Yamato. Kaido was angry because the other party was clamoring to inherit the will of Mr. Ban. It was because of a ninja diary that Yamato became like this. Alas. The two looked at each other helplessly and sighed. "Lead aside." As soon as Marco's words came out, the battle results on the stage hurriedly shouted, "Quick! Turn off the live broadcast." Uchiha Madara certainly would not let the other party get what he wanted. Now he was finally resurrected, and he also gained so many new skills. He pretended to be confused and said, "What is that?" While he was speaking, he lowered his head, not wanting those people to see that his eyes had changed, and launched the Wangxiang Tianyan move. A lot of live broadcast equipment flew over. "What?" The navy guarding the equipment was shocked. Bang! There was a sound, and the camera flew to Buggy's side. Uchiha Madara regained his Sharingan's gaze and glanced at the equipment, and whispered it turned out to be used for video recording. "I was." Buggy thought of what Crocodile said, and hurriedly picked up the equipment, started the live broadcast, and pointed the camera at Uchiha Madara. And Buggy also knew that if this legendary pirate made the other party happy because of his filming, maybe he would take him away from here safely in the end. Uchiha slowly turned his head and said to Marco, "If you have to say it, it is indeed true." Uchiha Madara finished speaking and corrected, "But I am not suppressing them." Upon hearing this, the navy breathed a sigh of relief. If this is true, it would be terrible. Marco looked at Whitebeard with some confusion, with inquiry in his eyes. Garp didn't expect Uchiha Madara to say such a thing, which was considered to save his face, but the next sentence made Garp's blood pressure soar. Uchiha Madara said with a puzzled look, "I don't know where you heard this version. I was just teasing them, but I didn't expect that you would say it was me beating them up. Do you think an adult would use all his strength to deal with two children?" Chapter 40. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the Marines in the Marine headquarters widened. They couldn't believe what they heard. The Marines looked at each other. Smoker looked at Dashiji and said in shock, comparing Garp and Roger to children. Dashiji was also shocked and replied blankly, "Playing tricks on them. That's the Pirate King and the hero Garp." This sentence appeared in the minds of the Navy. This guy is still the same. Whitebeard was also sweating coldly at Uchiha Madara's speech. The audience watching the live broadcast were stunned. "You bastard Uchiha Madara!" Garp roared with an ugly face in the distance. Uchiha Madara looked at the other party and said lightly, "To be honest, you disappoint me." Everyone looked at Uchiha Madara in confusion, wondering why the other party expressed his disappointment in Vice Admiral Garp. Uchiha Madara continued, "At the beginning, I let you go because of your good domineering nature, and I also thought that when you become stronger, you can become my opponent. After so many years, you haven't improved at all. Uchiha Madara said this, looking at the position of the three admirals, and everyone followed Uchiha Madara's gaze and looked over there. Look at those three little devils, they are much better than you. Although I don't know how strong they are, at least they don't show their emotions on their faces. Are you praising us? Aokiji asked coldly. I guess so, at least it's much better than those people who yell like children. Uchiha Dappled admitted. Damn it! Garp roared in his heart, his face was extremely ugly, obviously he heard these words, this time he did not shout. The Navy present looked at Uchiha Madara in shock again, the other party actually said that he would let Garp go, and from Garp's expression, this seemed to be true. They couldn't believe that Garp, who had the title of Navy Hero, survived by saving his life. The faith of the Navy collapsed, and they felt deceived. The title of Navy Hero was actually fake, so they angrily questioned Sengoku. Marshal, what is going on? Yes. Didn't Vice Admiral Garp defeat Uchiha Madara? Have we really been deceived? The Navy members asked Sengoku one after another. On the high platform, Sengoku's face was also ugly. He didn't know how to explain. Did he have to say that the world government did it on purpose? His silence did not mean that others would not answer. In order to better undermine the morale of the Navy and facilitate the rescue of his son, Whitebeard laughed and said, Kulela, this is very simple. Because my former captain was too terrible, the world government concealed it. Captain Uchiha Madara was not defeated by Garp, Garp just got the advantage and inherited this title. After saying this, the Navy looked at Sengoku with a questioning look in their eyes. Damn Whitebeard! Zhang said angrily. The strongest man in the human world said such a thing, obviously believing it. Phew, I didn't expect there would be such unknown things. It's getting more and more exciting. Doflamingo opened his arms and was extremely excited. He, I want to get the other party's shadow more and more. Moonlight Moria laughed strangely. Crocodile next to Uchiha gradually recovered from the blow and looked at the strong man in front of him in disbelief. He didn't expect that he could summon such a terrifying existence. Crocodile saw that the Navy present were all frightened, and thought that this was also his masterpiece, and laughed. He. Then, Crocodile looked at Sengoku on the execution platform and sighed, although I didn't summon Hades, it seems that I also summoned an existence that does not belong to Hades. It would have been better if Crocodile didn't speak. As soon as he spoke, veteran strongmen such as Garp, Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Tsuru all noticed him. Crocodile, you bastard! Zhang yelled into the loudspeaker. Ha, seeing you guys are so nervous makes me very happy. Who would have thought that the Admiral of the Navy and Garp, known as the Iron Fist, would show such an attitude because of the appearance of one person? Crocodile said with a laugh. After Crocodile finished speaking, he looked at Uchiha Madara seriously and said, Hey, I can see that you have a grudge against the Navy. Do you want us to join forces and destroy the Navy? As soon as these words came out, Sengoku and Garp became nervous. They were afraid that Uchiha Madara would join the battle. What qualifications do you have to join forces with me? Uchiha Madara turned his head and looked at Crocodile, asking doubtfully. Crocodile, who was embarrassed in public, lost his smile and said with an ugly face, You guy, I summoned you out. He wanted to use this moral blackmail to Uchiha Madara. But Uchiha Madara didn't buy it at all. It's because you resurrected me that you are qualified to stand in front of me and talk. Uchiha Madara said in a low voice. Seeing the other party so arrogant, Crocodile cursed you bastard. Then he wanted to attack. The next moment, Crocodile met Uchiha Madara's weird eyes, his outstretched arm stopped in the air, and his whole body trembled. The people present couldn't believe it. Crocodile's posture just now was to attack the other party. They saw it clearly, but why did he seem to be so scared that he stood there shaking in the next second? The Navy and the captains of Whitebeard were puzzled. Paw! Crocodile's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he fell to the ground. He had just been caught in Uchiha Madara's illusion, which was full of scenes that he least wanted to face in his life. Crocodile looked at Uchiha Madara with fear, and kept swallowing the saliva caused by fear. How can we defeat Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, with just one move? One of the Navy said in frustration. It's really scary, is it because of those weird eyes or the aura? Kizaru said unsurely. You actually treated me like this. Crocodile said in fear. Don't say that I, Uchiha Madara, am unkind. Since you resurrected me, I will grant you one wish. Go ahead. Uchiha Madara glanced at the other party, and seeing his look, he said with a little disdain. Upon hearing this, Crocodile was stunned for a second, and then, recalling what the other party said, he said to fulfill one of his wishes. Thinking of this, Crocodile's face returned to a smile again, and his eyes looked at Whitebeard behind him. Before he could finish his words, Uchiha Madara interrupted him and said, he used to be my crew member. Although he set up his own business because of my death, he helped me in the Valley of the Gods. There are also some things that I will not do to him. For something else. Uchiha Madara guessed that Crocodile wanted him to deal with Whitebeard, and he directly refused. Damn it, you're lucky. Crocodile looked at Whitebeard and cursed. Then, he remembered the bold words he had said before and turned his head to look at the three admirals of the Navy. In that case, then help me deal with the Navy, they just looked down on me. As soon as Crocodile said this, Sengoku on the stage and Garp below became serious. Whitebeard said you are more powerful than him. I am very curious if it is true. Can you let me see it for myself? Crocodile said, looking at Uchiha Madara expectantly. With a whoosh sound, Uchiha Madara jumped from a height onto the ice, kneeling slightly, and a deep voice came. Can. Chapter 41. Uchiha Madara's actions stunned the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Did I hear that correctly? Are you going to fight the Navy alone? Izzo was so shocked that he stuttered, with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. Dad, shall we go? Marco asked. Kulela, the Navy should be finished. Whitebeard laughed and said, then turned to his sons and warned, watch carefully, this is the strong man of the old times. People around the world who were watching the live broadcast stood there in a daze, and Yamato on a Nagashima was even more fanatical. How arrogant. He actually wants to challenge our Navy alone. Akainu said angrily. Let the 7 warlords test his strength first. Aokiji said slowly. It's so scary. Kizaru's expression became much more serious. Garp rubbed his fists, walked slowly forward with a firm gaze. At this time, Uchiha Madara stood on the ice, looking forward. Although Uchiha Madara did not move, the momentum of him standing there alone made the 7 warlords feel the pressure doubled. Minga could no longer laugh, and Moria did not dare to yell to collect his shadow. They also heard the other party's words clearly, this was not a joke. Hawkeye held the black knife in his hand, with a fighting spirit on his face. At this moment, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened. Uchiha Madara stepped forward lightly with his right foot, and then his left foot. Watching the other party slowly approaching, Sengoku on the execution platform looked at the 7 warlords and shouted, don't be careless, the other party is a strong man from the last era. All of you come together. Tap 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 tap. As Sengoku shouted, Uchiha Madara sped up and started to jog. Here they come, the giant lieutenant general shouted, and instantly, countless people's hearts were in their throats. Don't look him in the eye. Cap yelled. Ah! The Marines raised their swords and roared. 100,000 people rushed out at once. Garp, the 3 admirals, and Vice Admiral Tsuru were stunned. What kind of order did Sengoku give? Sengoku was also a little confused. He was clearly shouting at the 7 warlords of the sea, so why did all the Marines run over? It's really spectacular. Looking at the densely packed navy rushing towards him, Jinbei was extremely shocked. This. Luffy was stunned when he saw Uchiha Madara running fast in front of him. The 7 warlords wanted to take action, but now that they saw a large number of navy passing them and rushing to the ice, they also decided to see what happened first. Tap, tap, tap. Uchiha Madara ran faster and faster, looking at the densely packed navy in front of him, without a trace of fear. The 100,000 navy shouted and rushed towards Uchiha Madara. Bang, bang, bang. Uchiha Madara didn't attack, but just relied on his strong physical fitness and the momentum of running, knocking away more than a dozen people like a locomotive. Uchiha Madara rushed around and scared the surrounding Marines. The Marines who reacted raised their swords and chopped. Uchiha Madara kicked the opponent's waist with a whip kick, and the Marine flew out instantly. Another Marine colonel's long stick attacked, and Uchiha Madara kicked the opponent's wrist. The moment the stick fell off, He kicked the stick with his left foot, and the spinning stick flew to the back of several people. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 Marines were hit on the head and fell to the ground instantly. The colonel, who had lost his stick, only felt a kick on his cheek. The next second, he felt his head being trampled by gravity. The 3 blades that attacked Uchiha Madara chopped the colonel. Swoosh. Uchiha Madara used the force to glare and jumped into the crowd 10 meters away. The moment he landed, the powerful impact knocked away 7 or 8 ordinary Marines around him. The Marines who reacted raised their swords and slashed at Uchiha Madara's waist. Uchiha Madara jumped high, and the moment the sword passed under his feet, he stepped on the sword and kicked his legs to both sides in the air. The 2 Marines who rushed over were kicked in the face. The huge force made them fly backwards and knocked down a large number of people. Then Uchiha Madara pressed his legs heavily, stepped on the sword of the person in front of him, grabbed the opponent's left hand, and swung it hard. The Marines attacking from all around were swept away by the man in Uchiha Madara's hand. With a whoosh, the man was thrown out like a cannonball. Asshole! A Navy soldier holding a gun roared and fired 2 bullets at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara tilted his head. Oh wow! The 2 Marines who were attacking Uchiha Madara from the side screamed. They were accidentally injured by the bullet. Don't shoot! Sengoku on the high platform shouted hurriedly. The person who wanted to shoot didn't dare to shoot again after seeing that he accidentally injured the Navy. He rushed towards Uchiha Madara again with a knife. Marco, who was watching the battle, was shocked and said, "What a terrible fighting skill." In the field, Uchiha Madara was like a no-man's land in the 100,000 troops. Wherever he went, no navy could hold on for a second. Only those who attacked Uchiha Madara were either beaten away or injured and screamed, "Bastard! Try this!" A navy man in the crowd saw Uchiha Madara so brave and immediately took out the detonating tag he had distributed before. There was a kunai tied to it. What is that? Uchiha Madara was stunned for a moment. The Marine on the opposite side thought that the other party was frightened and threw it out. Uchiha Madara turned around and kicked a Marine more than 2 meters high into the air. He grabbed the kunai with his right hand, quickly tore off the thread on the kunai with his left hand, and used the detonating talisman to stick to the person who attacked him, and then kicked the person to a crowded place. After doing all this, Uchiha Madara threw the kunai with his right hand at the person who had just thrown the kunai. Phew! Ah! Bang! The sound of flesh being pierced and screams, as well as the sound of the man being kicked away, the man with the detonating talisman shouted in panic, "Hurry, help me!" The people around him were all in panic. Before he could finish his words, the place where he was standing exploded. Mix. With a roar, a 2-meter-long saber slashed towards Uchiha Madara. The moment Uchiha Madara dodged sideways, he took a step forward and stabbed with his palm. The brigadier general whose wrist was stabbed felt that his hand was immediately useless, and he couldn't even hold the sword steadily and it fell. At the moment when the sword was about to fall to the ground, Uchiha Madara grabbed the sword and turned around to slash. Ugh! The 3 Marines who were slashed screamed. Bang! Suddenly, 2 hands stretched out from under the ice, trying to grab Uchiha Madara's feet. How could Uchiha Madara be caught by such a ninjutsu? He kicked his feet in advance, exerted force on his waist in the air, changed his direction and kicked the 3-meter-tall brigadier general at the same time. The moment he landed, Uchiha Madara stepped on the 2 hands, pressed hard, and pressed the man's head into the ice. Screams were also heard from inside. Swish, swish, swish. Uchiha Madara spun the blade and dived into the crowd. Every time the white blade light spun, a Marine fell to the ground. You bastard, stop being so arrogant. Smoker raised his 10 hands and slashed at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara bent down to avoid it, turned around, grabbed the Marine who was attacking him from behind with both feet, and carried him on his shoulders. Swish swish. The sound of 10 weapons breaking through the air rang out. Uchiha Madara carried a Marine on his left and right feet and took 2 steps back to dodge, and Smoker's attack missed. Then, Uchiha Madara grabbed the man on his body and threw him at Dashiki next to him. Bang! The navy that was knocked out crashed into Dashiki, and the 2 rolled on the ice. Smoker was stunned for a moment, and the next second, he met Uchiha Madara's eyes, and Smoker's pupils widened. With a bang, a big hand grabbed his neck. Smoker's face turned red, and he couldn't believe that he was restrained in an instant. Do you want to dance too? Chapter 42. At this moment, a 1-meter diameter wind energy attacked Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was stunned again. He saw the shadow of wind style, great breakthrough in this move. With a bang, he was blown away 40 or 50 meters by the 1-meter diameter rotating wind. The Navy present looked at Tina in disbelief. The other party was just releasing the mark. The move just now was also used by the other party. Stop looking down on others. Tina shouted. Hualala. After landing, Uchiha Madara slid on the ice for a few meters and then stabilized his body. Papa. Uchiha Madara calmly patted the wrinkled fabric of his clothes due to the wind ninjutsu, and his eyes looked at Tina. Tisk. Facing the calm eyes of Uchiha Ban, Tina felt unwilling. The move just now was a move he had studied for a long time, but it was useless. I didn't expect you to be able to perform ninjutsu, it really surprised me. Uchiha Madara was a little surprised. And the detonating tag, it looks like it was made by that little girl, right? Uchiha's question reached the ears of many Marines. Carrera, after you died, a general in the Revolutionary Army named Ginny knew these ninja moves, and they were eventually stolen by spies from the world government. Now most people in the Navy know some ninjutsu. Whitebeard explained loudly in the distance. So that's it. Uchiha Madara nodded, then looked at Tina again and said seriously, little girl, this is not how you use ninjutsu. How should it be used? Crocodile in the back heard this and interrupted curiously. Should be. Uchiha Madara said this in a low voice, and put his hands together to make a seal. Garp, who was rushing over here, saw the other party's gesture and shouted hurriedly, not good. Water escape team, pay attention. Use it like this. Uchiha Madara said in a louder voice, and then he shouted, fire style, great fire extinguishment. A flame instantly spurted out from Uchiha Madara's mouth. The moment the flame spit out 5 meters, it suddenly spread, with a width of more than 500 meters and a height of hundreds of meters. The flames that covered the sky and the sun stunned the captains of Whitebeard, Straw Hat Luffy and the 7 warlords of the sea who were watching the flames coming. Ace on the execution platform couldn't believe it. His most powerful fire fist was probably not as good as 1/5 of this move. The range of the technique is very large, and the water escape is fast. Zhang Guo on the stage shouted. Thousands of Marines hurriedly passed the Navy and came to the front. They ran while maintaining the seal posture. Water escape. Water wall. Thousands of Navy soldiers spit forward, and a large amount of water spit out from their mouths. Voila! A large amount of water was spit out, and the flowing seawater formed a huge waterfall. In order to block the flames from the heights, several giant lieutenants also performed water escape ninjutsu. Boom. Water escape and fire escape collided with each other. Uchiha Madara's ninjutsu did not stop, and the thousands of Navy on the opposite side did the same. A large amount of seawater began to evaporate, and the mist gradually rose. Luffy and others who were watching the battle were almost shocked. That was simply not a move that a human could perform. Uchiha Madara's fire escape ninjutsu was filmed and spread all over the country. People who watched the live broadcast were stunned. Is this a move that a human can perform? It actually took hundreds of people to stop it. It's so scary. The fruit that Ace ate might be fake, right? The captains started discussing it one after another, with shock written all over their faces. Kulela, sons, you underestimated Uchiha Madara. He was probably just playing around. You don't think this is his strongest fire escape, do you? Whitebeard laughed at his shocked sons. What? Izang was surprised. At that time, Uchiha Madara's flames were mixed with domineering, and even Roger's crew could not resist it. How could it be blocked by this little water escape technique? Whitebeard's explanation shocked the captains again. In the field, a large amount of steam swallowed up the Navy and Uchiha Madara who were performing water escape technique. At this time, Uchiha Madara's technique also stopped. In the steam, the Navy was alert to the surroundings. The strong man with observation haki suddenly found Uchiha Madara jumping high and reminded loudly over there. I saw several fireballs around Uchiha Madara in the air attacking from the steam and shooting towards the Navy. Ah! Seeing the fireball coming, the Navy was shocked. Boom! Balls of fire fell into the crowd of Marines and exploded. Uchiha Madara picked up a saber on the ground and used his killing skills in the steam to continuously reap the lives of the Marines. Aokiji, one of the 3 admirals in the stands, could no longer sit still when he saw more and more Marines dying. Aokiji stood up from his seat, put his hands on the ground, closed his eyes and sensed while activating the fruit ability. In the field, the moment Uchiha Madara looked at the Marine in front of him, his brows slightly frowned, and he jumped high. An ice cone suddenly rushed in from under his feet, and the blade he looked at the Marines was also blocked by a piece of ice that emerged from the ground. Uchiha Madara, who was stepping on the ice tip, did a backflip and threw the sword in his hand at the Marines who were rushing towards him. With a clang, the ice appeared again and blocked the attack of the sword. The navy who was almost attacked was terrified. Uchiha Madara suddenly found movement on the ground and did a series of backflips. Boom boom boom. The general's ice cones emerged from the ground in rows, and Uchiha Madara was just a little bit away from being attacked. Return Admiral Kuzen's moves, sailors, get out of the way. A brigadier general shouted. The sailors surrounding Uchiha Madara quickly retreated. As the sailors got out of the way, the ice surface became much emptier, and the Uchiha squad was still dodging the ice spikes. In the distance, Garp found the right moment, his whole body turned black, and he rushed towards Uchiha Madara at an extremely fast speed, then jumped high. Aokiji, who was using his ability, also sensed Garp's move, and pressed his hands hard on the ground. A huge ice-shaped platform rose up instantly, pushing Uchiha Madara up. The powerful inertia made Uchiha Madara's body bend. Garp jumped high and shouted, "Go to hell." Garp, who was 10 meters away from Uchiha Madara, punched out, and a powerful shock wave hit Uchiha Madara's head. With a boom, a huge amount of energy leaked out, and the surrounding navy was blown away by the impact. Garp, who kept punching in the sky, was stunned when he saw the blue and black skeleton again. Just when Susanoo was about to shatter, a huge green fist stretched out from the ice and hit the stunned Garp. Bang! Garp's body spun 720 degrees and flew backwards. Roar! The Susanoo giant roared, and the upper body of the third form appeared on the ice. Swish! Susanoo's two hands gave birth to chakra swords, and with a sweep, hundreds of sailors were swept away. Then with a vertical slash, the ice surface exploded directly, and a large number of sailors were beaten into pulp by the sword, and screams were heard. Ah! Ah! Seeing so many navy dead, he flew and rushed towards Susanoo. Freezing moment. Aokiji in the air sprayed cold air with both hands. Kaka. The next second, the huge sequel was almost frozen into an ice sculpture. Seeing this, the navy said excitedly, as expected of Admiral Kuzen, he solved the problem with just one move. Aokiji, who was stepping on the moon in the sky, stared at the giant. Humph. A sneer came from the ice. The next moment, crack sounded. Then with a bang, the ice outside the Susanoo giant's body exploded. Aokiji was shocked, and a domineering chakra sword slashed at him. Aokiji quickly gathered an ice shield. Boom! Susanoo's powerful force chopped Aokiji away. Garp appeared behind Aokiji without knowing when, and held Aokiji's back with his right hand. It's useless. The opponent's turtle shell is very hard. It can only be broken by getting close to him. But it's very difficult to attack him because he has the protection of the giant. After hearing this, Aokiji looked at the ice surface below the sequel, and immediately had an idea, and said, "In this case, let's try this trick." After Aokiji finished speaking, he shouted to Akainu, who was about to take action, "Sakasuke." Aokiji's voice fell, and he pressed his hands on the ground. Uchiha, who was hugging his arms in Susanoo, suddenly felt his right foot being grabbed. It was an icy hand. The next moment, he was frozen into an ice sculpture by the cold air. With a boom, Uchiha Madara disappeared on the ice inside Susanoo. There were bursts of explosions above the ice outside Susanoo. He was dragged 7 or 8 meters through the ice by Aokiji's icy hand. "Leave it to you, Sakasuke," Aokiji shouted. Uchiha Madara's body under the ice was thrown to Akainu like a cannonball by Aokiji. At this time, Akainu's right fist had gathered a lot of magma. When he saw Uchiha Madara flying over, he shouted cruelly with a face, "Hell dog!" Kaka. The ice on Uchiha Madara's body exploded, and the next second he saw a magma dog head. Seeing that there was no escape, Uchiha Madara's eyes changed, from a strange red to layers of purple circles. Chapter 43. A giant dragon is flying back over a stretch of sea on the Grand Line. Damn red hair, this bastard. Kaido was in a very bad mood at this time. He originally wanted to go to the top of the war to disrupt it, but he didn't expect to be blocked by the red-hair bastard. Biola 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 biola. Just then, the den mushi rang. Kaido chose to answer it. What's going on? Kaido asked. Boss, why didn't you answer the phone just now? Quinn's voice came from the den mushi. I had a fight with that red-haired bastard. What's going on? You keep calling. Something big has happened. Kaido frowned at Quinn's words. The Navy headquarters, Marine Fort, and Uchiha Madara are resurrected. When these words came out, Kaido's eyes widened bigger than a bull's, and he asked hurriedly, what did you say? Uchiha Madara of Akatsuki has resurrected. He is now single-handedly fighting against 100,000 Marines and the 3 admirals. What a joke. Kaido obviously didn't believe in Uchiha Madara's resurrection. If he really wanted to be resurrected, he would have been resurrected long ago after so many years. It's true, boss. It was that bastard Crocodile, he summoned it through spiritualism. Yes, boss, Quinn didn't lie to you, we are all watching the live broadcast. Jack's voice came. How could that bastard be resurrected? No. I have to go and check it out. Kaido said, hung up the phone, and turned around to fly to Marineford again. But this time, Kaido was smarter. He knew that Red Hair was guarding there, so Kaido flew directly to a high place in the sky before heading down to Marineford. Kaido in the sky was calling Charlotte Linlin.G. As soon as the call was connected, Charlotte Linlin.G's serious voice came over Kaido. Something big happened. Uchiha Madara is resurrected. You know? Kaido asked in surprise. Nonsense, it's such a big deal, how could I not know about it? No one answered your phone just now, I thought you were drunk. I just had a fight with that red-haired bastard, otherwise, I would have been in Marineford by now. Now I am heading towards Marineford. That bastard has resurrected, and I must get back at him. Kaido said bitterly. Kaido, Uchiha Madara is not that easy to deal with. I'm already setting off. You want to come too? Kaido was surprised again. Nonsense. We betrayed him and caused him to be killed. If he resurrects, he will definitely cause trouble for us. Such a person should continue to sleep forever. If possible, even if we join forces with the Navy, we must kill her. Kaido nodded at Charlotte Linlin's words and said, you are right. If he retaliates against us, it will be a very troublesome thing. Be careful. Charlotte Linlin said, and hung up the phone. Kaido also started to fly at full speed. On the sea, the ship of the Red Hair pirates stopped here. He stood on the bow and looked into the distance. Captain, that bastard Kaido shouldn't be coming, let's go first. Jesus said. Wait a minute. The red-haired man replied seriously. At this time, his observation haki was always sensing the surroundings, including the sky. What the red-haired man didn't know was that Kaido flew at an unprecedented height to prevent him from finding out. Marine headquarters, there were many Marines. Akainu, who kept punching, looked at Uchiha Madara who was knocked away and slid on the ice, and was shocked. Aokiji, Kizaru, Garp, Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and the 7 warlords of the sea, Whitebeard, and their faces had the same expression as Akainu. What did they see just now? Akainu's magma dog head hit Uchiha, but it was absorbed? Really? That was the general's attack. How is it possible? The Navy said in disbelief. On the ice, Uchiha Madara stopped sliding. He had just absorbed the opponent's magma, but was still knocked back more than 10 meters by the impact of the fist. Uchiha Madara sighed in his heart, the power of this fist is strong enough. How come it's useless? Akainu asked puzzledly. Let me try. As Kizaru spoke, he flew into the sky. Everyone looked at Kizaru, who crossed his hands and gathered yellow light. Yasakani no Megatama. Instantly, countless energy balls attacked Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara stood there, only slightly raising his left hand. Swish, 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 swish. Densely packed balls of light shot over at an extremely fast speed, and a white energy barrier appeared the moment they hit Uchiha Madara's palm. After the energy balls hit the barrier, the energy quickly dissipated, just like Akainu's magma before, and was absorbed by the opponent. This. Kizaru in the sky was stunned. His attack didn't work. He quickly fired the Yasakami and refracted it to Aokiji. Kizaru's face was extremely solemn at this time. The opponent could absorb the power of the fruit, which was undoubtedly a natural restraint for a power user like him. Kizaru decided to be careful later. What an incredible method, it can even absorb Kizaru's moves. Whitebeard looked at Uchiha Madara's back standing on the ice and said with emotion, "Is this all you can do?" Uchiha Madara asked the three generals in front of him in confusion. "Don't be so arrogant." Akainu, who couldn't stand being provoked, immediately took action, holding his lava fist and using shaving to flash in front of Uchiha Madara. Humph. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, and activated his hungry ghost ability, punching out with his fist. With a bang. He was no match for these people in terms of strength. In order to avoid looking embarrassed, Uchiha Madara flipped backwards, hit on the ground, and then jumped to Crocodile's side. "Ha ha ha, I don't know why I am so happy to see the expressions on your faces," Crocodile said to the solemn Navy generals in front of him. At this time, Sengoku and others looked extremely unhappy. After a short fight, Uchiha Madara was not easy to deal with. There was also a covetous Whitebeard next to him. Their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. "I didn't expect you to be so strong that even the Admiral's moves can't hurt you," Crocodile said to Uchiha Madara, then looked at Sengoku in front of him and said, "Do you know how terrifying I am now? You bastard." Zhanguo said angrily. "Don't get me wrong, they're not afraid of you." Uchiha Madara spoke in a low voice. He paused, then put his hands together and made a seal. A powerful aura burst out from Uchiha Madara, and his hair flew up into the sky. Crocodile's clothes rustled in the wind. The next second, a huge skeleton emerged from Uchiha Madara's body, and a Susanoo with 2 heads and 4 arms took shape. The 2-headed, 4-armed Susanoo and Uchiha Madara made different seals. Chapter 44. What is he going to do? Kizaru asked solemnly. "I don't know, maybe it's some dangerous ninjutsu." Aokiji expressed his opinion. Akainu silently clenched his fists, took a step forward, and was ready to attack at any time. "Dad, what is he going to do?" Marco asked Whitebeard hurriedly. "I don't know, I've never seen him use this trick." Whitebeard replied calmly. "It seems like the other party is going to perform some powerful moves again. Let's retreat first. When the Navy attacks, we will definitely be implicated." Brother 3 hurriedly said to the people around him. When everyone heard this, they thought it made a lot of sense. Even Buggy and his group with cameras quickly got off the boat and ran towards Whitebeard. On the execution platform, Sengoku frowned, thinking of the fire escape ninjutsu performed by the other party, and immediately shouted, "Water escape ninjutsu, get ready." After shouting, Sengoku was suddenly stunned, because he found that the other party had actually released the giant, and the hand that was holding the seal was also loosened. Did he fail to use it or what happened? Vice Admiral, he asked in some doubt. "No, look at his expression." Aokiji shouted hurriedly. Everyone stared at Uchiha Madara's face and found that he was smiling arrogantly. On the Moby Dick. Whitebeard frowned and slowly raised his head. The sky, which was originally clear, suddenly became dark. Many people on the Navy side looked up at the sky. "This bastard." Zhanguo gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling, looking at the thing in the sky, and cursed angrily. "Fake, it must be fake," Kizaru said with cold sweat on his forehead. "Open, what a joke." Doflamingo looked up at the sky, no longer calm. How is it possible?" Hancock was terrified. Hawkeye held the black knife tightly and looked up at the sky in disbelief. Akainu's eyes widened and his face turned pale. Garp clenched his fist tightly, and a drop of cold sweat slid down his face. "What on earth is that?" Smoker looked at the huge black shadow in the sky, puzzled. Pada, a navy blade with strong observation haki, fell to the ground, and said in despair, "This bastard." Ivankov trembled all over as he looked at Uchiha Madara, who was showing an evil smile. "How can it be? Are you kidding? Is that a ninjutsu? How could there be meteorites? There's no way to escape. Is he going to catch us all in one fell swoop? Asshole." As the huge monster in the sky got closer and closer to the ground, the Navy also discovered the huge meteorite in the sky. The Navy was frightened and their faces turned pale. Some timid Navy even peed their pants. Bellamber and Kobe were shaking all over like sieves. The pirate in charge of the live broadcast was a little puzzled at first, but seeing that those people were looking at the sky, he pointed the camera at the sky. The next second, the pirate holding the camera stood there in a daze. The huge monster in the sky was immediately seen by the audience through the live broadcast. Sabayati Archipelago. How can it be? He actually summoned a meteorite. The reporters watching the live broadcast were stunned, so shocked that they even forgot to film. Onigashima. Yamato was even more enthusiastic. Seeing Uchiha Madara perform this move, he was so excited that he wanted to stamp his feet. Quinn forgot to smoke his cigar, staring blankly at the meteorite that covered the sky in the picture. How is this possible? Jack said in a muffled voice. It's ridiculously strong. Can meteorites be used in battle? Jin said in surprise. In Pangu City. As the rulers of the world government. The five of them watched the live broadcast on the screen and were stunned. Saint Satan, who was the first to react, said solemnly, "It seems that we were lucky at the beginning, otherwise if he had used this trick, the celestial dragons in the Valley of Gods would have been finished." Shepherd 10 Peter Saint nodded with a serious face. This kind of person must be executed. He can't be allowed to live in this world anymore. He will threaten our rule. Makazmaz Saint said with cold sweat. But what should we do? Now the enemy is at the Navy headquarters, there are so many people there, it is not convenient for us to reveal our strength. Topman Wachurai said helplessly. According to CP's report 2 days ago, Kaido has left Onigashima. I guess he came here for this war. I guess he should be nearby. I plan to call him over and give him some benefits so that he will cooperate with the 3 admirals to kill Uchiha Madara. Seconded. 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 Second, the other 4 echoed. Soon, Saint Satan called Kaido, but no one answered after a long time. What's going on? Saint Satan frowned. At the same time, below the meteorite of the Navy headquarters, Kaido, who had turned into a blue dragon, stared blankly at the meteorite that covered the sky above. His eyes were wide open. This bastard Uchiha Madara actually used a meteorite to attack me. But you underestimated me too much. Kaido roared and rushed towards the meteorite. Obviously, Kaido thought that the meteorite was a sign that Uchiha Madara had discovered his arrival and was prepared for him. In the square below, countless marines seemed to have been drained of their energy and spirit, and their morale was gone. Our strength, it's simply not in the same dimension. Tina murmured as she looked at the meteorite in the sky. Is this the power of God? Tashiji said in fear. Garp heard countless Navy officers saying discouraging words, and he grabbed the loudspeaker of the Navy next to him and shouted, "It's not over yet. What discouraging words are you saying? Are you planning to throw away your life in vain? Try to do something within your power." Garp shouted, took off his clothes, and rushed towards the meteorite in the sky with moon steps. Vice Admiral Garp. The Navy shouted excitedly when they saw Garp facing the meteorite alone. Aokiji saw Garp's action, put his hands on the ground and adjusted his breathing. He was not sure if he could block the meteorite. Akainu on the side had already prepared his magma fist, and his fist was still expanding. It seemed that he wanted to attack the meteorite. Everyone! Run as far as you can! Zhang Guo shouted from the execution platform with a loudspeaker. In an instant, the Navy in the square rushed to all directions. You bastard, do you want us to be killed too? Izzo asked loudly, with horror on his face. Uchiha Madara smiled as he looked at Garp rushing towards the sky, but did not answer Izzo's question. Kulela, calm down, son. Daddy is here. Don't be afraid. Whitebeard said with a big laugh. He didn't believe that the 3 admirals and Garp would watch the meteorite fall. Run, Luffy. Ivankov hurriedly shouted at Luffy, who was standing there stupidly, still looking at the meteorite in the sky. Luffy's face turned pale and he nodded mechanically. The pirates in charge of the live broadcast ran away with the camera. The pirates and the Navy mixed together. At this time, in order to escape, no one attacked anyone. You guy, aren't you afraid that you will be killed by your own moves? You don't seem to be a natural ability user. Crocodile said with a cold sweat. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about you. If they can't catch it, the ice will explode and you will probably be dragged into the water. Uchiha Madara said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Crocodile's face turned green and he quickly used the sand element to escape into the distance. At this moment, Uchiha Madara discovered a creature attached to the meteorite below. A flying blue dragon. Then he should be Kaido's kid. Uchiha Madara said lightly. When Garp, who was rushing towards the meteorite, saw the dragon under the meteorite, He was stunned for a moment. Kaido. Damn, it's so heavy. Kaido tried to lift it with his body, but he underestimated the weight of the meteorite. Suddenly, he found someone calling him. He looked over and saw it was Garp. What a joke, it's just a meteorite of a few kilometers. Kaido roared, and a large amount of flames came out of his body. I didn't expect that he was actually helping our navy. On the execution platform, Sengoku was shocked. Kizaru and Akainu also looked at Kaido dragging the meteorite in the sky in disbelief. Hurry, help him, Aokiji, he seems to be struggling. Vice Admiral Tsuru shouted hurriedly. For the safety of the navy, Aokiji had to cooperate with the other party. He pressed his hands on the ground. The next moment, an icicle with a diameter of more than 500 meters shot up into the sky. When Garp saw the icicle coming, he quickly dodged. He also discovered Aokiji's fruit ability, and it seemed that he was here to help him. Kaido did not refuse. Boom! A huge ice column pressed against the meteorite. Aokiji activated his ability again, and the column that pressed against the meteorite spread to both sides. Two huge ice palms held up the meteorite in the middle. Seeing the meteorite stop, Kaido breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Aokiji below wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. This move had a large range and consumed a lot of his energy. Kaido has become more powerful. Looking at the meteorite that stopped in front of him, Uchiha Madara said lightly. Yo. That's great. Stopped. We are saved. Countless pirates of the navy fell to the ground after surviving the disaster. In the sky, Kaido seemed to have turned the game around, and said proudly, Haha, Uchiha Madara, you are nothing but this. The fleeing pirates, navy, and Sengoku looked at Uchiha Madara, wanting to see what he would say. So. Uchiha Madara's voice was very calm. What are you going to do with the second one, Kaido? Chapter 45. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Countless people opened their sight and found that a meteorite bigger than the previous one was falling rapidly from the sky. Not good. Zhang Guo shouted. Damn it. Kaido cursed and turned back to human form. Aokiji pressed his hands on the ground again. Sengoku and Akainu rushed into the sky directly with moon step. The four stood under the meteorite and attacked at the same time. Thunder gossip. Buddha's impact. Big fire breather. Bone fist. With a boom sound, 4 rays of light of different colors hit the first meteorite. With a bang, the several kilometer-sized meteorite exploded instantly. They continued to attack and punched continuously, trying to break it. Yasakani no Megatama. Kizaru shouted as his body glowed. He continued to use energy balls to attack the huge rubble underground. Aokiji used his ability to create an ice layer to block the rubble from falling from above, preventing the navy below from being hurt. One sword flow, Night Slash. At this time, Hawkeye couldn't hold back any longer. This was related to his life. Hawkeye rushed into the sky and slashed at the huge meteorite with the black sword, Night. Boom. Hawkeye's slash cut the first meteorite, which was almost broken, into 2 pieces, and the slash kept hitting the second one. A slash mark of more than 1,000 meters appeared on the meteorite. Kaido and his men continued to attack, and bursts of explosions were heard in the sky. With a bang, a 500-meter-long rock fell on the ice, creating a big hole in the ice, and the boulder sank into the water. At this time, the meteorite in the sky had disappeared, and several people looked at each other with a look of relief. Only Kaido was silent. If he had been given some time, he could have used the flame cloud to hold off the enemy. However, he did not expect that after so many years of not seeing him, he would have been embarrassed right away. He originally wanted to get back at the enemy, but now he felt anxious. Good cooperation. Uchiha Madara praised from below. Uchiha Madara said then, his voice was drawn out, which startled the people in the sky, and they all looked up at the sky. Uchiha Madara hurriedly said, "Don't get me wrong. I won't use this move a second time. Although I can summon multiple meteorites in a row, it won't be fun at all. There are a lot of people here. The next move will be more effective in crowded places." The moment Uchiha Madara's voice fell, the navy present was shocked. Uchiha Madara clapped his hands together 11 times, and in an instant, there was a crack on the ice, and a huge tree trunk sprang out. Trees. Whitebeard asked doubtfully. Boom, there were several more sounds, and the warship exploded around it, and a large number of thick tree trunks quickly emerged. Uchiha Madara squatted slightly and shouted, "Wood release, tree world birth, unbutton your pants." The moment he finished shouting the move, a tree trunk lifted him up into the air. Uchiha Madara stretched out his hands, and the violent forest seemed to come alive, rushing towards the navy on both sides of the navy headquarters at an extremely fast speed. How is it possible? They can even control trees, there is clearly sea water underneath. Aokiji said in confusion. Asshole! Akainu shouted in the sky, and a lava fist hit Uchiha Madara. He thought that as long as he hit Uchiha Madara, the move would stop. Akainu's guess was right, but Uchiha Madara would not give him a chance. At the moment when the lava fist hit, a large amount of wood grew on the side of Uchiha Madara, and it was also attached with the armament haki. Boom! With a loud noise, many tree trunks were destroyed, but the layers of wooden defenses were still not penetrated. Ah! What the hell is this? No! The violent tree trunks spread to the navy side, and a large number of navy were rolled up and entangled by the trees. Ordinary navy could not resist at all. Only those above the rank of colonel could dodge once or twice. Bastard! Aokiji yelled, and blew cold air at the wood with both hands. Frozen moment. Kaka. A large amount of wood was frozen into ice sculptures. The next second, a steady stream of wood came from behind again. Damn it! Zanguo punched out with a powerful shock wave hitting Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara didn't even look at it, stretched out his right hand towards the incoming attack, and launched the Hungry Ghost Path. The shockwave quickly became smaller and was swallowed up in an instant. Looks like we can only get close. Garp said, his whole body was filled with black armament haki. Garp was in the middle, with Sengoku and Akainu on the left and right. The three of them stepped down at the same time with moon steps. Uchiha Madara, who was standing on the tree, shouted, "Shinra Tensei." The three of them flew backwards with their eyes wide open. But at this moment, Kaido in the sky shouted, "Thunder Bagua." Uchiha Madara immediately activated the lightning chakra mode, covered with armament haki, and activated the Susanoo skeleton. With a bang, he was knocked out. As soon as he landed on the ground, a large amount of magma came over him. It was the magma fired by Akainu. I'm too lazy to absorb this kind of thing. Uchiha Madara, who was lying on the ground with Susanoo activated, said disdainfully. Don't look down on others. Asshole. Garp's voice and Sengoku's roar sounded at the same time. The two appeared above Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. They punched at the same time and hit Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Kaka. Only a sound was heard, and Uchiha Madara's Susanoo bones broke. Humph. Uchiha Madara snorted disdainfully and punched him with two heavy fists. There was a bang. A puff of smoke sounded, and Sengoku and Garp were stunned. The other party actually disappeared. Good cooperation. At this moment, Uchiha Madara emerged from the magma, with a skeleton on his body. When? Garp was shocked when he saw Uchiha Madara appear from another place. Clone. Zanguo was extremely surprised. Just now, when Uchiha Madara was knocked to the ground by Kaido, he thought of Garp and his men chasing him, so he secretly created a clone and hid his real body under the ice. As expected, it was just as he expected. Are you getting old? With your strength, how could you possibly attack me? Uchiha Madara asked doubtfully. Stop bragging, it's obvious that you couldn't dodge just now, otherwise you wouldn't have used such a small trick. Garp retorted unconvinced. Uchiha Madara did not explain, nor did he bother to explain. He had plenty of ways to deal with it, but he just used the simplest one. He looked at Kaido, who was standing in the distance carrying a mace, and sighed. It seems that the little kid has grown up a lot. Bastard Uchiha Madara, I am no longer the same person I used to be. Today I will let you know how powerful I am. Kaido said angrily with his eyes spitting fire. Very good look, I hope what you say is the same as what you do. While Uchiha Madara was speaking, Kizaru, Aokiji, Akainu, and Sengoku came to the opposite side of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara released Susanoo, sat diagonally on the stone, and said in a low voice next. He dragged out his voice, then looked at the people in front of him and added excitedly, start your dance. Chapter 46. Marine, get out of here. I'll fight him alone. Kaido said in a muffled voice while carrying a mace. At this moment, Kaido's face was full of anger, because Uchiha Madara's words made him feel particularly contemptuous of him. Now he is one of the 4 emperors, how could he possibly join forces with the Admiral of the Navy? There was still a live broadcast over there, and Kaido couldn't afford to lose that person. It's amazing that you have the courage to challenge me alone, that's all I can praise you for. Uchiha Madara praised. You bastard. I am one of the 4 emperors. Kaido roared, his tone was too arrogant. Kizaru and the others saw Kaido wanted to challenge alone, and they looked at each other. No one said anything, which was considered as tacitly agreeing that the other party would take the lead. Because Uchiha Madara was too scary, even Sengoku did not question why Kaido came to this place. Q-la-la-la-la Kaido kid, you are really brave. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard laughed and praised. Uchiha Madara, Whitebeard, stop looking down on others. Kaido roared, and the domineering aura wrapped around the mace, and he swung it at Uchiha Madara who was sitting on the ground. The powerful red lightning carried the impact and attacked Uchiha Madara. With a swoosh, Uchiha Madara instantly appeared to the side 10 meters away at the moment of the attack. Boom! Kaido's shock wave extended to 1 kilometer away, and a loud noise came from the sea. Humph! Uchiha Madara sneered and snorted, your attack is so slow, how come you come out to make a living? As Uchiha Madara's voice fell, the sound of thunder and lightning rang out on Uchiha Madara's body. With a zizz, Uchiha Madara's hair flew up into the sky, a large amount of lightning wrapped around him, and his whole body was covered with armed color domineering. Kizaru and the others frowned when they saw Uchiha Madara in this state. Bastard! Kaido held the mace in both hands and hit Uchiha Madara's head fiercely. With a swish, Uchiha Madara did not retreat but advanced, dived, and tilted his head, and the 3rd Raikage used the Ippon Cage's hand while the armed color domineering was wrapped around it. Lightning flashed on the black fingers. Puff! Kaido twisted his body after swinging in vain, and Uchiha Madara's finger stabbed Kaido's waist. After doing all this, Uchiha Madara kicked the other in the stomach. Bang! At the moment Kaido flew out, Uchiha Madara tilted his head, and the long storm release fangs slashed from Kaido's chest to his stomach as his head turned. At the same time, Uchiha Madara's successor skeleton held the chakra sword and chopped at Kaido who was flying backwards. Kaido reacted to this move and quickly used the mace to chop at the incoming chakra sword. Bang! With a loud bang, the chakra sword broke into pieces. Kaido, who was flying backwards, only heard a whoosh sound, followed by a buzzing sound. At this time, Uchiha Madara had already appeared in front of Kaido's chest, and it appeared in an instant. Even Kaido didn't react. Uchiha Madara pressed the Sage Raisin Shuriken in his right hand on the injured part of Kaido. The next second, Uchiha Madara disappeared on the spot. Nani? Kaido was shocked, and a strong cutting feeling appeared on his waist. Ah! Kaido's screams continued to ring out. Not good. Kizaru saw that the energy was beginning to become unstable, and he said to himself, and immediately moved away. Boom! A shocking explosion occurred where Kaido was. The white light of the explosion was more than 100 meters in diameter, and the powerful air wave blew the hair of the Navy who were close to it. When the white light ended, the Navy, the 7 warlords of the sea, Whitebeard, and others looked at the same time, only to see that Kaido had cuts of varying sizes all over his body, as if he had been cut by a wind blade. Not only that, there was a long wound on his stomach. Fake, is this fake? The 3rd brother was shocked to see the miserable state of the 4 emperors. It's so scary. How could he suddenly appear in front of Kaido? Is it a teleportation technique? What is that rune? Ivankov stared at the spell on Kaido's abdomen and asked in confusion. How is this possible? Mengji's face showed shock. He was the one who knew best how powerful Kaido was, but he could only be beaten by the Uchiha class. What a terrifying fighting consciousness. At the moment when Kaido's physical strength was tested, he kicked the opponent away, preventing him from getting close to him. At the same time, he used the big sword as a cover and teleported in front of the opponent to launch a surprise attack. Marco analyzed with cold sweat. Q-la-la-la. Whitebeard laughed and said, that bull-headed brat can only fight with big moves. In terms of moves, he is no match for the captain. Kaido lay on the ground and touched the blood on his body in disbelief. He was actually injured? Kaido couldn't understand why the opponent's speed suddenly increased, and how the opponent suddenly arrived in front of him. Even his observation haki could only sense a little bit of the trajectory. Uchiha Madara had just accepted the newly acquired ninjutsu and wanted to try it out. He used the Flying Thunder God technique Raisin Shuriken, Hashirama's Senjutsu, and the Lightning Release Chakra mode. From the moment Uchiha Madara was resurrected, the system prompts have never stopped, and it is still the same now. The memories of ninjutsu come one after another. While fighting, Uchiha Madara understands how to use those ninjutsu. This is too terrible. They actually hurt the four emperors at once. Is this the legendary Uchiha Madara? An old navy said in shock. Not only the navy, but even the people watching the live broadcast were stunned. Even ordinary people knew how powerful and terrifying the four emperors were. Now they didn't even have a chance to resist in front of Uchiha Madara. They couldn't believe that all this was true. Onigashima and Jack turned their heads in disbelief and shouted to their men, "Quick! Hit me, am I dreaming?" Pa! A heavy slap sounded. The pain on his cheek made Jack realize that he was not dreaming. He then looked at his men and said angrily, "Are you really going to hit me?" Jack's men were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. They muttered innocently, "Didn't you ask me to hit you?" "Yes, that's it, defeat the bastard Kaido." Yamato shouted excitedly. "Quinn! Ember! Jack! You bastard!" Quinn and the others heard the boss's roar and stared at the screen. In the field. After Kaido stood up, he cursed at Uchiha Madara and glanced at Sengoku and others. Uchiha Madara's strength finally made him feel clearly that he was injured before he even touched the other party. He wanted Kizaru and others to come to help, but he didn't know how to start. "What? Can't dance anymore?" Uchiha Madara asked in a puzzled manner. Seeing Kaido didn't speak, Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, "Humph, just rebel, not half as good as me." Chapter 47. Stop talking nonsense. Akainu couldn't help it and used his shaving skill. He appeared in front of Uchiha Madara and punched him with his fist filled with lava. Uchiha Madara was blessed with the lightning release armor and the intermediate level of armament haki, and punched him. Black and white lightning flashed and intertwined on the fists of the two men, and Akainu's lava was quickly absorbed by Uchiha Madara. "I've said before, in this world, only Hashirama can stop me. You can't, even if you join forces," Uchiha Madara said in a low voice. Everyone was puzzled. Did the other party say that? Why don't they remember? Also, who is the one called Hashirama? Everyone was confused. Seeing their expressions, Uchiha Madara realized that he seemed to be wrong, and felt a little embarrassed. He felt very happy to pretend, and these words came out of his mouth all of a sudden. Taking advantage of the moment when Akainu was stunned, Uchiha Madara, who kept punching, launched the Chidori style. A large amount of lightning spread along his arm to Akainu. Akainu was suddenly electrocuted, his whole body was paralyzed, and he cried out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Uchiha Madara wanted to sprint and attack Akainu with Reikari, but Aokiji next to him launched an attack. Ice Time Capsule. As the sound of the move sounded, a frost that adhered to the ice surface attacked Uchiha Madara at an extremely fast speed. Uchiha Madara jumped high, and the frost quickly extended upwards. Kizaru's energy bomb in the distance was launched, and more than a dozen yellow lights attacked. Big fire. Akainu, who had recovered from paralysis, punched out with one fist, and Uchiha Madara in the air was instantly swallowed by the huge amount of magma. Uchiha Madara, who kept the Hungry Ghost Way open and did not absorb it, activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and the magma appeared next to Kaido. The next moment, Uchiha Madara disappeared on the spot again. Ugh. Kaido was chilled to the bone by the lava brought over. Kaido wrapped his palms with domineering aura, slapped the lava off his body, and roared at Akainu, "Damn Akainu, which side are you on?" Humph. Akainu didn't say anything, just snorted coldly. He disdained to answer Kaido. "Your means of sudden transfer is the rune on Kaido's waist, right?" Aokiji said to Uchiha Madara, and looked at Kaido's waist. Everyone also looked over. When did it appear? At this time, Kaido also noticed the thing on his waist. He rubbed it hard, but found that it could not be wiped off. How terrible, it can't be wiped off. It seems that the opponent can launch a transfer move at any time to attack Kaido, said Kizaru of the gang solemnly. Hearing this, Kaido looked at Uchiha Madara fiercely, then, Kaido gritted his teeth, grabbed his own flesh and pulled it, and the piece of skin was pulled into his hand. "I just tried this technique and found it useful." Uchiha Madara stopped talking here, looked at everyone, and said, "Forget it, I won't use this little trick." Garp heard the other party's words that made him remember it so clearly, and Garp became cautious for a moment. "Dad, that move is so powerful, why doesn't he use it? If he does, I believe with his strength he can take down a general in just 2 moves. Marco asked in confusion. Captain Uchiha Madara has his own pride. If he is a little mean, he can just keep burning one of them with fire style. I guess he won't do that. Whitebeard explained. On this point, Whitebeard guessed right. Compared with before, Uchiha Madara is now more confident and naturally disdains to always use Flying Thunder God. Swish, swish, swish. Several sounds of breaking through the air came from a distance, and Uchiha Madara looked over. He saw Ghost Spider, Burning Mountain, Doberman, Flying Squirrel, Bastio, and Jessie appeared behind Kizaru and others, each of them holding a huge scroll. Uchiha Madara's expression froze. This scroll made him realize that it was a seal scroll. How did these people know this? Uchiha was puzzled. At first, he only taught Jinny the moves to seal items, but from the huge scroll that the other party unfolded, it was indeed engraved with a seal to deal with the impure world. This kind of war is not for you to participate in, get out of here quickly. Jean Guo on the stage saw these 6 people and shouted. Don't worry, Marshal, we have a way to deal with Uchiha Madara. Jessie said confidently. Everyone looked at Jessie. Uchiha Madara, I originally didn't intend to reveal that I knew this trick, but because you are so powerful, I have no choice but to reveal my trump card. Your move is called Impure World Reincarnation, right? Jessie asked. It seems that you have had contact with Jinny or White Zetsu. Are you using this sealing scroll to deal with me? Uchiha Madara asked, and then praised, amazing, I only taught that little girl a trick to seal items, and you can actually research this kind of seal. Jessie grinned, and then said with emotion, it took me 30 years to perfect this trick. At first I didn't think of researching this method. Later, I met a little girl from the same village whose brother died. After hearing about my parents' resurrection, she came to me for help. I couldn't bear it, so I used a pirate as a sacrifice to revive her brother. Then his brother found out that he could not be killed, so he did evil things everywhere. Later, I caught him and started to study this trick. As soon as these words came out, the warring states on the stage suddenly realized and said, it turns out that the pirate with the title of Immortal is your masterpiece. Marshal, I didn't mean to hide it from you. This move is too scary and can't be exposed. Jessie said helplessly. You mean, Uchiha Madara is now unkillable? Garp's face was grim, and his voice was trembling. Not bad. Jessie nodded. The Impure World Reincarnation technique allows a person to recover extremely quickly no matter how badly injured he is, even if his head is smashed or his body is broken, and his physical strength will return to its best state. The Immortal Man. Jessie's words were broadcast live to all parts of the country. For a moment, people looked at Uchiha Madara in fear. In the field, Kizaru, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kaido looked even more solemn. The Navy couldn't believe that Uchiha Madara couldn't be killed. No wonder, I thought the cracks on his face looked so familiar, so this is it. Jean Guo understood and said. But don't worry, I have already taught the seal technique to Ghost Spider and the others. With so many of us here, I don't believe we can't seal him. Jessie said confidently. Chapter 48. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. Humph, you have learned a little bit and you dare to speak nonsense in front of me. Is it because of courage? Or is it because of ignorance? This kind of thing is useless to me. Hearing what Uchiha Madara said, Jessie grinned, and said, you won't know if it works until you try it. Uchiha Madara was too lazy to explain to him, and looked at him and said, do you have any other ninjutsu skills? Use them and see. If you please me, maybe I will let you go. The seal is enough to deal with you. Jessie said, and spread the seal scroll wider. Uchiha Madara nodded and said, in that case, you can die. As he spoke, Uchiha Madara pointed his right hand at Jessie, and the next second, the Wangxiang Tianji was activated. Rebuke a sound came, Jessie holding the scroll's face changed wildly, his body flew over uncontrollably, and was about to fly in front of Uchiha. Seeing this, Garp shouted, don't even think about it. Garp's fist blasted out from a long distance, and a long shock wave hit Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara had to give up the Tenjinin, activate the third stage of Susanoo, and bless Haki and Senjutsu Chakra. Boom. The shockwave hit Susanoo, but there was no crack at all. Garp was shocked. He could break some of it before, but now it's useless. Bang, bang, bang. There were bursts of explosions from Susanoo. It was the attack launched by Kizaru, who appeared behind Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. He had just discovered Kizaru's sneak attack, so he used this trick. Seeing that Susanoo was not damaged at all, Garp frowned and said, "No, the opponent's reaction is too fast. If you want to break his shell, you have to get close to him. If you are too far away, the power of your fist will dissipate." Vice Admiral Garp. If you want to seal the other party, you have to find a way to create opportunities for us. Jesse said hurriedly. You still want to seal me? You don't have much time left, kid. Uchiha Madara said to Jesse in a deep voice. Let's go together. Garp said, and rushed towards Uchiha Madara first. Freezing moment. Aokiji in the distance pressed his hands to the ground, and a large amount of ice emerged from Susanoo's body. Kaka. In just 1 second, the Susanoo Titan was frozen. Aokiji did this to restrict the Titan's movements and create an opportunity for Garp and his men to attack at close range. Boom. The ice surface of Susanoo exploded, and Uchiha Madara's Susanoo held the chakra sword and slashed at the attacking Garp. Garp gathered the armed color domineering in his right fist and shouted Iron Fist. Kaka. The attacking sword suddenly broke, and the long shock wave hit Susanoo's body. At this moment, Kizaru suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Madara, and the yellow light pierced Uchiha Madara's eyes. The next moment, Uchiha Madara saw Kaido and Akainu attacking from the left and right. At this time, Kaido had turned into a human beast form, and thunder was jumping on his mace. Roaring thunder gossip. Big fire breath. The two of them used close combat moves instantly. Kaka. Susanoo collapsed instantly. Yasakani no Megatama. At this moment, dense beams of light shot towards Uchiha Madara. Spicy Tensai. With a repulse sound, a huge repulsive barrier formed around Uchiha Madara. Kizaru was instantly bounced out, and Akainu and Kaido's fists and maces hit the repulsive barrier. This made Uchiha Madara inside stunned for a moment. Shinra Tensei didn't bounce them away. The next second, Uchiha Madara made a seal with one hand and whispered, "Water style, damn water repair." A huge water column spit out from his mouth, and a huge water column instantly pushed him into the sky. Bang! The moment Shinra Tensei disappeared, a huge source of water swallowed them both. Their attacks hit the water source and an explosion occurred. With a boom, the two's attacks exploded in the water. Aokiji, who was about to attack, immediately used his ability to attack the huge water source. He was afraid that Akainu and the others would be restricted by the water source. Kaka. A freezing sound was heard, and the 200-meter-wide water area that had just been spit out froze instantly and spread to Uchiha's feet. Uchiha jumped high, abandoned the water escape ninjutsu, and aimed his right hand at Kizaru, who appeared above his head. The Hungry Ghost ability was activated, and a transparent white rain shield rose up. Kizaru's dense light balls were absorbed. Buddha's impact. Zhonguo on the execution platform opposite seized the opportunity, transformed into a giant Buddha, and punched out. With a bang, Uchiha Madara was hit into the ice by this attack. Yoshi, good opportunity. Jesse, who had been ready for a long time, shouted. The five of them instantly formed a seal, and a large number of runes quickly crawled along the ice to the Uchiha side. Boom. With a loud noise, Kaido and Akainu jumped out of the giant ice block frozen by Aokiji. Uchiha Madara, who had just emerged from the ice, was covered with a large number of runes. The next second, the scroll became longer and flew over, wrapping Uchiha Madara. Success. Seeing that Uchiha Madara was sealed, Jesse shouted excitedly. Several vice admirals also looked at each other excitedly. Is it over? Garp looked at the figurine wrapped in cloth with some doubt and murmured. How is it possible? On the Whitebeard pirate's ship, Izzo was shocked. Did he fail? Dad. Marco looked at Whitebeard with a questioning look in his eyes. Kulalala. Whitebeard laughed and did not answer. How could Whitebeard believe that Uchiha Madara would be sealed? Such a terrifying existence actually failed. Brother 3 exclaimed. How is it possible? Crocodile's eyes widened. He was willing to believe that the other party was over. Yossi, that's great. As expected, he is Lieutenant General Jesse. I didn't expect that besides being proficient in ninjutsu, He also knew this kind of terrifying ninjutsu that could even deal with the undead. I think Vice Admiral Jesse can be directly upgraded to the Grand Prize candidate. In the crowd of Navy officers, the Navy officers started to discuss excitedly, one after another, and the whole square was filled with their voices. On Onigashima, in front of the screen, Yamato saw Uchiha Madara being sealed, and shouted excitedly, "No, absolutely not, Lord Madara will not fail. Damn Navy!" Quinn shook his head helplessly when he heard Yamato's remarks. Not only did he not cheer for his father's side when they won, but he also spoke for Uchiha Madara. If he were Kaido, he would have beaten her long ago. Unlike Yamato, Jack saw that Kaido's side won and shouted excitedly, "Ha ha ha, the boss won." "I don't think it's that simple." Jin frowned, feeling something was wrong. How could a strong man like him be wrapped in a white cloth? In the battlefield, Kizaru stared at the white cloth cautiously. His thoughts were the same as Jin's. "Did you really seal him?" Kaido asked in a muffled voice. "Of course, this is the sealing technique I have studied for 30 years. Jesse said proudly. Puff. There was a sound of flesh piercing through the body, and Jesse's smile froze. "What? How could it be?" Garp and Sengoku exclaimed at the same time. The generals and Kaido in the field widened their eyes, only to see a blue sword piercing through Jesse's body. Hwalala. The sound of the ice surface squirming was heard, and Uchiha Madara rose from below. He stood there with his whole skeleton, and Susanoo's arm was holding a chakra sword, and Jesse was strung on it. "Uchiha," Madara said to Jesse strung in the sky in a low voice, "I told you, I don't have much time left for you." Chapter 49. Damn it. Jesse cursed with an ugly face, and then vomited a mouthful of blood. "You are a rat who has only learned a little bit, and you actually want to seal me? Humph, ridiculous." Uchiha Madara snorted disdainfully. Jesse roared, grabbed the chakra sword with both hands and used the strength of his arms to push his body up into the air, and his body escaped the piercing of the blade. Bang! After Jesse landed, Sengoku saw that Uchiha Madara did not chase him and hurriedly shouted, "Quick, medic." Jesse immediately raised his hand and made a gesture to stop him. The two Marines who ran over were stunned in place, looking at Jesse with some uncertainty. "I'm already hopeless," Jesse said, forming a seal and slapping the ground. The scroll that had sealed Uchiha Madara before began to fade, revealing a wooden figure inside. "It's true," Jesse sighed. He had been attacked until now and couldn't figure out why he was attacked even though he had sealed Uchiha Madara. Now it seemed that the other party had used the golden cicada escape technique, which also proved that his seal was effective, otherwise the other party would not have used this clone technique. If Uchiha Madara knew his thoughts, he would only sneer. As for saying that you think too much, he would not say that. How could it be wood? Kizaru asked puzzledly. It should be a method of splitting with wood attributes. As Jesse spoke, his hands glowed green, and he pressed them on his abdomen to heal himself. He still had things to do, and he didn't want to die like this. Uchiha Madara saw him using the palm immortal technique, and said in a low voice, "Death struggle." Jesse coughed and roared, shouting, "Ahem, admirals, the seal is useful." Hearing this, Akainu and his men launched an attack again. The 5 people of Ghost Spider pulled open the seal scroll, and kept practicing the way of making seals in their hearts. Before, the time was too hasty, they only knew this move, but they were not good at it, and they were afraid that they would make mistakes if they were too nervous later. As for Jesse, after getting up with difficulty, he walked towards Vice Admiral Crane. Akainu in the field was the first to hold the magma fist, and Uchiha Madara jumped back, and at the same time in the air, he opened the 3rd stage of Susanoo, and the Yasaka Megatama in his hand quickly took shape and threw it at the attacking Akainu. Akainu saw the spinning attack coming, and punched out. The moment the two moves collided, there was an explosion, but there were also several Megatamas attacking behind Akainu, where Ghost Spider and his men were. Seeing this, Aokiji pressed his hands on the ground, and a huge ice wall blocked Ghost Spider and the others. The energy hit it, and an explosion sounded. "Aokiji, you are responsible for protecting them and sealing them, nothing can happen to them." Zhang Guo on the execution platform shouted. If he hadn't been worried about Whitebeard coming to rescue them, he would have gone to help long ago. "I know, Marshal." Boom. A powerful flame burst out from Kaido's mouth. Seeing that his opponent had turned into a giant, Kaido planned to fight in the form of a blue dragon. In an instant, a large amount of flames engulfed Uchiha Madara, and a huge explosion occurred where Uchiha Madara was. Kaido continued to spit fire, and Uchiha Madara's voice came from the flames, "Kid, this trick is useless to me." In the flames, the chakra sword was struck out, and Kaido in the dragon form twitched his tail. Bang! With a loud bang, the tail and the chakra sword collided with each other. Kaido's flames stopped, and his tail immediately rolled up, crawling backwards along the chakra general towards the sequel Nohu. Kaido used his huge body to wrap around Susanoo's arms, trying to restrain the giant. Seeing this, Akainu instantly kicked the ground with his feet, and rushed to the center of Susanoo like a cannonball. Suddenly, the Susanoo giant grew 2 more arms and a head. Nani! Kaido was shocked for a moment and found that the opponent used 2 lightsabers to slash at Akainu in the air. Seeing this, Akainu, who wanted to attack the giant, had to change his moves and hit the 2 swords with his fists. The first sword was thrown, and with a bang, Akainu had no place to gain leverage and was smashed into the ice like a stone. Bang! The ice exploded, and Akainu, who was lying inside, just opened his eyes when another big sword attacked him. He quickly protected his head with both hands. Boom! There was an explosion where the Shaker great sword had struck. Suddenly, the Susanoo giant staggered, and Uchiha Madara looked down. He didn't know when Garp had actually emerged from the ice and was now holding onto the right toe of Susanoo. "Get up!" Garp roared, gathering his strength. Seeing this, Kaido, who had entangled the giant's 2 arms, immediately gave up and quickly slipped away. Garp, holding Susanoo's toes with both hands, turned his waist, then grabbed the giant and slammed it to the ground. Boom! The ground suddenly cracked. Susanoo was smashed to the ground by Garp's power. Seeing that the giant was about to attack Garp with the big sword again, Aokiji in the distance activated his freezing ability again, and Susanoo, who was still attacking, was turned into an ice sculpture. Garp jumped high, using his armed color domineering to the extreme, and shouted, "Fist-bone collision." Boom! A huge impact came out from Garp's fist. The Susanoo Titan collapsed instantly, and Uchiha Madara inside was a little shocked by the opponent's attack power. At this time, his palm was facing Garp's vertical fist and he launched Shinra Tensei, and Garp also withstood the rebound force, and Shinra Tensei showed signs of collapse. In order to avoid being hit by the opponent, Uchiha Madara abandoned Susanoo with a flash body technique. At the same time as the bang sounded, Uchiha Madara noticed Kaido's huge tail coming from the side, and immediately clapped his hands, "Would release, Flower Tree Realm Advent." In an instant, a large number of vines suddenly sprang out from the ice and entangled Kaido in the form of a blue dragon. Huh? What the hell is this thing? Kaido was immediately tied up into a ball, and he was terrified. Swish, swish, swish. A large number of giant vines spread across the battlefield and quickly attacked Akainu, who had crawled out of the ice without any damage. Akainu quickly launched an attack on the nearby vines. Swish, swish, swish. There was a sound of vines breaking through the air as they chased Kizaru. Kizaru was extremely fast and disappeared into the jungle in a few flashes. But Garp was not as fast as Kizaru, because there were too many vines and he was instantly tangled up like a dumpling. Aokiji held an ice knife and kept chopping down the violent trees, trying to relieve the pressure on Spider Demon and others behind him. Spider Demon and others held a scroll in one hand and used a slashing move with the other hand to hit the trees in groups. Akainu's magma fist kept bombarding. Garp and Kaido, who were tied up like dumplings, broke free from the vines with force, but the next second, the vines attacked the two again. In the distance, the Whitebeard captains who were watching the battle were stunned. The opponent's moves directly changed the battlefield. It was simply terrible. "It's too scary, it's like entering a primeval forest," the third brother said in shock. As for Luffy, who wanted to save Ace, he didn't dare to move forward. He estimated that he would die in this kind of battle. Although he was dumb, he was not stupid. In addition, Jinbei next to him kept telling him that it was not the time yet, so Luffy didn't move. On the side of the 7 warlords of the sea, seeing that the growing wood showed signs of growing towards them, several people hurriedly ran towards Whitebeard. As for joining the war, don't joke. This kind of war is not something they can participate in, except for Hawkeye, who was somewhat moved. People like Gecko Mariah were scared to death. On the ice, the Navy looked at the forest in front of them and were so shocked that they couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Bartholomew Kuma stood at the edge of the woods, looking at the giant above, and said with difficulty in his heart, your eyes, come, take them, I'm almost losing consciousness. I can't resist the order. Chapter 50. Is it never going to end? In the flower tree world, Garp bombarded one vine after another, and the vines were replenished. If he was not careful, the vines would even wrap around his feet. Akainu had already elementalized in the flower tree world. A large number of trees were set on fire, and smoke rose. Suddenly, Kizaru in the distance noticed that the red flower buds had actually bloomed, with pink pollen floating on them. Kizaru took a rough look and saw more than 1,000 of these blooming flowers. Although Kizaru didn't know what it was, he always felt that there was something wrong with it, and hurriedly shouted, "Be careful of the pollen." At this time, the violent trees stopped, and Garp, Akainu, Kaido, and several vice admirals in the jungle all looked at the blooming flowers. Garp sniffed the fragrance around him and suddenly felt something was wrong. "I'll add another spark to your fire." Uchiha Madara's voice came, and everyone turned their heads to see that Uchiha Madara had activated the giant form again and had already formed a mark. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. Uchiha. The moment the move was called out, Susanoo leaped back, and a huge flame spewed out from Uchiha Madara's mouth. In an instant, the flame ignited the flower tree world below. "Be careful, his flames are full of domineering power," Garp shouted directly. At the same time, several people activated the armed color to protect their whole bodies. "How is this possible?" Ace, who was standing on the execution platform, was extremely shocked when he heard this. "Not good." Suddenly, Ghost Spider shouted, and the people in the flames realized something was wrong. "This pollen, it's toxic, my body is paralyzed." After Ghost Spider finished speaking, the volcano behind him fell to the ground first. Aokiji also felt a little uncomfortable. He knew that he couldn't let the other party continue to burn these flowers, otherwise the air would be full of poisonous gas. Freezing moment. Aokiji shouted. A large amount of cold air sprayed, and trees were quickly frozen one after another. In an instant, a nice tree world took shape. Hoo-hoo. Aokiji took 2 breaths. When he froze just now, he felt a force blocking his move. For this, he consumed a lot of physical strength, but fortunately, it succeeded. Uchiha Madara on the building above did not think that this move could knock them down. He used this move to test its power. As expected, the physiques of the pirates in the world of pirates are not ordinary. They only have some mild symptoms after inhaling so much pollen. If they were in the world of Naruto, like Onoki, they would not be able to get up at all. Uchiha Madara sighed in his heart. Aokiji looked at several people and said seriously, "You have to be careful next, I'm going to help them." After that, Aokiji pressed his hands on the ground. Uchiha Madara, who was standing on the building, controlled Susanoo to jump. A huge ice hand emerged from the building and grabbed nothing. Kaido's dragon head aimed at Tianlong and took a deep breath, and a swirling gust of wind went straight to the sky from his mouth. The next second, Kaido closed his mouth, opened his mouth towards Susanoo, and a large number of wind blades spurted out of Kaido's mouth. Ping ping ping. The giant swung the chakra sword, and one wind blade after another was knocked out, and the surrounding ice sculptures and trees made loud noises everywhere. "What a boring move," Uchiha Madara said disdainfully while waving the chakra sword, and he decided to try other moves. Then, Uchiha Madara did 2 things at once, letting Susanoo chop the wind blade while he clapped his hands and shouted in a low voice, "Wood style, wood dragon technique." Ang! A dragon roared, and the ice surface where Kaido was suddenly exploded. A wooden dragon rushed out and bit Kaido's 7 inches tightly. The wooden dragon quickly wrapped around Kaido. The next moment, Kaido felt that the other party was actually absorbing his physical strength. Although it was very little, he also noticed it. Kaido in the form of a blue dragon rolled in the sky for a few times, but he couldn't get rid of the restraint of the wooden dragon. Seeing this, Kaido immediately transformed into a human beast form, got rid of the wooden dragon, and swung a mace at the wooden dragon. Boom! The huge wooden dragon flew backwards, just flying towards Garp. The moment it landed, Garp grabbed the opponent's tail and did a 360 degrees rotation, then smashed it towards Uchiha Madara. At the same time, Akainu shouted "Hell dog!" Akainu quickly stretched out his lava-like arms to attack the Susanoo giant. This move not only had a very fast attack speed, but also had amazing power. The wooden dragon, which was originally flying backwards, was controlled by Uchiha, and its tail pulled towards Akainu's move. As a result, the wooden dragon's tail exploded instantly. He obviously underestimated Akainu's attack. The long dog head passed through the wooden dragon and hit Susanoo. Susanoo suddenly had a crack on it. At the same time, Aokiji's 5 ice pillars attacked, and Uchiha Susanoo swung his sword. At the moment the ice pillars hit the slash, Aokiji increased the output of the fruit. Kaka. The giant's 2 swords froze instantly and connected to the icicle. Aokiji immediately abandoned the icicle and started to shave. He dodged several times at an extremely fast speed and appeared in front of Susanoo on the icicle. Ice gloves. Aokiji shouted. Armament haki and ice fist wrapped around his hand, and with just one strike, he launched an attack that was even more exaggerated than Garp's, and Susanoo exploded directly. Uchiha Madara inside was stunned for a moment, and at this moment, Garp's fist hit again. Uchiha Madara's lightning release armor was activated, armament haki wrapped around his right hand, and he aimed at Garp's fist. Tsitsaizi. Black lightning flashed and jumped in the two's moves. At the moment when the two were fighting, Kizaru appeared on the right side of Uchiha Madara's head. Kizaru's black right foot kicked Uchiha Madara's head, and Kizaru's voice came at the same time, "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" Uchiha Madara's head tilted, and Kizaru's heart skipped a beat, and he kicked in the air. The next second, an arm grabbed his ankle, and Kizaru was so frightened that he wanted to turn into an element to escape. Zizi. A burst of thunder appeared at his feet. This was the Chidori style launched by Uchiha Madara. Kizaru was electrocuted and his whole body was full of paralysis. Uchiha Madara grabbed Kizaru's leg and smashed it hard against Aokiji. Aokiji, who was about to continue attacking, immediately stopped and caught Kizaru. Bang! A big foot kicked Kizaru, completing the pursuit. Kizaru was kicked, and Aokiji, who was holding him, flew out with him. Go to hell, Uchiha Madara! A roar came from the sky, and Kaido jumped high with his mace, with a red light flashing on it. Crack! Suddenly, the ground cracked, and a lava fist came out from it, piercing through Uchiha Madara's heart. Uchiha Madara made a seal with one hand and exchanged it with the wood 10 meters away. Kaido's attack came down, and Garp, who lost his target, dilated his pupils. Boom! With a loud noise, the ice surface exploded. In the distance, Akainu's hands were on the ice surface. His arms had become elemental, and there was a big hole in the ice surface right below his fists. It was obvious that he had burned through the ice surface with magma, which spread along the ice layer to Uchiha Madara's feet and launched an attack. Damn, failed. Akainu looked at Onigamo and the others with some annoyance. They had such a good opportunity just now, but they didn't seal it. After the explosion, Garp, Kaido, Aokiji, Kizaru, and others looked at Uchiha Madara, who was 10 meters away at the same time. The other party turned around slowly and praised in a low voice, "Beautiful dance." When Uchiha Madara turned around, everyone found that the other party's heart was recovering rapidly, and a human face appeared in front of them. Chapter 51. But there's still a long way to go. Uchiha Madara added coldly. That face. Everyone is wondering who is that person on Uchiha Madara's chest. Compared with Hashirama Senju, your fighting power is nothing but trifles, Uchiha Madara said again. Uchiha Madara's words made everyone present extremely confused. Who exactly is Hashirama Senju? Hey, you keep saying that we are not as good as the Senju Hashirama you mentioned, who is he? Garp asked the question that everyone was wondering. Dad, do you know the Senju Hashirama he mentioned? On the Moby Dick ship, Marco asked curiously. I haven't heard of it either. Whitebeard replied, looking into the distance. Have you heard of Senju Hashirama? The Navy kept asking, and every Navy member who was asked shook his head. Senju Hashirama. The man known as the god of ninja, the battle between me and him is a life and death battle. It's not a joke like this. Uchiha's voice became louder. As soon as these words came out, they were so angry that their teeth itched. Hateful. Stop looking down on others. Akainu and Kaido said angrily at the same time. After hearing what Uchiha Madara said, everyone couldn't imagine how strong this man named Senju Hashirama was. This was also what Uchiha Madara said deliberately to make up for his previous failure to pretend, but everyone present believed it. In Pangu City, the 5 elders had a solemn look on their faces. From what they heard from Uchiha Madara, it seemed that he had not used his full strength yet. They couldn't believe how strong the man named Senju Hashirama was. Have you heard of Senju Hashirama? Saint Satan turned to the other four and asked. I haven't heard of it. Marcus Mazician shook his head. The other three also shook their heads. I will contact CP to find out right now. Someone as powerful as Uchiha Madara cannot live in this world. Satan Saint said, and called CP directly to ask them to investigate. Uchiha Madara's words not only spread to the Holy Land, but also to people around the world who watched the live broadcast. Reporters in the Sabayati archipelago began to record, and they had already thought of the title, Shock. The man who made Uchiha Madara feel difficult was actually him. On the battlefield of Marin, Uchiha Madara continued, you can't use ninjutsu, your attacking moves are not as good as one finger of Hashirama, you are a weak fruit ability user. The weak are ugly, and so are the weak fruit ability users. Uchiha Madara said in a low voice. Stop talking nonsense. Garp shouted, unable to bear it any longer. Akainu stepped forward and said coldly, we are indeed not good at using ninjutsu. The ninjutsu you mentioned is nothing special. I'm not the weak person you say I am. I don't just possess the power of fruit. At this point, Akainu's magma fruit gathered into a fist, which was covered with armament haki. Akainu looked at Uchiha Madara and shouted, with these haki and magma, I can definitely seal you today. Don't underestimate the Admiral's fighting power. Akainu shouted again, which also represented his awareness. For a moment, the Navy present were stunned. They were shocked by Akainu's speech. Hehe. Uchiha Madara sneered and asked doubtfully, do you think you can defeat me with this so-called willpower? Power is not will, but a phenomenon caused by matter. Uchiha Madara hadn't finished speaking when Akainu interrupted him, saying, wrong. Your determination to destroy the pirates will inspire me and then show my strength. Uchiha Madara nodded and said, in that case, let's dance, and see, don't just talk big. I don't need to use my full strength to deal with you. You are not qualified to be recognized by me. Uchiha Madara said arrogantly. Even the good-tempered Aokiji was angry. The other party looked down on their title of admiral. At the same time, in the area where the navy was located, Jesse was lying on the ground. Two navy soldiers who were good at medical treatment were using palm magic to maintain Jesse's life. What I said, did you remember it? Jesse asked Lieutenant General He with difficulty. Lieutenant General He nodded with red eyes. Send me over. Jesse said, and began to prepare hand seals. Two Marines wanted to carry Jesse to the battlefield, and Smoker next to them volunteered to come forward and said, I'll do it. Smoker activated his smoke ability, and a large amount of smoke came out of his arm, forming a smoke cloud under Jesse's body, and dragged Jesse to the battlefield. On the battlefield, Akainu, who was originally ready to attack, put down his arm when he saw Smoker bringing Jesse. Oh? You're pretty tenacious, you're not dead yet. Uchiha Madara saw the person coming and joked in a low voice. Generals, just now I heard what he said, cough cough. Jesse spoke with difficulty, and before he finished speaking, he started coughing violently. The opponent didn't seem to be using all his strength. I was going to use that move, help you guys. Jesse's words made Uchiha Madara curious, and he wondered in his heart what is it. After Jesse finished speaking, he formed seals with his hands. Uchiha Madara was stunned for a moment. The seal formed by the other party turned out to be the Impure World Reincarnation? Immortal Reincarnation. Jesse's shout confirmed Uchiha Madara's guess. After doing all this, Jesse fell to the ground. Crack. There was a sound of ice crackling, and a coffin rose from below. Yellow Monkey was shocked. Oh. Uchiha Madara smiled and stared at the coffin with interest. Uchiha Madara, this is my last resort. I believe that with this man and the generals, I can definitely seal you. Jesse shouted. Card. The lid of the coffin was gently pushed open, and a man who shocked Garp, Ace, Whitebeard, Buggy, and others walked out. Everyone watching the live broadcast held their breath, unable to believe what they saw. Alas, do I have to help you solve the enemy again? Can't you just let me rest in peace? A helpless voice sounded. Say, if I help you this time, you have to let me go see Ace, otherwise I won't help you. The next moment, the man who spoke saw Uchiha Madara, was stunned for a second, and his expression immediately became serious. It's you. Haha, what I didn't expect was that he summoned my former defeated opponent. Uchiha Madara said disdainfully. The Navy officers present were stunned. Unexpectedly, another strong man appeared. Roger. Is that you, Roger? Cap shouted excitedly. It's me, Garp, you're old. Roger greeted happily. Kulela, long time no see, Roger. In the distance, Whitebeard laughed and greeted. Ah? It's you, Newgate, you're old too. Captain. Buggy yelled. Roger was stunned for a second when he saw Buggy dressed as a clown, and said, Hey, it's you, Buggy. The escaped prisoners in Impel Down looked at Buggy in disbelief. The other party actually called Roger Captain? You are. Before Roger could finish his words, Jean Guo interrupted and shouted excitedly. What are you doing, Jesse? Why did you summon this guy? Don't worry, Marshal, even if I die after death, without my restraints he won't do bad things. I believe him. Jesse said. He looked at Roger and asked Roger. Help the Navy to eliminate him. After saying this, Jesse's eyelids became heavier, his breathing became more rapid, and gradually, his pupils dilated, and the brilliance in his eyes gradually faded, and everyone knew that he was dead. Roger looked at Jesse lying dead on the ground and sighed helplessly. You guy, ah. Roger felt that the means of restricting himself were lifted, which meant that Jesse, who performed this trick, was really dead. Then, Roger said sadly to Jesse's body, we have been together for so many years, and I actually have recognized you. Besides the fact that I hate you for asking me to fight pirates, the most hateful thing about you is that you don't let me see my son. But, I forgive you. Alas, you are dead now, so I will help you fulfill your wish. After saying this, Roger looked at Uchiha Madara and said seriously, next, I will defeat you. Defeat? Uchiha Madara asked with a puzzled look. Uchiha Madara asked in a low voice, are you qualified to say that? I've said before, in this world, the only one who can stop me is Hashirama, and you, nothing special. Chapter 52. Hahaha, you're still as arrogant as ever. Instead of getting angry, Roger burst into laughter. It seems like our status is the same. Who summoned you? Also, Whitebeard is here, as are his sons. What are they doing? Roger seemed to have many questions to ask. Turning his head, he saw the young man on the execution platform staring at him. Roger found that the other party's eyes were filled with hatred, and he asked in confusion that young man. At this time, Ace saw the bastard father and was so angry that he was shaking all over. He wanted to ask him why he gave birth to him. Just as he was about to ask, Garp below got there first. Roger. Here's what happened. A guy named Blackbeard captured Ace. As soon as Garp said this, Roger was stunned for a moment and repeated Ace. Are you talking about my son? Roger asked. Yes. Garp nodded. Roger subconsciously looked towards the podium, wondering why he was looking at him with hatred. Garp continued, your son Ace joined the Whitebeard pirates. After he was captured, our navy wanted to publicly execute him. As a result, you saw that the members of the Whitebeard pirates came and they wanted to save Ace. Garp, as a navy officer, why are you talking so much to a pirate? Akainu asked angrily. He was also afraid that Roger would find out about his son's execution and join forces with Uchiha Madara, which would be dangerous. Garp didn't care about Akainu's questioning and continued, we originally thought that a war would break out, but who would have thought that Uchiha Madara, that bastard, would be summoned out by that kid over there? Roger followed Garp's gaze and saw a man smoking a cigar with a scar on his face. That brat let Uchiha Madara kill the 3 admirals of the navy, and now we are fighting Uchiha Madara. The opponent is too difficult to deal with. It will be difficult to defeat him. After Garp finished speaking, he looked at Uchiha Madara, who was silent on the opposite side. Uchiha Madara felt that it didn't matter. One more person would not change anything. He took advantage of the time when the other party was talking to comprehend the new sign-in moves. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting Black Zetsu -10 redemption points. After hearing the system's report, Uchiha Madara asked the system in his mind, System, will this Black Zetsu steal me? Uchiha Madara, who had watched the anime, was a little resistant to this. He wanted to confirm it. Ding. Black Zetsu's will has been tampered with by the system. He will be loyal to you like White Zetsu. Host, don't worry. The system explained. Are you sure? Uchiha Madara asked the system again in his mind. Okay. After the system answered, it said, don't worry, host. If I wanted to harm you, you would have died long ago. After all, as a blue star person, you should know the power of the system, right? Hearing this, Uchiha Madara nodded slightly. After thinking about it, he let Black Zetsu out. Roger, who was originally looking at Ace, turned his head suddenly and looked at the black thing. Uchiha Madara ignored the other party, launched an illusion at Black Zetsu, explained the request to the other party, and asked the other party to do it. A long time passed in the illusion world, but only 1 second passed in reality. After the illusion was lifted, Black Zetsu said respectfully, I know, Mr. Ban. The next second, White Zetsu slowly sank into the ice and disappeared in front of everyone. Hiding. Kizaru looked around, using his observation haki to search for it. Aokiji placed his hands on the ice, sensing it. The next second he found that the black thing seemed to have sunk into the water and escaped from the ice. Ace, have you been doing well these years? Roger looked at Ace with red eyes and said. Who are you? Ace asked with a cold face. I am your father. Roger replied. Ace originally wanted to distance himself from the other party in a cold manner, but when he heard that title, he became excited. I don't have a father who is the Pirate King, my dad is Whitebeard. Kulela la la la. Whitebeard laughed in the distance. In the field, the Marines stared with wide eyes. Ace actually didn't recognize Roger. My father is Whitebeard Newgate, a man who values love and cares about his son, and the strongest man in the world. Not the scumbag Roger who killed his wife and abandoned his child. Ace said loudly. Roger was silent. It was indeed his fault. He just wanted to leave a descendant. As for Luju's matter, Roger already knew about it after he and Jesse made a deal. Hey, Roger, what exactly is One Piece? And where is he? Kaido asked directly. All the jailbreak prisoners and pirates present pricked up their ears. Bastard! Don't say that! Zhang shouted angrily. Hee. Roger smiled, looked at Kaido and said you need to find it yourself. I have an agreement with Jesse that it cannot be exposed. I'm sorry. Sengoku, Akainu, and others breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. The pirates were extremely regretful. Then, Roger looked at Sengoku on the platform and said, if you let Ace go, I will help you deal with Uchiha Madara. I don't need your help, and I won't accept your kindness, even if it means death. As he spoke, Ace stretched out his hand to grab his neck, wanting to end his life. Zhang, who was standing by, was shocked. What are you doing? Zhang hurriedly pulled Ace's arm and pulled his arm away. My silly son, don't be impulsive. If you don't want Roger to save you, your father and brothers will save you. Whitebeard shouted. Yes, Ace, don't do anything stupid, we are still waiting for you to come back and drink with us. Yi Zhang shouted. Everyone. Ace looked at Whitebeard and his gang with tears in his eyes. Roger would rather strangle his own child than I don't even want to recognize him, I'm so sad. Garp walked up to Roger, patted his shoulder and comforted him. Take your time, there's no such thing as an overnight grudge between father and son. Although the two were far apart, Ace heard it, and excitedly Ace shouted, I will never forgive this man, even if I die. After saying this, Garp didn't know how to comfort him. Roger gritted his teeth and looked at Uchiha Madara. He planned to deal with Uchiha Madara first, which was also Jesse's wish. Let me see how much you have improved over the years. Uchiha Madara said to Roger in a low voice. Roger slowly drew out his sword and pointed it at Uchiha Madara and said, in the years since you died, I have not wasted a single moment. Oh. Uchiha Madara showed interest, looked at the other party, and praised, good momentum, I hope you can please me. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard saw Roger drew his sword, and Uchiha Madara had no weapon, so he shouted to Marco behind him, give me the weapon. Marco respectfully handed over the weapon that had been prepared long ago, and Whitebeard took it in his hand. Captain Uchiha Madara, I give it back to you. This is yours. Whitebeard said, and threw it hard. The Uchiha Tuanyan fan flew to the Uchiha class. Uchiha Madara caught it in his hand, and waved to the people who came closer, and said excitedly come on. Dance. Chapter 53. Red lightning danced on Roger's body. Roger slowly raised his right hand and grasped the hilt of the sword with a easy sound. Red domineering was entangled on it, and black domineering appeared, and the two forces intertwined. Not only him, but also Kaido next to him. Kaido also used the domineering. He didn't want to be outdone by Roger in front of the live broadcast. He wanted to be the next Pirate King. The three admirals were ready to go, and even Garp was full of armed color. God avoid! Roger shouted, and the moment the sound fell, the slash had already cut Uchiha Madara's fan. The speed was amazing, and Roger's sword actually bypassed the slash and hit Uchiha Madara's heart. Bang! Uchiha Madara's dark left hand launched a one-handed attack and collided with Roger's big sword ace. The next moment, Uchiha Madara's fingers began to collapse. This also surprised Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara swung his fan forward, launching Uchiha Madara's rebound, and threw Roger's slash towards the attacking Akainu. Uchiha Madara, seeing his fingers shattered, he temporarily avoided the sharp edge. He retracted his hand and moved his body to the side. At the same time, Roger stabbed the air and reacted to change his moves. He held the sword and wanted to cut off Uchiha Madara's head. Bang! Uchiha Madara blocked it with his fan, and Roger's sharp sword ace slashed it. Bang! The fan made a huge explosion, and the ice under Uchiha Madara's feet burst instantly. Roger's strength was too great, and Uchiha Madara didn't last a second before he was blown away. With a swoosh, Kizaru instantly appeared beside the flying Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara wanted to fight back with his fan, but just as he threw it, Kizaru disappeared. Uchiha Madara realized that he was deceived and immediately launched the Shinra Tensei. As Uchiha Madara flew backwards, with a rebuke, Garp, who was attacking, was blown away in the air with his fist clenched. Uchiha Madara blocked it with his fan to the side, and Kaido sent a shock wave. Boom! Unable to gain leverage in the air, Uchiha Madara flew out again. Similarly, he waved his fan and launched the Uchiha rebound, and the shock wave bounced back to Kaido. Nanny! Kaido's eyes widened when he saw his attack was countered. Boom! At the same time as Kaido's place exploded, Akainu's fist gathered a magma fist bigger than a house and hit Uchiha Madara, who was flying backwards. Uchiha Madara immediately stretched out his restored left hand and activated the Hungry Ghost Path. Uchiha Madara, who was flying backwards, never thought that Akainu directly abandoned the magma fist and rushed out of the magma with a black fist in his hand. Uchiha Madara hurriedly activated the third stage of Susanoo. Boom! Akainu punched Susanoo's frame, and Susanoo exploded instantly. At the moment when Akainu's fist was about to hit Uchiha Madara's body, Uchiha Madara launched the Flying Thunder God technique. As soon as it landed with a swoosh sound, Kizaru's golden right leg kicked Uchiha Madara's head. Uchiha Madara turned his head and reached out to grab Kizaru's leg. Suddenly, Kizaru changed his moves and chopped down. Uchiha Madara blocked it with his fan. With a bang, Kizaru's downward kick hit the fan. Kizaru pushed hard and Uchiha Madara fell on the ice. The moment he landed, an ice spike came from 1 meter away from Uchiha Madara, right at Uchiha Madara's chest. At the same time, Uchiha Madara's feet were frozen by the ice. Uchiha Madara pointed his finger at the ice spike. At this moment, Aokiji actually emerged half of his body from the ice spike. The opponent's left hand pressed against Uchiha Madara's finger, and his right fist hit Uchiha Madara's chest. Bang! A sound was heard, and Aokiji's fist pierced Uchiha Madara's chest. Aokiji did not give Uchiha Madara time to move, and immediately shouted, "Freezing moment!" Crack! Uchiha Madara was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider in the distance immediately activated the seal, and black runes crawled all over the ice sculpture. Aokiji felt unsafe and activated the power of ice again. The ice sculpture became much thicker. Keep using the seal. I will control the ice to melt, and you guys tighten the runes. Aokiji shouted, and Fire Mountain used the seal. A large number of runes crawled all over the ice sculpture that trapped Uchiha Madara. Then, Aokiji felt that it was still not safe, so he added another layer of ice. A square ice cube the size of a house was formed. The other 3 lieutenants used the seal again, and the dark runes wrapped around the ice. Seeing that the movement inside stopped, Aokiji exhaled a breath of cold air and was relieved at the same time. He had just used the elemental transformation to cover the sneak attack with ice, but he didn't expect it to be successful. Great! The sailors shouted excitedly when they saw that there was no movement in the ice. How is it possible? Whitebeard was stunned. He didn't believe that Uchiha Madara, who had such a strong fighting consciousness, could not dodge. This is too scary. 3 admirals, a navy hero, 4 emperors, and a pirate king have joined forces. Marco said with a cold sweat. Are these the men who stand at the top of the world? Even Uchiha Madara is no match for them. Jinbei said in shock. Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at the ice ball. He was not far from Crocodile at this time. He originally planned to find a chance to contact him, but now that Uchiha Madara was sealed, there was no need to go. How is it possible? He just lost like that. Crocodile didn't want to believe that Uchiha Madara, who was so arrogant just now, had such an ending. Akainu, Garp, and Roger came over, and Kaido stood on one side. This guy was too arrogant when he was defeated. If I were him, I would use those fire ninjutsu to attack from a distance, so that I could at least hold on for a while longer. Roger came over and commented on the ice sculpture. Suddenly, Roger noticed Garp's expression and asked curiously, Garp, why are you frowning? I always feel that the seal is too simple. Don't think too much, we have succeeded now. Roger comforted. Humph, I thought you were so powerful, but you are just like this. Akainu came over and said disdainfully. Roger smiled and said, of course, you are men who bear the title of Admiral. Together with Kaido, Garp, and me, with this kind of fighting power, it is not unfair for Uchiha Madara to lose. At this moment, a deep voice came into the ears of several people. As expected of someone who bears the title of Admiral and Pirate King. Then I, Uchiha Madara, will be a little more serious. Chapter 54. What? Roger, Akainu, Garp, Sengoku, and everyone present looked at the location of the ice. Boom. The ice surface exploded, and Roger and his men immediately used their arms to protect their faces. A huge monster rose from the ground. Several people who were standing close were blown away by the sudden giant. All the navy and pirates present looked at where Uchiha Madara was. They saw the other party's hair flying, stretching out in a giant. Uchiha Madara's 4th stage of Susanoo took shape instantly. No matter if it's the 3 admirals or the Pirate King, all efforts will be in vain. Uchiha Madara's low voice came. Roger, Garp, Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru stood together, staring at the front. Good, it's so big. Kizaru's sweat dropped. Damn it. It's even bigger than before. Akainu said angrily. It's almost 100 meters away. Aokiji said solemnly. He. In the pirate area, Crocodile saw Uchiha Madara showing his power again and laughed triumphantly. Dad, what a huge giant. Izzo was shocked. Still far from it, this is not his largest form. Whitebeard said with a smile. What? It can be even bigger. Izzo was extremely shocked. As soon as he finished speaking, the domineering voice of Uchiha Madara came from a distance, with my complete form of Susanoo. Kizaru and others had never seen the other party's true form, and thought that was it. Who would have thought that Uchiha Madara's low voice came, it's not over yet. Uchiha Madara clenched his fist, and the 4th form of Susanoo began to change its form. Armor covered the back of Susanoo, and 2 wings with armor grew out. The height of Susanoo quickly reached more than 200 meters. A giant warrior with blue light stood opposite Roger and others. The giant held 2 samurai swords in both hands. Uchiha Madara stood in the prism on the giant's head, looking at the people below with indifference. Roger looked at the giant with cold sweat. Roger found that the giant at this time was different from before. In addition to the domineering aura, there was another kind of energy. Good, it's so big. Aokiji was shocked. Hey, are you kidding me? Did Vice Admiral Garp and Roger fight against this kind of giant before? Kizaru asked Garp and Roger with fear on his face. Although it is a bit embarrassing, I have to say that I couldn't even break the giant's feet, and was humiliated by him stepping on me in a hole. Garp said with an ugly face. When Garp said this, the hearts of the navy in the distance sank. It was hard for them to imagine how fierce the battle was. How is it possible? On the pirate side, Buggy saw that his captain actually showed a solemn expression and screamed, "That's the Pirate King." Phew, this battle is really eye-opening. To be able to make the immortal Pirate King show such an expression, it seems that this giant warrior is ridiculously strong. Doflamingo said excitedly. Gecko Mariah looked at Kaido, and seeing that the other party was hesitant, Gecko Mariah estimated that Kaido was afraid. He couldn't believe that just a giant made Kaido dare not move forward. What kind of power is this? Whitebeard saw this move again and laughed excitedly, "Kula la la la." His crew members were all stunned. Except for Whitebeard's laughter, no one made a sound. This guy. On the execution platform, Jean Guo's forehead was sweating, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Is the gap really that big? How did you defeat the opponent in the first place?" Akainu glared angrily. "I told you, the only one who can stop me is Hashirama. But he is gone." Uchiha Madara's low voice came from above. As Uchiha Madara said this, the chakra sword in his right hand disappeared, and he slowly raised his left hand and held the hilt of the sword in his left hand with his right hand. Because. At this point, Uchiha Madara drew his sword and slashed. The 5 people on the opposite side, including Kaido on the side, glared, and several people quickly used weapons or arms to protect their vital parts. In an instant, an orange light slashed at the 6 people, and the 6 figures flew backwards, and the ice surface they flew backwards exploded instantly. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the buildings of Marineford disappeared instantly, along with the mountain behind the headquarters. A few kilometers away, there was a huge explosion on the sea. The navy and pirates present looked at the place a few kilometers away in disbelief, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. The audience watching the live broadcast was even more stunned. At the many disappeared buildings in Marin, 6 people stood there. Except for their dirty clothes, they had no scars. In the Susanoo, Uchiha Madara folded his hands on his chest and said in a low voice, "If it were just me, the scope of the rewritten map would not be so large. How terrible! Not only did they destroy the headquarters with just one strike, they also destroyed the back mountain." Kizaru said cautiously while looking down at his feet with cold sweat. Is this the strong man from the old times?" Marco looked at the giant with fear in his heart. He often heard his father talk about the power of Uchiha Madara, but he didn't expect him to be so terrible. "Good, awesome. I want to develop this kind of giant in the future." After being shocked, Luffy said with determination. He thought it was so cool. "Let's not talk about this for now." Uchiha Madara finished speaking, looked at the few people, and changed the subject and asked, "Are you done with the fun?" Hearing what the other party said, Akainu clenched his fists tightly, and Garp's face was extremely angry. His group of people attacked together, but in the eyes of the other party, they were just playing? "You bastard!" Garp yelled angrily. "To deal with this kind of thing, you have to get close." While Roger was speaking, he took a step forward and stood in front of everyone. As soon as Roger finished speaking, he raised his sword high, and his domineering aura soared into the sky. Humph! Uchiha Madara snorted in the distance and swung his giant chakra sword towards Roger. So fast! Roger was surprised and quickly swung his knife to hit the giant sword. Bang! The 2 attacks collided, and the powerful air wave immediately blew away several people nearby. There was an instant explosion under Roger's feet. Aokiji, who landed in the distance, hurriedly pressed his hands on the ground to reinforce the place where Roger was. Uchiha Madara clenched his right hand, and a chakra sword appeared instantly, sweeping towards Roger below. Seeing that the other party was about to attack Roger, Garp launched a shave and instantly appeared in front of the chakra sword. He used the armed color domineering with both hands to the extreme, and Garp used his fists to resist the sweeping blade. Garp only felt a strong force coming, his feet kept sliding back on the ground, and the ground exploded wherever Garp passed. Akainu shouted, and countless magma fists shot into the sky. Meteor Volcano. Chapter 55. Nights_stay. Dense magma fists fell on Susanoo. Humph. Uchiha Madara sneered, without even looking at it. Although the opponent's magma fell on Susanoo and showed signs of burning and damage, Uchiha Madara's chakra was not vegetarian, and Susanoo was quickly repaired. And for Uchiha Madara, he was too lazy to absorb this kind of moves. Roger lifted it up with force, using the giant sword as a fulcrum, jumped back, and slashed in the air, saying, "It's useless, you must get close, so that there is a possibility of breaking it." Damn it! Akainu was a little unwilling to see that his large-scale moves were useless. In the middle of Susanoo, Uchiha Madara saw Roger's slash coming, and he gave up Garp's left-hand blade and raised it, blocking the 100-meter-long slash with a vertical sword move. Ping! With a loud bang, Uchiha Madara lifted it up with force, and the chakra sword was thrown towards Akainu. Bastard! Akainu immediately clenched his fist and punched out, colliding with Roger's slash. Boom! A huge explosion sounded where Akainu was. Then, Uchiha Madara held the giant sword in both hands and slashed at Roger with the first blow, but Roger dodged immediately. Bang! Uchiha Madara slashed at Kizaru with his right hand blade again. Kizaru saw the huge blade coming towards him, his face turned green, and he quickly activated the 8-foot mirror to refract and disappeared on the spot. Aokiji next to him directly transformed into an element and drilled into the ice layer. Boom! There was another loud noise. Uchiha Madara continued to attack and swept towards Garp again. Garp's eyes widened and he protected his head with both hands. Then Garp was hit and flew to Whitebeard like a ball. Whitebeard saw Garp flying like a cannonball, grinning and twisting his waist. When Garp saw Whitebeard's posture, his face changed wildly. Not good. Garp quickly protected his head with both hands. Pankai! A cracking sound was heard. Garp flew back like a cannonball. Really tough. Whitebeard said with emotion after attacking Garp. He took a hit from his father, but his arms were shaking. His armament haki is probably unmatched. Marco said in shock when he saw Garp flying back with his hands shaking. In the field, Uchiha Madara slashed at Garp who was flying back again. Garp in the air turned pale, the chakra sword was too big, and his arm was shaken and painful, so he could only grit his teeth, turn his body slightly, and protect his head with his arm. Bang! There was an explosion on the ice, and Cap was knocked into the ice. That bastard's attack range is too large, it's hard to get close to him. Roger said as he dodged the attack. Suddenly, he found that the opponent stopped attacking and landed on the ground. He looked in the direction the giant was looking. Aokiji also emerged from the ice and also looked at the pirates. A ship was seen coming from a distance. What happened today? Why are there so many big shots coming one after another? Kizaru said in great confusion. After the other party's ship stopped steadily, Whitebeard greeted the newcomers with a smile. Kulalala, I didn't expect you to come. The red-haired man who lowered his head slightly raised his head and revealed his true appearance. The newcomer was none other than the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. They had just waited for a while on the sea, originally to guard against Kaido, but they received a call from a friend, who claimed that Uchiha Madara had appeared at the headquarters of the Navy and massacred the Navy, so he rushed over in a hurry. Fortunately, I caught up. Red Hair said to Whitebeard with a smile, then looked at the giant in front of him. The next second, his eyes fell on his captain. Captain, is that you? Shanks asked excitedly. Ah, Shanks. Roger greeted with a smile. Shanks. You're here. Shanks. Luffy's excited voice came from the side. What are you doing here? Red Hair. On the execution platform, Sengoku asked loudly. Shanks looked at Luffy and said with a smile, Luffy, let's talk when we are free later. Then, Shanks looked at Sengoku on the platform and said, I am here to stop this war. Ha 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 ha. Crocodile, who was not far from Luffy, made a mocking sound. When the members of Shanks' pirate group heard the sound, and saw Crocodile looking at their captain as if he was a clown, their faces suddenly turned cold. Shanks and the members of the pirate group jumped off the boat. Shanks walked not far from the giant, stopped, looked at Kaido and said, Kaido, you guy actually deceived us. Humph, you are meddling in too much other people's business. If you have the guts, go and meddle in Uchiha Madara's business. Kaido said cunningly. Kaido hoped that the Red Hair Pirates would also join in, so that when there is a chance to kill Uchiha Madara, he will choose to help. Now he plans to wait and see. The red-haired man looked at the giant and said in a deep voice, You are Uchiha Madara, right? Uchiha Madara did not answer his question. In his opinion, this kind of kid was not qualified for him to answer questions. The red-haired man below saw that the other party did not reply to him, and he was not angry. He said lightly, I grew up listening to your reputation. What are you doing here? You are already dead, so you shouldn't appear on the sea anymore. Why don't you just rest in peace? Heh. Uchiha Madara thought it was very interesting and sneered, wanting to hear what the other party had to say, so that he could feel the pain. Shanks, Jesse told me that you are now one of the 4 emperors, a title similar to Kaido, but I advise you not to be arrogant. This is the first lesson the captain has given you after his resurrection. Uchiha Madara is not that easy to deal with. Roger, who was standing by, was afraid that Shanks would be careless, so he reminded him directly. Haha, even the captain feels that this is a difficult existence. Shanks said with a smile. He was not angry at all because of Roger's sermon. Then, Shanks' smile disappeared, and he took a few steps forward with a serious face, and then looked at the people present. The Marine headquarters has disappeared. Uchiha Madara, if you continue to fight, it will only increase unnecessary casualties. If you haven't had enough. Shanks drew his sword and said, "Come on, let us keep you company." As soon as he finished speaking, the red-haired crew came behind him, all got into position, and looked at the giant coldly. Oh. Uchiha Madara became interested in Susanoo. How about Uchiha Madara? Give me some face. Stop it. Shanks looked at the giant, and the moment he finished speaking, a big sword chopped down from above. Shanks widened his eyes in disbelief. The other party didn't even give him face? Chapter 56. Boom. An explosion sounded above Shanks' head, followed by an explosion on the ground. Roger raised his sword and stood in front of Shanks and the others. Shanks reacted quickly and took out his griffin chopper and jumped high to face the giant's other sword. Bang! Red lightning burst out between the two swords. Uchiha Madara pushed hard. Red Hair felt the huge force coming down and quickly changed his moves to prevent the sword from knocking him out. He held the sword with one hand, slid along the blade of the giant sword, leaned back, and slashed the sword against Griffin. The powerful impact caused an explosion on the ice in the distance. The cotters of the Red Hair pirates stared at the place where the explosion occurred with wide eyes. This attack range is simply a joke. Red Hair landed on the ground, and Roger next to him lost his strength in his arm. His figure flashed, and the big sword slashed on the ice. There was another explosion. This time the explosion was very close. The members of the Red Hair pirates used their domineering power to protect their heads with their arms. After the explosion, Uchiha Madara held up his two swords and looked at them. "It seems that it is not easy to deal with, Captain," Jesus said with cold sweat. "Indeed," the red-haired man said solemnly. "The opponent can deliver a blow with more destructive power than the great swordsman with just one strike. You really messed with someone you can't mess with, Captain," Beckman said, smoking a cigarette. "There is no other way. Even if it is difficult to fight, you have to go. This is the consciousness of a man," the red-haired man said, looking at Uchiha Madara with a determined face. "Shanks!" Roger shouted at Shanks, who turned to look at Roger. Roger said with a serious face, "Uchiha Madara is in the same state as me now, he is an immortal being." Roger said this, stabbed his heart with a knife, then pulled the knife back and demonstrated it to Shanks and the others. Shanks and the others widened their eyes. How could there be such a move? Shanks said in disbelief. So, Uchiha Madara is not easy to deal with. This move is called the Impure World Reincarnation Technique. No matter how badly injured one is, one will recover in a certain period of time, even if the head is smashed and the bones are broken. When these words came out, Jesus and the others' faces changed color. If that was the case, then why fight? Beckman frowned and asked, "I guess there should be a way to deal with him, right?" Roger nodded and said, "Indeed there is. Need a seal. All we need to do is break his tortoise shell, so that his body is severely damaged and he can't resist, and then tie him up with a seal, that's all," Roger explained. "Are you sure?" Beckman asked. "Not sure," Roger said seriously. "Everyone. Ha ha ha. I guess, it should be like this, it failed just now probably because Aokiji's ice blocked the seal, I think so," Roger said with a big laugh. "I think Roger is right." Cap agreed. "Have you discussed it?" Uchiha Madara asked in a low voice in Susanoo. He wanted to make these people feel hopeful, so that they would have motivation to fight. Otherwise, if they became Six Paths in a flash, it would be no different from the celestial dragons slaughtering those slaves. So he gave them time to discuss it. Now that we know the weakness, it will be easy to deal with. Besides, this kind of giant is not really unbreakable, Shanks said confidently. After that, he raised Griffin and looked at Roger next to him. The two nodded in tacit understanding. With a swish sound, the two rushed towards Uchiha Madara at an extremely fast speed. While running, the two adjusted their breathing, and the moment the sword saw them, Roger took the lead. He chopped the incoming sword with one sword. Shanks dived towards the giant from the explosion, close to the ground. Uchiha Madara chopped with the sword again, and the red-haired Shanks swung out a slash and shouted God avoid. The moment the slash was made, Shanks' body rushed over along the slash. Ping pong. The giant sword and Shanks' slash collided. At this time, they were facing the giant of Uchiha Madara, and the direction Shanks rushed to was the right foot of the Susanoo giant. Seeing Shanks attack, Uchiha Madara controlled Susanoo, covered with domineering power, and kicked Shanks. Thunder jumped on Shanks's blade, and he stabbed the giant's right foot with one hand. Kaka. Uchiha Madara and Susanoo was stunned for a moment when he heard the sound, and then his face showed excitement. Bang. With a sound, Susanoo's right foot broke, and Shanks rushed into Susanoo's right foot. Susanoo retracted the blade in his left hand and slashed at Shanks under his feet. Shanks turned around and slashed at Uchiha Madara above him with his domineering aura. A mental force attacked, Uchiha Madara's eyes glared, and Shanks below was stunned for a moment. When he reacted, he was hit by the giant sword. Boom. Marineford was shaken by an earthquake. Captain! Jesus shouted worriedly. With a whoosh, Shanks crawled out of the hole and said with a serious face, I'm fine. Ahem. Shanks coughed twice. Although the previous slash did not cause any damage to him, his internal organs were hit by a huge force, causing vibrations and some discomfort. Ping. The sound of swords colliding rang out, and Roger did a backflip, pulling away from Uchiha Madara's sword. Brat, you are still a little naive if you want to use Conqueror's haki against me. Uchiha Madara said in a low voice in Susanoo. Shanks stood there without saying a word. He did not expect the other party's mental strength to be so strong, which made the red-haired man feel a little tricky. Roger, who was far away, saw Shanks like this and said with a smile the other party is not an ordinary person. Let's join forces. Shanks did not speak and chose to default. Then, Roger looked at the three admirals and Kaido and shouted let's go together and get rid of him first. Otherwise, if this kind of person survives, it will endanger the sea. He is a more ambitious person than rocks. After Roger finished speaking, he looked at Kaido who was still standing there and shouted, hey, bull-headed brat, aren't you going to take action? Humph. Kaido snorted coldly and walked over. Count me in. At this time, Beckman came over smoking a cigarette. And I. And me. Me. The members of the Red Hair Pirates came over one after another. Hey, this is not a joke. If you don't have any strength, don't join in. It will kill people. Garp kindly reminded. Akainu on the side wished that there were as many people as possible, and hurriedly shouted to Garp. Take care of yourself first. Hee. Uchiha Madara saw more and more people coming and said excitedly come together, you will all die in my hands in the end anyway. If you unite now, maybe we can still have a chance to seal me. This is my final advice. Chapter 57. Shanks didn't say anything. Thinking that the crew members were quite powerful, he agreed. He had just tested the strength of the opponent's chakra sword. As long as they were not attacked head-on, the team members would be fine. Oh my god, did I hear it right? The three admirals, Kaido, Roger, and Garp are all fine, but now the Red Hair Pirates are also joining the battle. Not only is he not afraid, but he is also ready to fight. What a confident person he is. One of the pirates who escaped from Impel Down exclaimed. Kulalala, that's what a real man should be like. Whitebeard said with a big laugh. He admired Uchiha Madara more and more. He had never seen such an arrogant person. Dad, do you think Uchiha Madara will win? Marco asked curiously. It's hard to say. Roger's strength seems to be only 70% of what it was when he was alive. We can only rely on the red-haired brat and Kaido brat. Their conqueror's haki seems to have some extra destructive power. The Navy has naturally encountered its nemesis. As long as they find the right opportunity to avoid being absorbed, it will be fine. Whitebeard analyzed. When Whitebeard said it's fine, he meant breaking the giant, not the seal. Dad, should we take this opportunity to save Ace? Diamond Jaws asked. Now that Roger is resurrected, the Navy doesn't dare to do anything to Ace, except for the lava imp. Even if Sengoku is asked to kill him now, he wouldn't dare. Don't worry, Sengoku will send Ace over here in person, as long as I ask right away. After Whitebeard finished speaking, he really shouted, Sengoku. Send my son over here right away, otherwise. Whitebeard didn't say anything else, grinning at Sengoku. The people who were originally planning to besiege Uchiha Madara looked over at the same time. Sakasuke clenched his fists tightly, staring at Whitebeard with spitting fire in his eyes. Damn it! On the execution platform, Zanguo gritted his teeth. He understood what Whitebeard meant. If he didn't let him go, they would join the battlefield. If he let him go, then this execution would be a joke. Originally, Zanguo planned to deal with Uchiha Madara, then take back the camera Den Mushi, turn off the live broadcast, and then use Ace to threaten Roger to help deal with Whitebeard, and then let the Navy work together to seal Roger. His plan was all good, but now it was all broken by Whitebeard's shout. Kulela lala. Whitebeard's laughter resounded throughout the battlefield. Cold sweat ran down Sengoku's forehead. He glanced at the live broadcast equipment in front of him. The other party had already transmitted Whitebeard's words to all parts of the country. If he released it now, the civilians would think that the Navy was afraid of Whitebeard. Sengoku didn't know what to do. Brew brew brew. Just then, Sengoku's Den Mushi rang, and the avatar on it was that of the 5 elders. Sengoku chose to answer it. As soon as he picked up the phone, the voices of the 5 elders came over. Roger's son is not important now. He is a user of the flame fruit and will not amount to anything. Let him go for now. Also, you told him to help him deal with Uchiha Madara in exchange for releasing his son. Before Satan Sheng finished speaking, Zanguo interrupted and said, well, Whitebeard will definitely not agree. You underestimate his arrogance. How could he possibly join forces with others? Is that so? Satan Saint's voice came, and then he said, then you have to make him promise not to join the battle, save people, and leave here. Uchiha Madara must die here, and Roger, who has been resurrected from the dead, must be sealed and sent to the Holy Land. We need to study it. Seeing that the other party had said this, Sengoku stopped and asked hurriedly, is there anything else? That's it. The other party hung up the phone. Then, Zanguo shouted to Whitebeard on the other side, I can give you the people, but you can't join this war. And you have to leave here immediately. Kulalala. Whitebeard laughed and said, send the person to me. As for whether I leave or not, that is my freedom. You have no right to tell me what to do. As for their war. Whitebeard said this, looked at Uchiha Madara and said, he won't let me participate, right, Captain Uchiha Madara? You are right, Newgate. I don't need any help against them. Because in my opinion, they are still not as good as one finger of Hashirama. Uchiha Madara echoed in a low voice. Bastard. Akainu and Garp cursed angrily at the same time after being ridiculed again. Who is Hashirama? Why did Garp and the others get so angry when Uchiha Madara mentioned that person? The red-haired man asked his captain curiously. I don't know either. I heard from Uchiha Madara that there is someone who is as powerful as him. As for Garp and the others, including me, we were compared to Hashirama, also known as Senju Hashirama, and they said we were no match for that man called Hashirama. Roger explained. On the execution platform, Sengoku saw Uchiha Madara say this, thought about it and finally chose to let him go. Sengoku waved his hand and shouted to the 2 executioners, let him go. Yes, Marshal. The 2 executioners saluted respectfully and opened Ace's handcuffs. Ace, who regained her freedom, glanced at Zanguo, then she stretched out her legs, jumped off the platform, and ran towards Whitebeard. When the captains saw Ace being released, they shouted excitedly, Ace. Everyone. Ace responded excitedly. My good son, are you okay? Whitebeard opened his arms, and Ace threw himself into Whitebeard's arms, saying with emotion, Dad. On the other side of the battlefield, Roger felt very uncomfortable when he saw his son calling him Dad in someone else's arms. Garp walked up to Roger and patted Roger on the shoulder to comfort him. Forget it, let's deal with Uchiha Madara first. Roger wanted to end it early, and then go to Ace to apologize. Then, he looked at everyone and said, go ahead, everyone. Chapter 58. As soon as Roger finished speaking, everyone prepared themselves, and Akainu rushed forward first. Aokiji pressed his hands on the ground, and an ice giant instantly rose from the ice behind Susanoo. The ice giant quickly grew arms and hugged Susanoo's waist. Humph. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, Susanoo opened its wings, the giant exploded inch by inch, and huge ice blocks fell down. At this time, Akainu's attack also came, and he jumped high when he was very close to Susanoo, and the elemental magma fist slammed into the giant's left hand. His purpose was very simple, to break the giant's arm. Susanoo slashed at Akainu with his left hand. Uchiha Madara and Susanoo rolled his eyes, and immediately swung his sword at Kaido in human beast form. The next second, Kizaru appeared opposite the Susanoo prism, with golden light flashing on Kizaru's body. Uchiha Madara shouted in a low voice, "Water style, water break wave." High-pressure water flowed out of Uchiha Madara's mouth and shot at Kizaru, who disappeared in an instant. The purpose of the other party doing this was to interfere with Uchiha Madara's sight. At the same time, Garp and the members of the Red Hair Pirates all rushed towards the giant. Uchiha Madara clapped his hands, and he stood in Susanoo and spit out a domineering flame, which attacked Garp and others. The next second, Kizaru appeared at the prism again, making Uchiha Madara very annoyed. Kaka. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's giant body leaned back, and it was Aokiji's ice giant who hugged the giant's waist again. Bone fist. Garp shouted, and moved to a height of more than 10 meters, blasting towards Susanoo's calf, while Beckman and others rushed towards Susanoo's right leg. At the same time, Roger and Shanks sensed the best opportunity, and they quickly jumped to the left and right, onto the arm of the giant holding a broadsword who was fighting against Kaido and Akainu. The two ran quickly on the giant's arm. At this moment, a person rushed out of the ice behind Susanoo, and it was Aokiji. The other party used the same method to attract others' attention, and followed the ice to the top of the giant's head. Uchiha Madara abandoned the attacks with his left and right hands, and jumped violently. The attacks of Kaido and Akainu below were in vain, and there was an explosion in front of them. When Garp and others saw the giant jump up, they also stepped on the air with their powerful physical skills to chase after him. Crack! A cracking sound was heard in the sky. It was Aokiji who launched the attack. His ice gloves hit the giant's shoulder. The giant's left shoulder shattered and exploded. Uchiha Madara wanted to flap his wings, and Aokiji, who was attacking Susanoo, seemed to have noticed Uchiha Madara's intention and directly activated his freezing ability. Crack! The sound of freezing spread from Uchiha Madara's back to his wings. Swoosh! Kizaru appeared in front of Uchiha Madara again. This time, Uchiha Madara focused all his attention on Kizaru. Uchiha Madara shouted, "Storm release, Light Fang." The move was launched faster than the sound. Seeing a beam of light suddenly shot out, Kizaru was shocked. Puff! Kizaru instantly disappeared in the air. After landing, Kizaru tilted his head and looked at his shoulder blade. There was a big hole there, and the bone was exposed. Fortunately, he was 0.01 seconds faster, otherwise he would definitely be pierced. The giant's two-handed lightsaber disappeared, and he hit the two people on his shoulders heavily. Seeing that the giant had freed his hands, the two people were able to launch their moves directly. God evade! At the same time, the two swung their swords and hit the giant's arm, and the two jumped towards the giant's head. Seeing the two's attacks coming, Uchiha Madara had to abandon Susanoo and used Flying Thunder God to disappear into Susanoo. Bang! In that instant, Shanks and Roger's swords chopped Susanoo's head, and Susanoo exploded. The two saw Uchiha Madara disappear, and sensed that the other party appeared on the ice in the distance, and stepped on the moon step to come down. Swish, swish, swish. Several more sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and a large group of people stood opposite Uchiha Madara. Haha, it seems that the attack just now worked. Akainu sneered. From another perspective, it can also be said that it was because he had been forced into a desperate situation, otherwise he would not have used this kind of instant transfer move. Am I right? Kaido asked with a grin. Uchiha Madara counted the number of people and said in a deep voice, "After all, it's 15 to 1. Garp said seriously, "Even if it's 15 to 1, we must win, don't say we are despicable." Garp said again, "At least we acknowledge your strength in this way. You are Uchiha Madara." Uchiha Madara nodded and said, "I won't say you are despicable. 15 to 1. As he spoke, Uchiha Madara put his hands together and said, "It's a good time to play." The next second, wooden figures formed on the ice around where Uchiha Madara was standing. After these human-shaped wooden figures were formed, they quickly turned into the appearance of Uchiha Madara. Kizaru was stunned when he saw this move. So many clones. Roger was surprised. Swoosh. All the clones jumped away, and each of the 15 people present had a circle of clones standing around them. These clones surrounded them. This is called 15 to 1, don't call me mean. After all, you are the admirals and the 4 emperors. P.S. Can anyone give me a gift, King? I have never received one. Is there a big brother who can fulfill my wish? I will give you a vest in the next book. Chapter 59. They are just some clones, what's the big deal? Kaido said with disdain as he looked at the clones surrounding him. No, other people's clones are shadow clones, his is made of wood, it will probably be very difficult to deal with. Kappa said immediately. As soon as these words came out, Kaido, who had been a little contemptuous, regained his seriousness. Is this a real ninja? He can create more than 200 clones, while we can only have 1 or 2 at most. Izzo said in shock on the Whitebeard ship. So. In the field, Uchiha Madara asked Roger and others in a drawn-out voice. I have a question. What? Kappa replied directly. You think, can these clones use Susanoo? Uchiha Madara's words shocked everyone present. The navy and pirates watching the battle from a distance widened their eyes. Sengoku jumped down from the execution platform and gritted his teeth. Hey, Lieutenant General Tsuru. Something is not going well, said a lieutenant general with cold sweat. I know. Let's go find Crocodile. Vice Admiral Tsuru said, and ran quickly towards Crocodile. Hey, is that true? Doflamingo looked over there, sweating coldly. The audience watching the live broadcast was stunned, and countless civilians were praying that Uchiha Madara would not be able to use it. Answer me. In the field, Uchiha Madara shouted in a low voice. Assholes. Beckman cursed when he saw the surrounded crew members. No one dared to answer this question, because they all knew that no matter whether the answer was yes or no, these clones would definitely use the move called Susanoo. Of course, there were also those who were not afraid. Hongo, the ship's doctor of the Red Hair Pirates, said angrily, try it out if you have the guts. As you wish. Uchiha Madara said in a low voice, and more than 200 clones began to grow skeletons, followed by tendons and muscles, and the third form of Susanoo took shape. When everyone thought that was it, Susanoo changed again, and more than 200 clones appeared in Karasotengu armor. Uchiha Madara clapped his hands, and when the people present thought that he was going to make these 100-meter giants into complete forms, Uchiha Madara glanced at Hongo, who was gritting his teeth because of his solemnity. Uchiha Madara loosened his clasped palms and said lightly, forget it, if we use all of them, it would be too boring. Uchiha Madara said this deliberately. Although he has huge chakra, he can't turn all of them into the final form. It is already the limit for more than 200 clones to use the 4th stage. So. What should you do? Humph. 4 emperors. Uchiha Madara snorted disdainfully. Roger was not afraid as he was dead, but all the other people who joined the war looked extremely unhappy. Boom. A sound of energy was heard, and 200 Susanoo held huge chakra swords in their hands at the same time. Looks like we have to fight to the death, everyone be careful, don't die. After Beckman shouted, he clenched his right arm and gathered the armament haki in his right hand. Jesus, the sniper of the Red Hair Pirates, put his gun on his back and used the armament haki as well. The rest of the crew followed suit. Boom. 15 giants slashed at the surrounded people at the same time. Garp, the 3 admirals, Kaido, Roger, and the members of the Red Hair Pirates all used means to dodge. 15 giants surrounded and attacked, and the force brought by the slashing was so great that the ground shook instantly. Bang bang bang. Hongo, the weaker member of the Red Hair Pirates, fell from the sky to the ground like a ball. Just as he jumped up, he was hit by another sword. They felt that they could not bear it any longer. Kaka. A shattering sound was heard, and Uchiha Madara turned his head and saw that it was Red Hair who smashed a giant, and then Roger cut off 2 giants' swords. Then Kaido's Thunderbagwa smashed the waist of Susanoo. Freezing moment. The most spectacular scene was on Aokiji's side. A large amount of ice gathered around him, and the Susanoo Titan was frozen by the ice. Aokiji kept using the power of the fruit to form a war of attrition with the giants. As soon as the giant exploded, he immediately increased the output of the fruit power and froze the giant again. On Aokiji's side, 30 giants gathered together, and Sengoku helped here. With Aokiji's assistance, Garp opened fire at full power, and his black fist attacked at close range, and one punch could crush one. This time, Susanoo was not blessed with domineering power. Uchiha Madara's domineering power was only at the level of Vice Admiral, not enough to divide. Although the number of Susanoos looks impressive, it is not enough for the top strong men. But Uchiha Madara's goal is not here. He wants to deal with some people and let them know the price of intervening. Kizaru is the easiest among the giants. He can't do anything to these giants, and the giants can't cut him. There is magma everywhere on Akainu's side. Without Uchiha Madara's energy-absorbing moves, Akainu can deal with it easily. Although he will be hit occasionally, it is much easier to deal with than Uchiha Madara's third stage. Soon, there was the first casualty on the field. Phew. Ah. A piercing sound came from the red hair pirates. Bendick Snake, the two-sword style, the red hair pirate's navigator screamed. A chakra sword pierced his body, and the Susanoo giant raised high. How? What happened? Bendick Snake looked down at the great sword that pierced through him. He couldn't understand why he couldn't dodge the attacks before and could use his armament haki to withstand them, but now he couldn't. What he didn't know was that the giant Uchiha Madara who surrounded and beat the red-haired members had some private goods. Some of the Susanoos had a certain amount of fairy chakra, so the attack was naturally stronger. Snake. Shanks, who was busy dealing with the siege of Susanoo, saw Bendick Snake was seriously injured and shouted. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of more than a dozen swords slashing at the ice surface rang out. Ah! Hongo under the ice could no longer hold on. He was chopped down more than a dozen times in a row. He could no longer maintain his domineering spirit. He screamed and died. Kaka. The Susanoo giant thrust his sword into the ice, and then with a thrust, Hongo, whose head was hit into his stomach, was picked out by the chakra sword. When the red-haired man saw Hongo's miserable state, he shouted hysterically, Hongo. Asshole! Beckman roared, using all his strength to finally smash a giant. In order to smash the giant, he didn't care about his back. Bang! The ice surface exploded, and Beckman fell into it. Then more than 20 swords slashed at the place where Beckman was. Captain! Hurry up, they can't hold on any longer. Beckman's shout came from the explosion in the ice. Bang! Beckman used his powerful aura to attack, and the sword attacks from the people surrounding him were stagnant. Taking this opportunity, Beckman suddenly jumped out of the ice. You are no match for the giants, run, run towards Whitebeard. Roger shouted while fighting against the giants, and also gave them an idea. After hearing this, the remaining red-haired members did not dare to stay in it any longer, and tried their best to get rid of the giants and leave. But Uchiha Madara would never give them these opportunities, and said in a cold voice, war is not a joke. Since you have joined, you must be desperate to die. As soon as Uchiha Madara finished speaking, half of the Susanoo jumped hard, passed over the heads of the red-haired pirates, and landed on the ice. Boom! Dozens of Susanoos blocked their way. Jesus turned his head to see the giant slowly approaching behind him, sweat pouring down his forehead. He was attacked from both sides. The red-haired man didn't want anything to happen to his crew members again, so he shouted to the warring states in desperation, Navy! Help us! Go sink into the sea! Aokiji shouted and pressed his hands to the ground. The next second, the ice surface where the dozens of giants who stopped Jesus Bulletin and others stood instantly dissipated. A large amount of sea water was revealed. Something unexpected happened to Aokiji. The giants actually stood steadily on the water. How is it possible? Aokiji was shocked. Chapter 60. Humph. Have you forgotten that chakra can walk on water? Seeing Aokiji so surprised, Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and snorted coldly. This method was also just thought of by Aokiji. He also said that if the ice surface was melted, the giant would fall down. Unexpectedly, it was useless. Then, Aokiji froze the sea again and reinforced it. I will help you hold back 2 more in a moment. If you can run, try to run to Whitebeard's side. Lakailu said solemnly, threw the chicken leg in his mouth, and rushed towards the giant in front. With his move, the battle started instantly. On the other side, the prison escapee in Push City. Damn it! Buggy clenched his hands, cursed in his heart as he looked at the giants. Then he looked at Shanks who was fighting desperately, and prayed in his heart, Shanks, please don't die. Alas, except for Beckman, all the other red-haired members are in danger this time. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard sighed when he saw the red-haired members being beaten by the giants. Let me go, Ace. I want to help Shanks. Luffy struggled and shouted. Just now, Luffy saw Uncle Snake was seriously injured and wanted to help, but was stopped by Marco. Luffy. This is no ordinary war. Even I am not qualified to participate. Luffy, please stop making trouble. Ace was afraid that Luffy would do something stupid, so he spoke in a much heavier tone. I don't care, Shanks' crew is in danger, I want to help. Luffy shouted sadly. Kid. This is their own choice, so they should risk their lives. Besides, what can a little kid like you do? This war is decided by strength. Whitebeard said kindly because of Ace's brother. Yes, little Luffy, you have to listen to your brother and be an obedient boy, Ivankov advised. Ah. Another scream, the members of Whitebeard's ship all looked over. They saw Ram Jones lying on the ice, with a big sword piercing his chest. Ram Jones was nailed to the ice. Jones. Roaring Gabu shouted in despair. He was careless and the two swords attacked him from the front and back. Puff. A sound of flesh being torn apart was heard, and Roaring Gabu's body split into two and fell to the ground. There was despair in Gabu's eyes. Before he died, he emitted a beam of energy from his mouth and hit the monkey that was about to be attacked by the sword. The monkey staggered, and the chakra sword slashed the ground from behind his fur. Gabu. Bank Benzi and Mengshita cried out with tears in their eyes when they saw that Gabu was still thinking about helping the members before he died. Jesus Bulletin and Lakailu were fighting against a large number of giants. They didn't even have time to feel sad about the death of their companions. Except for Beckman, the two were the strongest in the team. In order to keep the other members alive, they shared a large number of giants, but they had no way to deal with these giants. Their attacks were not good and they couldn't break them. Only Lakailu could create cracks, but they were quickly repaired. Bastard, bastard, bastard. Shanks cursed with fire in his eyes when he saw the crew members dying one after another, and pushed the Conqueror's haki to the extreme. Although he had dealt with 7 or 8 of them, Uchiha Madara seemed to not give the other party a chance to rescue, and let another Susanoo join his battlefield. Shanks kept 15 here. Beckman, who was not far from Shanks, broke 2 of them. He wanted to help, but the giant did not give him a chance. The slashing moves were very violent. If you were not careful, you would be in danger of being hit. In the field, Crocodile even made a sand pillar in order to see the battle caused by him more clearly, and he was standing on it alone, looking ahead with a smile on his face. Crocodile. At this moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru and several lieutenant generals walked up to the pillar and raised their heads and shouted. Crocodile was upset that his interest in watching the show was interrupted. He looked down. I have something to tell you. Lieutenant General Crane said. Crocodile looked at the lieutenant generals around him, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. We seem to be in a hostile relationship now, and we have nothing to say. Crocodile refused to talk. You can see that Uchiha Madara is so powerful. If he continues to attack our navy will suffer heavy losses. Before Admiral Tsuru finished speaking, Crocodile interrupted him and said, What does this have to do with me? When Admiral Tsuru came over, he had already thought of what to say and said directly, Let's make a deal. Crocodile looked at the other party, wanting to hear what he had to say. You control Uchiha Madara and let him kill Kaido, then Red Hair and Whitebeard, we will recognize you as the new Pirate King, how about that? Vice Admiral Tsuru tempted with the identity of the Pirate King. Although your move really makes me excited, I have no ability to control the other party at all. Crocodile said helplessly. Didn't you see it just now? The other party almost attacked me. Crocodile added. I have a way to make him listen to you, but you have to promise me that you will do what I say. Vice Admiral Tsuru said directly. Upon hearing this, Crocodile asked excitedly what method? Tell me quickly. In Crocodile's view, Uchiha Madara is stronger than Pluto. If he can be controlled, even if the navy does not recognize him, he can become the Pirate King himself. Follow me. Vice Admiral Tsuru called out. Seeing Crocodile standing there unmoved, Vice Admiral Tsuru explained if Uchiha Madara knew that you had the means to remove it, he would definitely kill you first. You don't want to die, do you? If you want him to listen to you, come with us to a place where there is no one. I will teach you how to remove the mark of turning around. Once you learn it, you can remotely control him to do something, and he dare not disobey you. If you cancel the impure world transformation, your soul will ascend to heaven, do you understand? Vice Admiral Tsuru explained. Hearing this, Crocodile frowned in thought, while Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at him quietly. Crocodile glanced at Uchiha Madara, who was holding his arms across his chest and was very arrogant, and said fiercely in his heart, "We must learn this method of restricting the opponent." Then, he looked at Vice Admiral Tsuru and said okay. Soon, except for a navy who stayed behind, the group quickly went to a remote place. In order to have the means to threaten Uchiha Madara as soon as possible, Crocodile used sand to delay these people on their way. Crocodile also planned to run away directly when he learned it, and as for cooperating with the opponent, that was definitely impossible. Chapter 61. At the same time, in Pangu City, the 5 elders received a call from their subordinates. "How is it?" Saint Satan asked curiously. "Vice Admiral Tsuru has already convinced Crocodile, and the place he is heading to is exactly where you told him to go." The Navy reported in the Den Mushi. "Very good, you continue to keep an eye on the battlefield, and convey any intelligence that the Camera Den Mushi fails to capture in a timely manner." "Yes," the Navy said and hung up the phone. Saint Satan took back the Den Mushi, looked at the few people and cursed, "That damn Jesse, he didn't tell us that he had such a move. What's the point of leaving behind a move to release the seal? This bastard. Now is not the time to talk about this. Although it is a pity, as long as we control Uchiha Madara, we can get it out." Izambaran v Nasu Xiaolang Sheng said lightly. "That's right, once we subdue Crocodile, we can use the seal to threaten Uchiha Madara and ask him to do things for us. He won't disobey us. After all, this man has been planning for so long to be resurrected, he definitely doesn't want to die." Shepherd 10 Peter Saint agreed. "As long as we know the trick of impure world reincarnation, we can kill and control any disobedient admirals in the future and use them for our own purposes," said Marcus Maz Saint. Several people nodded in agreement. "Then let's get ready and go," Satan said. Several people immediately stood up and walked to the side, where a strange magic circle was placed. There was a black outer circle on the circular magic circle, and there were many letters near the outer circle. There was a huge 5-pointed star in the middle, and there were 5 numbers around the 5-pointed star, which was a lowercase 5. The 5 elders stood in their respective areas, with the number 5 under their feet. The next second, the formation began to rotate, and the black flame cloud energy gathered on it. With a bang, the black beam of light reached the sky, and the 5 elders were in it. Then the black energy refracted and shot towards the direction of Marineford. A few seconds later, with a bang, a loud noise came from the deck of a warship that had already docked at the edge of the ice. The 5 elders appeared on the deck. Then, several people waited quietly for Crocodile's arrival. On the other side, the battle on the ice of Marineford continued, and another member of the Red Hair Pirates fell to the ground. Lucky Lu, the red-haired man, screamed heartbreakingly. Boom. The Susanoo Titan didn't give Red Hair time to be sad, and chopped at Red Hair's head. Luffy saw that people he knew died one after another, and he was unable to help, so he hurriedly shouted, "Grandpa, go help." Luffy's desperate shout resounded throughout the square. When Garp heard that it was his grandson's call, he turned around and shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? I can't handle it, how can I have the time?" Garp was distracted and was chopped 100 meters away by a sword. 7 or 8 giants jumped towards Garp, trying to chase him in the air. "Garp!" Sengoku reminded loudly. Aokiji hurriedly pressed his hands, and an ice wall suddenly rose up. The giant waved his sword, and the ice wall collapsed. "Sengoku, go help my crew." Shanks didn't want any more crew members to die, so he shouted at Sengoku with a disdain. Sengoku, who had distanced himself from the besieging giants, glanced at Jesus Bulletin and Meng's Hida, who were in danger. As for the monkey, it looked even more dead than Lachi Lu. Sengoku shouted to Aokiji helplessly, "I'll go over and help first." He has to help. Now Red Hair is helping them deal with Uchiha Madara. If he doesn't help his team, it's not impossible for Red Hair to leave. Sengoku doesn't dare to gamble. Sengoku, with his upper body naked, activated the 6 styles ladder and rushed towards the 30 giants over there at a very fast speed. After some members of the Red Hair Pirates died, Uchiha Madara let the extra Susanoo deal with Roger and the others. Now there are only 30 left to beat up the 2. A shockwave was shot out from Sengoku's fist, and the giant of hundreds of meters staggered, saving Jesus Bulletin, who was going to resist. Then, Sengoku rushed into the giant at an extremely fast speed, with the domineering aura wrapped around his arm, and the attacking sword blade hit his fist and shattered instantly. Boom! A shockwave came from the side. Zhangguo crossed his hands to protect his head. Bang! Sengoku's body crashed into a giant. The Susanoo giant slashed at Sengoku on the giant with his sword. Sengoku slammed his feet and hit the downward blade like a cannonball, shouting "Dem Kaido!" The shockwave just now was when Kaido attacked Susanoo and Susanoo dodged. Kaido did not respond and continued to fight Susanoo with his mace. Because there were too many people, even Kaido, who was one of the 4 emperors, did not dare to be distracted. If he was not careful, he would be hit in the ice, and then he would be greeted by dense slashes. Although he could not be hurt, it was really painful. Boom! With a loud noise, Uchiha Madara looked at Sengoku. The opponent attacked at close range and blew up the right leg of Susanoo. Then Sengoku's fruit opened, his whole body was golden, and his body quickly rose to 20 to 30 meters. It appears, the marshal's ability. The Marines shouted excitedly when they saw the marshal display his ability. This is the first time I've seen the human fruit mythical beast species, Great Buddha form. After the Navy finished speaking, Sengoku punched the huge Susanoo, and Susanoo shattered again. What a strong attack power! Izzo said in shock on the Moby Dick. Kulela, of course, the opponent is my old rival. Whitebeard said with a smile. I didn't expect that he was on the same level as the Admiral. The third brother hiding on Whitebeard's ship said in shock. Marshal Sengoku was a Navy Admiral before. How could he become a Marshal without some strength? Jinbei said. Uchiha Madara. Your clones are useless to me. After defeating another Susanoo Titan, Sengoku shouted at Uchiha Madara, who was watching the show with his arms crossed. He wanted to use this method to boost morale. Oh. Uchiha Madara pretended to be puzzled. Put away your moves, they are useless. Sengoku shouted again. Uchiha Madara stopped controlling Sengoku's Susanoo, and with a whoosh, Uchiha Madara came to a place 10 meters away from Sengoku. Without the giant's attack, Jesus, Bank Punch, and Meng's Hida were able to catch their breath. Their faces were covered with sweat, and they were obviously exhausted. I'm just playing around. Since you said so, forget it. Uchiha Madara said lightly. I am the human fruit, mythical beast, Great Buddha form. Although your giant is huge, it is of no use to me. Sengoku said to Uchiha Madara, and even reported the name of his own fruit. Uchiha Madara was speechless. Why do these people always like to report their trump cards to each other? Although Uchiha Madara was speechless, his expression remained unchanged. A second later, Uchiha Madara pretended to be puzzled and said Great Buddha. That's right. Zhangguo said seriously. Hehe. Uchiha Madara sneered and said, speaking of the Great Buddha, you are not even 1/10 as good as Hashirama. Then, Sengoku saw Uchiha Madara's expression change, and he looked serious. Uchiha Madara's voice came again, let me tell you, what is the Great Buddha? With a snap, Uchiha Madara clapped his hands and shouted in a low voice, Senjutsu would release Top Buddha. As Uchiha Madara's voice fell, the ice surface vibrated violently in an instant, and the large number of Susanoo that had been attacking also stopped attacking. What happened? Is there an earthquake? In the Navy, the sailors shouted in panic. Boom. Everyone looked at Uchiha Madara, only to see his figure quickly rising. They looked at Uchiha Madara's feet, and a huge Buddha head appeared. This was not the end, and then the Buddha's body appeared, followed by the Buddha's hands, and then the body. Everyone stared at the behemoth that was 5 times taller than the Susanoo Titan with wide eyes, and was so shocked that they couldn't speak. On the Buddha's head, Uchiha Madara shouted in a low voice warring states. This is the Great Buddha. Chapter 62. How is it possible? Zhangguo gritted his teeth, a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. He couldn't believe that the other party could actually summon a 1,000-meter giant. How terrible! How can we defeat this kind of enemy? Kizaru asked solemnly. Obviously, no one answered his question. Even Sakasuke clenched his fist unwillingly and looked at the huge monster that reached the clouds. What a joke! Kaido originally thought that the giant was the biggest, but he didn't expect Uchiha Madara to have such a move. On the Shishibukai side, Gekko Maria's face was pale, and he was glad that he didn't join the battlefield. The opponent's strength was simply not in the same dimension as someone like him. He was terrible. Even Dodo Flamingo, who was afraid of chaos in the world, was stunned and speechless. He was frightened by this move. The Navy is in trouble this time. This kind of giant is hard to deal with at first glance. Hawkeye said solemnly. Is this the true strength of Captain Newborn? Hancock's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Open, are you kidding? How can this be? Fake, it must be fake. Countless Navy officers exclaimed in surprise. Q-la-la-la-la, is this your strength? Captain Uchiha Madara. Whitebeard laughed excitedly. Whitebeard finally saw something more shocking than a giant, with a fighting spirit in his eyes. He wanted to try if he could break this giant. Whitebeard decided to wait for Uchiha Madara to win, and then find an opportunity to spar with him. On Whitebeard's ship, the captains looked at the behemoth and stood there. Even Luffy, who was worried about Shank's crew, was attracted by the huge Buddha statue. Luffy's face was pale, he was frightened by this move. The civilians watching the live broadcast were desperate. How could the Navy beat such a terrible existence? Suddenly, where the 7 warlords of the sea gathered, Doflamingo, Gecko Moria, Hawkeye, Hancock and a group of pirates turned their heads and saw Tyrant Bear struggling. His body was covered with a dark substance, which wrapped around Tyrant Bear's whole body. Then a black face appeared on Tyrant Bear's face. Hee. You won't help him, will you? The black Zetsu who possessed the Tyrant Bear grinned. His voice was extremely unpleasant, hoarse, and low. Stop joking, I don't know him well. As Gecko Moria spoke, he hurriedly took a step back and distanced himself from Tyrant Bear. He knew that this man was released by Uchiha Madara. If he provoked Uchiha Madara, he would die here, so he hurriedly distanced himself. Foo. Doflamingo laughed and also took 2 steps back. Hawkeye's eyes shifted to Uchiha Madara, ignoring the fact that Tyrant Bear was controlled by someone. I don't care about the grudges between you two. Hanku hurriedly expressed his opinion. On the Buddha's head, Uchiha Madara was very satisfied to see that Black Zetsu controlled the big bear. Next, he only needed to summon the sacred tree to become an immortal. Before that, Uchiha Madara was going to kill some people first. At the same time, on the other side, the location of the 5 elders. You bastards, how dare you lie to me? Crocodile was lying on the deck with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and yelled angrily. You have been poisoned by me. I have diluted the poison. You can only live for 1 day at most. You should think carefully. If you cooperate with us, I can spare your life and let you resume your position as a Shishibukai. Satan Saint threatened. I am so naive. Today I was deceived by Uchiha Madara, and now you 5 old guys in the Navy are deceiving me again. Before Crocodile finished speaking, a hurried den mushy voice sounded brew. Saint Satan answered the call immediately. As soon as he answered the call, the Navy shouted anxiously, oh no, 5 elders, Uchiha Madara has summoned another huge monster, a giant Buddha, more than a kilometer. What? Satan Saint exclaimed, and immediately activated his perception. The next moment, the faces of the 5 people changed drastically. Crocodile, you must do as I say. Satan saw Uchiha Madara use this move, fearing that the Navy would be destroyed immediately, and hurriedly shouted seeing Crocodile's uncertain face, Nasujuro threatened, you know, if you don't cooperate, we have ways to deal with you. Now you have 2 choices. Cooperate honestly and get the position of Shishibukai, or we will use some tricks to make you a slave and torture you. I'll give you 10 seconds to choose for yourself. Shepherd 10 Peter said coldly. Hee. Crocodile laughed bitterly and said, do I have any choice? Seeing that Crocodile was willing to cooperate, Saint Satan glanced at Vice Admiral Tsuru. Vice Admiral Tsuru began to teach Crocodile how to release the seal. On the other side, Uchiha Madara stood on the Buddha statue, looking at the ugly-looking Sengoku below and said, what? Are you mute? What qualifications do you have to be called the Great Buddha? Uchiha Madara asked in a deep voice. Damn it. Zhangguo saw that he was as small as an ant, and clenched his fist unwillingly. Well, since you are so afraid of this move of mine. Uchiha Madara's voice was drawn out. Then he added, I'll let you use both hands. Sengoku heaved a sigh of relief when he heard it. The other side's Buddha statue's arms were put together. If he didn't use his hands, plus the Buddha statue was sitting cross-legged on the ice, he thought it would be easier to deal with. Sengoku, who had confidence, shouted, don't be so arrogant. Hee. Uchiha Madara had a sneer on his face. He saw that those people were staring at the Buddha's hands, and they obviously regarded the arms behind the Buddha as decorations. Come on. Uchiha Madara, I'll bet my position as the marshal to show you that being big is useless. Zanguo shouted, and the power of the fruit on his body burst out again. The domineering aura of the Buddha's hand was wrapped around, and waves of red light were jumping. On the Buddha statue, Uchiha Madara saw Zanguo making preparations, clasped his hands together, and shouted, "The Buddha on the top." In an instant, the 1,000 arms behind the Buddha statue moved. Nani? Zanguo was shocked. Not good. Garp exclaimed. The faces of the 3 admirals changed. Roger immediately dived towards the pale-faced Sengoku standing there. He wanted to help. Guessed wrong. The red-haired man couldn't believe it. Thinking of his crew, he immediately wanted to go over to help. At this moment, the giants besieging him started moving again. Swish, 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 swish. Countless sounds of breaking through the air came from above Zanguo's head. Bastard! Zanguo roared and punched out with a fist. A shock wave of more than 100 meters hit the fist in the sky. Bang! Hundreds of fists exploded, but then the next wave of fists came. Zanguo had already made preparations. He squatted in a horse stance and punched his hands quickly and continuously, sending out dense fist shock waves. Luffy, who was watching the battle from a distance, was stunned. The opponent's moves were almost the same as his rubber fists. Bang, bang, bang. Intensive explosions sounded in the air. Ah! Because there were too many fists, Jesus, who was standing on the side of the warring states, was instantly swallowed by the fists, and the screams of the 2 people were heard in the dense fists. Chapter 63. Assholes. Seeing Shank's crew being drowned in fists, Roger immediately swung his sword and slashed with it. The slash flew out for hundreds of meters and more than 100 fists were cut off, but then, another wave of fists came. Uchiha Madara on top of the Buddha statue clasped his hands together and controlled the giant Buddha's arms to hit Sengoku. Seeing so many fists coming at him, Sengoku knew that he couldn't stop the speed of his punches, so he gathered his armed color domineering all over his body and tried to resist. Aokiji in the distance was afraid that the marshal could not resist, so he pressed his hands on the ground and gathered a lot of ice around the marshal. The next second, a super large ice ball appeared where Sengoku was standing, and Sengoku was protected in the ice by Aokiji's ability. Roger remembered that he was immortal, so he flew in front of Sengoku, swung his sword twice, chopped off hundreds of fists, and then covered his whole body with powerful domineering, trying to use his body to help Sengoku block these punches. With a bang, Roger flew back and hit the ice block. The next second, a dense fist hit Roger. Boom 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 boom. Dense fists bombarded the ice block on the ice surface. After only dozens of punches, the ice block exploded, revealing the Sengoku armament haki and 6 styles Gong's posture. The moment Roger was attacked by the fists, he blocked in front of Sengoku. The dense fists instantly engulfed the 2. Boom boom boom. With each punch, the ice surface shook. After nearly 1,000 punches, the giant's arm retracted. At this time, the giant attacking Kizaru and his men stopped. Kaido, Akainu, Garp, and Aokiji looked at the place that was attacked by 1,000 fists. Red-haired Beckman ran quickly to the place where Jesus Bulletin was attacked before. Jesus Bulletin. Punch. Red Hair shouted at Jesus Bulletin and Menshida's bodies. Jesus Bulletin's head shrank into his stomach, and Menshida's stomach was flat. The 2 died miserably. This was also because Uchiha Madara took special care of them. He added domineering power to his fists when attacking them, so the power was stronger than ordinary fists. Asshole! Beckman shouted angrily, quickly drew his gun and shot at Uchiha Madara. On the Buddha statue, Uchiha Madara raised his right hand, activated the repulsive force on his hand, and grabbed the bullet firmly in his hand. Then, after playing with the bullet with one hand, Uchiha Madara clamped it with both hands and said coldly, "A weakling like this is not qualified to dance at all. He has no strength and doesn't know the height of the world. He actually dared to attack me. This is the price." After that, Uchiha Madara aimed at the body of Jesus Bulletin below and fired. The bullet was blessed by the repulsive force, and it spun very quickly and shot at Jesus Bulletin's body. Bang! The red-haired man raised Griffin to block the flying bullet. "You bastard!" The red-haired man saw that Uchiha Madara actually wanted to attack Jesus' body. He was originally angry because of the death of his companions, but now he was even more angry. Damn it! A weak voice came from the pit attacked by thousands of arms. The next second, an icicle slowly rose from the pit, and Zhangguo lay on the icicle. At this time, he was in tatters, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his whole body was covered with scars. Hualala! On the side of the icicle, Roger's broken body was recovering and making sounds. If he hadn't helped Zhangguo to bear most of the damage just now, Zhangguo would have been dead. Thank you very much. Zhangguo turned his head and said gratefully to Roger. You don't have to thank me. I'm only helping this sea. If you die, there will be one less high-end combat force. Uchiha Madara is too difficult to deal with. You can't get hurt. Roger stated his point of view. The Navy watching the battle around couldn't believe that the Marshal was almost seriously injured with just one blow. How despicable. You even said that the Marshal should use both hands, but you only use the 998 arms at the back. Kizaru was speechless. I just thought the thing behind him was just for decoration. What a bastard. Garp echoed. Well, now that the weak have left, there is no need to continue using this method. On the big Buddha, Uchiha Madara said this and released the wooden clone. Bang, bang, bang. There was a dense sound of wood falling to the ground, and the giant Susanoos were also released. Everyone, be careful. I think the other party is going to use this big Buddha to attack us. Aokiji guessed Uchiha Madara's plan and said it out loud. After this, several people stood together solemnly. They still remembered the attack that Sengoku had just suffered. If there were more people, it would be easier to deal with it. Even Kaido stood on the side of the Navy. So, Uchiha Madara's voice was drawn out. This made the people below alert. Let me ask you something. Do you think the Great Buddha is easier to deal with, or Susanoo is easier to deal with? Uchiha Madara pretended to be curious and asked. Bastard Uchiha Madara, what do you want to do now? Garp asked immediately without letting up. Your giant is indeed very strong, but it is not so easy to hurt us. I admit that your giant Buddha can hurt us, but the defense is insufficient. There are so many of us here, we can easily break it. You want to hurt us like you just hurt Marshal Sengoku, but it is not so easy. Akainu said loudly. I don't believe you can create hundreds of Buddhas like you did with your clones. Kaido added. Little brat, you underestimate my Uchiha Madara's strength. Uchiha Madara stared at Kaido and said in a low voice, then he put his hands together. He really couldn't do it, but he wouldn't admit it. He did this to scare them. Sure enough. As soon as Uchiha Madara made this move, the people below became nervous, even the red-haired man full of hatred looked up solemnly. Forget it. Uchiha Madara on the Buddha statue said lightly, loosened his hands and said, since you are so scared, I won't use this trick. Who is afraid? If you have the ability, use it. Akainu shouted unconvinced, the unnatural look on his face betrayed him. Uchiha Madara sneered and said to himself, I heard you say that Susanoo can't hurt you, the Buddha can hurt you, but the defense is not enough. Uchiha Madara finished speaking, pretending to be in deep thought, and then asked curiously, what do you think if the two are combined? This. Akainu looks unhappy. Answer, it shouldn't be possible. Kizaru was so frightened that his face turned pale and he couldn't speak clearly. Uchiha Madara, stop pretending, use it if you want to. You killed our brother, even if I die, I will do my best to kill you today. Beckman next to the red-haired man said directly. He also guessed the other party's intention and said it directly. Uchiha Madara on the Buddha statue stared at Beckman and said coldly, since you want to die so much, then I will fulfill your wish. The moment Uchiha Madara's voice fell, blue energy began to gather from the lower body of the Buddha and covered it. Then, the lower body of the Buddha changed. The appearance of two legs made the Buddha statue's body rise again, and the huge Buddha statue stood up. The next moment, blue energy gathered on the Buddha statue, covered with layers of scale armor, and a prism protected Uchiha Madara on the top of the Buddha's head. Thousands of arms stretched out behind the standing Buddha statue, and each arm was wrapped with blue protection. The Buddha statue over 2 kilometers tall stood between heaven and earth. Chapter 64. It can actually rise higher. Fake, really? How can it be? How can we win this battle? In the Navy team, the Navy officers looked at the giant who was twice as tall as them in fear. They were sweating profusely and their lips were trembling. Countless Navy officers said in fear. Tashigi was so scared that she stepped back subconsciously. Her body couldn't stop shaking and her fingers were cold. Smoker's cigar fell to the ground. He was staring with wide eyes and trembling lips. The pirate in charge of filming in Impel Down turned pale and forgot to breathe because of this huge existence. Buggy the Clown was so frightened that his brain lost the ability to think. His mind went blank and an unprecedented panic suddenly surged into his heart. Even Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, changed his face when he saw this behemoth, and there was disbelief in his eyes. His captains stared with wide eyes, staring straight ahead without moving their eyeballs. But it is not difficult to see that there were looks of shock, fear, and disbelief in their eyes. Sabayadi Archipelago. The audience seemed to be dumbfounded, staring at the screen in a daze. There was not a sound in the whole venue, and you could hear a pin drop. They were shocked by Uchiha Madara's moves. Onigashima. Yamato was stunned in front of the curtain, and Quinn and Jack, who were watching together, were almost scared silly. Even the usually Kumjin couldn't help but worry about Kaido. On the battlefield, Kizaru looked at the big Buddha, his face full of tension, and he even felt that his legs were a little out of control and shaking. Kizaru secretly glanced at the others and found that they were in a similar state to him. Sengoku gritted his teeth, his face covered with cold sweat. Garp and Akainu were extremely solemn, and Aokiji frowned. "It's really huge," Roger exclaimed. You still have the energy to sigh, aren't you afraid?" Kaido asked in a muffled voice. "I am like him, an immortal being. I am not afraid, but I am afraid that you will not be able to bear it next time," Roger replied with some concern. "Beckman, if we are not careful, we will die here too." The red-haired man sighed and showed an unprecedented seriousness on his face. "It's better to die, so that I can accompany the crew. I'm not afraid of death." The moment Beckman saw so many brothers die, he was ready to face death. The red-haired man suddenly thought of the status of Roger and Uchiha Madara, and said directly, "Next we have to fight hard. We must take down Uchiha Madara. The other party has mastered the skills of resurrecting the dead. Maybe we still have a chance to resurrect Jesus and them." Upon hearing this, Beckman's eyes lit up and said, "Yes, why didn't I think of it? I was too angry just now. I didn't expect this. No. This kind of move cannot exist in the world. After I deal with Uchiha Madara, I will also find a way to self-destruct. This kind of immortal cannot be left in this world. If someone studies it, it will be too terrible. Shanks, you can't use this trick to revive your teammates," Roger objected quickly. Shanks was silent. The captain was good in every way, but he couldn't accept the fact that he was nosy. It was okay before, but especially now, he was against his resurrecting teammates, which made him feel annoying. But he forgot that if he meddled in other people's affairs, wouldn't other people be annoying too? After a few seconds, Shanks decided to speak his mind and said, "Captain, I must resurrect them, and you don't have to worry. I am confident in the character of our crew members. They will not deduce this trick, and I promise not to teach this trick to others." Hee. A sneer came from Uchiha Madara's head. Everyone looked at Uchiha Madara, who said in a low voice, "It's not even night yet, and you're already dreaming. What? Do you really think you can defeat me?" Uchiha Madara added doubtfully. "Kulalala." In the distance, Whitebeard laughed and said, "Red-haired kid, you haven't even dealt with Captain Uchiha Madara yet, and you're already discussing the spoils. Aren't you looking down on my captain a bit too much? You guys better be careful, the captain's moves are no joke, be careful not to die." Whitebeard also gave a reminder because of his past relationship with Roger. "I saw you guys were so happy discussing this just now, so I will let you suffer," Uchiha Madara said as he threw his arms at the red-haired guy. "Watch out!" Kappa shouted hurriedly. "Quick, get out!" Roger hastily warned. The three of them knew that they couldn't just stand up to the arm, mainly because there were too many of them. After Roger's voice fell, the three of them dispersed and jumped away in different directions. Boom boom boom. The dense fists hit the ice surface, and the navy and pirates near the battlefield suddenly felt the ice surface shaking. "Quick, everyone attack!" Sengoku shouted hurriedly. Garp, Sengoku, Kaido, and Akainu distanced themselves and launched attacks from different directions. Uchiha Madara didn't even look at them. With his samsara eye, he naturally knew that they wanted to attack separately by outflanking. Uchiha Madara controlled the legs of the Buddha and kicked the ice, and the Buddha jumped high, which made Garp and others who were rushing towards the Buddha stunned. Garp and others who reacted were about to step on the moon step to chase, but the next second they only saw a dark black dot. The opponent jumped too high. Uchiha Madara's Buddha jumped directly to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Garp and others didn't know what the other party was going to do. The next second, Kaido, Akainu, and others widened their eyes, because they saw the Buddha falling upside down from the sky, and the 1,000 arms were shrinking together. The 2-kilometer-high giant fell at an extremely fast speed. When Red Hair saw where the opponent fell, his heart skipped a beat and he shouted hurriedly, "Run!" Beckman looked at the big Buddha falling from his head, his eyes full of despair. He took a deep puff of his cigar, exhaled the smoke, and then punched the dense fists with his black fists. Boom! A barrage of fists hit Beckman. "Beckman!" The red-haired man shouted in despair, and suddenly drew his sword to chop at the Buddha's head. Uchiha Madara controlled 1,000 arms to support the Buddha in the ice, and the Buddha flipped backwards. The red-haired man's slash passed by the Buddha's feet. Bang! The explosion of the red-haired slash and the sound of the Buddha falling to the ground sounded at the same time, and the ice surface where the Buddha was located exploded directly. Suddenly, the Marines in the distance only felt the ground shaking, and the Marines with weaker strength fell on the ice. When the strong men present used their observation haki to sense Beckman's rotten flesh in the pit, their faces changed. "It's your turn next, red-haired brat." The low voice of Uchiha Madara came. The red-haired boy looked at Uchiha Madara with hatred and shouted angrily, "Come on if you have the guts. Everyone, come together, don't let him kill you alone, or no one will be able to stop you." Sengoku shouted hurriedly. In the Buddha statue, Uchiha Madara clenched his fists and was about to attack. The Navy rushed over and saw that the war was about to start again. Suddenly, a horn sounded from a distance. "Uchiha Madara, stop it!" When the horn sounded, Sengoku and others who were about to attack stopped and turned around to see that there was a Navy holding a Den Mushi. Next to the Den Mushi was a loudspeaker, and the words just now came from it. "Humph." Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. He looked over, wanting to hear who was so bold. On the other side, on the Navy ship, there was already a set of equipment, which showed Uchiha Madara with his hands on his chest. Seeing that the other party stopped, Satan Saint continued. "Crocodile now has the method to cancel the impure world reincarnation technique. I believe you know this trick too, right?" Everyone in the field was stunned when they heard this, and then they looked at Uchiha Madara and the big Buddha. Uchiha Madara crossed his chest and said in a low voice, "After the impure world reincarnation is cancelled, the soul ascends to heaven. I am very curious, how could Crocodile know this trick?" After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, he searched for Crocodile and found that the other party was indeed gone. He didn't care about this little character just now. Jesse, who died before, studied this move for decades and mastered it. Your life is in our hands now. You have only one way to go, be bound obediently, or we will undo this move. The voice of the loudspeaker came again. "Are you threatening me?" Uchiha Ban asked in a low voice. "You can understand it this way." Uchiha Madara nodded, and then she said lightly, "No one in this world can threaten me. Even the Six Paths sage can't do that." "I said it." Uchiha Madara said in a louder voice, and controlled the Buddha to jump high. He was going to kill Sengoku first, because the other party dared to threaten him. As for the red-haired man, he decided to let him go first. The 5 elders looked unhappy. The other party actually refused. They looked at the screen where Uchiha Madara controlled the Buddha to jump up again. Oh no, the other party seemed to be looking at Sengoku for the last time. "Hurry up, remove it quickly, or Sengoku will be dead." Lieutenant General Tsuru shouted hurriedly. Crocodile looked at the 5 elders. "What should I do?" Isambelin V. Nasu Xiaolang Sheng asked hurriedly. "What else can I do? Zhang Guo cannot die." "Quick, seal." Satan Saint shouted hurriedly. In the field, Garp quickly ran to Sengoku. Except for Kaido, everyone stood there, ready to attack. Above the sky, a big Buddha fell. Suddenly, Kizaru and others in the field were extremely nervous, fearing that they could not stop it. Seeing the fist coming, Crocodile's voice came from the loudspeaker release. The next second, the energy outside the body of the big Buddha rushing in the air dissipated and turned into wood. Uchiha Madara broke away from the wood and fell rapidly. White light came out of his body, and Uchiha Madara showed shock on his face. Sengoku and others below were delighted because they saw Uchiha Madara's expression. Buddha's impact. Zhonguo punched the fallen wood. Crack. A beam of energy hit the wood, and the huge wooden Buddha statue was blown away. Uchiha Madara fell to the ground with a flash of white light. Uchiha Madara, your soul is about to ascend to heaven, you are finished. Satan's voice came from the Den Mushi and reached the ears of everyone present through the loudspeaker. Uchiha Madara stood on the ice, and at this time a white figure slowly emerged from his body. Humph, you're done now. Akainu saw that Uchiha Ban was about to ascend to heaven, and said proudly. I didn't expect you guys to figure it out. Uchiha Madara said in surprise. The next second, Uchiha Madara changed the subject then. His voice was drawn out, and everyone noticed that half of Uchiha Madara's soul had emerged. Do you know that the so-called impure world reincarnation is a technique to summon the dead, but it has a risk? The next second, Uchiha Madara's soul suddenly returned to his body, and then he quickly slapped his hands on the ground and shouted impure world reincarnation. Release. Chapter 65. How is this possible? Satan's shocked voice came from the Den Mushi. Why did it fail? I just saw his soul ascend. Zhonguo gritted his teeth, his eyes full of confusion. Don't you know that chakra and ninjutsu were taught by me, and you use my methods to restrict me? Uchiha Madara said in a low voice, and added doubtfully. Isn't it a bit too natural? When these words came out, everyone was stunned, as if it was indeed the case. Akainu reacted and cursed, damn it. It seems that it has to be sealed. It's impossible for them to just stand there and let us seal them. We have to think of another way. Aokiji said solemnly. The conversation between the two was transmitted to the 5 elders on the other end of the Den Mushi. The 5 elders hung up the phone and continued to analyze. How do you think we should deal with this method? Saint Satan looked at the others and said. My slash has a freezing effect, which can restrict his movement, but there are too many people there. Then take action. Isambel and Vinasujuro Saint return. Speaking of souls, I think of Charlotte Linlin. I wonder if she can limit Uchiha Madara. Shepherd 10 Peter Saint said, and then he looked at a few people and said during the Battle of God Valley, the other party seemed to have betrayed Uchiha Madara. I guess she should also know that Uchiha Madara has been resurrected, and she should want to deal with him like Kaido did. Charlotte Linlin's soul fruit is only effective if it is feared by him. Do you think Uchiha Madara will be afraid of him? Isambara Vinasujuro said without any curiosity. It's hard to say, what if that fat woman has other hidden means? Saint Shepherd 10 Peter retorted. The other 4 thought for a moment, felt it made sense, and nodded. Saint Topman Voculi said Cake Island is several days away from here. If you want the other party to come quickly, you can only use the ability of teleportation, which is also a troublesome thing. It would be troublesome if all the Navy were killed. We can't care about that now. Let's promise her benefits and let her come. After we successfully deal with Uchiha Madara, we will deal with her and keep the secret. Saint Satan replied. Saint Shepherd 10 Peter glanced at Saint Satan and asked, what if we fail? This. The other 4 were silent. I think we should just challenge him and ask him to come to a certain island. With Uchiha Madara's arrogant personality, he will probably come. Then the 5 of us will attack together and encircle and suppress him. Isambara Vinasujuro expressed his thoughts. Or, try it. Marcus Mazy asked uncertainly. Quick, he seems to be about to take action, he has set his sights on Zhonguo. I guess it's because of what happened just now, and he's planning to trick us. Hurry up, nothing can happen to Sengoku. Saint Topman Wakurai said hurriedly. Saint Satan did not dare to delay and immediately called the Navy. In the field, Sengoku saw the other party staring at him, with a solemn look on his face. Uchiha Madara took in the shock of the people present. Uchiha Madara was very satisfied with their expressions. This was the effect he wanted to achieve. And the pirate in charge of filming was very professional in Uchiha Madara's eyes. As long as someone spoke, he would shift the camera to that person's face. He was a good talent. At this moment, a very unpleasant voice came from a distance. Lord Madara, the ceremony is ready, do you want to start? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it came from the 7 warlords of the sea Tyrant Bear. It was seen that Tyrant Bear seemed to be wrapped in a layer of something at this time, a black mass. Sengoku felt something was wrong from the other party's words, and asked Uchiha Madara directly, what do you want to do? Uchiha Madara. Jean-doan. Kizaru turned around and shouted. Quick, Big Bear, attack that black thing on you. Jean-doan issued the order directly. Everyone noticed that Big Bear's hands were shaking, and the black human face on his face sneered hoarsely, haha, it's useless, he is willing to let me control him with his remaining consciousness. While speaking, Black Zetsu controlled Big Bear to open his mouth and launched a ball of light at Jean-doan. Seeing this, Kizaru on the side immediately sent out a ball of light to hit the opponent's attack. Bang! The two light balls collided with each other, causing a huge explosion. How could this happen? Jean-doan asked puzzledly. Lord Madara, the other party asked me to tell you that Jinny regretted it. He said that they shouldn't break their promise for the sake of a peaceful life. He also said that the battle just now made him realize that you are the person most likely to end the world, and he is willing to let me control him to make up for Jinny's mistake. He also said that for the sake of the eye, please treat his child, Joel Bonnie, well. This is his only request. When White Zetsu said this, Kizaru exclaimed, what? That eye. Then, Kizaru stared at the bear wearing sunglasses. What's wrong? Zhangguo asked hurriedly. The eyes of the tyrant bear. We once asked him about the function of his eyes, and he said that they were the awakened eyes of his clan, and only said that his vision was a little better. We didn't take it seriously at the time. When I saw Uchiha Madara's eyes, I thought Uchiha Madara was also from the Bacchania tribe. Kizaru explained hurriedly. Garp realized belatedly and said, now that you mention it, I remember that when I saw Uchiha Madara's body in the Valley of the Gods, he had no eyes. The 5 elders who had just got through the phone also heard the news, and immediately Satan Saint understood why the child had those blood-red eyes. Uchiha Madara, what is the use of those eyes? Why did you leave this as a backup? Satan Saint asked hurriedly in the Den Mushi, and through the loudspeaker, it reached Uchiha Madara's ears. Satan Saint wanted to figure out why all this happened, why those eyes were left in a child, and what was the use of those eyes that made Uchiha Madara plan like this. Black Zetsu. Tell him that I will never forgive those who betray me, and since he helped me keep my eyes, I will protect his daughter. Uchiha Madara said in a low voice, and then, Uchiha Madara looked at Den Mushi and said, as for you old guys, you are just rats in the gutter, hiding in dark corners. I am waiting for you here. At the same time, Bonnie, who was watching the live broadcast in the Sabayati archipelago, had already burst into tears. Her father, even after becoming like this, still loved her. Bonnie turned around and ran towards the shore with tears, shouting, hurry, let's go to the marine headquarters. Now. Captain, why are we going there? It's so dangerous. The pirate standing there asked in confusion. I'm going to save my father. Bonnie left a word and quickly disappeared from his men's sight. Chapter 66. Damn it. Asshole. Unforgivable. It should be destroyed. That's right. 5 angry voices came from the Den Mushi. Uchiha Madara looked at him with disdain, and said in a drawn-out voice, next, it's time to plan the next step. But before that, I have to make sure you don't make trouble. His words reached Roger and the others, and their expressions became serious. In an instant, the Buddha started again, and Susanoo was set outside. This move again. Damn it. Seeing the opponent use this trick that makes them difficult, Akainu cursed angrily. Yellow Monkey, you will deal with Uchiha Madara's men later. Although I don't know what he is going to do, you must stop him. Uchiha Madara will be handed over to us. Sengoku arranged to Yellow Monkey. I don't know if it's easy to deal with. Before Kizaru could finish his excuse, Sengoku said hurriedly, after we win, I will apply for 10 times your salary. Kizaru's eyes lit up and he said immediately, sure. Then, he looked at Tyrant Bear. Black Zetsu noticed that the opponent's strong man was staring at him, and immediately used the mayfly technique to take Tyrant Bear into the ice. Aokiji squatted down hurriedly, trying to pull the opponent out, but found that he could not sense the opponent's existence. The opponent seemed to have merged with the ice. Disappeared. Aokiji said in shock. It seems that this bonus cannot be obtained. Kizaru said helplessly, looking at the giant Buddha who was approaching step by step. Everyone thought that Uchiha Madara would launch the same fist attack as before, and they were all on guard. Who would have thought that Uchiha Madara said lightly, let me give you something different. After that, Uchiha Madara clasped his hands together, and a large amount of flames spewed out of his mouth. What is he going to do? Yellow Monkey asked puzzledly. I don't know, but we have to stop it. Let's go. Roger said, holding his sword and rushing towards the giant. Dad, he is. Marco asked curiously. I don't know what he's trying to do. Whitebeard frowned and replied. Did it miss the target? Dashiki asked in confusion. How is it possible, a strong man like that? Smoker hastily retorted. He had no idea what the other party was going to do. In the field, Uchiha Madara saw several people rushing towards him quickly, and controlled the arms of the giant Buddha to disperse and blast downwards. The red-haired man saw the fist coming, and with his powerful observation haki, he dodged left and right. Boom boom boom. More than a dozen fists hit the ice. In order to prevent these fists from pulling back and attacking again, Aokiji pressed his hands on the ground and activated his ice power to freeze them. These arms were extremely huge, which consumed a lot of his physical strength. Zhangguo immediately ran up along the slope-shaped arm ice pillars. Kaido chose another one, his body transformed into a blue dragon, and Chao circled the arms and tried to climb to the front of the Buddha along the arms. Uchiha Madara and the Buddha noticed their actions and launched more arms to bombard the red-haired man running rapidly below. One sword flow gathering, draw the sword and slash. With a loud shout, Roger, who was following the red-haired man, quickly drew his sword and slashed at the hundreds of fists with a red blade that was 100 meters long. Kaka. The blue energy outside the true thousand hands shattered, but the speed of the fist did not stop. Obviously, Roger's attack only broke the blue protection outside the wooden fist, and the wood was fine. Seeing the attack coming, Red Hair had no choice but to respond. He immediately swung out a red light, trying to cut off the attacking wooden fists. But the next second, something happened that made Red Hair's eyes widen. He saw Kaido, who was crawling with an arm wrapped around him, suddenly appeared in front of his attack. Kaido's eyes widened. Phew. Wow. A cutting sound was heard, and Kaido let out a scream. You. Before Kaido could ask, dense fists burst out from the air. Kaido quickly transformed into a human form and shrank in size, but he was still hit by one of the dense fists and flew backwards. Just now, Uchiha Madara controlled his arm to send Kaido into the attack range of Red Hair, so Kaido was accidentally injured. At this time, Uchiha Madara was still spraying flames at the sky. Although Sengoku didn't know what the other party was going to do, he knew that he had to stop it quickly. He guessed that the other party must be preparing some very scary moves. Sengoku ran wildly on the arm of the Buddha, and was about to reach the position of Uchiha Madara's head. In an instant, Uchiha Madara controlled the Buddha to jump high. The sudden rise made Sengoku's center of gravity a little unstable. In order not to fall, he bent his body. Garp and Akainu, who were attacking desperately below, saw the other party leaving with fists, and immediately looked up at the sky. The sky was dark at this time. Kaka, a loud thunder exploded from the sky. Ah! I heard a scream from Zhangguo, and Zhangguo, who was covered in black, fell from above. At this time, Zhangguo's whole body was paralyzed. At the moment when he was about to fall to the ground, Kizaru activated the Yasakami to refract and caught Zhangguo. Marshal, are you okay? Yellow Monkey asked. Everyone, be careful, it seems to be thunder and lightning. I was just struck by lightning. Zhangguo hurriedly reminded. Upon hearing this, everyone's face changed drastically. Kulela, this is really scary. Whitebeard activated his observation haki and sensed that the giant Buddha in the sky had grown wings and was stagnating in the air. Kaka. A thunder exploded from the clouds. It must be fake. Yellow Monkey broke out in a cold sweat, looking at the Buddha's moves with a pale face. How is it possible? Zhangguo gritted his teeth, cold sweat on his forehead. Below the clouds, the flying Buddha slowly landed there. The 998 arms behind the Buddha were pointed at the sky, and lightning appeared on those arms, as if charging the thunder in the sky. In an instant, the thunder Kirin with a diameter of more than a kilometer slowly took shape. Red Hair, Roger, Garp, and others below looked solemn. How is it possible? He can actually control the lightning in the sky. Kaido's eyes were about to pop out of his head in shock. Now is not the time to be shocked. If you are not careful with this kind of move, people will die. Roger showed an unprecedented solemnity. After speaking, he shouted to the Navy in the distance, stand away. When the Navy heard this, They ran desperately. The admirals did not dare to leave, for fear that the other side would attack the navy after they left, and they had to bear it. In the sky, lightning flashed, and even the ice surface seemed to be illuminated by a 1,000-watt light bulb. "Quick, get out of here!" Whitebeard shouted, jumped off the boat, and slammed it against the ice. A shock force appeared under Moby and Dick, and the boat shook and slid backwards. Then Whitebeard pushed hard, and the boat slid out as fast as an arrow. On the battlefield, the three admirals, Kaido, Redhair, Roger, Sengoku, and Kaioppa stared upward as if facing a great enemy. Just when they thought the opponent only used this trick, the next moment, they saw the Buddha's arms opened with both hands clasped together, and the Buddha's right hand raised high. Swish, swish, swish. A spinning sound was heard above, and then a ball of light quickly took shape, and then grew bigger and bigger. Below, Sengoku stared at the huge energy ball that was almost over 100 meters long. He didn't know what to do. Akainu next to him didn't dare to let the other party continue to perform, because in just 2 seconds, he found that the light ball had become much larger and had no intention of stopping. Akainu roared, "Bastard!" Then a magma fist hit the light ball in the sky. In the sky, how could Uchiha Madara let the other party attack? In addition, due to the height, even if Akainu fired a magma fist fast enough, it was easily avoided by Uchiha Madara in the sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The ball of light was still growing, 500 meters. 1,000 meters. Below, Kizaru covered his forehead with his hand, squinting his eyes as he looked at the dazzling white light in the sky. Above the sky, Uchiha Madara maintained the raise non to a diameter of 1,000 meters before stopping. Then he controlled the Buddha's left hand to point to the sky, and a larger and larger Chidori stream shot towards the Kirin in the clouds. Ang! The Kylin seemed to come alive, roaring like a wild beast. "Try these two moves," Uchiha Madara said in a low voice, threw it hard, and shouted Senjutsu Lightning Release Kylin. Chapter 67. Ang! The Kirin's roar resounded throughout the entire Marineford. Seeing Uchiha Madara's attack coming, everyone except Kizaru attacked at the same time. Buddha's Impact. Big Spitfire. Bone Fist Impact. Great Power Thunder Bagua. Roger and Shanks used the sword style at the same time. Boom. At the moment when they launched their moves, a fortress of ice more than 10 meters thick suddenly rose from the ground, blocking them inside. Kaka. There was a sound of thunder, and the Kylin seemed to come alive, dodging the attack and rushing downwards. With a bang, the ice surface exploded at the moment the thunder ended. Everyone had only one thought in their minds, that is, so fast. In just a moment, the thunder swallowed several people, and a bang sounded. Ah! The screams of several people were drowned out by the sound of thunder explosion. The pirates in the distance only found that the powerful thunder almost drowned Marin Fanduo. Boom! Marin Fanduo suddenly exploded. Zzz. A large amount of lightning was directed along the ice surface to the pirates. Ah! The pirate standing on the ice was electrocuted all over his body, his hair stood up instantly, and then he fell straight onto the ice. The steam dissipated from the place where he was attacked, and a huge pit of 100 meters in size and 60 to 70 meters deep appeared in front of the strong man. What a joke! How is this possible? The spider demon who was holding the scroll that was taken away by Yellow Monkey said in shock. Good, what a terrifying move. On the pirate side, Jinbei's forehead was sweating and he said terrifiedly. Hurry up, lift me up higher, I can't take a picture. Haize, who was in charge of filming, shouted to Brother 3. Seeing this, Brother 3 raised the candlestick to a height of more than 10 meters. The pirate in charge of filming zoomed in. Only then did people all over the world realize that the powerful admiral, the 4 emperors, the naval hero, and the admiral of the navy were all lying on the ground, motionless. Mix, bastard. Kaido, as the strongest creature, was in better condition than the others. After cursing, he poked the ground with his mace and stood up. Akainu was lying in the ice. He and Sengoku were the most seriously injured. There was a large area of burns on their heads, which was obviously caused by thunder. At this moment, his whole body was paralyzed and he couldn't move. Although Garp's armed color domineering was strong, this thunder was no joke. He also lay on the ground, his whole body paralyzed. Roger's body was slowly recovering, and he climbed up from Shanks. Shanks was in much better condition than Kaido, that was also because Roger was standing in front of him, but Red Hair's hair was gone and he became a bald head. Although Roger resisted, Red Hair felt paralyzed all over his body and could not move for the time being. Boom! The ground exploded, and Aokiji crawled out from underneath. He had just chosen to dive before the attack came, and he underestimated the power of this move, but at least it was better than Akainu in the Warring States period. Move, I can't move, what should I do next? Akainu said unwillingly while gritting his teeth and trying to control his body. Damn it! Kaido held up his mace and looked at Uchiha Madara in the sky. He regretted coming to participate in this war. He underestimated Uchiha Madara's strength and overestimated his own group. What are you going to do next? Kid. Uchiha Madara said in the sky, and the immortal technique Big Jade Raisnon was thrown down by the giant Buddha, and the location was in the pit where Kaido and others were. Not good. Roger shouted from below. Kizaru immediately activated the Yasakami and appeared in the pit, trying to pull Aokiji and Akainu away. As soon as he landed, he saw a huge earthworm coming out of the wall of the pit, which scared Kizaru. Kizaru disappeared in an instant, and no one could come to rescue him. The huge earthworm swallowed Kaido and the others into its stomach the moment Kizaru left. Boom! The huge Raisnon hit the hole above, and it exploded instantly. The powerful airflow from the explosion of the Raisnon made the navy in the distance roll back and forth. The Moby Dick was almost overturned by the airflow of this move. Brother 3 hurriedly used candles to fix the pirate on the filming platform to prevent him from being blown away. After the storm disappeared, a huge pit over 1,000 meters in size appeared in front of everyone. The strong men used their domineering power to sense that the giant earthworm was lying in the pit, festering all over. At this moment, the huge earthworm opened its mouth and spit out Kaido and others with mucus. Unexpectedly, the seriously injured earthworm quickly drilled into the ice layer the next second and disappeared in front of everyone. What on earth is that? Is it some special person? Marco looked at his father in confusion and asked. My dear son, I don't know who this person with special abilities is. Whitebeard replied, frowning and thinking. He suspected that it was someone from the world government, but he didn't know who it was. In the pit, Akainu asked doubtfully who was that just now? It seemed like he came to save us. If it weren't for him, maybe we would be finished. Kingji said thankfully. Who is it? Kaido was very puzzled. When the big worm appeared just now, he almost attacked the other party, but fortunately Roger stopped him later. Roger naturally knew who this person was, but he didn't say it. Garp also remained silent. Sengoku guessed something, but he didn't say it because he had no evidence. In the sky, Uchiha Madara's Buddha was lifted, and he came to the ground after a few flips. Is it one of those 5 old guys? Uchiha Madara muttered as he looked at the big pit. Just now, he used his observation haki to sense a large earthworm. In his previous life, he only watched the plot of Wano Country when watching anime, and there were only a few people with special abilities exposed by the navy. He guessed that it must be one of the 5 elders. Catch ACHA. In the huge pit, Aokiji pressed the ground, and a huge icicle emerged from the bottom, carrying several people to the top. You are really lucky. Someone blocked your fatal blow. Uchiha Madara looked at them and said calmly. Damn Uchiha Madara. Garp yelled angrily, struggling to get up from the ground. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara felt something was wrong on the ground. He suddenly activated the 3rd stage of Susanoo, forming a 30-meter tall giant. Instantly, a huge mouth suddenly appeared on the ground, and the other party opened its teeth and bit the giant's waist. Kaka. With just a sound, Uchiha Madara was stunned. The teeth of this huge earthworm were so powerful. There were black flames on the teeth, which reminded Uchiha Madara of the 5 elders. Suddenly, the earthworm spit out its mouth, and an old man in a navy uniform flew out. The opponent's sword was extremely fast. Uchiha Madara instantly felt that he was frozen by a cold breath. Kizaru, who was far away, saw it and thought it was a good opportunity. He appeared behind Uchiha Madara with Ghost Spider in an instant. Ghost Spider was also not vague. He launched the sealing technique, and the scroll immediately wrapped around Uchiha Madara. At the moment when Uchiha Madara was about to be wrapped by the scroll, he showed a meaningful smile. Swish, swish, swish. The scrolls swirled around a few times, and Uchiha Madara fell to the ground like a mummy. Seeing that Uchiha Madara was successfully sealed, the giant earthworm swallowed the old Navy man with the sword in one gulp, burrowed into the soil and disappeared. Chapter 68. In the field, Sengoku and others looked at Kizaru, who had made great contributions, in disbelief. This is, did it work? Garp asked in shock. Answer, that should be it. Aokiji said uncertainly. Who is that old man? He can actually perform a freezing attack. And that earthworm is so powerful, especially that earthworm. His domineering color is not inferior to mine. Kaido said solemnly. Roger and Red Hair stared at the scroll on the ground, fearing that the other party would suddenly appear. Is this a success? The Navy, holding a telescope in the distance, said in disbelief. It seems to be true, another Marine holding a telescope echoed. No need to confirm, he is sealed. A giant Vice Admiral with powerful observation haki said loudly. As soon as these words came out, the Navy shouted excitedly, Yoshi, that's great. As expected, he is Admiral Kizaru and Vice Admiral Spider. Great, we did it. Uchiha Madara is so terrifying, he is finally sealed. I was almost scared to death. Isn't it? Especially the giant Buddha, so scary. The sailors talked about their feelings at the time, one after another. How is it possible? Whitebeard looked at the motionless seal and said in surprise. He didn't believe that Uchiha Madara was sealed like this. Thinking of what Uchiha Madara said before, Whitebeard smiled again. Seeing his father's expression, Marco immediately asked, Dad, don't you think Uchiha Madara is not over yet? Of course, have you forgotten what he said before? Whitebeard replied with a smile. Recalling Uchiha Madara's words at that time, don't you know that chakra and ninjutsu were all passed down by me, but you use my methods to restrict me? Marco nodded in agreement. The pirate in charge of filming Uchiha Madara also didn't believe that Uchiha Madara was over like this, and his camera was aimed at the scroll. In the Sabayati archipelago, more than a dozen reporters kept filming the sealed scroll in the picture, and a reporter shouted, the mysterious man took action, Uchiha Madara was defeated and sealed. Big news, there is a hidden strong man in the Navy, who crushed Susanoo with one tooth. Another reporter also shouted big news. Uchiha Madara was frozen by a sword, and the most terrifying pirate was finally defeated. Onigashima. When Yamato saw that Uchiha Madara was sealed, he grabbed Quin's shoulders and shook him. Why? I don't believe it. Tell me, Uchiha Madara must be pretending, right? He is so strong, there is no way he can be sealed. Quin said against his will with cold sweat on his forehead. Yeah. How could he be sealed? He should come out soon. Hearing Quin's words, Yamato was immediately happy and said, so you think so too? Then Yamato let go of Quin, looked at the screen and said, I'm waiting to see you beat up the bastard Kaido. Seeing that Yamato didn't bother him anymore, Quin wiped the cold sweat from his head. He really couldn't do anything about this crazy woman. He couldn't beat her, and the other party wouldn't listen to him. Quin could only shake his head helplessly. On the battlefield, Kizaru frowned and stared at the scroll. All he could think of was the smile of Uchiha Madara before he was sealed. Why is the other party laughing? Is the seal wrong? Thinking of the previous wooden clone, Kizaru activated his observation haki and looked around, but did not find Uchiha Madara appear. Suddenly, Kizaru sensed the big bear controlled by Uchiha Madara's men on the ice surface several hundred meters away. The other party put his hands together, as if he was making a seal. Etc. Kizaru felt something was wrong and shouted. His voice attracted Akainu and the others who were looking at Uchiha Madara's sealed body. They followed Kizaru's gaze and also found the bear that was making a seal. What is he going to do? Sengoku asked directly. The next second, Seong's low voice and Uchiha Madara's voice in the scroll came at the same time, reincarnation technique. When this voice came out, Sengoku's eyes widened. The other party could actually speak? Not good. Zhangguo, who had reacted, shouted. Everyone looked at the scroll. Kaka. The scroll was torn apart, and one of Uchiha Madara's hands slowly stretched out, accompanied by Uchiha Madara's dissatisfied voice, Black Zetsu. Too slow. Uchiha Madara was lying in the scroll and thought that the other party had betrayed him. Just now he almost used his strength to break free from the scroll. Sengoku and others watched Uchiha Madara standing up from the scroll with vigilance. Didn't we seal you? Why are you still able to come out? Roger asked puzzledly. How could this ordinary seal work on me? Are you old and confused? Roger. Uchiha Madara asked loudly. Hey, has Jesse ever used this trick on you? Garp thought that Roger was as powerful as Uchiha Madara, and hurriedly asked Roger. He wanted to confirm it. No. Roger replied without even thinking. It's impossible that it won't work. You must have used other means. Zhang didn't want to believe that the seal would fail, so he said hurriedly. The next moment, everyone's eyes turned to Xiang. Hehe. Uchiha Madara sneered, and then said, do you think that man's slash will work on me? Have you forgotten my transfer moves and stand moves? As soon as these words came out, several people's faces changed, and Akainu asked, then why did you? As he was talking, he closed his mouth and looked at Uchiha Madara, who was smiling maliciously. Akainu's eyes were full of anger. Guessed it? I was just teasing you, you won't take it seriously, right? Damn it. The angry Akainu punched out, and a stream of magma hit Uchiha Madara. With a bang. Uchiha flew backwards and then quickly slid back on the ground. Uchiha Madara took a look at the armor with magma on it, tore it off, and threw it away. Look, he seems injured. Garp pointed at Uchiha Madara's chest, where there was a large burn mark, but the next second, a sizzling sound was heard, and the burnt area immediately improved. A lot of smoke came out of Uchiha Madara's body. Boom 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 boom. The sound of the heartbeat reached Roger's ears, who was listening to everything. Oh no, something is wrong, I heard his heartbeat. Roger shouted in shock, how, possibly? Zhang said in disbelief. It seems to be true. Look at his upper body. It is no different from a normal person, and there are no cracks on his face. Kizaru said quickly. He seemed to have been burned just now, but he recovered quickly. I think he is really resurrected. Is it that move? A few dozen meters away, Uchiha Madara touched the muscles on his chest and said with emotion, this body is real. Uchiha Madara said excitedly, the feeling of blood boiling. This is called fighting. Crack. The sound of shattering came from Uchiha Madara's eyes. The strong men present looked over. Uchiha Madara's excited expression disappeared, and his eyes turned into a ball of ashes and scattered on the ground. At this moment, Roger and others finally understood why Uchiha Madara wanted to deposit his eyes. So, Uchiha Madara closed his eyes and dragged out his voice. As soon as these words came out, the people present became alert again. Next steps, we will proceed to the next plan. Uchiha Madara said, and while communicating with the system store, he pretended to make a seal, slapped the ground, and shouted summoning technique mobile toilet, outer path golem. Chapter 69. As Uchiha Madara slapped the ground with his right hand, a huge monster suddenly appeared in front of everyone, and the monster's roar resounded through the sky. Roar. As the monster roared, a strong wind blew out of its mouth, blowing Roger and the red-haired man's hair into the air. What is that? Kizaru looked at the ferocious face of the monster in front of him, and became extremely cautious. I don't know, maybe it's another difficult existence to deal with. Aokiji guessed. Roger suddenly noticed something strange about the 7 warlords and looked over. At this time, the bear's sunglasses had disappeared, leaving only 2 bloody holes in his eye sockets, and Black Zetsu was slowly crawling on the bear's body, fading away, and the other party was holding 2 eyeglasses in his hands. No, stop him. Don't let him give the eye to Uchiha Madara. Roger shouted hurriedly. Without Roger's reminder, Kizaru appeared in front of Black Zetsu at an extremely fast speed. With a whoosh sound, Black Zetsu escaped into the ice layer. Freeze moment. Aokiji had already pressed his hands to the ground, wanting to reinforce the area where the opponent slipped away, leaving the opponent with no way to escape, but he underestimated Black Zetsu's ability to escape. Black Zetsu quickly shuttled through the ice and arrived at Uchiha Madara in a few seconds. Master Ban. Black Zetsu just poked his head out, called out his name, and immediately dived into the ice. The red-haired man rushed over with a sword at an extremely fast speed. The blade was wrapped with the domineering aura. Uchiha Madara, who had his eyes closed, used his observation aura to detect it. A slash came at him, and Uchiha Madara leaned back, and the slash passed over his head. At that moment, the red-haired man's blade seemed to be able to turn and went straight to Uchiha Madara's heart. Uchiha Madara quickly raised his arm to block it. Puff. The red-haired man's sharp blade penetrated Uchiha Madara's arm. Even Uchiha Madara's lightning armor and the protection of armed color could not stop the opponent's blade. The red-haired man's blade passed through Uchiha Madara's arm, and the tip of the sword was still 5 centimeters away from his chest. Uchiha Madara grabbed the opponent's blade with his other hand, preventing the opponent's blade from entering. A trace of blood flowed down his arm. Without that eye, you can't use those moves, right? The red-haired man kept this posture and asked indifferently. Sengoku, who was far away, was shocked to see Uchiha Madara injured, and shouted, "He is very easy to be hurt now, everyone come together and kill him." As Sengoku's voice fell, everyone rushed towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Ban blocked the red-haired sword with his hand and made a seal. Kizaru, who appeared above Uchiha Madara's head, saw the opponent making a seal and disappeared immediately. He was afraid that the opponent would have some strange moves to hurt him. At the moment when Sengoku and others arrived, Uchiha Madara shouted, "Fire style, ash burning." A ball of high-temperature ash instantly came out of Uchiha Madara's mouth, and Uchiha Madara immediately let go of the sword blade. With a puff, his arm was cut hard by the red-haired man. Uchiha Madara jumped back, and the ash exploded immediately after falling to the ground. Boom! The people who rushed over quickly covered their eyes with their hands. Uchiha Madara flipped 360 degrees in the air. As soon as he landed, Kizaru's shout came from the sky. In the dense smoke below, Uchiha Madara's armed color domineering gathered all over his body. Yasakani no Megatama. Swish, 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 swish. Dense balls of light shot towards Uchiha Madara's location. Just now, Uchiha Madara had flipped high and left the smoke. Kizaru naturally saw where he landed, so he immediately launched a pursuit. Bang, 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 bang. Intensive explosions sounded in the smoke. Kaido swung his mace, and a strong wind blew out, blowing away the smoke and dust covering the ground. The smoke and dust dissipated, revealing Uchiha Madara, who was constantly retreating and being attacked by Kizaru. Bang 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 bang. The explosions on Uchiha Madara's body continued. The first hole appeared, followed by the second, the third, and dense thumb-sized holes appeared on Uchiha Madara's body. Uchiha Madara protected his face with one hand and his body slid on the ice. After Kizaru fired hundreds of attacks, he stopped, stood in the sky and stared at the seriously injured Uchiha Madara below. In the distance, Whitebeard saw that Uchiha Madara was seriously injured, and looked at the Uchiha class and asked in confusion, was it intentional or accidental? He seems to be seriously injured, his arm is broken, why doesn't he dodge? Marco asked puzzled. Obviously, no one answered his question. It seems like he is finished, his arm is gone. Hawkeye said with some regret. Fufu, is the powerful Uchiha Madara going to fail again? Or is there another trick? Doflamingo opened his arms, stared at Uchiha Madara, and said loudly. Uchiha Madara suffered a heavy blow, which immediately made the Navy excited. Very good. He got hurt. Uchiha Madara is finished. The excited voices of the Navy came one after another. In the field, several people stood opposite Uchiha Madara, and Sengoku said coldly, "You have suffered a heavy blow, it's over. If you remain immortal, perhaps we can't do anything to you, but now, haha." Akainu said, sneering twice, his meaning was self-evident. "I'm curious, why didn't you dodge?" Roger asked puzzledly when he saw that the other party's arm was cut off by Shanks. "It should be those eyes. Without eyes, he seems to be unable to do anything." Aokiji analyzed. "Surrender, Uchiha Madara." In the distance, the voices of the 5 elders came from the loudspeaker. They wanted to obtain the impure world reincarnation technique, so they shouted. Not only the 5 elders, but even Sengoku and Akainu wanted to use this trick. If the dead marines were resurrected using this trick, they could continue to fight pirates. Even Akainu, who hated pirates, did not launch an attack immediately. He wanted this trick. Everyone's eyes were on Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara slowly lowered his head and took a look at the wound holes on his stomach. They were densely packed like a sieve. Then he raised his bumpy arm with blood flowing from it. Uchiha Madara licked a little blood with his tongue, and an excited look appeared on his face. The taste of blood, this pain. This is my body. Uchiha Madara said in a low voice, then laughed out loud, ha 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 ha. Chapter 70. Uchiha Madara's laughter made the Navy present frown. Whitebeard's puzzled expression disappeared and a smile appeared on his face. "What are you laughing at?" Sengoku asked loudly. Uchiha Madara laughed for more than 10 seconds, and then his expression slowly changed from excitement to indifference. Kizaru turned his head and looked at the place 500 meters away, where Black Zetsu emerged. Sengoku also noticed it and hurriedly shouted, "Watch him, he should be preparing to give away his eyes, we can't let him succeed." With a swoosh, Kizaru appeared where Black Zetsu was, kicked Black Zetsu's head, and stepped on him. At the moment when everyone's attention was attracted by Black Zetsu, a white thing suddenly appeared beside Uchiha Madara. It was White Zetsu. The sudden appearance of White Zetsu surprised everyone. This was the weapon that Uchiha Madara bought in the system mall when he performed fire style, ash burning. "I'm late, Mr. Ban. The stuff is here," Zetsu said calmly, and then stretched out his clenched fist. Uchiha Madara glanced at him, and pointed his right hand at Zetsu's. With a wave of his arm, Uchiha Madara grabbed the broken arm of White Zetsu with his right hand and put it on his broken left hand. A crackling sound was heard. Sengoku and others were shocked. The next second, Uchiha Madara's broken arm was combined with the White Zetsu's arm without any scars. A feint to the east and attack in the west. Sengoku gritted his teeth. He obviously misunderstood Uchiha Madara, and came out to see when Black Zetsu was here, but he suffered an unexpected disaster. How is it possible? Kappa was shocked. What kind of medical treatment is this? Marco was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Uchiha Madara's actions continued. The other party slowly raised his left hand and pressed the eyeball in his hand on his left eye. Then Uchiha Madara slid his palm to his right eye and stuffed the second eye into the eye socket. Kizaru was shocked when he saw the other party touching his eyes. Hey, it doesn't look good. The next second, Uchiha Madara's eyelids opened, revealing purple eyes with lines. This should make it more interesting, Uchiha Madara said in a low voice. How scary, those eyes are like plugs of equipment. Kizaru felt that Uchiha Madara was more like a machine than a robot. It was simply outrageous. The rotating eyes made him feel outrageous. In the distance, the area where the 5 elders were watching the live broadcast. "We are back." A voice came from the ice, and Izambaran, who was wearing a navy uniform v Nasujuro Saint jumped out of the ice pit and greeted him. Then Shepherd 10 Peter Saint jumped out of the ice pit. After the two appeared, they found that Satan Saint and the other 3 were staring at the screen with grim expressions. Shepherd 10 Peter Saint asked curiously what happened. It seems that Uchiha Madara has undergone surgery with the surgery fruit. His recovery ability is even more terrible than ours. Satan Saint said what he saw with a serious expression. How is that possible? Isn't he sealed? Izambaran v Nasujuro immediately ran to the screen and stared at Uchiha Madara on the screen. What is going on? His condition. Shepherd 10 Pit Saint looked at Uchiha Madara in shock. The cracks on his face were gone, and he looked just like a living person. Don't worry, even if Uchiha Madara gets his eyes back, his physical fitness alone won't be able to stop our attacks. Roger shouted. What makes you think so? Uchiha Madara was talking, communicating with the system, finding the tailed beast option, and clicking to buy it. Boom 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 boom. 9 sounds of landing sounded in unison, and the tailed beasts appeared in front of everyone. What is that? Zhang Guo gritted his teeth and said. Red Hair and others looked at the huge monster that suddenly appeared and became alert. I heard that they seemed to be very angry in their hearts. As soon as Roger's voice fell, he found that one of the foxes was staring at Uchiha Madara and angrily cursed, "Damn Uchiha Madara!" Sengoku and others were stunned. Not only them, but even Uchiha Madara who bought these tailed beasts was also stunned. What's going on? Why didn't he recognize me as his master like White Zetsu did? Uchiha Madara asked the system in his mind. Look. The tailed beasts have independent personalities, the system replied. What about White Zetsu? Why can White Zetsu listen to me, and Black Zetsu as well? Uchiha Madara asked in his heart hurriedly. White Zetsu was originally priced at 0.5, but considering that he was obedient to Uchiha Madara, the system raised its price to 1 point and implanted the memory of Uchiha Madara and the other party. As for Black Zetsu, that's what you get for signing in. Just like the ninjutsu you signed in for, you will master it quickly, just like the flying thunder god that the host obtained, you don't need to practice. Similarly, Black Zetsu is like a ninjutsu, you can make it obedient and driven. After the system explained, it said, the host can spend another 45,000 exchange points, I can help you erase the bad memories of these tailed beasts and make them listen to you. Looking at the location of the exchange point, there are only 53,730 left now. The total was 138,730 before. It cost 20,000 to upgrade the Sharingan, 20,000 for the Outer Path Demon statue, and 20,000 for the 9-tailed beasts. How could he use the remaining 50,000 points to exchange for this? I was wondering why you sold them so cheaply. It turns out these are disobedient tailed beasts. Uchiha Madara said to the system. But it doesn't matter, I can make them obey me with my strength. Uchiha Madara said to the system. Marshal. Why do I feel as if these 9 monsters are looking at Uchiha Madara with hatred, especially the fox, who seems to want to eat him? Am I seeing things wrong? Kizaru asked hurriedly. No, you read it right, I heard their thoughts. The 9 of them were discussing how to kill Uchiha Madara, and they seemed to be very afraid of the shell called the Outer Path Demon statue. Roger hurriedly said what he heard. What else? Sengoku asked hurriedly. Roger frowned, his face becoming more and more serious as he said, they are still saying that he must be stopped, otherwise the world will be over. At this moment, the huge fox head turned its head and looked at Roger and said, I didn't expect that you could actually explore the inner world of our tailed beasts. You are right, we must stop Uchiha Madara, otherwise he will destroy the world. Julama said loudly. Is it because of the existence of the Outer Path Demon statue that you feel afraid? 9-tailed. Uchiha Madara stood on a protruding stone and asked in a deep voice. What is going on? After listening for a long time, Garp was a little confused and asked the big fox hurriedly. I don't know how it happened, we suddenly appeared here. The opponent is the Shura of the ninja world, a very scary existence. And those eyes. It's the Samsara eye. Everyone saw that the big fox was very afraid of the eyes, and Zhanguo among them hurriedly asked what exactly is the Samsara eye? Why are you so afraid of it? The highest eye power of the Rinnegan, known as the eye that controls life and death, is the ultimate eye technique that originated from the chakra fruit of the divine tree. The owner of the Rinnegan can automatically master the changes in the properties of the 5 chakras, and can also control yin and yang, and has extraordinary abilities. It can be a god of creation with the ability to create the world, or a god of destruction with the ability to destroy the world. Kyuubi explained seriously. Sengoku and others only understood half of it. Although they didn't understand what the divine tree was and what the changes in properties were, they had seen how powerful Uchiha Madara was before. Kurama added, now that Uchiha Madara has summoned the Outer Path Demon statue, I guess he should want to seal us, and then gather our strength to become the second Six Paths sage. Immortal. Everyone was shocked. That's right. I feel your strong vitality, you must stop him. If he becomes a fairy, no one in this world will be his opponent. Kyuubi shouted, with anxiety in his voice. Uchiha Madara, you bastard, I will never let you succeed. Shikaku cursed loudly. And I. Add me. And me. The other tailed beasts said at the same time, looking solemnly at Uchiha Madara in front of them. I guess these creatures called tailed beasts were created by you, right? Uchiha Madara. Aokiji asked Uchiha Madara loudly. After Aokiji finished speaking, he changed the subject and said, but they seem to have become ours. Madara-sama, what should we do? It seems that these guys are a little disobedient. White Zetsu next to Uchiha Madara asked curiously. It doesn't matter. The black room is ready. Next, we just need to stuff them in. Uchiha Madara said lightly, looking at the 9-tailed beasts opposite, and said in a low voice beasts. Chapter 71. Wheelgrave, Side Prison. Uchiha Madara stared at the sky with his eyes and spoke in a low voice. Look at his body. Garp pointed at Uchiha Madara and said in shock. Just now, Uchiha Madara activated the unsealed healing technique in Hashirama's Sage Mode. Those injuries that Kizaru and the others saw as serious could be healed in the blink of an eye. That is. The 9 tails stared at the face and eyeshadow on Uchiha Madara's chest with wide eyes, and in his mind, the words of Senju Hashirama appeared, 9 tails, you are too powerful, so I must seal you. It will remember that sentence for the rest of its life. At that time, it was held in the palm of the Buddha's hand, and he also remembered that scene clearly. How, what's wrong? Zhanguo saw Jiwei was shocked by that person's face and asked hurriedly. That face reminds me of another annoying person, that guy is as powerful as that bastard Uchiha Madara. Ninetales said, thought for a moment, and added, that person's name is Senju Hashirama. Ninetales looked around and saw the broken trees all over the ground, and reminded seriously, the other party has an unparalleled recovery ability, it's a fairy technique. Yellow Monkey thought of the Kirin move that Uchiha Madara had launched before, and the other party shouted out the name of the move. Yellow Monkey asked curiously, what exactly is magic? It is the power of absorbing the natural energy around you into your body, combining it with your own physical and mental energy to balance and fuse it. The ninjutsu, physical and genjutsu, that uses this power is called senjutsu. Kuwabai explained hurriedly. In other words, he can transform into an element. Akainu asked doubtfully. What do you mean by elementalization? Kuwabai asked with his head tilted. Seeing this, Nyogui interrupted directly and said, now is not the time to worry about this. Uchiha Madara has become extremely powerful now. If you want to stop him, you must first destroy the body of the Outer Path Demon statue. Later, the 9 of us will attack together as a cover, and you guys look for opportunities to destroy us. Only then will we have a chance to win. Let me go first. The One Tail had been wanting to attack for a long time. After hearing what the Eight Tail said, he took a deep breath and said, wind style, air bullet. A huge air bullet spit out from the tailed beast's mouth. Uchiha Madara in the distance just stood there motionless. With a boom, the air bullet hit Uchiha Madara, but it was useless. Seeing that Uchiha Madara actually stood there and took this move, the One Tail was shocked, and the other tailed beasts were also in disbelief. Kizaru thought that these 9 tailed beasts were very powerful, but he didn't expect that they were just like this. Garp looked at the clamoring raccoon monster, with cold sweat dripping from his forehead because of speechlessness. The 9-tail glanced at the disgusted eyes of the people behind him, and said awkwardly, stinky raccoon cat, don't embarrass yourself. This time, Shukaku did not fight back because the 9-tail scolded him. He also noticed the expressions of these people. He really seemed to be embarrassed. Hey, is this what you call cover? Any one of us can perform a move that is 10 times more powerful than yours. Damn it. Don't look down on me. Shukaku cursed, raised his head and opened his mouth, and began to gather the tailed beast ball. The dark energy began to compress. At this moment, Kizaru's speechless expression changed, because he felt a little danger there, but not much. He looked at the Outer Path Demon statue, then walked in front of Sengoku and whispered a few words. Sengoku nodded. At the moment when the tailed beast ball gathered to a diameter of 1 meter, Shukaku swallowed it. The next second, Shukaku's stomach shrank, as if gathering a lot of air, and then spit it out violently. The tailed beast ball was spit out like a cannonball and shot towards Uchiha Madara in the distance. Humph. Seeing the tailed beast jade coming, Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, made a gesture to drive away mosquitoes, and fanned the tailed beast jade with the back of his hand, actually launching a repulsive force secretly. Swoosh. The 1 meter diameter tailed beast ball flew back. What? The tailed beasts were shocked as they saw Kaido leap high and swing his mace to create a shockwave. Kaido's shockwave hit the incoming tailed beast ball, and a huge explosion sounded on the battlefield boom. In an instant, Roger and others, as well as Uchiha Madara, were swallowed up by the white light of the explosion. It's so destructive. On the Moby Dick in the distance, Whitebeard looked at the direction of the explosion in disbelief and murmured. Amazing. Luffy said in shock. Yes. Ace's face showed shock. This kind of attack could destroy those ordinary islands. I really want to invite that raccoon cat on board. Luffy said this to himself, which made Brother 3 beside him feel that he was a fool. Brother 3 looked at Luffy and said in his heart, what kind of brain is this? In this kind of situation. Just now, he was clearly sad about the death of the red-haired crew member and was not worried about his friend, the 4 emperors. Now he is in the mood to care about this. The third brother decided to stay away from him in the future. He felt that he was not in his right mind. Suddenly, something changed in the field. Sengoku. A loud shout came from the smoke. It was Garp's voice. When the smoke cleared, Kizaru stood next to Aokiji with a look of fear on his face. The scene on the scene made the captains of Whitebeard, the Navy, and the audience stare with wide eyes. In the place where Uchiha Madara was, Sengoku was pinched by Uchiha Madara's right hand and pressed to the ground. His face was red. Not only that, there was thunder jumping on Sengoku's body, obviously in the state of lightning paralysis. Sengoku gritted his teeth and endured the power of the thunder and lightning to avoid shouting. "Asshole! Release Sengoku!" Garp yelled as he ran over in black, his fists clenched, ready to attack. But just after running 50 meters, there was a bang. Garp's angry expression turned into shock, his eyes widened quickly, and he flew back. What happened? Kaido looked at Garp, who flew back in disbelief. Aokiji looked at Kizaru beside him with a very solemn expression in confusion. Kizaru stared at Uchiha Madara, who was still pinching Sengoku's neck, and said in fear, "Be careful, that guy seems to be able to use a shadow that we can't see as an attack. I almost got caught just now." Kizaru's face turned pale when he thought of what he had just experienced. Just now, he thought of what the octopus-tailed beast said, and thought that his attack should not have much effect. He planned to take Sengoku to move over at the moment of the explosion, let Sengoku activate the domineering color domineering entanglement and use the power of the Buddha to smash the shell. As a result, the two of them just appeared and saw that Uchiha Madara did not look back, as if he did not notice them, and the two of them attacked instantly. But what Kizaru didn't expect was that just when he was about to kick Uchiha Madara, his neck was pinched by an arm. Fortunately, he reacted in time and activated the elemental disappearance, so he survived, but Sengoku was not so lucky. Sengoku was pressed to the ground when his neck was pinched by a palm. Chapter 72. The next moment, Kizaru disappeared and appeared above Uchiha Madara. A large number of Megatama gathered and shot towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara used his Hungry Ghost ability to attack the incoming light ball. Kizaru's attacks all hit the white light shield. With a bang, Kizaru flew backwards as if he was kicked by someone. Kizaru, who was not discouraged, appeared next to Uchiha Madara again. This time he appeared behind Uchiha Madara. With a bang, Kizaru's head tilted, and he felt that he was hit hard on the cheek. Then Kizaru's stomach arched, as if he was kicked. Kizaru's face was ugly and he disappeared in the moment of flying backwards. Kizaru looked at the marshal who was restrained, and he became more and more anxious. It was because of his suggestion that this situation was caused. He wanted to save Zhangguo. How is it possible? The red-haired man said with an unpleasant expression. He sensed it and found nothing in the space. "I think it's the power of the Samsara Eye. Be careful." Julama attributed all this to the Samsara Eye. "Mix, asshole, Uchiha Madara." The Sengoku who was pinned to the ground cursed with difficulty. "Quick! Save Sengoku!" Garp shouted and rushed out again, followed by the others. Kizaru instantly appeared above Uchiha Madara again. While Uchiha Madara continued to absorb Kizaru's attack, he said indifferently, "It's over." The moment his voice fell, with a puff, Sengoku's eyes widened, and all the people who rushed over were stunned. With a bang, the stunned Kizaru was knocked out again. Bright red blood flowed from the corner of Sengoku's mouth. Sengoku couldn't believe that he ended up like this. Uchiha Madara pinched Sengoku's neck and slowly lifted him up. Sengoku's legs limp into a ball, and he was lifted up by Uchiha like a noodle, and pointed his back at Garp and others. Behind Sengoku's neck, a black iron rod was exposed on the back of Sengoku's neck, and blood was flowing on it. Tick 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 tick. Drops of blood fell on the ground, stinging Cap's nerves. How is it possible? He clearly activated his armament haki, how could his neck be pierced by such a small stick? Kaido said in surprise. "Marshal, why don't you resist?" A lieutenant general asked loudly. He didn't want to believe that all this was true. The marshal was actually seriously injured. A large amount of lightning continued to paralyze Zhangguo's body, and these lightning were also the reason why Zhangguo could not move. "It's lightning. That lightning can paralyze people, it's not ordinary lightning." Roger replied angrily. "Are you desperate?" Uchiha Ban asked blankly, holding up the Sengoku. You this bastard." Zhangguo's armament haki disappeared, he gritted his teeth and cursed with difficulty. "I was originally thinking about experiencing my strength after resurrection, but I accidentally went too far." Uchiha Madara sighed lightly, glanced at Garp and others who dared not move, and added, "You serve the celestial dragons. In a sense, you are also my enemies. This is the only way to treat enemies. But don't worry, they will come to accompany you soon, it's just a matter of leaving earlier or later." Uchiha Madara said, and kicked Sengoku in the chest. The black stick broke away from Sengoku's body, and Sengoku's body flew backwards quickly. Bang! A crashing sound was heard, and Garp caught the flying Sengoku. After he stood firm, Garp shouted worriedly Sengoku. Then, Garp used his not-so-skilled palm magic to press on Sengoku's neck. Chakra light emerged, and Garp wanted to treat Sengoku. Kizaru on the side immediately came to Sengoku and used the palm magic with great remorse. Without, it's useless, return, still not clear. Sengoku said with difficulty, looking at Garp, who was gritting his teeth and playing with red eyes, and Kizaru, who was extremely guilty. This treatment can't save him. His throat is already pierced. He won't live long. Kuwabai said loudly. But Garp seemed not to hear him and kept on treating him. His body is so strong that he didn't die immediately after his throat was pierced. Yaoi was shocked. Now is not the time to talk about this. It seems that we have lost another fighter. Uchiha Madara will be even more difficult to deal with. Kuwabai said solemnly. I've hurt you, Marshal. Yellow Monkey said with a look of pain on his face. No blame, do not blame you, us, underestimated Uchiha Madara. It was becoming increasingly difficult for Sengoku to speak, and this sentence was said with great difficulty. When Uchiha Madara saw Sengoku who was about to die, there was no ripple in his heart. He did not let Sengoku die immediately, and he also wanted to let him live for 10 or 20 minutes longer. He wanted to let Sengoku see how these Navy officers died in his hands. At the same time, Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had just returned from the 5 Elder Stars, saw Sengoku in such a miserable state, and quickly ran over, shouting Sengoku's name Sengoku. Yes, it's Zaiahi. Zhangguo sat on the ice, turned his head slightly to look at the tearful crane, showed an ugly smile, and responded. Damn Uchiha Madara. Vice Admiral Tsuru shouted angrily, then ran to squat in front of Sengoku, and said with great concern, what's wrong with you, say something. You can't be in trouble, the Navy still needs you, you bastard. At the end, Vice Admiral he cursed with tears in his eyes. Without, no use, throat hole, hold through. Although the holes in his neck were blocked by Garp and Kizaru, and maintained by the palm fairy technique, Sengoku's voice became more and more hoarse. Vice Admiral Tsuru didn't want Sengoku to die like this, and was thinking of a solution in her mind. The first thought in her mind was the captain of the Heart Pirates, but the other party was not here at all. Vice Admiral Tsuru's eyes fell on Marco, but was denied by Tsuru the next second. The other party could not heal such a serious injury. Suddenly, Tsuru's eyes fell on Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Thinking of the other party's ability of the string fruit, Vice Admiral Tsuru hurriedly shouted to Doflamingo, come and help quickly, sew up Sengoku's wound. Hearing Vice Admiral Tsuru's shouting, Doflamingo glanced at Uchiha Madara, who was looking at him because of these words. Doflamingo's forehead was sweating, and he said nervously, no kidding. I don't know how to do that. Also, this is a battle between you and Uchiha Madara, don't involve me. Doflamingo hurriedly drew a line, fearing that he would be targeted by Uchiha Madara. Doflamingo's refusal made Vice Admiral Tsuru emotional, and he shouted, Doflamingo, Sengoku cannot die. You are one of the 7 warlords of the sea, you must help. As long as you use the power of the string fruit to repair Sengoku's throat with thread, I have a way to keep Sengoku alive. Come and help quickly. Vice Admiral Tsuru planned to use this method to maintain Sengoku's life first, then select the remains of a navy with a body size similar to Sengoku from the dead navy, take out a section of the throat, use Doflamingo's ability to perform surgery to suture it, and then use the palm fairy technique to recover, so that Sengoku can survive. I refuse. Doflamingo replied directly. Chapter 73. You bastard, you are one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Kizaru emphasized this identity with an unpleasant expression. Doflamingo stood there without responding. Seeing this, Kaido angrily ordered Doflamingo, Joker, help immediately. Foo. Doflamingo looked at Kaido after hearing this, and after laughing a few times, he said, maybe I might have been afraid of you before, but now, there is a more terrifying existence than you. Do you think I would be stupid enough to get involved? Seeing that Doflamingo dared to refuse him, Kaido said angrily, do you want to die? Doflamingo just glanced at Kaido, then turned his head to look at Uchiha Madara and said, Uchiha Madara. You saw, I didn't want to get involved. Doflamingo's words showed his attitude, and Kaido on the opposite side was about to spit fire with anger. In the distance, Whitebeard's loud laughter came. Kulela, little brat of the 7 warlords of the sea, you are very smart, because this sentence saved your life. Uchiha Madara took over Whitebeard's words and added, that little brat won't live long. As soon as these words came out, Doflamingo felt relieved. He had just made the decision at the risk of offending Kaido. He was gambling whether Uchiha Madara would kill Kaido here. Now, he has won the bet. After seeing Doflamingo's relieved expression, Kaido understood his choice. Kaido gritted his teeth and said, "You are good. When it's over, I will kill you, clown." With Uchiha Madara's words, Doflamingo became more confident and laughed, "Fufu, take care of yourself first, Kaido. Damn Doflamingo, do you want to quit the 7 warlords of the sea?" At this time, the voice of the 5 elders came from the Den Mushi. Doflamingo, who was originally full of confidence, looked ugly after hearing the voice of the old immortal. On one side is a vicious man like Uchiha Madara, and on the other side is the world government and the people behind the scenes. After thinking again and again, Doflamingo finally made a difficult decision and said, "I will quit the 7 warlords of the sea now." His decisiveness also made Uchiha Madara look at him with a higher opinion. It is said that there are many fools in the world of pirates, but isn't there a smart person here? Do you know what you are saying? Satan Saint's loud questioning voice was transmitted to all parts of the square through the loudspeaker. It was not difficult to hear that the other party's voice was filled with anger. "At worst, I will be wanted by you. Even in the worst case scenario, I will be imprisoned at most," Doflamingo said, and while looking at Uchiha Madara, he changed the subject and said, "If I offend Uchiha Madara, I guess I will die here immediately. Do you think I'm an idiot?" Doflamingo asked back. Those who cannot see the situation clearly are doomed to fail, and the red-haired crew is the best proof of this. These words were shouted by Doflamingo, which made the red-haired man standing on Garp's side face cold. Thinking of what he did today, he no longer wanted to say the 3 words regret, because this word appeared in his mind countless times. At this time, the red-haired man only wanted to defeat Uchiha Madara, and force him to tell the moves of the impure world turn, as well as the means of complete resurrection like Uchiha Madara. He wanted to save his crew. Very good. Remember what you said today. The words of the 5 elders brought the regretful red-haired man back to reality. Fufu. Doflamingo responded with laughter. It was not difficult for the people present to see that Doflamingo's face was a little unnatural. In the field, Hawkeye saw that Sengoku had lost his fighting power, looked at Uchiha Madara and asked, "Uchiha Madara, how about making a deal?" Hawkeye glanced at the red-haired man while speaking. The red-haired man did not say anything. He looked at Hawkeye in confusion, curious about what the other party was going to say. Uchiha Madara looked at the other party in confusion, wanting to hear what the other party meant by the deal. "You help Shanks revive the crew members, and I will persuade him not to go against you, how about that?" As Shanks' good friend, Hawkeye did not take action when Shanks' choice led to the death of the crew members before, because it was the other party's choice that blocked the war for the dignity of the 4 emperors, but now it is different. With Sengoku's imminent death, Hawkeye feels that this group of people does not seem to be a match for Uchiha Madara. He does not want Shanks to follow in Sengoku's footsteps, so he said this. Shanks clenched his fists tightly and looked at Uchiha Madara. He did not shout that he would defeat the other party and then let the other party tell him the method. Instead, he looked at Uchiha Madara with some expectation. If the other party agreed, as long as he helped him revive the crew members, he would turn around and leave immediately. With the sacrifice of his companions, Shanks realized that stability on the sea is not as important as companions. "This is war, not a joke," Uchiha Madara said in a low voice. Hawkeye nodded in agreement. He didn't think it would succeed, but just asked with a fluke mentality. If the other party agreed, it would be great. With a whoosh, there was a sound of breaking through the air from where Hawkeye was, and he flipped over and jumped to the side of Shanks. "You are?" Uchiha Madara looked at him in confusion. "Shanks is my good friend, I can't watch him die in front of me. Since there is no room for negotiation, I can only be your enemy." "Sorry," Hawkeye said lightly. "Hey, Hawkeye kid. It's not too late to leave now. If you go against Captain Uchiha Madara, you will die," Whitebeard shouted in the distance. Whitebeard didn't want this man with the title of strongest to die in the hands of Uchiha, it would be a pity. "Thank you for your kindness, but I have to do this because this guy is my friend. Hawkeye replied. Hearing Hawkeye's words, Red Hair was deeply moved. Following Hawkeye's statement, Akainu and others seemed to have found confidence again, staring at the Uchiha squad. Seeing them like this, Ninetales didn't want to undermine their confidence, and said tactfully, if we want to deal with Uchiha Madara, we alone are not enough. You just saw that the opponent can launch a move that we can't see. I underestimated the opponent from the beginning. Kurama said this, turned his head to look at the navy behind him, and asked, those people are your subordinates, right? Aokiji nodded. After confirming his guess, Kyuubi shouted, if you want to deal with Uchiha Madara, you must let these nearly 100,000 soldiers go together. But this will kill many people. Kingji said reluctantly. Uchiha Madara was right when he said this is a war, not a joke. If you want to win, sacrifice is inevitable. And the other party is not an ordinary person, he is the Shura of the ninja world, and is close to the existence of the Six Paths. Kyuubi said in a serious tone. Even a beast in the ninja world is smarter than you. Uchiha Madara said this, and then changed the subject, but Ninetailed, you underestimated my strength. Then, Uchiha Madara made a gesture with one hand and said loudly, no matter how many people there are, it's useless. As his voice fell, the outer path demon statue opened its mouth, and a series of clattering sounds came, and 9 chains instantly flew towards the 9-tailed beasts. Chapter 74. Not good. Be careful. Roger and Garp shouted. But their shouts were still a step too late. Ah. Well. Oh. 9 screams rang out, and the tailed beasts seemed to be attacked by invisible attacks and fell to the ground one after another. Kaka. The chains instantly wrapped around their necks. Stop him. Akainu yelled, and his lava fist slammed into the chain. Boom. Akainu's hell dog was extremely fast, and the chains wrapped around the 1-tailed beast, the 2-tailed beast, and the 3-tailed beast were smashed by her punch. Aokiji, who was standing by, pressed to the ground, and 2 icy hands emerged from the ground. The icy hands grasped the chains on the necks of the 8-tailed beast and the 9-tailed beast, and pulled from the inside, and the chains broke inch by inch. Hawkeye raised the black knife, Knight, and swung it. The long slash flew out vertically, slashing at the chains on the 5-tailed beast, the 6-tailed beast, and the 7-tailed beast. With a click sound, the broken chains were connected again. Kaido jumped high, and the domineering color wrapped around the mace, and attacked from the air. His target was Uchiha Madara. With a bang. Kaido seemed to have hit something, and he leaned back in the sky, swinging his sword at the thing that hit his cheek. The huge impact made Kaido realize that the invisible thing was knocked away by him. At the same time, Roger and Red Hair ran quickly with swords in hand, and arrived in front of Uchiha Madara. Red Hair used his observation haki to the extreme, and briefly saw the scene of his throat being pinched. He was about to attack, but he leaned back in a hurry. A shadow suddenly stretched out his right hand, and Red Hair immediately reached up to the sky. The shadow dodged sideways after the previous slash. The red-haired man didn't know if he hit the target or not. It was also his first time fighting against such an invisible enemy. Roger was not so lucky. With only 70% of his strength, his eyes bulged out and his back arched. He was hit in the stomach by a punch from Uchiha Madara's shadow. Roger reacted and slashed with his sword. The shadow seemed to know Roger's countermeasure and kicked Roger's arm after the attack. Roger's arm, which was holding the sword to strike, was kicked back. The next second, Roger felt someone pressing hard on his throat. Boom. The ice surface exploded. At this moment, Kizaru appeared behind Uchiha Madara again, and kicked Uchiha Madara's head with his long legs. Suddenly, Kizaru felt his right foot being grabbed by someone and violently smashed on the ice. Uchiha Madara turned around with the black stick in his hand and stabbed Kizaru on the ground behind him. The startled Kizaru disappeared immediately and turned into a ray of light to appear on the side of Sengoku. Kizaru looked down and saw that his abdomen was pierced by a black stick. His face was ugly. He still didn't dodge it just now. Uchiha Madara's speed was too fast. Kizaru felt that his chakra was disordered at this time, which made him understand that this black stick was the existence of restricting chakra. Puff! Kizaru pulled out the black stick. Kaido had already come to the ground and kept swinging. To outsiders, he seemed to be hitting the air, but what they didn't know was that he was entangled by a shadow. If he was not careful, he would be beaten. Roger broke free from the shadow, and he and Red Hair attacked Uchiha Madara, who was standing there from the left and right. God avoid! Roger and Red Hair shouted at the same time, and the two slashed at Uchiha Madara's front and back respectively. Roger followed the slash and attacked Uchiha Madara's head with his sword to prevent him from jumping away, while Red Hair attacked Uchiha Madara's body. Even if Uchiha Madara dodged the one coming towards Roger, Red Hair was confident that he could attack Uchiha Madara. Dang, the red-haired man's slash pierced Uchiha Madara's side. It was a shadow blocking Uchiha Madara. Seeing this, Roger jumped up and immediately changed his moves. He chopped down and chopped at Uchiha Madara's head. Bang! Another invisible barrier appeared in front of Roger's knife. This was the second shadow. Nanny! Roger was shocked. Swish! Uchiha Madara stretched out his right hand at an extremely fast speed and grabbed Roger's neck again. He used his hand to attack Roger's shadow and launched an attack on the red-haired man. Humanity! Uchiha Madara shouted in a low voice, and with a strong pull, the transparent soul was pulled out of Roger's body. Hurry! His soul is about to be pulled out, go help him, don't worry about us. Kyuubi hurriedly shouted to Akainu and Aokiji. Quick, go help. Sengoku saw Uchiha Madara withdraw the white energy from Roger and shouted to Garp with difficulty. Garp knew what to do without Sengoku's reminder. He quickly handed the body of Sengoku to the crane next to him and rushed to Uchiha Madara at a very fast speed. Big fire breath! The moment Akainu's shout fell, Uchiha Madara's low voice rang out, Hungry Ghost Path. The ice spikes that emerged from the ice surface had just appeared, and it was Aokiji who launched an attack. The icy power under Uchiha Madara's feet and the magma flying from the side were swallowed up by the Hungry Ghost Path barrier. Uchiha Madara's pulling speed did not stop, and most of Roger's body was pulled out by him. Seeing that the elementalization failed, Garp shouted Hawkeye. Help! Hawkeye's move to chop the chain changed, and the slash of up to 100 meters attacked Uchiha Madara vertically. Garp's fist appeared on the side of the slash. Uchiha Madara controlled the shadow to grab Roger's neck and shouted, Shinra Tensei. Repulse! A powerful rebound force erupted. Garp was knocked back by the rebound force, and even Hawkeye's slash was rebounded. Taking advantage of this time, Uchiha Madara pulled Roger's soul out with force, and then Uchiha Madara threw Roger's soul into the sky. Roger's body turned into ashes. Uchiha Madara used wind escape and waved his hand lightly, and the ashes in the shape of Roger's body were blown away by the wind. What's going on? Roger, in his spirit form, was shocked. In the sky, after Roger's soul was finally stabilized, he felt his body rising uncontrollably into the sky. Roger! Garp stood firm on the ice and shouted to Roger. Feeling his current situation, Roger said with some regret, Garp. I can't seem to help you. My soul is rising uncontrollably and should return to the underworld. What a joke. You can actually pull out the soul. Kaido exclaimed while holding a mace. I'm sorry, Shanks, I have to go. Roger, in his soul form, said his final goodbye to Shanks. Captain! Shanks called out to Roger after being shocked. Roger's soul flew higher and higher. He looked at Whitebeard in the distance and said, Don't die, Newgate. Then, he looked at Ace and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Ace. But Ace just looked at him coldly and didn't respond. Seeing this, Roger could only sigh helplessly. His soul flew higher and higher. Uchiha Madara. You won't succeed. After saying the last sentence, Roger ascended faster and faster, disappearing from everyone's perception. Chapter 75. Come and help. We can't let him succeed. Akainu shouted while continuously attacking the chains. Even if the chains were broken, they would be reconnected immediately. Akainu didn't know what to do. Everyone be careful, that bastard's rebound move is stronger. Garp warned and rushed towards the Nine Tails. Then Garp wrapped his arm with armament haki and grabbed the chain to stop it. Garp found that no matter how the chain was cut, it would reconnect. Garp wanted to use his huge force to pull the other monster over and then attack. Ha! Garp shouted, and with his enormous power, the huge outer golem body moved quickly along the ice surface. Crack! The golem stuck its feet into the ground, trying to stop. We are here to help. In the distance, the giant lieutenant general shouted and rushed over with his huge body. Every time they ran, the ice surface made a sound. Aokiji activated his ice ability at this time, making 8 ice hands grow on the ice surface. These arms firmly grasped the chain. Humph. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, and a shadow punched the icy hand holding the chain. Ah! Shikaku yelled and flew out. Just as he was about to reach the golem, Akainu punched him, trying to break the chain. With a boom sound, the long lava fist exploded a few meters to the side of the chain. There was a figure that Akainu could not see blocking his hell dog. Don't let him succeed, Kurama. Shikaku was unable to stop him, leaving these words in the golem's mouth. Damn it! What the hell is this thing, Uchiha Madara? If you have the guts, get these things out. Kaido in the distance was getting upset by a shadow and was shouting. Whenever he wanted to attack Uchiha Madara, the shadow would entangle him and punch him out of the blue, and he couldn't even find out where the other party was. Red Hair was not having a good time either. There was a shadow lurking around him. He needed to keep using his observation haki to the extreme to avoid being attacked by the shadow. Hawkeye also had one. Hawkeye was helpless against this invisible enemy. These shadows had no sound, it was impossible to tell where they were, and their combat awareness was very strong. After being hit, if they wanted to fight back, the other party would be able to dodge in advance. He had no way to deal with this kind of means. Damn Uchiha Madara! Ninetales yelled angrily. After he was caught by the chains, he couldn't use his chakra. He placed his hope on the giant who came. Bang! After the four giants landed, they wrapped their arms with armed haki, grabbed the chain, and pulled hard. The outer path demon statue could not withstand the huge force and flew over. Seeing this, Uchiha jumped high and landed on the head of the outer path demon statue. He immediately activated Susanoo to wrap the outer path demon statue to protect it. Be careful! Garp shouted when he saw Susanoo coming, and then he immediately clenched his fist to attack, but Akainu in the distance was faster than him, holding a giant magma fist and leaping towards the flying golem. Aokiji activated the fruit ability again, and two huge ice arms stretched out from the ice surface and grabbed the legs of the golem. Uchiha Madara gathered the Megatama of Yasaka and threw it at Akainu. Akainu could only fight back. With a boom sound, Uchiha Madara flew out from the top of the giant's head at the same time as the explosion. His body hit Garp's fist like a sharp sword and shouted, Shinra Tensei. The next second, the tailed beasts, the giant Vice Admiral, Garp, and Akainu beside him, flew backwards in all directions. Ah! Ninetailed screamed, bound by chains, they did not fly too far. The ice hands on the ground collapsed instantly under the strong repulsive force. Not good. The red-haired man in the distance saw these people being bounced away and shouted hurriedly. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Madara's shadow seized the opportunity and punched the red-haired man in the cheek. Boom! Voila! The sound of several chains and the sound of the red-haired being knocked away rang out at the same time, and the nine-tailed beasts flew towards the big mouth of the outer path demon statue at an extremely fast speed. The moment the huge-tailed beast flew into the demon statue's mouth, its body shrank and entered the mouth. Two-tailed, three-tailed, four-tailed, five-tailed, six-tailed, seven-tailed, eight-tailed, one after another. Please, you must stop him. As the nine-tailed fox finished speaking, he also entered the mouth of the golem. As soon as the mouth of the outer path golem closed, the eyes of the golem suddenly opened, and 9 bloodshot eyes were exposed to everyone. Roar! The golem roared to the sky, and Uchiha Madara controlled the golem to make a big jump back, creating distance between it and these people. Uchiha Madara performed the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared at the marked position left before. As Uchiha Madara distanced himself, the shadows that attacked Kaido, Red Hair, and Hawkeye disappeared. Failed. Aokiji said helplessly when he saw the tailed beast being swallowed. Several people looked a little ugly. Kizaru pressed his abdomen with one hand and walked over. He didn't attack just now because he was healing and he was a little afraid of Uchiha Madara's shadow. What is he going to do? Kizaru asked solemnly. Akainu angrily questioned Kizaru, why didn't you take action just now? If you had taken action with those chains, the opponent would definitely not have succeeded. I'm healing. Kizaru defended. Bastard. You were fine before, but what's going on now? Don't you understand? If you continue to be so afraid of death, maybe we will really die here, including the navy over there. Akainu accused. Hearing this, Kizaru lowered his head. He was indeed timid because of his injury just now. He felt a little ashamed of what Akainu said. This battle concerns the safety of 100,000 navy soldiers and civilians on the sea. Come on, Borsellino. Try your best to do what you can. Even if you die, you must have a clear conscience. We are admirals. Aokiji said from the side, emphasizing the last sentence. Kizaru was silent for a few seconds and replied, I know. What on earth does that guy want to do? Garp's voice attracted the attention of the three admirals, and they looked at Uchiha Madara. They saw him slap the ground with one hand and whispered, Senjutsu Uchiha Flame Formation. In an instant, a red barrier rose from the ground, and the outer path demon statue was locked inside. The barrier was hundreds of meters high, with only a hole on it. After doing all this, Uchiha Ban did not stop. 4 wooden clones emerged from his body and jumped around the barrier. In the eyes of Garp and others, the other party was more like protecting the guy inside. This guy probably doesn't want us to hurt the monster inside. Quick, stop him. Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was standing in the distance, shouted hurriedly. Hearing this, Aokiji squatted down and activated his fruit ability. He wanted to push the monster inside out. The next second, he was stunned. Akainu saw Aokiji's ugly face and asked hurriedly, what's wrong? The ice below where the monster was standing turned into land. It must be that guy's doing. Not only that, the other party seemed to have guessed that I would do this. The flame defense penetrated deep into the ground without a single gap. My ice melted when it touched the flame. Aokiji said seriously. If that's the case, we can only attack from above. There is an invisible shadow around Uchiha Madara. It is very difficult to take him down. We must first deal with the monster and not let him become the immortal that the fox said. Akainu analyzed. You can think of it, and the other party probably thought of it too. I feel that if we attack from above, we will definitely suffer a counter-attack from the storm. If we are not careful, we will be attacked by the black stick. That thing can even hurt the elemental, which is very scary. Yazawa said with fear on his face. I don't care about that anymore, Kizaru. You just need to take me there. Akainu said, looking at the monster in the barrier with a determined look. Chapter 76. Uchiha Madara saw that these people were looking at the barrier, and sneered in his heart. He also guessed the other party's plan, and Uchiha Madara had already prepared means to deal with it. He left a large number of flying thunder god marks on the outer path demon statue. If any of them dared to come, they would have to face his real body and 4 shadows. At this time, Uchiha Madara was not in a hurry to deal with them. He wanted to show the generals something shocking. If these people died early, it would be too boring. Perhaps it would be nice to die at the hands of the Ten Tails. Uchiha Madara whispered, looking at Garp. Roar. In the flame array, roars resounded throughout Marineford, and the outer path golem was evolving. The audience watching the live broadcast had become numb and desperate. Even when Roger failed before, they were only shocked for a while and didn't pay much attention, because the strength shown by Uchiha Madara was much more terrifying than that of One Piece. The 9 big guys were also absorbed by the ferocious monster. The audience didn't know what Uchiha Madara was going to do, and could only pray in their hearts that the Navy would win. At the edge of the ice 10 kilometers away from Marineford, the 5 elders were here. Izambaran v Nasu Xiaolang Sheng frowned and asked, what should we do? Now Zhongguo is no longer able to do it. Roger's soul has ascended to heaven. It is estimated that the opponent's clones can hold them back. If this continues, it will be over. There are too many navies over there, and it is not convenient for us to take action. Saint Satan said cautiously. Why don't I go? I can transform right after I get there. That way my appearance won't be exposed. It should be fine. Shepherd 10 Peter Saint suggested. You all know my methods. To be on the safe side, I suggest you return to the Holy Land first, bring the spare transmission device to contact Charlotte Linlin, and let her take action. Shepherd 10 Peter Saint added. The others nodded. In that case, let's go back to the Holy Land first. Seeing that the other 3 agreed, Saint Marcus Maz said something, activated the Izuma Tengxingtian form and turned into a strange bird, and the other 5 elders jumped onto his back. Saint Marcus Maz flapped his wings and rushed towards the Holy Land at a very fast speed, while Saint Shepherd 10 Peter activated the beast form, the sandworm, escaped into the ice, and rushed towards the battlefield. In the distance of the battlefield, on the Moby Dick, Flower Sword Vista asked curiously, Dad, do you know how the other party can become an immortal? Son, Dad doesn't know either. Whitebeard replied without turning his head. His eyes were fixed on Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara is already powerful enough, I can't believe how powerful he will be after becoming a sage. Marco said with emotion. Marco was looking forward to this. In the field, Akainu and Kizaru looked at each other, and Kizaru immediately activated his ability. A beam of light shot above the flame array, and then the light refracted. Kizaru and Akainu instantly appeared in the barrier, and after Kizaru did all this, he immediately disappeared. You four, stand away. Garp said to the giant behind him, and then rushed to the barrier with Hawkeye, Aokiji, Red Hair, and Kaido. 5 meters above the barrier, Akainu held a lava fist and punched the outer path golem, which was roaring anxiously, and Kizaru had already disappeared. With a bang, Uchiha Ban appeared below Akainu and blocked the punch. Not only that, Uchiha Madara also activated the Hungry Ghost's devouring ability. Akainu found that his magma fist began to decrease at the speed of the naked eye, and what was even more exaggerated was that Uchiha Madara actually blocked his fist. This was also because Uchiha Madara had just realized the strange power, and combined with the domineering, plus the armed color domineering and the lightning mode, his ordinary attack was no less than that of the generals. Humph. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, and the shadow of the wheel tomb replaced him. What? Akainu was shocked to see Uchiha Madara suddenly jump up at the place where he attacked, and his attack was blocked by the shadow. Uchiha stretched out his palm, grabbed Akainu's head, and shouted human way. Uchiha Madara wanted to use this trick to extract Akainu's soul. Akainu, who reacted, suddenly felt his soul being torn apart. Enduring the pain, Akainu launched a counter-attack. His right fist was wrapped with armed color domineering, and he swung his fist and swept towards Uchiha Madara. Bang! Akainu's fist stopped at the moment when it was 30 centimeters away from Uchiha Madara. Akainu felt that his arm was tightly held. The feeling of soul tearing became stronger and stronger. Akainu immediately activated elementalization to avoid it. In an instant, Akainu turned into a pool of magma and fell to the ground. Hungry Ghost Path. Uchiha Madara shouted in a low voice, aiming his palm at the magma below. Akainu, who had become a ball of magma, felt a suction force, and his physical strength quickly drained away. His face changed drastically, and he immediately returned to his original state. Seeing this, a black stick emerged from Uchiha Madara's palm and stabbed at Akainu. Seeing this move, Akainu hurriedly dodged. He was frightened by the iron stick and broke into cold sweats. Kizaru said that this move could break the domineering aura, and he dared not use the move to fight against it. With a bang, Uchiha Madara's shadow attacked and kicked Akainu on the back. Akainu was kicked away by the huge force and his body hit the flame array. Outside the flame array, Red Hair and his companions had already fought with 4 clones. One of the clones activated the complete form of Susanoo and was fighting Kaido. Another clone performed the wood release, woodman technique and used the power of Susanoo to wrap the wooden man and entangled with Red Hair. The one who fought with Hawkeye did not transform, but his lightning release chakra mode had been activated. With the blessing of fairy arts and strange power, he could barely can deal with Hawkeye. Garp was entangled by a large number of trees. It was obvious that his clone had used the flower tree realm to control these trees to interfere with Garp. Aokiji pressed his hands on the ground, controlling countless ice spikes to shoot the barrier, but it was useless. As soon as his ice hit, it would be evaporated by the barrier that was hotter than magma. At this time, a large amount of fog filled the entire battlefield. Aokiji saw that the intensive attacks were useless, and his body turned into an element, trying to get close to the barrier, and then attack with his fist of armed color domineering. Aokiji just escaped into the ice layer, and Zetsu smiled and greeted hello. Chapter 77. Aokiji, who was not aware of the opponent's ability, was shocked and punched out. The half-elemental Aokiji only punched and beat White Zetsu into a ball of rotten meat. Green blood and minced meat covered Aokiji's hand. Aokiji was stunned. How could he not be beaten? What he didn't know was that White Zetsu was bored and saw someone coming down, so he wanted to say hello, but he paid with his life. The elemental Aokiji sneaked all the way through the ice. When he came to the bottom layer of the giant's barrier, Aokiji's right fist was wrapped with armed color domineering, and then the ice fist gathered. Ice gloves. Aokiji shouted in his heart and punched the barrier with his fist. The Uchiha inside the barrier instantly sensed it. Boom. The barrier below showed signs of collapse, and seeing that the flame formation was a little unstable, Uchiha Madara, who was attacking Akainu, quickly split out a wooden clone. The wooden clone gathered chakra on 5 fingers in the air, and the moment it landed, it stabbed into the ground to reinforce the barrier. Aokiji below saw that the barrier had returned to normal and immediately fled. After reaching the ground, Aokiji glanced at his right fist, which showed signs of burning. He underestimated the opponent's move. He didn't expect it to be so powerful. His fist just touched it, and it was covered with ice, but it burned so badly. Aokiji frowned and looked at the barrier while launching the palm fairy technique. While healing, he shouted to Garp, who was dodging in the tree world, Vice Admiral Garp. It's best not to attack the barrier blocking the tailed beast with your fist. The temperature is terrible. It never ends. Garp kept dodging and attacking the trees, saying angrily, and turned his head to ask, Aokiji, what did you say? I said, the barrier that blocks the monster is very hot, don't attack with your fists, you will get hurt. Aokiji repeated it again, this time more simply. Red Hair, Kaido, and Hawkeye took a look at the barrier, their faces solemn. In their observation haki, they found that Aokiji's arm was actually burned, that was the freezing ability. Even the frozen ghosts feel the temperature is difficult to handle. In the distance, on the Moby Dick, Whitebeard looked at the barrier and murmured. Kizaru. What are you doing? Come and help. In the barrier, Akainu's shout resounded throughout the square. Kizaru looked at Akainu, who was in danger in the barrier, with some entanglement. He was wondering whether to go to help. If the Navy did not have reinforcements at this time, defeat would be inevitable. Kizaru glanced at Vice Admiral Garp and others who were still fighting, and Sengoku, who was lying in the arms of Vice Admiral Tsuru and had little time left. Kizaru had no choice but to disappear on the spot. In the barrier, Akainu rolled over and narrowly avoided the attack of Uchiha Madara's fist. Uchiha Madara glanced at Kizaru, who had disappeared from the outside world, stopped attacking and looked at Akainu, and praised, not bad. Beautiful dance. Uchiha Madara did not use the power of the 6 paths at this time, and relied entirely on physical skills to fight the opponent. The two fought back and forth. Damn it. Akainu saw that the other party did not use those means, and he could not defeat the other party with physical skills alone, so he became more and more anxious. Because he felt that the aura of the big guy in the distance seemed to be more violent. Akainu secretly reached his hand to his back and used the power of palm magic to heal his back. At this time, there was a large burn scar on his back, which was caused by him flying backwards and hitting the barrier. The temperature was so high that even his magma ability could not resist it. Damn it. I can't even take down one clone, what a terrible fighting skill. Outside the barrier, Hawkeye stopped slashing and looked solemnly at Uchiha Madara, who was shirtless in the distance, and said solemnly. Under my eyes, I can see through all your tricks. Your swordsmanship is just so-so. Uchiha Madara said calmly. Damn it. Have I been underestimated? It was the first time Hawkeye met such a powerful person, and the other party seemed to be able to predict it. However, what he didn't know was that the wooden clone who was performing the flower tree world advent in the distance had been watching this side with one eye. No matter how Hawkeye concealed his moves, Uchiha Madara could easily dodge them through visual contribution. Not only that, Uchiha Madara's fighting instinct was very strong, and with the lightning chakra activating his body, his speed was incomparably fast. The battle between Hawkeye and Uchiha Madara's clone simply stunned the swordsman present. Dashiji held Sao Shiger tightly, and cheered Hawkeye in his heart. He didn't want Hawkeye to lose to the opponent's clone. On the Moby Dick, Flower Sword Vista stared at Uchiha Madara's clone with some anger. Uchiha Madara used a clone to fight the strongest among their swordsmen, which made Vista feel humiliated. In his opinion, even if Uchiha Madara could defeat Hawkeye, he should use his real body instead of a clone. My good son, don't show that expression, this is a war, not a competition. Whitebeard seemed to have guessed his son's thoughts and comforted him. But that's too irritating, he's our strongest swordsman. Vista replied unhappily. The 3 admirals have joined forces with the pirates, do you still care about this? Whitebeard said to his naive son. Vista was silent. Damn Uchiha Madara, that is Zoro's future opponent. You must defeat Uchiha Madara. Luffy didn't want Hawkeye to lose to Uchiha Madara's clone, so he shouted loudly. Pirates! Just when everyone's eyes were focused on the distance. Suddenly, a huge monster emerged from the ground next to the camera. It swallowed the pirate who was filming, the 3rd brother, and a dozen pirates next to him into its stomach. What? Baki, who was standing not far from the third brother and talking with a few pirates about planning to slip away later, looked at the huge sandworm in shock. The next second, the sandworm rushed into the ice and disappeared in front of Buggy. At this time, Hawkeye and others who were fighting in the distance and Uchiha Madara's clone stopped their fights tacitly and looked at the place where the sandworm disappeared. Buggy's legs were shaking, cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and now he was scared. Just now, when he saw that Uchiha Madara's clone could deal with Shanks, he thought of escaping, and called a few pirates who were going to join him to discuss escaping. As a result, the killer bug rushed out from not far from him, so Buggy saved his life. "We can't stay here any longer, let's go to Whitebeard's ship," Buggy shouted, and hurriedly ran towards the Moby Dick. As the live broadcast device entered his body, the picture seen by people around the world watching the live broadcast turned black. What happened? Why is the picture gone? Civilians around the world said the same thing. Not long after the sandworms burrowed into the ground, Black Zetsu emerged from the ice. He glanced at the place where he had filmed before, thinking, and then he burrowed into the ice again and disappeared. Chapter 78. You're quite capable. Uchiha Madara had already come out of the barrier and praised Kizaru in front of him. Damn it! To Kizaru, these words sounded like mockery. Just now, Kizaru took advantage of the moment when Uchiha Madara looked towards the sandworm and attacked. He wanted to bring out Akainu. Kizaru first appeared behind Uchiha in an instant, and then activated the refraction. 4 balls of light appeared. He wanted to use this method to confuse Uchiha Madara. As a result, he underestimated Uchiha Madara's Samsara Eye and Sage Mode. Uchiha Madara immediately found Kizaru's body and punched Kizaru in the stomach, almost knocking out Kizaru's overnight meal. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, refracted to Akainu, and disappeared into the barrier with Akainu. You should be thankful that I didn't use the power of the 6 paths just now. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and said calmly. Suddenly, a scream came from underground. The strong men present were all sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, and their attainments in observation haki were not low. They all heard the scream. At this time, White Zetsu emerged from the ground wrapped in a camera, and said in a hoarse voice, "Lord Madara. That big guy actually wanted to use his body to knock away the barrier." Haha. Uchiha Madara found it a little funny, and after laughing he replied, "You're asking for trouble. This is what the big guy spit out under the ice after swallowing it, and I picked it up." While talking, Zetsu placed the equipment on the ice, and then she inserted her hands into the ice and activated her ability. In a few seconds, the third brother who was responsible for filming the man and the auxiliary filming were wrapped by the pitcher plant of Heizetsu and brought to the ice. Then, Heizetsu used the treatment method to treat the two. Soon, the two woke up and looked at the black figure in front of them, which scared them. "Don't worry, just keep filming," Black Zetsu said hoarsely. Yes. The pirate in charge of filming picked up the camera Den Mushi tremblingly. After checking it, he found that there was no problem and continued to point the camera at Uchiha Madara. Brother 3 looked at the black man in front of him with fear. He understood that it was the other party who saved him just now. The moment he was swallowed into the stomach, Brother 3 felt a severe dizziness in his head. He suspected that it was the Conqueror's haki, and the place where they were was pitch black, and then he knew nothing. Fortunately, Brother 3, who was lucky to have caught up with a big shot, cheered up, used a candlestick to raise the person in charge of filming, and then concentrated on assisting. As the live broadcast started again, the audience who were watching the live broadcast and looking forward to it there said excitedly, "There is a picture." At the same time, under the ice layer, in a circular passage, Shepherd 10 Peter Saint was 10 meters away from the flame array. His body shook and squirmed. The place that was originally burned made a few sizzling sounds and quickly recovered. "Damn it! What on earth is this thing? It's so powerful," Shepherd 10 Peter Saint said with an ugly face. He just used his healing ability to consume a certain amount of life, which made him very distressed. This overbearing flame made him dare not attack again, because his specialty was not here. He was good at swallowing. Swallow that bastard Uchiha Madara first. Macas. Mez Saint, who had made up his mind, squirmed for a while, and soon he came to the distance and stuck his head out to observe. After confirming the location of Uchiha Madara, he dived underground again and quickly approached Uchiha Madara. On the ice, Susanoo, who was fighting Kaido, suddenly abandoned Kaido, jumped, held the huge chakra sword with both hands, and stabbed towards the ground. Ah! Puff! A lot of blood splashed out from the ice, and screams and piercing sounds were heard at the same time. The next second, the Susanoo giant used his sword to pick up the huge sandworm that was pierced by the sword. And something unexpected happened. The sandworm hanging on the sword suddenly squirmed after its body was pierced by the sword, and then quickly broke away from the blade and came to the ground. The strong men present all looked over and found that there was another cut where the opponent was pierced. It was obvious that the sword blade had cut its body and fell from above. What shocked them even more was still to come. They saw that the flesh on the sandworm's hand quickly adhered, and in a few seconds, the big hole and scratch in its eye disappeared. How is it possible? Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at the other party's fast healing area, and then looked at Sengoku, who had no strength to speak. He was very puzzled. They were both fruit ability users, why could the other party recover so quickly? This must be fake, it's almost as good as Uchiha Madara's recovery ability. Kizaru said in shock. It seems that the other party has sent out a difficult person. Whitebeard stared at the other party and said seriously. Dad. What happened to this world? Not to mention the surgery fruit, how can there be such an exaggerated healing ability? Marco asked Whitebeard in confusion. The other party's fruit has probably awakened. Whitebeard replied solemnly, word by word. What? Marco said in shock. There was one more thing Whitebeard didn't say on the spot, that is, the other party had undergone surgery. Rox once told him that the 5 elders had super recovery abilities. Rox suspected that the other party had undergone surgery. At that time, Whitebeard kept this sentence in mind. Whitebeard had no desire to dominate, and he had not investigated the 5 elders in these years, but now, the 5 elders' extraordinary ability to talk to themselves made Whitebeard more convinced of Rox's words. As for why he didn't say it, it was also for the sake of his children. He was afraid that if he said this, his sons would suffer revenge from the 5 elders. At this time, the 5 elders were down, and Whitebeard was not sure whether Uchiha Madara could win, so there were some things he couldn't say casually. Good recovery ability. In the field, Uchiha Madara folded his arms and praised. Humph. The giant sandworm snorted at Uchiha Madara, then opened its big mouth and aimed at him. The next second, a strong suction came from the sandworm's mouth. Uchiha Madara was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Uchiha Madara did not resist and was sucked into the stomach of the other party. In the darkness, Uchiha Madara's body was repelled and waves of stomach acid appeared around him. It seemed that the other party wanted to corrode him with this trick. Not only that, Uchiha Madara also felt that the other party was using the domineering aura to attack his spirit. Uchiha Madara sneered and slowly stretched out his right hand. A black substance emerged from his hand, and the next in seconds, Uchiha Madara activated Flying Thunder God and disappeared into the opponent's stomach. The opponent's unparalleled recovery ability made Uchiha Madara realize that unless special methods were used, it would be difficult to kill him. So, he planned to follow the opponent's intention and use this trick. Outside, Akainu saw Uchiha Madara disappear, and was about to step on the moon step to deal with the tailed beast inside. Suddenly, Akainu felt a huge suction pulling him. In the sky, Akainu flew uncontrollably towards the ice. Akainu looked in the direction of gravity, and Uchiha Madara was actually standing outside the barrier. Akainu hurriedly blasted out a magma fist, and the gravity disappeared. What happened? He was clearly swallowed. Garp, Red Hair, Kaido, Kizaru, Aokiji, and the 5 elders were puzzled. Uchiha Madara activated the power of the Hungry Ghost Path, absorbed the incoming magma, and looked at the puzzled sandworm on the opposite side. Uchiha Madara spread out his right hand again, condensed a black substance, and the substance gradually rose into the air and came to the sky above the Navy headquarters. What is he going to do? Kizaru asked Aokiji in confusion. Aokiji had no idea and stared at the black substance in the sky. The next moment, Uchiha Madara clapped his hands and shouted, Shinra Tensei, Chiba across the sky. Chapter 79. Crack. A crack appeared on the ice from under the feet of the 5 elders. Shepherd 10 Peter Saint looked down. The next second, the ice on the ground rushed to the black ball in the sky, and the 5 elders retreated quickly. Boom boom boom. Not only where he was, but also where Aokiji, Akainu, and others were standing, the black substance in the sky seemed to have suction. Kaido and others didn't understand what it was, so they temporarily avoided it and didn't take action. Gradually, ice blocks with a diameter of 20 to 30 meters gathered outside the black substance in the sky, forming an oval. Suddenly, Shepherd 10 Peter Saint's eyes widened, and his body flew into the sky uncontrollably. What's going on? The moment Shepherd 10 Peter Saint was shocked, countless ice cubes on the ground shot towards his huge body. Boom boom boom. Shepherd 10 Pit Saint kept twisting his lower body, with the domineering aura of the insect's tail wrapped around it, slapping the ice cubes that attacked him, but his speed of ascent did not slow down. Below, Uchiha Madara increased the output of chakra power, and with a whoosh, the bodies of the 5 elders shot like sharp arrows to the ice ball in the sky and stuck to it. Bang, 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 bang. Dense ice cubes flew down onto the 5 elders like raindrops. Hurry, help. Vice Admiral Tsuru shouted hurriedly when he saw that the helper who was helping to deal with Uchiha Madara, who was suspected to be a member of the world government, was hit by Uchiha Madara's moves. Aokiji pressed his hands on the ground, and 2 icicles rose from the ground. There were 2 big hands on the top of the icicles, trying to pull the opponent back. When Aokiji's icicles rose to 100 meters, his icicles shattered, as if there was a great attraction in the sky. His pillars floated in the sky, indirectly helping the ice ball to grow. Below, Hawkeye was about to draw his sword to chop the giant ball in the sky, and his clone holding lightning hit him. Hawkeye immediately changed his moves and entangled with the clone. What the hell is this? Kaido jumped on the rising stones with a mace in his hand, and at the same time, he had to guard against the attack of the giant Uchiha Madara. The wooden man on Red Hair's side entangled Red Hair again. Aokiji saw that the ice on the ground was getting smaller and smaller, and sea water was even coming out in some places. He stepped on the moon step. This time he did not reinforce the ice surface, because if he did so, the ice ball in the sky might increase indefinitely. Seeing that there was almost no place to stand, Vice Admiral Tsuru and others hugged Sengoku and called on the giant Vice Admiral to leave here. On the ice surface, the ice continued to rise. The people watching the battle in the distance were stunned, because the ball in the sky was getting bigger and bigger, and it had reached an incredible situation. Plop. A sound of falling into the water was heard. Garp wanted to sneak attack Uchiha Madara to stop the opponent's move, but was hit by a shadow into the water. When Garp surfaced from the water, he was stunned, because Marin disappeared. Except for the place where the barrier was, the area within a few kilometers became a water area. On the water surface, Red Hair, Hawkeye, Akainu, and others used chakra to stand on the sea water and stared blankly at the huge sphere in the sky. Kaido saw that the ice ball was not falling for a long time, and said in surprise, it actually stopped in the sky. At this moment, Uchiha Madara in the distance attacked again. Uchiha Madara slowly raised his right hand, facing the ice ball in the sky and swung it down. The ice ball that had stopped in the sky hit the scattered people below at a very fast speed. Asshole! Kaido roared and rushed towards the giant ball that was falling rapidly from the sky. The 3 clones of Uchiha Madara arrived above him in the next second, apparently trying to stop them from breaking this move. Aokiji below originally wanted to use his ability to support the giant ball falling from the sky, but a chakra sword sprang out of the water. Aokiji narrowly avoided it, and the sword was still chasing, as if trying to stop him. Yellow Monkey! Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was far away, saw this and shouted. Yellow Monkey immediately activated his ability and appeared in front of Aokiji, dragging Aokiji with him and disappeared again. Then Akainu, Red Hair, Kaido, and Garp. Boom! The huge ice ball fell into the water, creating a huge wave of 10,000 meters. Oh no, a big wave is coming. The navy in the distance saw the huge wave coming and shouted in fear. The same thing happened in the area where the pirates were on the other side. The pirates shouted in fear. Pankai. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard took action. He punched the incoming wave hard. The seawater that covered the sky and the sun poured back. Ice Age. Aokiji shouted, and the attacking seawater froze immediately, and the power of ice spread to Uchiha Madara. The battlefield returned to normal again. The red-haired people standing on the navy side were silent. Uchiha Madara's strength refreshed their cognition. A suspected animal fruit awakener sank into the sea without even responding to Uchiha Madara's move. They dared not imagine how terrible Uchiha Madara would be if he used all his strength. Kaido regretted more and more. At this time, He thought that the clown's choice was right, and it was impossible for him to leave now. This kind of strong man would definitely not be merciful to the enemy. Even the big bear who helped Uchiha Madara store his eyes for many years was killed at will. Now Kaido can only go down this road. Navy. Uchiha Madara seems to be beyond our ability to deal with. Isn't the world government behind you? Let them call for help. Kaido said to Akainu. I think Kaido is right. We can't win this kind of war by ourselves. Kizaru echoed. Akainu clenched his fist tightly. He felt deeply powerless against this enemy. This is the only way. Vice Admiral, he said, and started to call the 5 elders. After a long time, they found that they couldn't get through, as if the line was busy. At the same time, over the sea not far from the Red Earth continent, Saint Satan was answering a call from the Navy with an ugly face. I got it. After listening to the report, Saint Satan held the phone that had not been hung up and replied weakly. The other 5 elders on the back of the strange bird were unusually silent, because the Navy reported that Saint Pitt was wrapped in a giant ice ball and sank into the sea, and his life or death was unknown. It was obvious that Saint Pitt was finished. Saint Marcus Maz in the form of a strange bird saw that the others were silent, and said directly, the opponent's strength has exceeded our expectations. We have to return to the Holy Land immediately, report this matter to Lord Im, and request the dispatch of the Knights of God. Will Charlotte Linland still answer it? Satan Sheng, who was undecided, asked. Take it. You will be in charge of this matter later, and the 3 of us will go and report it. Isambulin v Nasujuro Sei interjected. Chapter 80. The Navy area far away from the Marineford battlefield. Vice Admiral Tsuru called several times and finally got through. The 5 elders told them that they would come to support them in half an hour at most and asked them to hold them back. Why wait another half an hour? The demon statue summoned by the other party seems to be planning something. If your people are a little later, it will be more difficult to deal with them. Akainu immediately asked angrily. Sakasuke, watch your attitude. What qualifications do you have to question our decision? Satan's voice came from the Den Mushi. Even if you become a marshal, you can't talk to us like this. You are just a general, a subordinate. Remember your identity. Isambulin v Nasu Shaolang Saint scolded. Seeing that the 5 elders had lost face by blocking so many people, Akainu snorted angrily. Humph. You will regret it. 5 elders. Satan Saint, we are the ones who make the decision. Bang. The angry Akainu punched the ice with a loud noise. The red-haired man beside him came over. 5 elders. Can you come quickly? Then, the red-haired man looked at Akainu and added, Sakasuke just wants to deal with Uchiha Madara as soon as possible. Give me some face and put aside your personal emotions. Our enemy now is Uchiha Madara. Since you said so, forget it this time. We will come as soon as possible, about 20 minutes. The voice of the 5 elders came on the phone, which made Kaido and Akainu's eyes widen. Kizaru looked at the bald red-haired man as if he was a monster. Why? Why would the 5 elders listen to you? Akainu stared at the red-haired man and asked loudly. He couldn't understand why. He was an admiral after all, and the other party was a pirate. This. The red-haired man didn't know how to explain it. He said 2 words and changed the subject directly. Now is not the time to talk about this. We can't let Uchiha Madara continue. We have to find a way to deal with the big guy inside. The red-haired man didn't want these people to know about his relationship with the leader of the Knights of God, so he used the topic to divert their attention. Sure enough, when the red-haired man said this, several people all looked over. Uchiha Madara was sitting on a stone in the distance, with no intention of taking action. At this time, there were several more clones around the barrier. How scary. The 4 clones are hard enough to deal with, and now there are 4 more. What should we do? Kizaru asked worriedly. Now we can only wait for the strong men from the world government to come. It's useless if we rely on ourselves. We can't afford to lose any more combat power now. If anyone among us dies, there will be no hope. Let's protect the Navy first. Garp expressed his thoughts. This is the only way. Aokiji nodded helplessly and approved Garp's proposal. Only Akainu was very unwilling, he still wanted to fight. In the distance, Uchiha Madara saw that they did not continue to attack, which was exactly what he wanted. The 10 tails needed some time to grow. If there was no strong witness by then, it would be a pity. This was also the reason why Uchiha Madara did not kill them immediately. Halftime break. On the Moby Dick, Diamond Jaws looked at the two sides and wondered if they had any intention of taking action. Kulela. The Navy is getting scared. They are probably waiting for reinforcements. Whitebeard made a sharp analysis. These people really don't care about their dignity. They are willing to do anything to win. Marco said, very unhappy. Dad, look, Uchiha Madara's men are coming. At this moment, Ace shouted hurriedly. Everyone looked over and saw Black Zetsu bringing the pirate in charge of filming and the third brother to the Moby Dick. We are filming on your ship, do you mind? Black Zetsu asked Whitebeard in a hoarse voice. Kula la la la. Whitebeard laughed and said, okay. After getting his consent, the third brother used the candlestick to lift the pirate in charge of filming into the sky. Whitebeard looked at Black Zetsu's back and said with emotion, he's so perceptive. He knew someone would attack them next and came to us. He's such a smart subordinate. Marco quickly understood what Whitebeard said and asked with some concern, Dad, what are they doing here? It doesn't matter. Because of Uchiha Madara, we didn't lose a single person when rescuing Ace. This can be considered as an indirect help to us. Dad is not an ungrateful person. As long as they are on our ship, Dad will do his best to protect them. Whitebeard said seriously. Luffy, who was next to Ace, stared angrily at the black man in front of him. If Ace hadn't covered Luffy's mouth, Luffy would have definitely shouted to hit the other man away. Ace knew Luffy too well. In the distance, Aokiji said, that black guy is too sharp. The plan given by the 5 elders to seize the camera has failed. Has he been discovered? Yellow Monkey muttered to himself. Damn Whitebeard. Akainu cursed angrily. Whitebeard on the other side smiled at Akainu. At the same time, in Pangu City, Saint Satan led 4 CPS to the teleportation array and soon disappeared. In a certain sea in the New World, the Queen Mother anthem stopped at the sea, as if waiting for something. Mom, Kaido said it's dangerous and asked you not to go there. Do we really want to go? Charlotte Katakuri asked worriedly. Kaido is a kind-hearted kid. If I hadn't called Kaido just now, I wouldn't have known that all the Red Hair members were dead, and the Warring States is almost over. Charlotte Linlin.G said with emotion, this war is really dangerous. Then, Sherlock Linlin.G changed the subject and said, but the Pirate King promised by the government this time has tempted me, and Uchiha Madara and I have a grudge of betrayal, so I have to go. And the world government told Charlotte Linlin.G that Uchiha Madara was only slightly stronger than Roger and needed his help, and promised that after the matter was over, the country must send an excellent chef every year to help Charlotte Linlin.G cook delicious food, and there is also the title of Pirate King in exchange for benefits. Mom, the 5 elders just deceived you. I don't think it's credible. Charlotte Pero said what she thought. This is not important. After Charlotte Linlin.G said this, she became excited and opened her arms and said as long as we can defeat Uchiha Madara, we can get the means of resurrection. I want to revive the nun. Ma. Charlotte Linlin.G learned about Uchiha Madara's strength and his resurrection methods from Kaido. Although Charlotte Linlin.G didn't know how the other party was resurrected, he believed that the other party would definitely find a way to revive the nun. A few minutes later, Satan Saint stepped on the moon step and flew from a distance with the other 4 CPS. Your position is too inaccurate. The voice of Saint Satan came from a distance. Charlotte Linlin. Stared at one of the 4 CPS, who was holding a huge device in his hand. The smile on Charlotte Linlin's face disappeared, and she murmured, is that thing the teleportation device? Soon, Saint Satan came to the ship, ready to teleport, and on the other side, the 5 elders came to the place of highest power in the world government. There is a wide hall here. The ground is covered with a red carpet, with dozens of steps on it. Above the first floor, there are hundreds of weapons inserted on the platform of the first floor. The second platform has stairs covered with red carpets, which extend all the way to the 3rd floor. The weapons on the 3rd floor are more refined than those on the lower floor, with 19 sword blades inserted there. At the very top, there is a huge throne. Not long after the 5 elders appeared, a woman walked out from the side, slowly walked up to the throne at the top, and then sat on the seat. Master Yuma. The 5 elders knelt on the ground respectfully. Why are there only 3 of you? Where are the others? Yim asked expressionlessly. Lord Yim, it is like this. Izambaran v Nasujiro told the whole story from beginning to end. After hearing that Uchiha Madara defeated Peter with one move, I was stunned for a moment and asked, "Are you telling the truth?" "It's absolutely true. Satan has contacted Charlotte Linlin.G. The other party is too powerful. We want to request the deployment of the Knights of God." "Sure. Remember, don't let Uchiha Madara die, capture him alive. I want to study his moves. In addition, after this is over, everyone present should disperse." After saying this, Yim asked in a deep voice, "You should know what to do, right?" "Don't worry, Master Yuma," Izambaran v Nasu Xiaolang Sheng was sweating. "Good to know. Go." Yim waved her hand, then she stood up and slowly walked towards the flowers. After Yim left, the three of them stood up with cold sweat and walked outside. "What should I do?" "Lord Im wants to destroy 100,000 Navy soldiers, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin. Those pirates are fine, but the Navy?" Topman Voculi Saint paused and looked at the other two. "Since Lord Yuma has given the order, we can only do it. The Knights of God cannot be exposed." Izambaran v Nasu Xiaolang Sheng said helplessly. "Akainu and Aokiji are easy to deal with, but Kizaru is very vigilant." Makas Maz Saint said worriedly. "Then let Satan launch a surprise attack. Just like he did to Uchiha Madara." Izambaran v Nasu Juro Sei suggested. "This is the only way." Topman Voculi agreed. "Let's go, let's prepare the teleportation array first. I think the members of the Knights of God should be here soon." Izambaran v after Nasu Juro Sei said hello, he led the two to the main hall of Panga City. The five elders were still thinking about dealing with Uchiha Madara, but what they didn't know was that halfway up the Red Earth continent, a giant ship was being blown by the strong wind and stopped on a platform halfway up the mountain. On the ship, a man in a hooded coat retracted his open arms, staring at the live broadcast on the ship with a smile on his face. The tattoo that looked like a shoe print made the man's smile extremely hideous. This man was the #1 enemy of the world government, Monkey D. Dragon. Chapter 81. "Mr. Long, when are we going to act?" Sabo glanced at Uchiha Madara and the Navy who hadn't taken action, then turned to Monkey D. Long asked respectfully. "It's not time yet, wait a little longer." Long said confidently. "But Chief, will the Knights of God really go? If they don't go, we'll be in trouble." Lindbergh of the Fur Tribe said worriedly. "They will definitely go. Uchiha Madara is as powerful as our revolutionary army, and the five elders will definitely get rid of him as soon as possible. We will definitely succeed this time." After Long finished speaking, he opened his arms and shouted passionately, "The storm of fate is coming. Blow it. Overturn them." The soldiers of the Revolutionary Army all showed a firm look, they were infected by Long's words. Long also made the decision temporarily, because when he was watching the execution of Fire Fist Ace, he found that Uchiha Madara was powerful, and thought it was an opportunity, so he used the power of the fruit to bring this ship of people here. Excuse me?" Bello Betty said with a cigarette in her mouth, a little embarrassed. Everyone looked at her. "What's wrong?" Long asked curiously. "Speaking of which, leader, if the members of the Knights of God were killed by Uchiha Madara in the past, how would we defeat them? Uchiha Madara doesn't seem to be a simple character, and he seems to have great ambitions." As soon as Bello Betty said this, everyone fell silent, as if it was true, and cold sweat ran down Long's forehead. Just as Long was racking his brains to think of a countermeasure, the Northern Army's Captain Crow shouted, "Look, another strong man is coming." Everyone looked at the screen, only to see that the camera was pulled far away. Charlotte Linlin and Charlotte Katakuri were standing on Zeus, flying from a distance. On Marin's side, Kaido frowned when he saw Linlin coming. He had told the other party not to come before, but he didn't expect that she would come anyway. Is it because he is in danger? Thinking of this, Kaido was deeply moved. How scary. Another of the four emperors has arrived. Kizaru said in shock. Kulela, I didn't expect that even Charlotte Linlin would come. Whitebeard said with emotion, smiling. I hope he is not here to help Uchiha Madara. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider looked at the newcomer and said solemnly. Don't worry, that fat woman once betrayed Uchiha Madara, and she is most likely here to oppose Uchiha Madara. Garp explained. Upon hearing this, the Vice Admirals around him all breathed a sigh of relief. Ma. Charlotte's weird laughter resounded throughout the square. No one among the Navy and pirates present dared to underestimate the other party, except for Uchiha Madara. Hey, you are such a good planner. After so many years, I didn't expect you to be resurrected. Charlotte Linlin came to Kaido and said to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara did not answer her. Seeing this, Charlotte Linlin sighed, "You are so cold, you still have the same personality as before." Charlotte Linlin glanced at the admiral who dared not move rashly, and said, "It's hard for you to face so many enemies now, right? Otherwise, tell me the resurrection method, and I will turn around and leave immediately." At first, when Charlotte Linlin.G heard Kaido say that Uchiha Madara was very powerful, she thought that Kaido might have exaggerated. When she came to the battlefield, she realized that Kaido was telling the truth. Even the hot-tempered Akainu didn't dare to make a move. Charlotte Linlin.G wanted to take advantage of the situation, get some benefits and leave, so she said this. Kaido was stunned. He thought Linlin.G came because she was worried about him, but it turned out to be for this. Kaido was about to say something, but was beaten to it by Uchiha Madara. "What qualifies you to get my moves?" Uchiha Madara asked in a low and doubtful voice. "Is it because your face is bigger than theirs? My traitor crew." Hearing Uchiha Madara's mocking words, Charlotte Linlin's eyes were blazing with fire. "If you want to defeat the opponent, you can only rely on your own skills. Let's join forces. I also need this trick to revive my crew members," the red-haired man said to the extremely angry Charlotte Linlin.G. "The bald red-haired kid is so ugly." Charlotte Linlin. Looked at the red-haired bald head and sighed. "But you are right, I agree to join forces." Charlotte Linlin.G nodded. Outside the barrier, Uchiha Madara glanced into the distance and said to himself, "I didn't expect that even these people would be dispatched to deal with me. But it just so happens that the Ten Tails is about to transform, so let you have a taste of its power." After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, the strong men present all followed Uchiha Madara's gaze and looked towards where Charlotte Linlin came from. Why didn't I sense it? Kaido was very confused. The three admirals frowned. Like Kaido, they did not sense the person Uchiha Madara mentioned. "I didn't expect his observation haki to be so powerful." The red-haired man was shocked, because he, like Uchiha Madara, sensed the arrival of the person. That is, in front of the five elders, there was a man with scars on his face and a moon-shaped hairstyle. The red-haired man clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. "Some big shots are coming." As the people were getting closer, Whitebeard, who used his observation haki to sense the group of people, said solemnly. Then, Whitebeard looked at Black Zetsu and said, "Those guys are not easy to deal with. Go help Uchiha Madara, I'll guard this side for you." "It doesn't matter, everything is over," Black Zetsu replied hoarsely. Soon, 12 members of the Knights of God and 4 of the 5 elders arrived here. The 5 elders were shocked and angry when they saw that the camera was still on. At the first moment, the leader of the Knights of God, Figurand Galinshen, attacked the camera. He drew his sword and slashed, and the red slash that reached the sky attacked the camera position on Whitebeard's ship. The opponent's slashing speed was extremely fast. Whitebeard on the ship immediately rotated Kosugawa Kiri and jumped high. Whitebeard, holding the sword with both hands in the air, slashed on the attacking slash. Boom! A loud noise exploded in front of Whitebeard. A powerful momentum burst out, and the flag on the Moby Dick was blown. Whitebeard landed on the deck and said to Figurand Galinshen who attacked Kula la la la, "This is the second time we have fought in decades. You are not that good either." Humph. Figurand Galinshen snorted coldly and put the knife back to the tip. "Whitebeard, I order you to turn off the camera immediately, otherwise you will bear the wrath of the highest level of the world government." Izambaran V. Nasujiro said angrily. After that, he looked at the admiral angrily and scolded again. "What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to grab the camera and turn it off? You can't even do this." The Knights of God frowned, because they were broadcast live and their identities could not be hidden. "Whitebeard is there, it's not easy to grab him," Yellow Monkey said helplessly. "Let's go ahead and smash the Den Mushi first." One of the Knights of God said something, and except for the leader of the Knights of God, the other 11 people ran towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard, Marco, Diamond Jaws and other captains were ready to fight at any time. As soon as the members of the Knights of God approached 200 meters, they saw the black thing grow bigger, wrapping the pirate in charge of filming and the third brother and jumping onto the ice, and then the other party sank into the ice with the 2 people and disappeared. Chapter 82. The other party suddenly fled, catching everyone present by surprise. I'll keep an eye on him. If he dares to show up for filming, I'll take care of him. Saint Satan said, staring at Whitebeard. Uchiha Madara. Fiegel and Galinshen shouted loudly. It turns out that you are a former defeated opponent. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. When Uchiha Madara saw the newcomer, he remembered that it was the celestial dragon that he had thrown into the sea. The scar on my face is all caused by you. Today, it's time to take revenge. Fiegand Galen said viciously. The other members of the Knights of God also slowly approached. Izambaron v Nasujuro Saint looked at Charlotte Linlin.g in the distance and shouted, Charlotte Linlin.g, I didn't ask you to come and watch the show. When Fiegel and Galen heard the words of the five elders, he glanced at Charlotte Linlin.g, and thought that Uchiha Madara was not easy to deal with, so he prepared to let the other party explore the way. He made a gesture to his men to stay calm. Ma. Charlotte Linlin.g laughed and shouted to Kaido beside her, Kaido, we haven't joined forces for a long time, let's break that turtle shell together. Oh he. Kaido seemed to have regained his confidence and laughed loudly. Napoleon. Big Mom yelled, and the head on her head immediately turned into a big sword, which was held in her hand. Kaido next to her raised his mace high. Ha. The two began to gather strength and make sounds, and Conqueror's Haki appeared under their feet. Charlotte Linlin held the flaming Emperor sword, which was wrapped with Conqueror's Haki, and Kaido next to her also used Conqueror's Haki. ZZ. This black thunder danced on the weapons of the two men. A strong storm hit them, and even the ice surface under their feet gradually turned red. Your legs and feet haven't degenerated, have they? Old woman. Kaido, in a dark blue-black human beast form, asked while maintaining his posture. Who are you talking to, boy? Charlotte Linlin replied unhappily. The momentum of the two people's weapons became stronger and stronger. The next second, they swung their weapons at the same time. BA High X2. The moment the two shouts came out, a blue-red energy ball was instantly shot out, and it directly attacked Uchiha Madara's barrier along the ice surface. The energy ball was very powerful, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a long shock wave. The ice surface burned red wherever the shock wave passed. Looking at the incoming shock wave, Uchiha Madara praised lightly good move. The next second, Uchiha Madara disappeared on the spot. Why did the barrier break? At the place where the three admirals were, Aokiji looked at the defense that was broken before it was attacked. He was a little confused. Boom. At this moment, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's combined skills hit the barrier. The powerful shock wave instantly shattered the barrier, which was already a little broken. Then, the impact speed continued for 4 or 5 kilometers before stopping. With a loud bang, the battlefield felt like it was shaking. The explosive power of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's moves was amazing. The three admirals, the Knights of God, the five elders and others all looked at the place a few kilometers away. Disappeared. Kizaru was stunned for a moment. It actually worked. Akainu was stunned. It seems to be true, I can no longer sense the existence of monsters. The red-haired man said. Thinking that Uchiha Madara would not be able to become the immortal that the fox said without this, Garp murmured it's over. Yes. This world is over. A hoarse voice came from the ice in front of them. Everyone looked over and saw half of Black Zetsu's body exposed on the ice. Next steps, let's get started. A voice came from the smoke 4 kilometers away, and the strong men present used their observation haki to sense. Hold head high. A sharp cry rang out in the smoke. It's fine. Kaido was very familiar with the moves he and Linlin had used together, and he was shocked. A few kilometers away, the smoke was dispersed by several tails, and the 10 tails revealed its huge figure. The red-haired man looked at the huge monster in the distance and said solemnly. What kind of monster is this? I can't even sense it with my observation haki. I felt that thing like ice on the ground and the air, it was so weird. Kizaru said with cold sweat. It seems a bit difficult to deal with. Izambaron v Nasu Xiaolang Sheng gritted his teeth and said. Biola. Just then, the phone of the Knights of God rang. Figuranda Galinshen took out the Den Mushi and saw that it was his men calling. He answered it immediately. What's going on? Figuranda Galin asked, looking at the monster in the distance. At the same time, Mary Joa was shouting, and Balobody was standing on a high place waving a flag, encouraging the rescued slaves below to fight. Hurry up, get rid of more slaves before the Knights of God come back. Destroy the celestial dragons. Balobody shouted. Immediately, the members of the Revolutionary Army and the slaves below launched a fierce attack on the CP as if they had been injected with chicken blood. A CP held the phone and shouted anxiously, Saint Fiegel and Galen. It's bad, the dragon of the Revolutionary Army is leading all the cadres and commanders to attack Marijoa. We can't resist any more. Marineford. Fiegand Galenshen and several members around him widened their eyes. What did you say? Feijialan Jialenshen confirmed in disbelief. That bastard Long is about to attack Panga City. Many celestial dragons have been killed. Come back and help. Another loud shout came from the Den Den Mushi. The voice belonged to a member of their Knights of God. Bastard! Saint Figelanda Galen cursed, then looked at the people beside him and said, Hurry, let's go. Leave this to me and the 5 elders. Hurry! Saint Figelanda Galen called out, not daring to delay, and ran towards Mary Gosa with a few people. Saint Satan and his people were shocked by this message and stayed where they were. They didn't come back to their senses until the Knights of God ran away. Damn it! Izambalan V Nasujuro Saint cursed angrily. Satan Saint turned around and shouted to the Navy, All Navy listen up, launch an attack immediately. Destroy Uchiha Madara. The Navy looked at each other, not knowing whether they should listen or not. After all, they had never seen the 5 elders and didn't know what they were doing. I am the commander-in-chief of the entire army, Kong Gang. That's the 5 elder stars. From now on, the 5 elders will take over the command, and all Navy officers must obey. Just then, the voice of Sora Cyborg came from the phone and reached the ears of every Navy officer through the loudspeaker. Aokiji glanced at the Navy officers behind him with reluctance in his eyes. Even the lazy Kizaru showed anger on his face. This was purely sending the Navy to die. How could those Navy officers be qualified to intervene in such a war? Garp clenched his fist tightly, angry at the decision of the 5 elders. Red Hair wanted to say something, but Saint Satan did not give him a chance. He waved his hand and shouted, Everyone! Come on together! As soon as he finished speaking, the dense Navy officers rushed towards the Ten Tails a few kilometers away. Uchiha Madara stood in front of the Ten Tails, looked back at the restless and uncontrollable Ten Tails, and jumped on the head of the Ten Tails. Then, Uchiha Madara split into several wooden clones. One of the wooden clones pinched a mark, and a tube grew out of the head of the Ten Tails and inserted it into the back of the clone's neck. Uchiha Madara sat cross-legged on the ground. Swish! A sound was heard. Uchiha Madara turned his head and saw that it was Black Zetsu who came here with 2 pale pirates. The legs of the 3rd brother and the pirate holding the camera Den Den Mushi were trembling. Black Zetsu said in a hoarse voice, This is a good place for live broadcast, and no one can disturb you, go on. Good on. 2 sounds of swallowing saliva were heard. Seeing the dense navy rushing towards this side, Brother 3 and the pirate were almost scared to death. Chapter 83. Hey, stop shaking and shoot. Brother 3 wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said to the pirate holding the camera. Aren't you the same? The pirate said fearfully. Even so, he didn't dare to slow down at all. He adjusted the camera and aimed it at the large group of people rushing in front of him. Damn it! Satan Sheng saw that the other party's filming location had turned into that monster. He had no way to deal with it. Uchiha Madara was there. If he wanted to attack the camera, he would definitely be intercepted. What should we do? The camera is facing us, and it is inconvenient for us to use our abilities. Izambaran v Nasu Xiaolang Sheng said helplessly. Let's see first. Marcus Mazician said helplessly. This is the only way. Topman Voculi agreed. Everyone be careful. Smoker shouted among the Navy men who were rushing forward. Suddenly, countless Navy men stopped, their foreheads sweating, their faces pale as they looked at the huge creature in front of them. The other party was opening its mouth, and red energy was gathering in the center of its mouth. A whirlwind was swirling around the energy, and lightning was attached. The pirates and the 3rd brother who were responsible for filming on the tailed beast felt this violent energy and were terrified. Even the ordinary Navy men felt the power of this energy. Not good. Aokiji was shocked and immediately put his hands on the ground, ready to cast a defensive layer for the Navy in front. Red Hair, Akainu, and Garp were ready to attack at any time. The tailed beast quickly closed its mouth, and the huge energy was contained in its mouth. The next second, the moment the tailed beast opened its mouth, a beam of energy light spit out from its mouth. The ice layer that Aokiji had just propped up was instantly destroyed, and the energy beam shot into the distance. The 3 admirals, the 5 elders, and many navy officers who reacted turned their heads to look, and the long energy beam was endless. Saint Satan, Saint Nasujiro, and others changed their faces. That location is... Akainu widened his eyes. Boom. A sky-high explosion sounded a few kilometers away, and the aftermath of the explosion almost spread to the navy. In an instant, a strong airflow came out from the direction of the explosion, and countless navy were blown into the sky by this airflow. This explosion is good, how terrible. On the Moby Dick, Ace stared blankly at the explosion in the distance and said in shock. In the distance, the mushroom cloud-like explosion gradually faded away. The 5 elders used their observation haki to sense the situation over there. His face was grim. Bastard! A roar to the sky came from a distance. The voice belonged to Figand Galinshen. At this time, only 4 people from Figand Galinshen were standing on the water. The rest were gone. Hoo. A member of the Divine Knights covered in a turtle shell stood on the water, gasping for breath. Just now, the energy attacked, and as the one with the highest defense in the Divine Knights, he took action, directly transforming into the form of a mythical beast dragon turtle. Due to his limited size, he could only help the 3 companions around him to block the energy. As for the others, no one knew where they went after the explosion. On top of the 10 tails, Uchiha Madara looked into the distance and sighed, I'm so lucky. Navy. Hurry up. That monster has no energy left. Satan was terrified when he saw that the monster killed so many members of the Knights of God with one move. He shouted hastily, wanting to use the Navy's human wave tactics to deal with this terrible existence. Smoker, who was at the forefront, turned pale. Thinking that if this monster was not killed, more Navy would die, Smoker gritted his teeth, roared bravely, and rushed forward with his hands clenched. Smoker's shout was like a signal, and the dense Navy followed again. It's really spectacular. Black looked ahead in despair, his voice hoarse. In the crowd of Navy, the red-haired man was moving very fast. His idea was similar to that of the 5 elders. He thought that the monster had no energy, and was ready to take this opportunity to chop him. Beside the red-haired man was Hawkeye. The 2 ran in front. Big fire. Akainu jumped high in the sky, and a fist of lava over several dozen meters gathered, and then punched the 10 tails in the eye. Hold head high. The 10 tails saw the lava coming and roared with its mouth wide open. A strong gust of wind blew out of its mouth. Akainu, who was walking on the moon steps in the sky, looked at the lava fist flying back in disbelief. In just a second, he flew back. So powerful. Kaido, who had transformed into a blue dragon, felt the strong wind coming, and his huge body flew backwards uncontrollably. Charlotte Linlin, who was sitting on Zeus beside Kaido, also flew backwards. The 2 of them originally wanted to cooperate with Red Hair to launch an attack on it, but the monster just roared and they were blown away. The roar of the 10 tails continued, and the fierce gale made the rushing Navy stand still. All of them covered their eyes with one hand and held the Navy in front with the other hand to avoid being blown away by the gale. Even if the 10 tails did not blow on the ice, the Navy felt the power of this monster. At the moment when the gale ended, Red Hair and Hawkeye passed Smoker, stepped on the ground with their feet, and flew to 70 or 80 meters like sharp swords. Then, the 2 held the blades and prepared to swing in the direction of the 10 tails' head. 2 red slashes of 100 meters flew towards the head of the 10 tails in the shape of a 2. 100 meters. 50 meters. 20 meters. The 2 slashed at such a high speed that the 10 tails lying on the ground seemed not to notice. 10 meters. Seeing that the attack was about to arrive, all the Navy's hearts suddenly rose to their throats. 5 meters. In just a moment, the 10 tails, which had been motionless, suddenly raised its claws. Its speed was amazing. The 10 tails flicked its claws lightly, as if flicking ashes easily. With a bang, 2 slashes flew into the sky. Nanny? Kaido's eyes widened in shock, his face full of disbelief. How is it possible? Hawkeye was stunned. What a joke. Garp's face was grim as he slammed on the brakes and stopped in front of the tailed beast. He looked at the spinning slash in the sky and was extremely shocked. The Knights of God were rushing to the Holy Land, and a member said solemnly to Fiegel and Galen. "What should we do, Chief? That monster over there doesn't seem to be easy to deal with." "Don't worry about this, the Holy Land is the most important. If the 5 elders can't defeat them, we can use that thing to wipe out Marin. I don't believe that monster can survive," Fiegel Galen said confidently. Chapter 84. Not good. The tortoise-shelled member of the Knights of God suddenly said with a changed expression. The running men stopped at the same time and stared at the battlefield. On the other side, the Ten Tails was condensing the tailed beast Jade again, and it was almost finished. Damn it. Satan Sheng saw that the direction Uchiha Madara was looking at was the direction where the Knights of God left, and he felt something was wrong. "We can't hide any longer, we must help them block it. The next attack the dragon turtle won't be able to block." Yizambaron v Nasu Showero Saint shouts. "Only I can come." Topman Volhuli said solemnly, and immediately rushed towards the Ten Tails. After running a few steps, Topman Volhuli's body changed rapidly, his head began to grow, and 2 fangs emerged from his mouth. Then the body and limbs. A monster Fengzi that looked like a wild boar ran on the ice. The wild boar's body was very huge. There was a black flame cloud floating on his back, and the domineering aura was wrapped around his teeth and tail. This scene stunned the 3 admirals, Kaido and other strong men. "Everyone, get out of the way." Garp saw that the Ten Tails was aimed at Marijoa and passed by the navy, so he shouted hurriedly. But his shouting was still too late. The Ten Tails' tailed beast ball was swallowed into the mouth again, and it was about to be spit out. The navy who were in a straight line with the tailed beasts were suddenly extremely desperate. The wild boar jumped high, not to block the navy but to block the members of the Knights of God in the distance. Icicles. Suddenly, Aokiji's shout resounded throughout the square. Boom. The shockwave of the Ten Tails hit the sky diagonally. The pale-faced marine looked at the Ten Tails, and saw a pillar coming out from the opponent's chin, which was against the Ten Tails' chin. It was obviously the pillar of Aokiji that had just deflected the Ten Tails. Saved. Very good. Thank God, the sailors shouted excitedly. Boom. Ten Tails had an angry look on his face, and with a swing of his right claw, he blew the icicle on his chin. "You are quite capable, Aokiji brat." On top of the Ten Tails, Uchiha Madara sat cross-legged, holding his chin with his fist, and looked at the panting Aokiji in the distance with a smile. Aokiji knew that this big guy was very fast, so in order to change the opponent's attack trajectory, he used a lot of fruit abilities to make the ice pillars faster. Fortunately, he succeeded. At the same time, on the sea in the direction of the Impel Down, a warship was heading towards Marin Fanduo. What happened over there? Why was the explosion so loud? A man wearing a Navy Admiral's cap and a military cap, smoking a cigar, looked into the distance and asked in confusion. This man was the former warden of Push City, and the direction he was looking at was exactly the direction of Marijoa. "Ha ha ha, it looks like the battle at the Navy headquarters is going to be intense." The burly man laughed and said, "This man is none other than their captain, Blackbeard Marshal D. Titch. What on earth is that thing? It feels so big." Van Oka held up a telescope and observed the Navy headquarters in front of him. In the telescope's field of view, he found a very large object, but it was too far away to see clearly. "What is that?" Avaro Pizarro looked at the red thing in the sky. His voice attracted everyone's attention. Several people looked up and saw that thing falling straight down and then getting bigger and bigger. "Not good," Lafayette shouted with a pale face. Whitebeard and others widened their eyes. Boom. The energy of the explosion rushed into the sky. The Navy on this side of the battlefield looked into the distance in unison. The faces of the Navy were pale. They couldn't imagine that if the move just now hit them, then these 100,000 Navy would probably die immediately. In the sky, Topman Vouchuri, who had originally planned to help the Knights of God block, saw that the monster's attack hit the sky and exploded in the distance. He also saw Uchiha Madara sitting on the top of the monster. Except for a few clones next to him, the opponent seemed to have no intention of taking action. Seeing this, Topman Vouchuri stepped on the moon step and rushed towards the monster. "Here it comes." When the second brother saw the wild boar rushing towards him, he knew it was difficult to deal with, and he shouted in fear. At the moment when Topman Vouchuri Saint flew to 50 meters away from the Ten Tails, one of the Ten Tails' tails came from behind. So fast. Topman Vouchuri was shocked, but instead of retreating, He advanced, his two pig trotters turned into hands, hugged the tail that was attacking him, and then bit the tail of the 10 tails with his sharp teeth. Great reaction. Uchiha Madara, who was sitting on top of the 10 tails, praised. The next second, a fist of the tailed beast suddenly hit Topman Volculi Saint from the side. Oh no! Topman Volculi Saint was shocked. Bang! The sailors only heard a sound of hitting, and then the other party flew out like a meteor. What are you still standing there for? Go! Saint Satan shouted in the direction of Kaido and his men. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin looked at each other. Kaido flew towards the 10 tails in the form of a blue dragon, while Charlotte Linlin sat on Zeus. Akainu, Garp, Hawkeye, and Red Hair attacked from the ground. The clone controlling the 10 tails saw Kaido and Charlotte Linlin flying from the sky, and controlled the 10 tails' right hand, grabbing the two of them like catching a fly. Hot breath. Kaido roared, and a long flame spurted out towards Shenlei's palm. Nanny! Kaido was stunned for a moment. Then the big hand reached out from Kaido's flames and grabbed Kaido's waist. The 10 tails squeezed hard. Wow! Kaido screamed, and the 10 tails' palm kept swinging, causing Charlotte Linlin, who had not yet swung out a slash, to be knocked away by the 10 tails' fist. Asshole! Kaido roared, and the dragon body in the form of a blue dragon wrapped around the arm of the 10 tails. Then his hot breath spurted out again, trying to use this move to burn Uchiha Madara, who was above the 10 tails' head in the distance. The 10 tails was controlled by a clone, so naturally it would not let Kaido succeed. The tailed beast grabbed Kaido and smashed the red-haired people who were attacking the ground. The people below hurriedly gathered their armed color domineering. Bang! The ice surface exploded, and Kaido's eyes almost popped out of his head as he was caught in the hand. Ah! The navy around Red Hair and others screamed. Those who were close to them were even blown away by the impact of the 10 tails hitting the ground. In the ice, Garp, Akainu, Hawkeye, and Red Hair had just jumped out when they felt several huge monsters attacking them. Except for Akainu, the other three immediately protected their heads. The 10 tails swept hard. Bang! The navy on the ground was swept away by the huge tail like dust. Ah! Screams echoed throughout the square, and more than 10,000 marines flew out. Except for a few powerful ones, most of them died directly under the whipping of the tailed beasts. On the other side, Blackbeard wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and gasped. It was a close call. If the explosion had come a little closer, we might have all been finished. Use Hixie said thankfully. Are you all right, Captain? Giza's Bages asked curiously, looking at Blackbeard, who was still sweating while sitting on the ground. Without, it's okay. Blackbeard stuttered. He was frightened by this move. The range was too exaggerated. Several people watched Blackbeard get up from the ground. Poison Q lay on the horse and said weakly, Captain, I always feel that some mysterious terror is approaching. I felt it too. Blackbeard finished speaking. A huge fat pig crashed into them at a very fast speed. Their eyes widened and panic appeared on their faces. Chapter 85. Ah! On the battlefield, the huge 10 tails used its hands and feet to sweep across the ice like cleaning up garbage. A large number of marines were swept away by the huge tail or arms, and screamed. Kaido, who was caught by the tailed beast, immediately released the blue dragon form and quickly slipped away. Hurry up and think of a way. If this continues, the navy will be finished. Vice Admiral Tsuru was so anxious that he shouted to the admirals. Without Vice Admiral Tsuru's reminder, Aokiji knew what to do. He pressed his hands on the ice and activated the fruit ability. Boom! The ice surface where the tailed beasts were located suddenly sank. The 10 tails, which had been wreaking havoc on the battlefield, quickly retracted its arms to support the ice wall to prevent itself from falling. Aokiji would not give the monsters a chance. With a crack, the place where the tailed beast was supported broke, and the huge body of the tailed beast slid down. The third brother on the head of the tailed beast looked up and saw that his group and the big guy under his feet had sunk into a pit with a depth of 40 to 50 meters. At this time, many small pillars grew under the feet of the marines who fell into the pit. In just a moment, those pillars grew longer and pushed hundreds of marines onto the battlefield. Ha! Aokiji shouted, pressing his left hand to the ground and clenching his right hand. Kaka! The ice pit he created quickly closed, and the tailed beasts, Uchiha Madara, and others were sealed under the ground. Did it work? Smoker looked at the ice ahead and murmured. Aokiji looked a little pale. It took a lot of his energy to deal with this huge guy. Click. Bang. With a loud noise, the ice surface exploded. 7 or 8 arms stretched out from inside. Ah! The Navy who was close to the target was blown away by the protruding arm, screaming. Caw-caw. A slow sound of breaking ice was heard, and several tentacles rose up, followed by the head, the neck of the tailed beast, and the upper body that looked like a human body. Hello, hey, it seems different from before. I'm afraid it's getting harder and harder to deal with. Kizaru said solemnly, looking at the monster in front of him that had changed its form. The 10 tails of the 10 tails were catching on the ice, and its body was hanging above the ice pit. Uchiha Madara looked at the Navy in front of him with indifference. It's time to give you some strength. Despair. As Uchiha Madara finished speaking, the 10 tails of the 10 tails pushed hard on the ice, and the huge body of the 10 tails jumped into the air. In the moment of being in the air, the 10 tails of the 10 tails pointed at the Navy below. A large number of wooden spikes gathered in the palm of the 10 tails. Not good. Kappa shouted, and the shock wave of his fist hit the sky fiercely. Ice escape. Aokiji shouted while supporting himself with both hands. Puff 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 puff. Dense spikes shot out from the 10 tails' hands, covering all the Navy. The area where Aokiji was located was fine, as all the wooden spikes were blocked. But the other areas were in a terrible state. Although Garp and Akainu kept bombarding the sky, and Kizaru's light balls were densely hitting those spikes to intercept them, most of the wooden spikes were also scattered among the Navy. The 10 tails in the air kept swinging its hands, and the wooden spikes were as dense as raindrops. After those wooden spikes penetrated the body, they immediately swelled and became thicker than the arm. Countless screams rang out among the Navy crowd. Uchiha Madara stood on top of the 10 tails and activated the Hungry Ghost Path defense shield, blocking some of Kizaru's attacks. Boom. The tailed beast fell on the ice. Garp saw that the other side stopped attacking. He looked back and saw that nearly 60% of the Navy had died. This is unforgivable. Garp was extremely angry and shouted. Bastard! Smoker gritted his teeth, his eyes red. The 3 admirals, Red Hair, Kaido, and others stood still. They underestimated Uchiha Madara's cruelty. Looking at the dead Marines, everyone was silent. Just as many Marines were trembling with fear, the Marines finally made a sound. Kobe knelt on the ground, holding his head with his hands. The pictures of the Marines' tragic deaths appeared in his mind. Kobe was extremely terrified at this time, his face was covered with cold sweat, and he kept gasping for breath. Hey, Kobe. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Something has been wrong with you since the beginning. Belmere shouted worriedly. The tragic scenes of the dead Marines appeared in Kobe's mind. Kobe murmured to himself, is this hell? Kobe, with tears in his eyes, suddenly stood up and ran towards Uchiha Madara. Hey! Kobe! Barumber saw Kobe suddenly running over there and shouted. But Kobe didn't seem to hear what Barumber said, and ran forward desperately. After a while, he passed the Navy and the admirals. Garp glanced at the disciples who rushed out, and hurriedly shouted Kobe. Kobe didn't respond, ran to the opposite side of the 10 tails, opened his arms and cried desperately, let's stop here. Above the 10 tails, Uchiha Madara quietly watched the other party. Stop fighting. Please leave here. Stop wasting your life. Every soldier has a family waiting for them to go home. Let's end it. Kobe said with all his courage, his whole body trembling. That guy. Whitebeard in the distance showed admiration in his eyes. He felt that this kid was very courageous. Isn't he afraid of death? Doflamingo said in shock. At this moment, many timid Navy officers thought that Kobe was their hero, but some did not think so, such as the 5 elders. The 5 elders were immediately furious. Saint Satan, damn you for disrupting the morale of the army. Saint Nasujiro looked at Akainu and ordered, what are you waiting for? This kind of navy should die here. Saint Marcus Maz echoed, that's right. As a result, Akainu on the opposite side did not move at all. What are you waiting for? Akainu. Satan Saint reminded. Even Akainu couldn't bear to see so many Navy soldiers die. These were the elite Navy soldiers and good candidates for fighting pirates. It was a meaningless sacrifice to kill them here. Akainu glanced at the trembling Kobe and shouted angrily to the 5 elders, if it were normal times, I would immediately kill these Navy soldiers who disrupted the morale of the army. But they shouldn't be allowed to participate in this war. He was worried about the Marines, and I don't think he did anything wrong. So many people died, all because of your reckless command. 5 Elder Stars. Akainu's last sentence was shouted out, and this tone represented Akainu's dissatisfaction. As soon as these words came out, Satan Saint immediately said angrily, "Asshole, Sakasuke. What's your attitude? You are rebelling against the heavens." Marcus Mez Saint echoed. "Humph." Nasujiro Sei snorted coldly, pulled out the first-generation Kaiditsu, and instantly slashed out with a black slash, aiming at Kobe. Kobe's pupils shrank, and he saw the incredibly fast slash coming towards his forehead. It's over. This was the only thought Kobe had at this moment. Just when Kobe thought he was dead, Aokiji, with a frosty face, stood in front of Kobe, and with his hand wrapped in domineering power, he blocked the fatal blow for Kobe Bang. Chapter 86. Neisusho-san. Kyuzan, you. Marcus Mason Kapu. Akainu, do you want to rebel? Satan Saint asked loudly. At this time, Garp, Akainu, and Aokiji were standing in front of Kobe. Akainu and Garp wanted to block for Kobe, but Aokiji got there first. Kobe is my disciple, how could I let him die in front of me? Kappa said loudly. This also meant that he was determined to protect Kobe. Vice Admiral Garp. Hearing this, Kobe was so moved that tears came out. The 5 Elders. This war is not something that ordinary Marines can participate in. Keep them away. Aokiji saw too many Marines die and couldn't bear to see the remaining Marines sacrificed here. This time I stand on Aokiji's side. Akainu said sullenly. You are the Navy, obeying orders is the duty of a soldier. Do you want to rebel? Satan Shang questioned the 3 people of Kingji. If we rebel, we will not fight Uchiha Madara here, but join him. After Aokiji finished speaking, he looked at the 5 elders and said, if you don't agree, then this war will be left to you 4. Every life should be respected, and not die here meaninglessly. Aokiji added. The 5 elders felt that their status was challenged, and were about to say something angrily, but the red-haired man next to them interrupted, well, I think they are right. This war cannot be won by numbers. If ordinary navy joins, the admirals will have to think about fighting and protecting at the same time. Please give me a favor and let these navy leave. The red-haired man said sincerely. After hearing what the red-haired man said, Saint Nasujiro nodded and said, since you said so, let them leave first. Saint Marcus. Mez, we give you this favor. Saint Satan saw that the other 2 said so, and shouted on the spot, all navy, retreat immediately. After hearing this, the remaining tens of thousands of navy left here with the bodies of the navy and those who were seriously injured but not dead. Uchiha Madara in the distance did not launch a pursuit. He just tried the trick that killed Niji in the original drama, and he had no intention of catching them all in one fell swoop. What he didn't expect was that the Navy Akainu actually chose to protect Kobe this time. Above the Ten-Tails, Uchiha Madara looked in the direction of Marijoa and said to himself, let's proceed to the 3rd stage next. The strong men present had powerful observation haki, and even if Uchiha Madara spoke in a low voice, they heard it. The generals became alert. The wooden clone on the top of the Ten-Tails made a mark, and the next moment, the Ten-Tails roared to the sky. Hold head high. The sharp cry made Kizaru grimaced. The cry of the Ten-Tails pierced through the eardrums, and Kaido and others present covered their ears at the same time. The Ten-Tails yelled for dozens of seconds, then stopped. Then the Ten-Tails opened its mouth wide, with a tendency to tear. At this moment, a meatball-like thing came out of the Ten-Tails' mouth, with white mucus on it. It seems to have changed again. Kizaru said solemnly. The flesh ball in the mouth of the Ten-Tails slowly opened like a petal, revealing a big mouth like a hole in the middle. A red and black energy gradually took shape in the mouth of the Ten-Tails, and then it became bigger and bigger. The energy compressed by the tailed beast ball made Red Hair and others feel frightened. We must stop him. Satan Saint shouted to the generals with cold sweat on his forehead. Akainu's face turned pale. He didn't know what to do with this terrible energy, let alone dodge it. Aokiji put his hands on the ground and shouted. Layers of ice walls appeared. He wanted to use this method to prevent the opponent's energy from hitting him. Kaido has turned into a dragon and is swallowing the air. He wants to blow away the opponent's energy in one breath when this attack comes. Red Hair and Hawkeye have already taken a one-sword stance. They are ready to use the tornado move to sweep away the energy bomb. Looking at the generals and others who are ready below, Uchiha Madara finds it very ridiculous. This move is not for them. The tailed beast ball is still growing. At the moment when it is about to reach 100 meters, the 10 tails swallows the surrounding air as fast as Kaido, and a large amount of gas rushes into the 10 tails' mouth. The next second, swish! The huge-tailed beast ball shot out like a cannonball. "Nani?" Kaido said in shock. He stopped gathering his energy. "Aren't they attacking us?" Aokiji said in surprise, with his hands on the ground. "That direction." Saint Satan stared at the energy ball that disappeared from their perception very quickly with his eyes wide open, in disbelief. "Saint Makazmazoops. Saint Nasujiro, damn it." Saint Satan, who reacted, was extremely angry and said, "Damn it." The faces of several people were extremely ugly. They didn't expect that Uchiha Madara's move was actually aimed at Marijoa. "It's over." Marcus Mazician was terrified. "Hurry, call Lord Im." Saint Satan shouted hurriedly. Saint Nasujiro took out Den Mushi with a cold sweat on his face and started to dial. At the same time, in the flowers behind Mary Giosa and Pangu City, Im was sniffing the flowers in the bushes, and she seemed to be deaf to the explosion outside. At this moment, a member of the Knights of God came in and reported respectfully, "Lord Im, the dragon is about to break through Pangu City. Our people are." Before he finished speaking, Yim interrupted him and said, "Continue to do what you should do. Notify the 5 elders and ask them to come back." After giving the order, Yim continued to fiddle with her flowers and plants. "You are still so patient." Suddenly, a low roar came from the passage, and after a whirlwind, the dragon appeared in front of Im. "It's you. Monkey D. Dragon, you traitor." The Knights of God saw the newcomer and said angrily, "Don't say that, after all, we were once companions, right?" Long said with a grin. "You bastard, you pretended to join the Knights of God in order to deal with us." "Was that your purpose?" said a member of the Knights of God angrily. "This kind of thing should not appear in your hands. The world is about to change because of my existence." Long opened his arms and said loudly. Im waved to the members of the Knights of God, signaling them to leave. The members of the Knights of God retreated respectfully and disappeared in front of the 2 men in a few seconds. As soon as the members of the Knights of God left, Im said lightly while Uchiha Madara attracted other members of the Knights of God, "You let your men slaughter the celestial dragons here. Your purpose is to lure me away from here to deal with you, so that my men can come here, right?" Long nodded and admitted it generously. "But you miscalculated. Those ordinary celestial dragons are dead, so it doesn't make much difference to me. Your plan to lure me away from here and destroy the weapons here has failed, Long." Long looked at Yim and said, "Although the goal has not been achieved, I still want to give it a try. Come to think of it, we haven't seen each other for many years." Yim seemed to be sighing, and didn't take the fact that Long wanted to fight him seriously. "Yes. Ever since Luffy was born." Long replied. "Even if your fruit awakens, you are still no match for me. You should know that I will not let you go this time. Do you plan to gamble your life?" Im asked again. "Try it. This is the best chance. As long as you destroy that weapon, you will become a toothless tiger. Even if you die here, it will be worth it." Chapter 87. After the dragon finished speaking, its body began to change, and the mythical beast type, taunting wind form appeared in front of Im. "After all, I gave you this fruit. You plan to use it against me, but it won't work." Im's voice fell, and her body began to change. The form of the mythical beast, the Tyrannosaurus, gradually took shape, and waves of black flames floated behind Im. Just as the two were about to fight, the Den Mushi next to them suddenly rang. Im and Long looked at each other, but Im ignored it. Monkey D. the dragon's domineering haki and armament haki gathered all over his body. In an instant, lightning and thunder flashed between the flowers, and the wind blew violently, and the wall began to fall off. Seeing the dragon's momentum coming, a lot of black smoke came out of Im's body. The surrounding thunder, storm, and black smoke intertwined, and the black smoke began to devour these energies. The dragon swung its tail and whipped out a whirlwind slash with domineering power. It hit the black energy outside Im's body, and the slash gradually shrank and then disappeared. "It's useless." Im's voice came faintly. After a simple test, Long Ping gave up the wind element attack, and planned to get close, using all four legs and running towards Im. The moment he came in front of Im, the dragon raised his sharp claws and shouted, "Dragon Claw Hand!" Bang! Imu's tail twitched hard, and the dark poison gas it carried began to pollute the dragon's domineering aura, which made Monkey D. the dragon was startled. The dragon turned its waist and immediately twitched its tail. Im quickly responded by grabbing the dragon's tail with his claws and pressing it hard. The dragon's tail was pressed to the ground and could not move. Monkey D. Dragon quickly lowered his head and used his dragon horns to push at Im. Im's salamander head also pushed back. Its eyes. Pitch black thunder erupted at the moment of the collision between the two, and the powerful momentum blew away the ceiling. The next second, the skin of the Tyrannosaurus Rex began to change. Long glanced at the sun in the sky with his peripheral vision, and seemed to understand something. Im's ability was activated, and a large amount of black smoke came out of his body. In an instant, a large amount of black smoke appeared on the ceiling that had exploded, blocking the sunlight. The dragon, who had transformed into a fantasy beast, grinned, and the Tyrannosaurus aura was wrapped around his beard. He spun and whipped the sky, and gusts of whirlwind stirred the dark clouds above his head. Humph! Imu saw that the other party wanted to use the sun to deal with her. She snorted coldly, and activated the domineering aura. The scarlet domineering aura rushed straight into the sky, and the originally clear sky was instantly covered with dark clouds. If you want to use the sun against me, you are totally wrong. The sun will only have a certain impact on my beauty, but it can't hurt me. Yuma said calmly while wrestling with the dragon. Is that so? Long understood and replied. Because I swallowed the virus fruit, I have certain side effects, which caused me to be unable to be exposed to the sun for a long time, which really made me miserable. Yim explained helplessly. I really don't want to do anything to you, but you're still stubborn, so don't blame me. Im's voice fell, and a lot of black smoke surrounded the dragon's body. The next second, the dragon was shocked because he felt his form slowly retreating, and a drop of cold sweat slid down the half-man, half-dragon head. The dragon's long beard wrapped around the salamander's neck, trying to strangle the other party. It's useless. With your strength, you can't strangle me. Also, your fruits, including those eaten by the 5 elders and even the knights, as well as those that drifted on the sea, are all defective products. Those fruits have been contaminated by me and have fatal flaws. In this world, only the Nika fruit and the dark fruit can have any effect on me. After I'm finished speaking, he increased his ability output, and the dragon's body quickly faded away, returning to its original appearance. I'm not just relying on these. Long shouted, his arm was wrapped with domineering haki and armed haki, and he punched Im in the face. Hee. Yuma's huge body took a step back, sneered, and said, your attack is not painful to me at all. Seeing this, Long's face turned ugly. I will give you one last chance. Submit to me and kill your so-called revolutionary army. As soon as Yuma said this, her face changed. The same happened to Long. He quickly looked up at Tian Long. Not good. Yuma soared into the sky, opened his mouth wide, and took a deep breath at the attacking behemoth, releasing a large amount of black smoke to drag the attacking giant ball and change the speed of the energy falling. The red and black Taoism jade slowed down under the support of the black smoke. The red thunder in Im's mouth was jumping, and the huge suction force caused the Taoism jade above to shrink. The tailed beast jade turned into a cone, with the sharp part facing Im's mouth, and the energy was quickly swallowed. The 100-meter-sized Taoism jade shrank at a very fast speed. 50 meters. 40 meters. Until the moment of 30 meters, Im's face changed wildly, and he felt the violent energy in his stomach. This is actually chakra. Emma was shocked. He couldn't absorb this kind of energy. Instantly, Emu vomited. Long quickly activated the phantom beast form, spewing a strong wind from his mouth, aiming at the direction of his subordinates. A beam of light burst out of Emu's mouth and hit the 30-meter-sized tailed beast ball above, and an explosion instantly occurred above Mary Giose. Boom. The Revolutionary Army members, slaves, and CPS who were blown back by the dragon were instantly swallowed by the white light of the explosion. In the explosion, a huge beam of light reached the sky. On the side of Marineford, countless people looked at the energy that reached the sky. The 5 elders looked at the direction of Mary Giose with a phone that no one answered, their faces pale. Uchiha Madara saw that the energy of the tailed beast ball explosion was not right, and looked at the beam of light in confusion. The beam lasted for 40 or 50 seconds before slowly dissipating. It seems that it was blocked by someone. In this case, let's try another one. Uchiha Madara's low voice fell, and the clone controlling the 10 tails next to him once again let the 10 tails gather energy. Bastard! Seeing this, Saint Satan was shocked and angry. Stop him! Nasu Shouro shouted. Don't worry about whether Bao exposes his strength or not, attack together. We can't let him attack Mary Joa again. Saint Marcus Maz shouted. As soon as Saint Marcus Maz finished speaking, the 3 elders transformed at the same time. Saint Satan's body quickly hunched, and the spider form of his lower body slowly took shape, and his head turned into a cow ghost. Saint Marcus Maz's body quickly turned into a huge strange bird with sharp teeth and a long beak. The other party was spreading his wings. Izambaran v Nasu Shulang's holy body slowly disappeared, and his body quickly rose to become a centaur horse skeleton, with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a horse. The 3 of them were surrounded by black flames, and bursts of red domineering energy intertwined with the black flames, looking extremely powerful. The sudden change of the 5 elders stunned the strong men present. All of you, come together and stop him. The 5 elders shouted and rushed towards Uchiha Madara first, followed by Kizaru, Aokiji, Kaido and other strong men. On the Red Earth continent, I'm stood in a huge pit in a daze. His eyes were exactly where he controlled the King of Heaven. There was nothing there. Bear. Thinking that his King of Heaven disappeared in the explosion, I'm looked up to the sky and roared, asshole. My King of Heaven. I'm going to kill you. Chapter 88. At the foot of the Red Earth continent, hundreds of people were lying in all directions. Most of them were members of the CP, and a few were members of the Revolutionary Army. What the hell is going on here? Mori, who was burned all over, struggled to get up from the ground, looking at the position of Mary Joa, his heart trembling. The place that originally symbolized the power of the world disappeared, and a huge gap appeared on the top of the Red Earth continent. In the center of the gap, Long was lying on the ground, using his right hand to activate chakra to heal himself. He had just been bombed at close range, and even as the world's most vicious criminal, he could not withstand the impact and was seriously injured. I'm on the opposite side was also injured, but she was much better than Long, and Im's injuries were recovering quickly. He now not only is the king gone, but even the control room of the Holy Mother of Flame is destroyed. What are you going to do? Long smiled, his voice full of gloating. Bastard. Facing Long's smile, I felt it was particularly irritating. She cursed angrily and then soared into the sky. As for Long, she didn't plan to care about it. I planned to destroy the person who destroyed her king. At the same time, on the battlefield of Marineford, Uchiha Madara, who was above the 10 tails, saw the 5 elders transforming one after another, and made a gesture to stop the clones. The tailed beast balls gathered by the tailed beasts began to shrink, and then the energy dissipated. The 5 elders and others who rushed towards the tailed beasts were stunned. Uchiha Madara jumped down from the tailed beast, and the clone on the tailed beast began to dissipate. Bang 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 bang. Black Zetsu wrapped the somewhat confused third brother and the pirate in charge of filming and also jumped down. The admirals on the opposite side didn't know what Uchiha Madara was going to do, and dared not act rashly. Uchiha Madara looked at the 5 elders and said in a low voice, I was ambushed by you and died in the Valley of the Gods. This time I won't give you a chance. Entertainment time is over. As soon as these words came out, the 3 admirals, the 7 warlords of the sea, and the captains of the White-Beard pirates looked at the 5 elders in shock. They had never thought that the powerful Uchiha Madara was killed by a sneak attack from the 5 elders, and that Uchiha Madara was actually serious. After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, he made a mark with one hand, and everyone looked at him in confusion. The next second, the huge 10 tails behind Uchiha Madara moved. The 10 tails body turned into a cone of energy, and the energy flowed into Uchiha Madara's back like a stream of water. Uchiha Madara slowly walked towards the 5 elders. What is he going to do? Charlotte Linland asked solemnly. No. I don't know. Kaido was also confused and replied. Whitebeard in the distance kept staring at Uchiha Madara with his observation haki. He found that a large number of crystals appeared on Uchiha Madara's original black hair. His hair began to turn white, and a black collar and white robe gradually appeared on his naked upper body. 6 black balls emerged from behind Uchiha Madara. Bang! Suddenly, Whitebeard discovered that Uchiha Madara suddenly had a staff in his palm, and he was smashing it heavily on the ground. Ah! In the distance, Saint Satan let out a scream. Everyone looked at the place where Uchiha Madara's staff hit, and there was a sharp spider leg. Everyone turned their heads to look at Saint Satan, and one of the other's original 6 legs was missing half. I still want to use this trick, but it won't work, Uchiha Madara said in a low voice, and the crystals on his body fell off one after another, and Tenjin Shuriki modes appeared in front of everyone. Thief, ha ha ha, it seems I am not late. Suddenly, a loud and arrogant laugh came from a distance. None of the 3 admirals and others turned their heads to look at the newcomers. They stared at Uchiha Madara with solemn eyes. At this time, Uchiha Madara had undergone earth-shaking changes from before. In their perception, Uchiha Madara's body seemed to be integrated with nature. Except for the naked eye, the sense of sight and hearing could not perceive the other party's existence at all, which was very scary. In the distance, Blackbeard came with his men and the 5 elders. Blackbeard was very annoyed when he saw that these people did not look at him. Teach. When Whitebeard saw the person coming, anger appeared on his face, and he shouted Blackbeard's name in a low voice like a beast. When Blackbeard heard Whitebeard's voice, his annoyed expression disappeared, and he laughed and greeted him. Gee ha ha ha, Dad, are you okay? You are not worthy to be my son, Teach. Whitebeard said angrily. Ace saw Teach, who killed Thatch, coming over and accused loudly, you are not qualified to call me Dad. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Blackbeard replied, staring at Whitebeard with greedy eyes, and added in his heart, as long as we deal with Uchiha Madara later and the 5 elders kill you, your fruit will be mine. Remember what you promised me? The 5 elders warned Blackbeard. Don't worry. Blackbeard replied, staring at Uchiha Madara, and then Blackbeard frowned because he felt something was wrong. Why can't I sense his presence with my observation haki? Blackbeard asked the question that everyone was thinking. It is indeed true. Use Hixilu echoed in shock. What? You guys want to dance too? Uchiha looked at Blackbeard and his gang and asked in a low voice. Uchiha Madara, I have hated you for most of my life. Rox was my idol, I didn't expect you to kill him. But it's just right, you die here today. Blackbeard regained his confidence and said loudly. On the Moby Dick, Ace wanted to step forward to deal with Blackbeard, but was stopped by Whitebeard. Don't worry about him, I believe Uchiha Madara will not let him go. This battle is not something that a nobody like you can participate in. You disturbed my interest, so die here. Uchiha Madara said in a low voice, and the Tao-seeking jade in his hand shot out. Thief, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard grinned and wanted to use the dark fruit to prove his terribleness and shock Uchiha Madara. But when Blackbeard used the black smoke, the black ball penetrated the smoke and hit Blackbeard. Blackbeard's eyes were puzzled. Everyone widened their eyes and saw that Blackbeard's body was like paper, with a big hole in his chest, and the black ball stopped behind Blackbeard. How is this possible? Blackbeard slowly lowered his head and looked at the big hole in his chest with disbelief in his eyes. Captain, exclaimed Van Oka. It's okay, it's just a minor injury. Blackbeard wanted to activate the dark fruit to absorb the damage and then seal the wound with smoke, but he froze in the middle of his words. He felt that the flesh around the hole in his body was like it was not part of his body. No matter how he gathered smoke there, it just didn't work, as if he was using it on the air. Not only that, Blackbeard felt that his body was no longer under his control and was full of numbness starting from the injured part. The flesh near the wound could not even sense that he had. How is it possible? Blackbeard was shocked. Chapter 89. What on earth is going on? Blackbeard asked in confusion. What he didn't know was that wherever the Dao-seeking jade touched would turn into nothingness. Suddenly, Blackbeard turned his head sharply, only because the black ball behind him burst into a dazzling white light. Not good. Blackbeard was shocked and immediately used his armament haki. The 5 elders around him transformed into beast forms. The faces of the Blackbeard members changed drastically. Boom. The white light of the explosion instantly engulfed Blackbeard and his companions. After the dazzling white light ended, Blackbeard and his companions disappeared, leaving only half of Topman Wachurai. Akainu, Red Hair, and others looked scared. Fortunately, they felt something was wrong and jumped away in a hurry, Otherwise they would have died like the 5 elders. What the hell is this thing? Why is it so powerful? Kizaru was so scared that his face turned pale and asked. I don't know. Aokiji replied, and then said although the range of the explosion has become smaller, the power has undergone a drastic change. Be careful. How can we possibly defeat this terrifying energy? Kaido looked up at the sky with fear on his face. He wanted to escape. I regret participating in this war. Charlotte Linlin.G said regretfully. Nasu Xiaolangsheng looked at Uchiha Madara angrily and cursed bastard. Vocule, how are you? Marcus Maz Saint asked hurriedly. I'm not dead yet. Topman Vouchuri replied, and his body grew rapidly. In a few seconds, his broken body was replenished and quickly recovered into a complete wild boar. The recovery ability of the 5 elders shocked the strong men present. Damn it! This time I have wasted half of my life. I must replenish it after the war is over. Topman Vouchuri said angrily. Everyone, be careful of the opponent's weapons. I can't recover from the place where I was interrupted by the opponent just now. At this time, Satan Sheng, with a cold sweat on his face, reminded loudly. What? When Marcus Meza heard this, he was shocked. How is it possible? Saint Topman Voculi couldn't believe what he heard. Saint Satan showed an unprecedented solemnity and said. My injured leg is like it never existed. I must pay attention to his weapon. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara flew over quickly, close to the ground. Be careful. Saint Satan hurriedly warned loudly. Saint Nasujiro held the first generation Kaiditsu and instantly launched a sword style, drawing his sword and slashing at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara saw the opponent's attack coming and waved his staff to meet it. In an instant, the slash of the 5 elders was like paper, and was split in two by Uchiha Madara's weapon. Uchiha Madara's staff hit him, and Saint Nasujiro swung his sword to slash. Ping sounded. The first generation of Kaiditsu was broken, and Nasujiro's eyes widened. The 5 elders in the form of a bone horse saw the tin staff hitting his head, and despair appeared on his face. The Kaiditsu he relied on was broken like this. Puff. The bird body of Marcus Maz, who came to support, stopped in midair, and Nasujiro's body was split in two in disbelief. Uchiha Madara kept the downward action and swept his right hand towards the pig-shaped 5 elders. The black tin staff instantly lengthened and became a spear. Topman Vouchuri Saint showed fear on his face, and used his armament haki to the extreme. Bang! Uchiha Madara's attack was like hitting a balloon, making a sound, and Topman Vouchuri Holy Boar's body exploded, and the body fragments fell to the ground without a trace of blood. After doing all this, Uchiha Madara suddenly appeared next to Satan Saint in an instant. Not good. Satan Saint reacted and glared at Uchiha Madara, who immediately launched gravity towards the high-jumping Satan Saint. The 5 elders in the form of the ox ghost changed their faces, and felt a huge suction coming, and he was pulled back. Swish. Uchiha Madara controlled the Deo-seeking jade to transform into a black iron rod. He jumped high and fired the black rod at the 5 elders. Puff, puff. Several sounds were heard, and everyone discovered that the 5 elders were lying on the ground in the form of giant cow ghosts, with 5 black sticks behind them firmly pinning them down. You killed me in the past, and I will give it back to you today. Uchiha Madara said to Satan Saint in a low voice. The moment he finished speaking, Uchiha Madara turned his body to the side. The sharp bird beak of Marcus Maz Saint passed by Uchiha Madara's head. Seeing that it pecked nothing, Marcus Maz Saint, who was attacking by surprise, grabbed Uchiha Madara's head with his claws. Senjutsu, Storm Release Light Fang. Uchiha Madara shouted, and a laser shot out from his mouth, shooting towards the claws of Maz Saint. The claws pierced through instantly, and Uchiha Madara tilted his head, and the laser was like a sharp sword, splitting the body of the strange bird in two without any hindrance. Puff. A lot of blood splashed. Uchiha Madara launched a repulsive force, and Maz Saint's body and blood were blown away by this move. The 3 admirals in the distance, Garp, Hawkeye, Red Hair, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin, were stunned. They couldn't believe that the 5 elders were all defeated by Uchiha Madara in less than a minute. Except for one who was nailed to the ground and barely survived, the other 3 were killed in one hit. How can they fight? The opponent's weapon can break the domineering defense, and it will kill if it touches it. Not to mention blocking it, even the swords of the 5 elders plus the domineering can't block it. They don't think they can block it. Whitebeard in the distance was also stunned. Fake, it must be fake. Marco swallowed the saliva produced by nervousness and asked stutteringly. Most of the captains on the Whitebeard ship opened their mouths wide, looking at the godlike Uchiha Madara, as if they had forgotten to breathe. The people watching the live broadcast stared at the screen stupidly, unable to recover for a long time. They were shocked by the abilities displayed by the five elders, but they didn't expect that they couldn't even get through a single move in the hands of Uchiha Madara. Onigashima. Jack and Quinn both looked extremely ugly. Ordinary people might not understand the power of the five elders, but they knew that they were even more domineering than Kaido and had terrifying recovery ability, but they died in the hands of Uchiha Madara? Come on, let's go help Kaido, he can't be in any trouble. Runty shouted hurriedly. We are too far from Marineford, it's useless. Uchiha Madara can kill the boss with just one breath, it's unrealistic to save the boss. Quinn said helplessly. I don't care, I'm going now. Runty said, and left the room in a hurry, and Jack and Quinn followed silently. Seeing that the Flying Six also went, Quinn had no choice but to follow. Because he knew that it was useless to go there now. As for Kaido, he could only pray in his heart, hoping that nothing would happen to him. As soon as they ran out of the door, Yamato's excited voice came out. Great. I didn't expect Captain Uchiha Madara to be so powerful. Very good, kill Kaido. As soon as Yamato said this, Runty wanted to go back and deal with Yamato, but Jin quickly reached out to stop him. Forget it, even if this kind of filial son is wrong, it is not our turn to do anything. The boss is not dead yet. Jin said in a low voice, and he emphasized the word filial and was obviously very dissatisfied with Yamato. Let's not talk about this for now, let's go quickly, if the boss dies, I will take revenge on him. Jack said, and walked past a few people and walked in front. At the same time, on the battlefield of Marineford, Kaido no longer had the courage to fight. Even Red Hair didn't know what to do, because he noticed the fear of his helpers. What? Didn't you just want to join forces to deal with me? Why are you standing still? Uchiha Madara asked in a deep voice. The faces of the people opposite him were extremely ugly. Black Zetsu appeared from the side of Uchiha Madara and said in a hoarse voice, Lord Madara, these people seem to be afraid of you, why don't you just deal with them? Uchiha Madara nodded and said meaningfully, you are right, it should be dealt with. As soon as Uchiha Madara finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Puff. A piercing sound came, and Heizetsu's pupils widened, with disbelief in his eyes. Looking down, Uchiha Madara held the dark lightning in his hand and pierced his chest. Chapter 90. Uchiha suddenly attacked his own people, which shocked everyone present. The pirate who was filming nearby and the third brother couldn't believe it. What are you doing, Madara? Madara-sama. Black Zetsu's eyes were filled with confusion, and his voice was a little difficult. Uchiha Madara activated the power of the Six Paths, with magnetic chakra restricting him, and the Black Thunder paralyzed his whole body, making it impossible for Black Zetsu to leave Uchiha Madara's arms. What? Kill you, of course. Although the system says you have been transformed, I don't believe you. System. As soon as Uchiha Madara finished speaking, the Deo-seeking jade gauntlet wrapped around Uchiha Madara's arm suddenly exploded and grew larger, and Black Zetsu's body was also expanded by the Deo-seeking jade. In order to take out Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara wrapped his arm with the Deo-seeking jade. The purpose of doing so was to make the attack stronger. Why, I am so loyal to you. Heizetsu didn't understand why. I can't afford your loyalty. Uchiha Madara was also afraid that Black Zetsu would be like in the original drama, so he had to kill him first just in case. Ah! Black Zetsu screamed, and he was broken into pieces by the expanding Seeking Truth jade and scattered all over the ground. Uchiha Madara was afraid that the other party would revive, so he put his hands together to gather the dust release obtained by signing in before, and whispered, Senjutsu dust release original realm peeling technique. A square of white energy enveloped Black Zetsu's broken body and the ice surface. After the white light, a huge square pit disappeared on the ground, and the fragments of Black Zetsu's body disappeared. Uchiha Madara used his observation haki and perception ability to search for it, and found that there was no trace of Black Zetsu, so he felt relieved. At this moment, Uchiha Madara suddenly looked up. Everyone's eyes were on Uchiha Madara. Seeing him look up, they looked up at the sky. The sky was covered with dark clouds at this time, and the strong men present all used their observation haki to sense the existence in the air. That is, as a member of the scientific corps, Kizaru is very familiar with that thing. The Holy Mother of Flame developed by Vegapunk. Not good. Akainu yelled with an ugly face, and when he finished speaking, Kizaru had disappeared. Are they going to attack us too? Garp looked at the dense beams of light that were converging in the sky in disbelief. Marine, leave quickly. Aokiji shouted, using all his strength to shout. The red-haired man looked at the sky with an unpleasant expression, and cold sweat dripped down his face. What should I do, old woman? You are going to deal with us too. Kaido shouted angrily. These damn world governments. They are just bastards. Charlotte Linlin was not very scared, she was very confident in her defense. Whitebeard, who was far away, looked up at the sky with an unprecedented solemnity on his face, because the spaceship above his head was very large, and the beam on it was charging. Even Whitebeard and his men were within the attack range of the spaceship. What happened? Brother 3 saw that everyone was looking at the sky, not understanding what was going on, so he asked curiously. The pirate next to him who was in charge of filming was extremely confused. Doflamingo, Gecko Mobia, and Hancock desperately fled far away, trying to get out of the range of the weapons in the sky. In the field, Uchiha Madara saw that these people were frightened by the weapons in the sky, and suddenly felt very embarrassed. I have become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, but I am not afraid of being afraid of a piece of steel. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara slowly raised his right hand, which was wrapped in lightning. The next moment, the lightning in Uchiha Madara's hand suddenly exploded, and the lightning beam shot into the sky. In the flame. Bang! A loud noise came into his ears. Who was controlling the Our Lady of Flame, turned his head and saw that his own flame was pierced by lightning. ZZ. Below. Uchiha Madara's Six Paths power was activated, and the Chidori stream shot into the sky and burst. Dense lightning instantly covered the entire spaceship. In the flame only felt the white light coming. Boom. An explosion sounded throughout the square. Countless fleeing marines stood there in a daze, staring at the huge explosion and the black smoke in the sky. I didn't expect that it was Uchiha Madara who saved the navy. Aokiji looked at Uchiha Madara in disbelief and said in shock. Akainu said nothing. Uchiha Madara. You bastard. A roar came from the sky, and the people below could hear it clearly. You destroyed my King of Heaven, and now you have even destroyed the flame. You must die here today. Emma was extremely angry. Originally, she wanted to use this trick to deal with the miscellaneous soldiers below, and then take action herself, so that her appearance would not be easily revealed. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Madara directly destroyed her flame. In order to avoid others seeing her appearance, Emma directly activated the ability of the fruit, and wrapped a layer of black smoke around her body, and then landed from the smoke of the explosion. Who are you? A member of the Knights of God or the man behind this world? Uchiha Madara asked curiously to the creature that looked like a salamander. I am the man behind this world, Uchiha Madara. Before I'm finished speaking, Uchiha Madara interrupted and said, So, you are that I was stunned. How did the other party know his name? Could it be that the 5 elders or the Knights of God betrayed him and leaked my information? Just had this thought in her mind, but she denied it again. The lives of the 5 elders were all given by me. They would never betray me. I personally selected the Knights of God, except for the dragon. Thinking of this, I was sure that it should be long. The moment the red-haired man heard the name, he suddenly became energetic and shouted to Kaido and Charlotte Linlin: if you want to defeat Uchiha Madara, we will attack together later. We still have a chance. How can we have a chance? Linlin. And I don't dare to take Uchiha Madara's weapon. Kaido was full of resistance. He planned to escape when Uchiha Madara dealt with Red Hair and the others. It's too early to say such discouraging words now, because the person in front of us is the strongest in the world. As long as we cooperate, we will definitely be able to defeat Uchiha Madara. As soon as the red-haired man said this, I looked over and said in confusion, I didn't expect Jialin to tell you about my situation. At this point, Yim changed the subject and asked, what else do you know? Yim wanted to see how much the other party knew. If he knew more, he would die here today. I don't know much, but my father told me that no matter it is One Piece or Monkey King D Dragon, it is impossible to reform the world. He said you are extremely powerful. Well said. I am indeed very strong. The salamander nodded. If you want to live, then attack together. Red Hair advised Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Red Hair concealed a lot in the question just now. He also knew what Fiegel and Galen knew, because Fiegel and Galen had once advised Red Hair to join the world government like him and return to the Celestial Dragons. But Red Hair refused and said that he wanted to change the world. Fiegel and told Red Hair about the horror of at that time, hoping that Red Hair would retreat, but Red Hair still insisted that he could succeed. For this reason, he inquired from many sources and intercepted the Nika fruit that could fight against until he met Luffy. As for Red Hair persuading Kaido and Charlotte Linlin to take action, it was also to let the other party survive. Luffy has not grown up yet, and Red Hair wants these living four emperors to attract the attention of the world government. When no one pays attention to Luffy, it is possible to change the world. Red Hair knows too well the thoughts of those with power. If Kaido and Charlotte Linlin don't help this time, they will definitely be liquidated in the end. If they take action, there will be a glimmer of hope in the end. Chapter 91. Grandpa, where are you taking me? A puzzled voice sounded in the yellow light above the sky of Marineford for more than 10 miles. The yellow light refracted and appeared in the sea a few kilometers away. After several repetitions, Kizaru's voice came, "Don't ask, let's leave here quickly, we will definitely die if we stay here." When Kizaru saw the world government's flame preparing to attack the navy, he felt something was wrong. After hearing the appearance of the person behind the world, Kizaru left here with his subordinates without saying a word, because he knew clearly that Uchiha Madara and the other party would have a war, and no matter who won, no one present would have a good end, so he chose to run away. On the battlefield of Marineford, Akainu used his observation haki to sense Kizaru and found that the other party had disappeared. His face looked very ugly. He runs really fast. Uchiha Madara said to himself while looking at the direction where Kizaru left. Uchiha Madara didn't take Kizaru seriously. Akainu looked around at the navy who were looking forward to it, made a difficult decision, and shouted to Uchiha Madara, "Uchiha Madara. The navy has surrendered, but not me." "Bastard Akainu. What are you talking about?" The voice of Steel Bone Sora came from the loudspeaker Den Den Mushi. "Akainu, you." Aokiji looked at Akainu in confusion, not understanding why Akainu would say such a thing. Before Aokiji finished speaking, Akainu made a gesture to stop him. "Kong. As an admiral, I have to be responsible for the navy. The laser of that spaceship was aimed at the navy just now. Couldn't you see it at all? I know you are watching the live broadcast. Don't tell me you can't see it. The world government is planning to destroy us all together, so why are they not allowing me to surrender? And there is one more thing. The navy doesn't have a marshal like you." Akainu shouted in the direction of Den Den Mushi, and even raised the volume of the last sentence. After venting, Akainu asked Uchiha Madara, "No one in the navy can be your opponent. If the navy surrenders, as a strong man, I believe you will not attack ordinary navy, right?" Uchiha Madara nodded and said, "I am not interested in those ordinary navy." "Then again, why didn't you surrender with them? After seeing how powerful I am, shouldn't you be afraid? Maybe if you choose to surrender, I will let you go." Uchiha Madara asked calmly. "As an admiral, I will fight against the pirates even if I die. Even if the enemy is too strong for me to defeat, I will fight with my life. Even if my hands and feet are chopped off, I will bite off the pirates' necks with my teeth. Even though you are powerful, you can't scare me. The day I became a marine, I gave my life to the sea." Uchiha Madara. Akainu shouted out his realization. "Pirates." Uchiha Madara muttered the name, then sneered, "Although I once named the pirate group after the Akatsuki organization, it was just a means for me to achieve my goal. Let me correct you, I have never called myself a pirate." Whitebeard heard this from a distance and shouted, "Uchiha Madara, do you know how sad Shiki would be if he heard you say this? The other party waited for you to be resurrected for decades, and then disappeared. Before he disappeared, he had always used the title of vice captain of the Akatsuki organization." Whitebeard's words surprised Uchiha Madara. He didn't expect Shiki to do this. Uchiha Madara planned to look for Shiki after the war was over. "Uchiha Madara, I am the only one on the navy side who will attack you from now on." Akainu came out, and Aokiji who wanted to follow Akainu was stopped by Akainu. Akainu turned to Aokiji and said, "The navy is left to you and Garp. I hope you can keep them alive." Garp stood aside without saying a word, looking at the admiral whom he once hated the most, with admiration in his heart. He knew that Akainu did this just because he didn't want the world to underestimate their navy. Uchiha Madara looked at Kaido and others beside Red Hair and asked, "Are you planning to surrender too?" "Humph. We won't surrender. You were so cruel to your own men before. I don't believe we can get anything good from surrendering." Charlotte Linlin snorted coldly. "You guessed it right. The navy is different from you. I killed them just because we are in different camps. But you are different. If you become a traitor and hide well, maybe I won't care too much. But since you have chosen to attack me, there is no possibility of you living anymore," Uchiha Madara said in a deep voice. I'm on the side was not in a hurry to take action for the time being. She was watching the argument. In her opinion, their discussion was meaningless, because she was the only winner, and no one except the son of Fiegel and Galen could leave alive. And the remarks of these people made her feel funny, as if she had to have their help to win. Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and others slowly walked behind Im's huge salamander head slowly turned around and sneered at the red-haired man. "What are you talking about helping? Do you rely on ants like them?" Kaido was about to refute after hearing this, and spit out one word, "You." There was a puff sound. The giant salamander that was originally lying on its stomach stood up, and one of its hands pierced Kaido's chest. Kaido lowered his head in disbelief, and the other party pulled out its claws, holding a scarlet heart in its hand. No one present was expected by Im's sudden attack. "The evil Charlotte Linlin!" shouted Kaido. But the next second, Im's long tail swung towards Charlotte Linlin. Seeing the attack coming, Charlotte Linlin slashed with the Emperor's sword. Bang! The two's moves collided, and the end of the giant salamander's tail quickly grew longer and wrapped around Charlotte Linlin's neck. For a moment, Charlotte Linlin, who was holding the Emperor's sword, was wrapped around the neck by the tail, and it was extremely difficult to breathe. A large amount of poisonous mist emerged from the salamander's tail, and Charlotte Linlin's face changed drastically after inhaling the poisonous gas. "Mix, bastard." Charlotte Linlin felt dizzy and her hands and feet were weak. The power of the poison made her feel terrified. "Mom." Charlotte Katakuri, who had not participated in the war and was standing far away, ran over like crazy. Opened his mouth, rolled his tail around, and threw Charlotte Linlin into his mouth. His sharp teeth made a sound like biting iron. Crunch. Ah! The giant salamander chewed with its big mouth, and Charlotte Linlin screamed. "Bastard! Let Mom go." Charlotte Katakuri raised her weapon and rushed to the giant salamander, attacking with the sharp weapon. Twitched his tail hard. Bang! Charlotte Katakuri's weapon flew away instantly, and the powerful force made his hands tremble. Not good. Charlotte Katakuri suddenly seemed to have noticed something, and she turned sideways, and Im's tail was free. "Hey, a good observation, Haki. I'm praised." As Im's voice fell, a large amount of black smoke appeared on his body. Charlotte Katakuri felt a huge suction force and flew towards the opponent uncontrollably. Charlotte Katakuri quickly gathered her armament Haki and punched out. Puff! The claws of the giant salamander came forward. The two fought with each other, and the salamander's sharp claws instantly tore Charlotte Katakuri's fist into pieces. When it reached Katakuri's chest, grabbed it hard, and blood and internal organs scattered all over the sky. Charlotte Katakuri's body was split into two and fell to the ground. After doing all this, continued to chew, and Charlotte screamed again. The heart-wrenching screams frightened the Navy and Whitebeard's crew. After more than 10 seconds, Charlotte Linlin's screams disappeared, and then opened his mouth and spit. Charlotte Linlin, who had become a pile of rotten meat, was spit out. Turned back again, intending to choose a target, and found that Red Hair, Hawkeye, and Akainu had already hidden far away, and were looking at him with fear. "Forget it, I'll deal with you later," Yuma said to herself, and then her eyes looked at the location of the third brother in the distance. Seeing that he and the pirates in charge of filming were being targeted by such a terrifying existence, the third brother hurriedly shouted to Uchiha Madara, "Save us, Lord Madara." Chapter 92. "No one can save you," Yim said indifferently, crawling over quickly. "Really?" Uchiha Madara's low voice fell, and there was only a bang, and Im's head tilted, as if he was punched. Bang! Another kick hit Im's forehead, and her huge body fell back. "What on earth is going on?" Emma was shocked. Before he could think, Uchiha Madara's shadow stabbed towards M's eyes. M's expression changed. In the prediction of his observation, he found that his eyes were blinded. In order to avoid being stabbed, he jumped back in a hurry. Uchiha Madara's shadow stabbed into nothingness. Uchiha Madara was a little surprised. You almost got hurt, your move is pretty good, even I can't see it. Yim praised. But it's useless. My observation haki can predict the future. Even if your attack hits me, I can predict it in advance. After M's voice fell, she opened her mouth and spit out a large amount of poison towards the area in front of Uchiha Madara. He wanted to poison the invisible existence to death. Suddenly, Yuma showed shock on her face. She foresaw that she would be beaten. In order to avoid being beaten, Yuma stabbed the shadow with her sharp claws in advance. Swish. There was a sound of breaking through the air. Yim's claws pierced into the air. How is it possible? Im kept her claws out, unable to believe it. She had clearly determined the position of the shadow that attacked her in advance, and then counterattacked, but she missed. What Im didn't know was that there was a shadow where she was attacking that was being penetrated by his moves, and the shadow inside was fine. Now Uchiha Madara's chakra shadow is different from before. Ordinary attacks can't hit it at all, unless it is a fist with the power of the Six Paths. Suddenly, M's body leaned back, and to his horror, the invisible thing on the ground that he had just attacked was still there, and it wanted to attack her. If it weren't for her strong observation haki, she would have been punched again. What on earth is going on? Why can't I hit it? And the poison mist doesn't work either. Im took a few steps back, confused. Is this invisible existence even difficult for her to handle? The red-haired man beside Hawkeye said solemnly. Now you are reaping the fruits of your own actions. With our help, you could have at least held back 1 or 2 shadows, but you actually wanted to kill us first. You deserve it now. Akainu said coldly. Didn't you say you were coming to kill me? I'm standing right here, why? Why don't you come forward? Uchiha Madara questioned. Humph. Don't be so arrogant. Yim snorted coldly, and his huge body stood up, and the domineering aura of the Overlord was activated. In an instant, the originally clear sky darkened, and the rolling dark clouds turned red. Kaka. Thunder roared across the battlefield. Seeing this, Brother 3 on the side quickly activated his fruit ability and produced a large amount of candle oil. He and the pirate holding the camera stepped on the oil and slid away from this area. Boom boom. Thunders struck from the sky. Except for the place where Im was, thunders struck the ice around her and Uchiha Madara. Im wanted to use this trick to deal with the invisible shadow and attack Uchiha Madara at the same time. Uchiha Madara stood there motionless in the distance, letting the thunders strike him, but he couldn't be hurt at all. This little trick is useless. Uchiha Madara said, then he jumped high and shouted, let me show you what real thunder is. After that, Uchiha made seals with his hands and whispered, Senjutsu, Yindunlei Pai. The moment he finished shouting the move, Uchiha Madara quickly pointed his hands at Im, and a large amount of purple lightning was like a branch of a tree, attacking Im in the distance at a very fast speed. Seeing this kind of thunder coming, Im showed a disdainful expression, opened his mouth wide, and sucked hard. Uchiha Madara's forked thunder entered Im's mouth like an hourglass. Oh. Uchiha Madara found it very interesting, stopped performing, and looked at the other party. Return. Yumu originally wanted to say, I'll give it back to you, but as soon as she said a word, her face changed drastically, because the thunder kept exploding in her stomach, and she couldn't even maintain that energy. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions sounded in Im's body. Ah! Yim screamed, opened his mouth and spit out the thunder. Bang, bang, bang. Thunder continued to bombard the ice. A large amount of blood flowed out of the giant salamander's mouth. Red Hair and the others looked at its body, which was covered with fist-sized wounds, and blood was flowing all over the ground. Hee 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 hee. Yim showed a sickly smile on his face. This is the first time I have been injured so badly since the battle 800 years ago. While speaking, the injuries on Yim's body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very good, very good. I approve of your moves. Salamander showed excitement on her face. In an instant, M's body changed from a complete salamander to a half-salamander state. The head was still a salamander head, the body became a human body, and there was a long tail at the end. I'm clenched her fists, and the blood-colored domineering aura wrapped around her arms, and black flames wrapped around her arms. Not only that, her shoulders were crackling with red lightning. I learned this move from my enemy 800 years ago. You'd better not die. Ha ha ha. Yuma laughed loudly, squatted slightly, and took a horse stance. Then she sucked hard with her mouth, and Uchiha Madara felt a huge suction force coming. Humph. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, activated the repulsive force, and stood still. I'm on the opposite side was stunned for a moment, and she didn't even breathe. Then she gave up breathing, clenched her fists, and shouted, "Salamander machine gun!" Swish, swish, swish. In just a moment, I'm swung his fist continuously, throwing hundreds of punches. The speed was so fast that even Uchiha Madara was surprised. So fast. Uchiha Madara immediately held up the Tao-seeking jade to form a shield. Bang, bang, bang. Dense fists were fired from him's hands like a Gatling machine gun, hitting Uchiha Madara's defense. After throwing thousands of punches, I'm found that his fists hit the opponent's black shield. Except for Uchiha Madara's footsteps slowly moving back, it had no effect at all. I'm kicked his legs on the ground, jumped hundreds of meters high, and came to Uchiha Madara's head, shouting, "Big salamander fist!" Fists over 100 meters long gathered together, and the strong men present were shocked. The fists were all super large fists composed of Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki. Uchiha Madara below squeezed the tin staff hard and rushed into the sky. In just a moment, the tin staff quickly grew larger, and the Amanuma spear took shape. Uchiha Madara met the incoming fist. Chapter 93. The moment the two attacks collided, there was no so-called explosion, only a sound of penetration. Who was attacking downwards, looked at the spear that penetrated the domineering aura and attacked her in disbelief. She immediately gave up her fist and dodged to the side. Uchiha Madara's spear pierced him's cheek and missed. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara pressed down and changed from stabbing to chopping. Who had been using the predictive haki, swung her tail, trying to wrap around Uchiha Madara's spear. At the moment her tail wrapped around her long hair, felt a pain coming from her tail. Her tail was broken the moment it touched the black spear. Seeing the spear pressing towards her face, dodged to the side as much as possible and exploded backward in the sky. Ha! Yim exhaled, and the smelly venom shot out and shot towards the spear. She wanted to use this move to temporarily block the opponent's pursuit. Pa! The venom bullet hit the black spear and broke into pieces like tofu. How is it possible? Yim was shocked. She had nowhere to hide and raised her right hand, with a domineering look around her, trying to block it, but she knew it was useless. Bang! A sound like hitting plastic was heard. With only half of her body left, Yuma's one eye showed panic. She saw the other half of her body falling from the sky. Bang! The sound of the ground falling was heard. With only half of his body left, looked down at his body that was split in half. There was no blood and no sign of recovery. Impossible! I am immortal and can recover from any serious injury. Why can't I recover? Yim was lying on the ground, shouting in panic. I thought you could please me with your skills, but I didn't expect you to be so vulnerable. My weapon has the ability of yin and yang. Unless you have the power of the six paths, no matter what object it is, it will turn into nothingness once it touches it. Since you were once the strongest person in this world, I will give you a decent death. Uchiha Madara said, and a seeking truth jade shot towards Yim's head. No! Yim shouted in despair, trying to block it with her only remaining arm. The dark Kaido jade hit Yim's arm without any pause, penetrated her arm, and shot towards her brain. Bang! The sound of a watermelon bursting was heard, and Yim's head exploded. With Yim's death, the field was silent, and the Navy clenched their hands, waiting for Uchiha Madara's judgment. The faces of the Vice Admirals were full of despair, because they had attacked Uchiha Madara before. Akainu looked back at the Navy and walked out resolutely. Uchiha Madara looked at each other in confusion. Uchiha Madara! Akainu shouted first, then glanced at Yim's body on the ground and said, "We were originally planning to join forces with her, but she seems to want to kill us. Now that she's dead, I'll be your opponent." Akainu said, gathering his armament haki in his fist. "Admiral Akainu!" The Navy shouted in worry. "Carrera, that's amazing." Whitebeard, who was far away, saw that Akainu was still fighting with Uchiha Madara and exclaimed, "Dad, if he surrenders, Uchiha Madara should be able to let him go. Why does he continue? Ace asked Whitebeard in confusion. Precisely because he knew this, he would not surrender, because he was Akainu, a man who hated pirates and would rather die in battle than live in disgrace. That's what I admire about him. Whitebeard explained calmly. Uchiha Madara. Our navy surrenders. Vice Admiral Tsuru shouted, and then shouted to Akainu. Don't be impulsive. No need to say anything more, please respect my choice. Akainu shouted. The red-haired man next to Hawkeye looked at Luffy in the distance and shouted, Luffy. Live well. Shanks. Luffy looked at Shanks in confusion, not understanding what he meant by this. The red-haired man smiled at Luffy, then turned his head to look at Uchiha Madara in the distance, and walked towards where Akainu was. Hawkeye beside him also followed forward, and the red-haired man stretched out his hand to stop him, and then the red-haired man shouted to Uchiha Madara, my hawk helped me deal with you because of our friends. With your strength, you should not be able to fight him, right? What? You want me to let him go? Uchiha Madara asked in a deep voice. With your strength, you will probably be lonely in the future. Why not leave an opponent? My hawk has an understanding of swordsmanship. As long as he is given more time, he should be able to fight you. The red-haired man said lightly. Good suggestion. Uchiha Madara nodded, approving the red-haired man's suggestion. Hawkeye held the Black Knife Knight and felt powerless for the first time, because Shanks chose death. I will worship you every year. This is all I can do. Hawkeye, who is not good at speaking, said this to the red-haired man. Haha, remember to pour more wine in front of my grave. The red-haired man laughed and said, but the moment he turned around, his smile disappeared. He looked at Whitebeard and shouted, Newgate, I have one last favor to ask of you. Take Luffy away from here now. The red-haired man didn't want Luffy to see him die at the hands of Uchiha Madara, so that Luffy would help him get revenge. Uchiha Madara was so powerful that he couldn't be defeated by hard work. The red-haired man just wanted Luffy to live well. Whitebeard met the red-haired man's pleading eyes, then glanced at Luffy, as if he understood something, then turned his head and shouted to the captains, sons. Let's go. After Whitebeard finished shouting, he greeted Uchiha Madara and said, Captain Uchiha Madara, we're leaving first. Yes. Uchiha Madara replied in a low voice. Aokiji kid. Please break the ice. Whitebeard shouted to Aokiji. Aokiji on the battlefield saw that Uchiha Madara agreed. As the defeated side, for the safety of the ordinary navy, he had to agree. Aokiji pressed his hands on the ground, and the ice in the area where Whitebeard was located turned into sea water, and the Moby Dick started to move. Why should we leave? Shanks seems to be in danger, I don't want to leave. Luffy kept struggling, Ace held Luffy tightly. Seeing that Luffy was disobedient, Ace didn't know what to say. Whitebeard on the side said, Kid. Shanks will not die, he just doesn't want to say the words of surrender in front of you, for fear of embarrassment. Whitebeard told a white lie. Really? Luffy stopped struggling and looked at Whitebeard, confirming. It's true, Luffy. Think about it, he is one of the 4 emperors after all. If you, a junior, saw him surrender, it would be very embarrassing. Shanks is very proud. Ace echoed Whitebeard's words. Luffy felt that what Ace said seemed to be right and nodded. Half an hour later. The surviving navy stood together, Aokiji and Vice Admiral Tsuru and the Vice Admirals stood at the forefront of the navy. Aokiji looked at the red-haired corpse on the ground in silence. At this time, the camera had already been turned off, and the third brother and the pirate in charge of filming stood behind Uchiha Madara. Why? Why don't you kill me? Akainu was pressed to the ground by Spider Demon and Garp, and he yelled. Uchiha Madara looked at him quietly and said, I think you are quite suitable to be the admiral of the navy. Do you want to be it? When Uchiha Madara said this, Akainu was stunned. Chapter 94. Akainu was stunned for several seconds, and then he stopped struggling and asked in confusion why. We are obviously enemies. Before Akainu finished speaking, Uchiha Madara corrected him, because of the faction, it is understandable that you attacked me, but you have to remember one thing, you are not qualified to be my enemy. Because people with that kind of strength don't exist in this world. Uchiha Madara's arrogant words made Akainu clench his fists, unwilling to. I killed the 5 old men and the man behind the scenes of the world government. Someone has to clean up the mess in this world. And you are quite suitable. Uchiha Madara said lightly. Do you want us to join you and become the new world rulers? Vice Admiral Tsuru asked directly. Humph, what's the use of that? I have no interest in power. Uchiha Madara said disdainfully. As he spoke, he looked into the distance, and everyone looked over. After a whirlwind, a dragon appeared beside Uchiha Madara. Since you are not interested in power, why don't you give it to me? I have the confidence to make this world a peaceful place. Long grinned and volunteered. Monkey D. Dragon. Why are you here? Seeing the newcomer, Akainu asked in a deep voice. I heard from my subordinates that the 5 elders and Yuma were killed, so I wanted to come out and take advantage of it. Long openly admitted his plan. How about it, Uchiha Madara? Since you have no interest in power, leave it to me. I have revolutionary experience and I know what the civilians on the sea need. I will definitely make people in the world live a good life. Long said again. I am not interested in these, you can discuss it among yourselves. Uchiha Madara had no interest in power, he wanted to plant the sacred tree, absorb it, and become a true immortal. Uchiha Madara had just taken a few steps, looked to the side at his third brother and another pirate who were looking at him anxiously, and said, These 2 will be my people from now on, I leave them to you. Don't worry. Long patted his chest and assured. Swoosh. Uchiha Madara soared into the sky. Long watched Uchiha Madara leave, his face almost broken with laughter. He didn't expect Uchiha Madara to be so easy to talk to. Just now he heard from his subordinates that Uchiha Madara broke him in 2 with just a few moves, which was very scary. Originally, he planned to come here to listen to how the strongest person in the world arranged the world so that he could respond, but he didn't expect to pick up a ready-made one. Third brother and another